Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4NN. Chapter 121. In the face of natural disasters, no threats are useless. Charlotte was arrested at a very fast speed, which was beyond Charlotte Tekatakuri's expectation. And Lu Bu's strength was beyond his imagination. Speed and strength are not weaker than him at all. Therefore, when it was discovered that Charlotte Tadafu had been arrested, Charlotte Tekatakuri immediately came to the rescue. It's a pity that Lu Bu's battle was so fierce that he had no time to spare. Let your people let my brother go, otherwise, if you completely angered my mother, you should know what consequences you will face. Resisting Lu Bu's attack, Charlotte Tekatakuri had to find other ways to rescue her brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu said disdainfully, no matter who it is, anyone who breaks the rules deserves to die. No one can break the rules of the Gourmet Island. At this moment, Lu Bu and Charlotte Tekatakuri both abandoned their weapons and bombarded each other with their fists. Peerless Rice Cake Blade Bomb. Charlotte Tekatakuri's arm turned into a machine gun and was hardened with armament hockey, shooting a large number of glutinous rice balls combined with armament hockey towards Lu Bu continuously. These glutinous rice dumplings have great destructive power and penetrating power. When they hit the ground, they form a 1-meter deep pit, making a crackling sound. In the face of Katakuri's attack, Lu Bu was not to be outdone. His huge fist, moving rapidly, kept striking out, and the huge black fist was even more terrifying. Katakuri and Lu Bu were fighting fiercely, and the harbor was also extensively destroyed because of the battle between the two. Daidongu Qingfeng looked at the two people who were fighting fiercely, and frowned slightly. A gust of wind quickly rolled up with the flapping of the wings, changing the color of the sky and the earth. Charlotte Tekatakuri in the fierce battle seemed to have seen something, and despite the pain of being punched by Lu Bu, she wanted to distance herself from Lu Bu. At the same time, an invisible wind blade passed by where they were originally fighting. Boom! In front of the wind blade, the two pirate ships on the sea were instantly cut without any hindrance. When Charlotte Tekatakuri saw such a scene, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If he didn't dodge quickly just now, he might be cut in two by this blow. Daidongu Seika stared at Charlotte Tekatakuri, and said in a deep voice, this is a warning, you can take your people and leave. If there is a next time, kill without mercy. Charlotte Tekatakuri's face was gloomy. Facing the invitation to the tea party, Daidongu Qingfeng refused. This is very embarrassing, because the news of the tea party has already been released. There was even news that Dama invited the owner of the Gourmet Island to a tea party. However, Daidongu Qingfeng refused very simply, and said, if Bigan wants to eat snacks, you can come to the Gourmet Island. I am not blessed to enjoy the delicacies at the tea party. The implication is that Hongman Banquet can't afford it. If that's all it is, it's better. However, the ant was very angry and had a bad temper, so Charlotte Tekatakuri and Charlotte Dafu came. Release Daifuku. Charlotte Takatakuri looked directly at Daidongu Seikas and said in a deep voice. At the same time, outside the Gourmet Island, nearly 30 pirate ships appeared in everyone's sight. They all have the flag of the Big Mom Pirates on them. These people are the strength of the Big Mom Pirates who came later. Charlotte Tekatakuri and Charlotte Dafu are just taking the lead to test the Gourmet Island. It's just a pity that their temptation has become a sheep in the mouth of a tiger. We have powerful artillery fire, and you don't have time to take care of everything. As long as one order is given, the Gourmet Island will be reduced to ashes. From the very beginning, Charlotte Tekatakuri's plan was to completely destroy the Gourmet Island when they couldn't reach an agreement. With the world government and Marine Headquarters at the forefront, this time Charlotte Tekatakuri even mobilized other pirate forces who surrendered to the Big Mom Pirates. So, apart from the 30 pirate ships that can be seen from the front, there are also 30 pirate ships in each of the other 3 directions, waiting in full force at this time. Daidongu Qingfeng listened to Katakuri's words, narrowed his eyes, and then soared into the sky, flying higher and seeing farther. Just looking around, Daidongu Qingfeng found that hundreds of pirate ships had surrounded the Food Island. From the very beginning, this has been a threat. But sorry, you picked the wrong target. Daidongu Seikas looked down at Charlotte Tekatakuri condescendingly, and said calmly. When Charlotte Tekatakuri heard the words, she didn't expect that under such circumstances, Daidongu Seikas would be so calm. So he said, as long as I give an order, hundreds of shells will fall on the Food Island. Maybe you can leave alive, but other people, as well as everything here, will be wiped out. Are you willing to destroy everything here? Daidongu Qingfeng laughed, and the sky over the Gourmet Island began to be covered with dark clouds, the wind was strong, and the seawater began to turbulent. If the destruction of the Gourmet Island can be exchanged for a heavy blow from the Big Mom Pirates, a mere building is nothing. It's just another place to rebuild. However, everyone including you will die on this sea forever. As the words of the big Tengu Qingfeng fell, the thunder roared, and the vast ocean was rolled up by the violent wind, with rough seas and hundreds of waterspouts. In the face of such a natural disaster, no matter how many ships you have, at this time, they are all lonely boats in the vast ocean. The cannonball still wanted to land on the Gourmet Island, so it was accurate enough. It wasn't until this time that Charlotte Tekatakuri realized what a stupid decision she had made. Udengu Seikazi's ability can completely create natural disasters on the sea, which is unbearable for demon fruit power and for pirate ships. Therefore, the ability of Daidongu Qingfeng should be limited from the beginning. For a while, Charlotte Tekatakuri was extremely remorseful. The voice of the phone bug rang, and as soon as Charlotte Katakuri connected, Charlotte Tesmuji's voice came. Katakuri big brother, storm, waterspout, our ship is going to be sucked into Uzumaki gone. Hearing what Charlotte Tesmuji said, Charlotte Takatakuri suddenly turned around and looked at the sea in the distance. There is an Uzumaki, right in the middle of 30 pirate ships, and Charlotte Tesmuji is among them, and they are trying to leave Uzumaki at this time. Stop, we are willing to evacuate. In exchange, you must take back your ability. Charlotte Takatakuri stared at Daidengu Seika's with red eyes, and said in a deep voice. Daidengu Qingfeng sneered, and the tornado on the sea gradually dissipated. Charlotte Takatakuri looked at the captured Charlotte Dafu, unwilling to leave the food island. 2 days later, Charlotte Takatakuri returned to Cake Island with a dark face. And just as Charlotte Takatakuri was restless and waiting for her aunt to punish her, a piece of news spread across the sea. Charlotte Dafu was transferred from Gourmet Island and is now sent to Marine Headquarters. On that day, Charlotte Takatakuri was punished by her aunt and lay down for a few days. Then, the Big Mom Pirates issued a reward order to Gourmet Island. As for Charlotte Dafu, it was ignored. A son who cannot complete the task is a waste. If there are too many sons, let's die. Chapter 122 Marineford in Emergency Preparations. East Blue Border, passing through the calm belt, entering Sengoku in East Blue, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, go at full speed and meet East Blue Marine. Although East Blue Marine has been beaten to pieces, and he doesn't even know how many Marines he can still contact at this time, he must persist at this time, get in touch with the lost Marines, and break the blockade of Xuanwu Marine. Blue, blue, blue. The warship rushed out of the calm belt and just started to accelerate when the sound of the phone bug rang. After Sengoku saw that the person who contacted him was Marshal Kong, he suddenly had a bad feeling. And this incident may have a clear relationship with the news he received the day before yesterday. I am Marshal Kong. Kong's serious voice came, and Sengoku, Garp, he Vice Admiral looked a little serious. The Big Mom Pirates teamed up with the Beast's Pirates to attack the Marine Headquarters, you must rush back. There can be no hesitation. Sengoku's face suddenly changed, and he said in disbelief, how dare they? Charlotte is Biggins' third son, and what was spread before was just a lie deliberately spread by Biggin. Garp and Crane Vice Admiral listened to Marshal Kong's words with an incomparably dignified expression. The owner of the Gourmet Island, Odengu Seikas, rejected the news of the Big Mom's tea party, causing quite a disturbance in the sea. Then there was the event that Charlotte Takatakuri and Charlotte Tatafu led a large army to besiege the food island. But it's a pity that they didn't restrict Daidengu Qingfeng, so that they had to face the natural disaster that was created. Even Sengoku and Garp, the two top marines, have to admit that if the strength of Udengu Qingfeng is not limited, no matter how many warships come, they will eventually sink in the sea. In particular, even the Marineford, the Marine Headquarters, couldn't stand the waterspout that was created. Where's East Blue? Sengoku hesitated after all, and couldn't help asking. East Blue gives up for the time being and defends the Marine Headquarters first. Marshal Kong said in a deep voice. If Marine Headquarters is taken by pirates, it will be more serious than losing East Blue. This is equivalent to the concept of a country being invaded and seized border land by other countries, and the concept of a country's capital being breached. The latter is more serious than the former. Sengoku clenched his fists, he naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. Crane Vice Admiral is also very clear, so her gaze is fixed on Sengoku. If Sengoku resolutely wants to intervene in the East Blue matter, she can only wash Sengoku a few more times. Turn around and return to the headquarters. Although Sengoku was not reconciled, at this time, he could only return to Marineford at full speed. Meanwhile, Gourmet Island, Udengu Seikas is in his room, reporting information to Benedict. Good job, Breeze. Since they want you to go, then go, but you still have to be careful. The world government and Marine are very dangerous, especially the Marine Marshal Kong. This is an extremely dangerous character, strong enough to handle Garp and Sengoku. Daidengu Qingfeng changed hands of the captured Charlotte and sent Charlotte to Marineford, which caused quite a stir. Marshal Kong also knew the seriousness of this matter, so he asked to keep it secret for the time being. But his secrecy is only for the people in the Marine Headquarters. Daidengu Qingfeng would not let go of this opportunity to rescue Xuanwu Marine, so after Marine took Charlotte Tadafu into custody, people spread the news immediately. Originally, the aunt really wanted to give up Charlotte's big fortune, but the children below had opinions, and the aunt had to make a decision to save her child because of the gossip outside. But the aunt is not stupid. It is not easy to save her child from Marine. So, he contacted Kaido of the Beast's Pirates again. As for the price to be paid, the two of them are clear. The same is true, as the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast's Pirates moved, and more affiliated pirates also went out to sea. At this time Marineford entered a first-level emergency. Excluding Huo Shaoshan who died in the battle, Sengoku, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, and other high-level Marines who have not yet reached the branch, Zephyr, Kuzan, Sakazuki, Pelusalino, Ghost Spider and other high-level Marines who stayed in Marineford, all gathered in the largest Marine meeting room in Marineford. Marshal Kong stared at the crowd seriously, and said in a deep voice, this battle is very important. The pirates' arrogance must be suppressed. But the battlefield cannot be played on Marineford. Having said that, Marshal Kong looked at Kuzan and said in a deep voice, Kuzan, I want you to use your abilities and put the battlefield outside. At this time, Kuzan, after many times of beatings, was no longer as lazy as before. Hearing this, he said with a serious look, "Got it, Marshal." For Kuzan, it was too simple to freeze the sea and prevent the pirate ship from approaching. Marshal Kong then stared at Pelusolino and said in a deep voice, "Porsolino, give full play to your advantages, in terms of speed and destructive power, let the damned pirates immerse themselves in the baptism of the sea." Pelusolino responded calmly, "Yes, Marshal. Sakazuki, if those pirates abandon their ship and run on the ice, seize the opportunity and let them take a bath in the magma. If they are willing to go to the sea to bathe, Kuzan, you are welcome." Hearing this, Sakazuki said coldly, "I will make these ignorant pirates regret living in this world." "When will Sengoku and Garp come back, Marshal?" Zephyr looked at Kong seriously and asked. "On the way back, we should be able to catch up." Kong said calmly. In addition to them, Shichibukai will also gather together and make their official debut this time. When Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Pelusolino heard the words, fighting spirit burst out of their eyes. The shame of being on the gourmet island will not let them forget. And Daidengu Seikas is one of the Shichibukai. Marshal Kong glanced at the three of Kuzan and knocked on the table lightly. The fighting spirit in the eyes of the three of Kuzan seemed to have been washed and dissipated. With just a simple action, the three of Kuzan felt the strong pressure from Marshal Kong. That's not a dimensional horror force. Pay attention to your sense of proportion. I don't want any special situation to happen before there is no need for it. Marshal Kong's tone was flat, but it was a warning to the three of Kuzan. The three of Kuzan did not dare to resist, so they remained silent. Chapter 123, Flying Squirrel's Shock. East Blue. As the Big Mom pirates and the nearly 100 pirates led by the Beast's pirates began to attack Marineford, the pressure on East Blue suddenly dropped a lot at this time. The forces that had originally been ordered to stand up to resist, at this time, suffered devastating blows one after another. In the end, surrendered, and died in battle. And in Ochoku and Sakata Jintoki near Reversing Mountain, they even went on a killing spree. Most of these people are pirate forces directly or indirectly controlled by the world government, or local gangsters and so on. They gathered near the Upside Down Mountain, intending to exert pressure, and at the same time relying on a huge number, they broke through the blockade. It's a pity that they underestimated the determination of Xuanwu Marine and the combat power of Ochoku and Sakata Jintoki. Especially Sakata Jintoki, who basically flies in the sky, with unparalleled sword energy, and constantly harvests enemies and destroys the hull. This also made it almost a shipwreck when they broke into the East Blue border from the Upside Down Mountain. The few who broke in by relying on strong strength or luck were all strangled by the Xuanwu Marine who was waiting in full force. In the past few days, there has been almost no day and night in the entire East Blue, and there have been countless casualties. Harassment and accidental injuries to ordinary people are rare, and hardly affect the overall situation. Ever since, when the Big Mom pirates teamed up with the Beast's pirates in the Marineford battle, the entire East Blue was officially incorporated into the territory of Xuanwu Marine. Xuanwu Marine Base. Seriously injured by Kenjiro, he was imprisoned in the Flying Squirrel in Azkaban, and was brought to the Marshal's office by Xuanwu Marine soldiers in a depressed mood. These days, the Flying Squirrel, who was taken away by happy memories and tortured by sad memories, also lost a lot of weight. "How was your experience in Azkaban?" Benedict said with a smile, looking at the Flying Squirrel sitting across from him. At the same time, delicacies prepared by the gourmet restaurant chefs were also delivered along with the trolleys. The eyes of the Flying Squirrel were attracted by the delicious food. In the past few days, he has not had a decent meal. "Well, it looks like you're starving. This is lunch prepared for you, please take it easy." Benedict held out his hand in a gesture of please. The Flying Squirrel glanced at Benedict and said, "Is this the last lunch?" Benedict smiled and said, "You can understand it this way, but no matter what, this is a rare delicacy in the world. Are you sure you don't want to enjoy it?" There was no need to make too many choices. The Flying Squirrel looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup, and a big bowl of rice, and then ate in embarrassment. About 10 minutes later, the Flying Squirrel clutched its stomach, burped, and became much more energetic. "How does it taste?" Benedict asked with a smile. "It's the most delicious food I've ever eaten." The Flying Squirrel didn't hide anything, and said very simply, "This is a delicacy that I hired the chef from Gourmet Island to cook. It's very delicious." Benedict said with a smile, "Actually, you can always enjoy this delicacy." The Flying Squirrel is not an idiot. Hearing this, he immediately understood, and said in disbelief, "You want me to be a traitor and join Xuanwu Marine?" "Why not?" Benedict said playfully, "You betrayed the organization, not justice. Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel, you are a smart person, and you should know where you should stand." The Flying Squirrel was silent for a while. He wanted to refute Benedict. However, he is also very clear that the current Marine is really rotten, so rotten that it has become a running dog of the world government. There are only a small number of people who can really uphold justice. And these people will eventually be assimilated by interests. Marine is the bayonet displayed by the world government. This bayonet can take the initiative to attack, but when the world government needs it, the bayonet will be caught in its hand, thus losing the initiative. Seeing the silence of the Flying Squirrel, Benedict asked, "Do you know the truth of history?" The Flying Squirrel glanced up at Benedict, wondering what he was going to say. The truth of history is that the world used to have a more advanced civilization than it does now. But in this civilization, 800 years ago, because of the high level of this civilization, there were traitors, and together with outsiders, they directly ruined the high-level civilization and created a new world. This world is not advancing with the disappearance of the long river of history, but is constantly regressing. They make themselves into high-level nobles, and the rest are low-level pariahs, even animals. They regard people other than themselves as pawns in captivity, livestock. The chess pieces all over the place are killing geniuses, creating chaos, and perishing. Any chess pieces that might get out of control will be killed at any time. The flying squirrel listened to Benedict's so-called historical truth in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He knew that many scholars were secretly studying the so-called historical text, and he also knew that there were some secrets in it, which made celestial dragons and five elders nervous. But they never expected that there would be such a shocking secret here. Pluton, Poseidon, Uranus, the power to destroy the world, the destroyed kingdom, the I Am, known as the god, the origin of the devil fruit tree. All of this is really scary. You said, all this is a conspiracy. Are you joking? The flying squirrel trembled and couldn't help asking. Joke. Do I need to be joking? The guidance and records of the historical text, as well as the active volcano across the red line, the strange special venue, the special environment that should not have appeared. All of this is caused by the earth-shattering battle 800 years ago. If you think I'm telling lies, then if you have a chance, you can invite a group of experienced scholars to visit these places. You will find that there are still a lot of traces here, proving that this is the result of being destroyed by terrorist forces. These truths will be revealed to everyone little by little. World government, celestial dragons will be driven from the altar. The marine you stick to will eventually disappear from this world along with the world government. This is the marine in your eyes, but it's not the justice you want. Benedict put a stack of documents and photos in front of the flying squirrel. The flying squirrel didn't want to read it at first, but the crimes listed above made the flying squirrel's pupils shrink suddenly. A piece of information was opened in the hands of the flying squirrel, and the whole body trembled even more. Benedict did not urge the flying squirrel, but at the same time firmly believed that the flying squirrel would give him a satisfactory answer. He needs the flying squirrel to join Xuanwu Marine, and at the same time reduce unnecessary troubles for Xuanwu Marine's next actions. In addition, the flying squirrel joined Xuanwu Marine to face the world government, and it must be very interesting to face Kong. Chapter 124 Big Mom and Kaido retreat, Xuanwu Marine attacks. The flying squirrel's final answer did not disappoint Benedict. Benedict didn't disappoint the flying squirrel either. He directly gave the position of vice admiral and commanded a fleet of 5,000 men. Xuanwu Marine base now has 100,000 soldiers. Counting the Xuanwu Marine soldiers scattered in various towns and islands, this number will double. With Benedict announcing that the flying squirrel will join Xuanwu Marine and serve as vice admiral, the battle in Marineford has also turned upside down. Charlotte was unable to be rescued and was killed on the spot. Marine Marshal Kong, fighting Kaido of the Beasts with his own power, Biggin. Zephyr, Garp, Sengoku 3 admirals, Guild Wars Beasts Pirates 3 big boards, and the Sweetheart 3 generals of the Big Mom Pirates. The trio of Kuzan, Pelusalino, and Sakazuki faced the elite executives of the two major pirate groups, fighting endlessly. Of course, Shichibukai, who is a special guest, is also an important force in this battle. At the same time, Shichibukai was also officially unveiled. They are Daidengu Qingfeng from Gourmet Island, the unsurprisingly great swordsman Hawkeye, Gecko Moria, Doflamingo, and Shacklock Doll who was barely shortlisted. But, Devil's descendants, Douglas, and the captain of the Ward Pirates, Dibbin World, are somewhat beyond Benedict's expectations. The strength of Douglas, the descendant of the Devil, should not be underestimated, and this guy also obtained the fruit of fusion in advance. DuPont World, now in his mid-50s, is still ambitious. It's just that this guy made a lot of kills, but he was still pulled into Shichibukai's list. World government is no one available. Actually not, at least in this era, there are still many strong people. However, they all refused, and they also dismissed Shichibukai. With Shichibukai's effortless work in troubled waters, the Big Mom Pirates and Beasts Pirates were still beaten very painfully. In just half a day, there were a large number of corpses floating in the sea, as well as many rotten ships and ice blocks. In the final battle, Kaido couldn't bear the loss to continue to expand, and finally chose to retreat. Big Mom was swayed by Kaido, and finally, with the power of Kong's punch, stepped on Zeus, and quickly evacuated with the Big Mom Pirates. With the retreat of the pirates, the world government and marine also declared the victory of the battle. It is a very good achievement after successive defeats. It also saved some face for this, and it was somewhat elated, and in the next few days, it was even more publicized. This is very much in line with the style of world government. After repelling the alliance between the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates, Shichibukai also left separately. He should be taken down, Sengoku said with some displeasure when he learned that Daidengu Seikaz was the first to fly away immediately. Consistent with Sengoku's thinking, there are Kuzan, Sakazuki and Pelusalino. After the battle, they immediately went to look for Udengu Qingfeng. It's a pity that Udengu Qingfeng left early when he was sure that the battle was almost over because of Benedict's instructions. If he continues to be neutral and doesn't pose a threat to us, don't worry about him. We don't move the food island, so people will move. Marshal Kong heard Sengoku's words and understood what Sengoku meant, but he still reminded, the Shichibukai plan was proposed by the 5 elders. Even if you are dissatisfied, you will bear it at this time. Sengoku was really dissatisfied, but as Kong said, he has to endure. East Blue, Xuanwu Marine Base. Benedict looked at the flying squirrel holding the newspaper, walked over, and said, "Aren't you a bit lucky that they won?" The flying squirrel gripped the newspaper tightly, and said in a deep voice, "Those who still bravely fight against the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates are the ones with justice in their hearts. Perhaps, they are doing it for fame and fortune, to stand taller and to obtain greater benefits." Benedict smiled faintly. "Marshal, you are very prejudiced against them," the flying squirrel said, dissatisfied. Even though he joined Xuanwu Marine, even though he knew that his former comrades must be full of anger towards him, his heart still has sincerity and trust in the organization he used to work for, and those brothers who got along day and night. "Well, maybe you understand it that way," Benedict said indifferently. "Believe me, you will find out in the future that all this is just the surface. The world government has a scientific team, and the research they do is even worse than pirates burning, killing, and looting. And the research, materials, needed by this scientific force are provided by Marine, and their safety is protected by Marine. Now, your task is to destroy the West Blue pirates and establish a base. 5,000 people are entrusted to you, how to use them is up to you." After Benedict finished his explanation, he ignored it and turned to leave. The flying squirrel, Vice Admiral, didn't stay long either. With a fleet of dozens of warships, he left East Blue and broke into West Blue. Sakata Jintoki took Yellowski's squadron and led the fleet into the North Blue mightily. The fleet led by Ochoku and Silver Axe rushed directly into South Blue. Now that we have decided to quickly occupy the territory and establish a base, it is natural to advance with the whole army, quickly plant flags, kill pirates, and obtain a large number of justice points. Therefore, the task Benedict gave them was to kill the pirates with all their strength while landing on the island and planting the flag. Xuanwu Marine's quick action was somewhat unexpected, but it was expected. They knew that Xuanwu Marine would inevitably expand outward, but they did not expect that Xuanwu Marine would be so greedy and attack North Blue, West Blue, and South Blue at the same time. Didn't he know that splitting up his troops would also weaken his overall strength? After Sengoku got the information, he was a little shocked, but at the same time became active. "Whether he knows it or not, this is a very good opportunity for us," Sakazuki said seriously. "Sengoku Admiral, I propose to concentrate our efforts and target them. There is also the traitor Flying Squirrel, we must not let it go." Flying squirrels joined the Xuanwu Marine incident, which still had a lot of influence within the Marine. In particular, the dirty incidents that Xuanwu Marine keeps breaking out, even if the world government repeatedly asks to cover it up, it is useless. Sakazuki, who has absolute justice and does not tolerate any betrayal, is naturally very angry with flying squirrels. "We don't necessarily need to come forward immediately. South Blue, North Blue, and West Blue all have their own overlords, and they won't allow Xuanwu Marine to act recklessly on it." Pelusolino said a little darkly. "We owe so much to the world government, it's time for them to take some action." Sengoku nodded, but shook his head again, and said in a deep voice, "We are Marine." The corner of Pelusolino's mouth twitched, his eyes showing a bit of sarcasm. Hypocritical. Chapter 125 Series of Quests, Saitama from Heaven. Ding. The task of hunting Shichibukai has started. If the host successfully captures or kills Shichibukai and makes the Shichibukai plan fail, you can get 100 unit strengthening stones, 50,000 justice points, 1 commando summoning stone, and 1 golden treasure box. Ding. The mission of Xuanwu Marine Megatron has started. Every time you conquer a sea area, you can get 100 unit strengthening stones, 100,000 justice points, and 1 golden treasure box. Ding. Congratulations to Xuanwu Marine for conquering East Blue, and successfully obtained 100 unit enhancement stones, 100,000 justice points, and 1 golden treasure box. A series of voices sounded in Benedict's mind. It was a task from the system. With the release of the mission, Benedict, who had been nestling in the East Blue Marine base, regained his energy for a while. Benedict also took time off as he sent his men out and attacked South Blue, West Blue and North Blue. Xuanwu Marine now has a relatively large number and is beginning to swallow up the territory, and various forces will definitely resist it. However, for short periods of time, such collisions will not be noticeable. Now that the mission is here, East Blue is temporarily stable. As the Marshal, there is absolutely no need to sit in Marine base all the time. However, there are still some preparations to be made just in case. Special Forces Summoning System. Host. Benedict. Age. 18 years old. Identity. Marshal of Xuanwu Marine. Justice points. 146,555. Troop Enhancement Stones. 140. Abilities. Indestructible Constitution, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Talent Enhancement, Marine 6 Styles Grand Master, Armament Hakill 3, Observation Hakill 3, Conqueror's Hakill 5, Conqueror's Entangling Awakening Skill, Wisdom Killing Awakening Skill, 8 Inner Gates Grand Master, 3 Qian Lidong Divine Skill. During these times, according to the information provided by the scholars of Ohara, 3 historical texts were collected again, and a historical text collected by Benedict in Sky Island, a total of 4, also helped Benedict obtain 40 unit enhancement stones. In addition, the Purge of East Blue also allowed Benedict to gain more than 90,000 justice points. Among them, 50,000 justice points are spent by Benedict to build advanced shipyards. If it weren't for so many justice points, Benedict wouldn't dare to have such a luxury. However, Benedict is very clear that the world government secretly possesses a lot of technological power. If it does not build enough high-level warships, it is very likely that the battles in the sea will be completely suppressed. Just building an advanced shipyard is not enough. It is even more important to build an advanced weapons factory. An advanced battleship without missiles is nothing more than an extremely high advantage in speed and defense. In terms of offense, it is very lacking. Taking a deep breath, Benedict looked at the 100,000 justice points he had just harvested and immediately felt confident. System, exchange for an advanced weapons factory. Benedict immediately issued an order. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully exchanging an advanced weapon manufacturing plant. Please host to designate a location for construction. Advanced weapons manufacturing plants are very important to any force. Because the power of the missile is very terrifying, it is also very important. Ever since, after searching on the map, Benedict found an island near the Xuanwu Marine base as the base of the weapons factory. System, spend 50,000 justice points to exchange for an S-level commando summoning stone. Benedict thought about it, and decided to summon another admiral for himself. Xuanwu Marine's ambitions are too great, they are enemies of the world, and the current number of top players is not enough. Now, he has decided to leave Xuanwu Marine base to complete the task, and everyone else will be sent out, and Xuanwu Marine base always needs someone strong enough to sit in it. Ding. Congratulations to host for spending 50,000 justice points to successfully exchange for an S-level Special Forces summoning stone. Ding. I found that host has an S-level Special Forces summoning stone. May I ask host to use it? Definitely use it. Benedict nodded without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully summoning the S-level Special Forces, Saitama. As the sound of the system sounded, a figure descended from the sky above the Xuanwu Marine base at an extremely fast speed, and because the speed was too fast, it had already become a fireball at this time. Benedict sensed it, and immediately came to the window. Boom. At the port, a huge water flow surged up to a height of 100 meters, and a large amount of seawater was evaporated, forming a large amount of water vapor. Such a huge movement naturally alarmed the entire Xuanwu Marine base, thus entering a state of alert, and at the port, many experts gathered to stand ready. Benedict flew out of the marshal's office, stood in midair, and a figure also swam out from the bottom of the sea. The iconic bald head, cute dead fish eyes, and yellow sportswear, but at this time because of the fire, they are already tattered. It's so dangerous, I almost didn't fall to my death. Kyu touched his bald head and said in a somewhat naive manner. Saitama can be strengthened. Age, 28. Combat power, S level. Weapon, fist. Skills, normal punch cannot be strengthened, serious punch cannot be strengthened, armament Hakil 5, observation Hakil 3. Special 1. Ignores the conqueror's haki deterrence because it has no emotions. Special skill 2. Extraordinary physique. Inspiring potential, S+. Loyalty, 100. Very strong. As soon as he came out, armament haki reached the peak directly. However, with Saitama's power to destroy an island with one punch, it is not too much for armament haki to reach the peak. The most important thing is that this guy can ignore the conqueror's haki deterrence, which is really strange. But no matter what, Saitama's combat power is completely enough to sit in Xuanwu Marine base. Keep it in Marine base, treat it as a beast that has not been released, and give the enemy an unexpected surprise. Benedict flew down, came to Kyu, and said with a smile, Kitama, why did you come down from the sky? I don't know. Kyu touched his bald head and tried hard to recall. I just fell asleep, and when I woke up, my whole body kept falling. Hearing this, Benedict was a little speechless. You came just in time, I need to go out for a while. Benedict patted Saitama on the shoulder and said with a smile, now, I officially grant you the position of Marine Vice Admiral, stationed at Xuanwu Marine Base. As for Admiral, I will promote you after a while. Admiral or something, let's forget it for now, if possible, I would like to be a salted fish even more. Saitama said lightly after hearing the words. So, Marshal, can you stay at the base? I don't want to deal with those troublesome things. When Benedict heard this, his face turned black. But then he thought of Saitama's simple and rude handling of things, and couldn't help but compromise. I'll leave a clone to handle it at the base. Benedict thought for a while and said. That's good, then I can make salted fish. Saitama said with satisfaction. Go to the training base and train the soldiers. It's just a joke to leave such a high-level combat power unused. After thinking about it, Benedict decided to improve Saitama's strength even more. Ding. Consume 30 unit enhancement stones. Saitama's observation haki has been upgraded to LV4 awakening skill. Predict the future for 1 second. Ding. Consume 40 unit enhancement stones, and Saitama's observation haki has been upgraded to version 5. Awakening skill enhancement. Predict the future for 15 seconds. Ding. Saitama's combat power level has been raised to S+ level. System. Talent enhancement. After raising Saitama's observation haki to level LV5, Benedict immediately strengthened Saitama's talent. Ding. Talent enhancement failed. Saitama's combat power has reached its peak and cannot be enhanced. Benedict was taken aback when he heard this, and carefully looked at Saitama's information form. In terms of skills, there is nothing to strengthen. The only thing that can be strengthened should be the extraordinary physique. However, the system enhancement failed, that is to say, the upper limit of Saitama's hidden potential is here, and it can no longer be enhanced. Unless, his physique can break through again. Beyond the extraordinary, could it be God? Chapter 126 Buggy Fan Team vs Red Hair Pirates, Complete Defeat. Are these Xuanwu Marine soldiers so powerful? Almost everyone has a combat power that is not inferior to the captain's level, and some of them are even more terrifying than the captain. Damn it, why did Xuanwu Marine follow us? Quick retreat, we are not their opponents at all. Don't run, shoot, we have to stop their pace and get a large force to come and surround them. On an island in West Blue, a pirate group with good strength is stationed here, and at this time, they are being attacked by Xuanwu Marine. The pirates on the island are also trying to resist, but at the same time, some people are fleeing because of fear. Like this pirate group, in South Blue, North Blue is also happening. Some pirate groups who are confident in their strength have started to unite with each other, conducting tactical ambushes, long-range bombing and so on. Because of Xuanwu Marine's aggressiveness, for a while, South Blue, North Blue, and West Blue also fought continuously. At the same time, after getting down from Sky Island, he quietly led the team into Buggy in West Blue, inquired about the news about the treasure hidden in the ice continent, and directly broke into the border of the Kingdom of Flowers, intending to escape from the 8 Treasures Navy. Got the news of the specific treasure, but they didn't expect to meet the Red Hair Pirates. At this time, the Red Hair Pirates had just fought a battle with Qingjiao, the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy in the Kingdom of Flowers, and they are now holding a banquet on the island. Boss, we're in trouble. It's the warship of Xuanwu Marine, approaching us. Under the dim night of the bonfire, Usopp's eyes, through layers of darkness, looked at the approaching warship in the distance and said. Listening to Usopp's words, the people who were holding the banquet also fell silent. Hearing this, Shanks grabbed his hat, put it on his head, and said with a slight smile, "Brothers, Marine came at a bad time, our banquet is coming to an end." Ben Beckman, Lakilu and others laughed, then packed their things, and quickly boarded the boat with the red hair, ready for battle. At the same time, Buggy, who was docking, also received a report from his subordinates. "Red Hair Pirates, that BD Shanks, move, I'm going to grab him." Buggy didn't expect to meet Redhead Shanks here, although, the relationship between the two is pretty good. However, now he still has the identity of Marine. Secondly, for the improvement of his own strength and the development of fruit ability, Buggy is now extremely confident that he can win Shanks. If Shanks can be taken down, it will be a very exciting thing. "Shanks, you are surrounded, throw up your hands and surrender." "Hey, what did that guy Benedict say? Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish." Buggy's voice came from far away. Shanks on Red Hair Pirates couldn't help being taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face, and said, "It's an old man. But, I'm a pirate now, and he's a Marine." Lucky Roo, who was holding a big CK, heard this and said with a smile, "Boss, why don't we play with Marine? They only have one warship." Yasop smiled, wiping his gun. "Well, let's play." After a few minutes, island, except for a few people who remained on board, both sides landed on the island. "Ha ha ha, Shanks, we meet again. Be obedient and be knocked down by me." Buggy looked at Shanks on the opposite side, put his hands on his hips, and shouted excitedly. Shanks didn't feel dissatisfied with Buggy's attitude and behavior, on the contrary he laughed out loud. "Buggy, you're still the same. You haven't changed at all. However, if you want to defeat me, you still can't do it, my brothers, and it's impossible for you to take me away." Shanks smiled at Shanks, gripping the sword in his right hand. Lucky Roo, Ben Beckman, Yasop and other crew members of the Red Hair Pirates all let out low-pitched laughter, and their faces were brimming with confidence. "TCH, my soldiers are very powerful." Behind Buggy, there are 60 Xuanwu Marine soldiers, each of whom is very strong. Standing silently behind Buggy at this time, they are even more ready to fight at any time. Ben Beckman looked carefully at the soldiers of Xuanwu Marine, and said in admiration, "They are indeed very elite fighters. With such power, it can basically walk sideways on the sea." Yasop, Lucky Roo and others all nodded subconsciously. Although their current bounty is not high, their strength and vision are indeed very high. "Shanks, let's duel, I will beat you." Buggy yelled and rushed towards Shanks. Shanks grabbed his straw hat, chuckled, and rushed forward with his sword drawn. As Buggy and Shanks fought fiercely together, on the other side, the Xuanwu Marine soldiers did not back down, and fought against Ben Beckman and others. The battle lasted until midnight, and all the Xuanwu Marine soldiers were injured and knocked down, and some of them died. The members of the red-haired Shanks pirate group, except for a few elites, were mostly wounded. At this time, these people stood aside, the bonfire had been lit again, and the banquet would continue. As for the Xuanwu Marine soldiers who were knocked down, they were tied up. Those who are still fighting now are Buggy and Shanks. Buggy's strength has improved a lot, but Shanks' strength has grown explosively, with great strength, and the exposed Conqueror's haki is not weak at all. For this reason, although Buggy is much stronger, he has never been able to take down Shanks. "Buggy, you've become a lot stronger." Shanks forced Buggy back with a sword, and smiled gratifiedly. "It seems that you are doing well in Xuanwu Marine." Buggy was a little out of breath, and had many sword wounds on his body, but none of them were fatal. The fight between the Red Hair and Buggy was not murderous, so this was a pure duel. Buggy glanced at the Xuanwu Marine soldiers who had passed out, then looked at Ben Beckman and others not far away, swept away the previous bravery, and said with a decadent expression, "You have become so strong, why can't you win?" "You." The Red Hair put away the western sword and laughed loudly. "It means you are not strong enough. It doesn't matter, when you become stronger, come and challenge me. This time, I will let you go. Being so pitiful by the red hair, Buggy was a little upset, and quickly shouted, "Are you kidding me? I can continue to fight." The redhead stepped forward, hugged Buggy's neck, laughed and said, okay, let's have a banquet. You're sure to like it. Buggy was still upset, but followed along with a very honest body. I don't like it. Well, I haven't had a party for a long time. New World. When other sea areas were fighting to the death, Benedict took the Xuanwu warship and brought 2 marine warships, swaggeringly left East Blue and came to New World, attracting many attentions. There are many pirate forces on the road, but after knowing that it is Benedict, none of them dared to sneak attack. The power of Benedict has already made too many people feel fear. Chapter 127 Bombardment of the Thriller Bark. Magic Triangle, a special island located in New World, with special terrain, shrouded in black mist, often accompanied by storms. If the ships passing by here are not lucky enough, or if they don't have a good navigator, they will almost get lost here. And in this special area, there is a ship known as the world's largest, Thriller Bark. In front of it, there is a huge entrance, disguised as an island, swallowing many pirates. The owner of the Thriller Bark is Gecko Moria, who recently became one of the Shichibukai. At this point, Gecko Moria was inspiring his men, because they're about to head to Wano to take on the beast's pirates. Gecko Moria, who is more than 6 meters tall, is only 27 or 28 years old at this time. He looks a little strange and ugly, but he has a dream of becoming the One Piece. As a Shichibukai, he won the support and recognition of the world government, which made Gecko Moria full of confidence in his combat power. Master, when are we going? Asked Absalom, disarmed from invisibility, standing behind Gecko Moria. Let's go tomorrow. Gecko Moria clenched his fists and smiled excitedly. When I defeat Kaido of the beasts, our status will be greatly improved. Hobak said with a smile. Congratulations, Master, I wish the Master great success. If you succeed in capturing Kaido, the Master must let me study his body carefully. Of course there is no problem, Buck. Gecko Moria said, patting his chest and smiling. And just when Gecko Moria asked everyone to prepare well and set off again tomorrow, the siren sounded on the Thriller Bark. Gecko Moria turned into a group of shadow bats and flew out, landing on the sentry tower on the Thriller Bark. This is specially made for Gecko Moria. Xuanwu warship, the exclusive warship of Marshal Xuanwu Marine. It's Benedict. After seeing the Xuanwu warship from a distance, Gecko Moria showed shock on his face. He didn't expect that Benedict would appear in New World, let alone that he would come to him. Hey hee hee, what a surprise. Hey, this is my territory, even if you are Marshal Xuanwu Marine, I'm not afraid. Move, my army of undead. Hey, grab Benedict, we'll get a huge bounty, and get weapons and equipment from the secret research of the world government. Gecko Moria has not forgotten the promise he made when the world government found him and invited him to become a Shichibukai. Gecko Moria also witnessed the power of that weapon at that time. Sleeping zombies crawled out of coffins or underground as Gecko Moria called. They are gathered together, weapons in hand, and ready for battle. Attack. Absalom stood on a high ground, watched the approaching warship, and immediately issued an order. Gunners of the artillery camp, fire immediately. Benedict smiled when he saw such a scene. Multiple shadow clone technique. The white mist floated by, and hundreds of Benedicts galloped across the sea. The soldiers on the Xuanwu warship also launched a counterattack. The Patriot missiles were aimed at the Thriller Bark, and as the button was pressed, the 12 Patriot missiles flashed dazzling light in the darkness. Gecko Moria on the sentry tower couldn't help being stunned when he saw the 12 rays of light flying towards him. What kind of weapon is this? Pelusolino's laser rays. Rumble. The army of zombies standing at the forefront fell down in an instant. A large hole was blown out in the ground, and the entire Thriller Bark shook violently. Because of the violent vibration and the shock wave from the impact, Absalom fell to the ground without standing still for a while. Looking at the large group of fallen zombie generals, his face showed horror. Such destructive power is even more terrifying than their shells. Whoosh. Patriot missiles on other warships also launched attacks one after another. On the island-like Thriller Bark, most of the place was directly covered by artillery fire. Even the guard tower where Gecko Moria was located was not spared. At the same time, the clone of Benedict also boarded the Thriller Bark and began to clean up the excess fish. Benedict was very satisfied with the Patriot missile attack, and the Gecko Moria became the target of his first experiment. As the artillery fire stopped, Xuanwu Marine soldiers also boarded the ship one after another, and began to capture the remaining pirates that were not killed. Gecko Moria was condensed from a large number of shadow bats, staring at Benedict angrily, and roared, "Benedict, are you going to destroy my pirate group?" At this time, Gecko Moria lost the self-confidence and demeanor just now. He was horrified to find that the power possessed by the Xuanwu Marine was very similar to the power displayed by the world government, and it was also very terrifying. The current Thriller Bark can't stop that kind of artillery bombardment at all. He has to stand up to stop Xuanwu Marine and grab Benedict. He needs to capture Benedict to get a huge bonus, but also wants to capture those warships. You're a pirate, and I'm still a marine. It's only natural to catch you. Benedict looked at Gecko Moria lazily, and smiled. Besides, if I don't come, you go to Wano to fight Kaido, and you will also wipe out your pirate group in the end. Hearing this, Gecko Moria scolded angrily, "Fart, I'm the man who wants to be One Piece. I will beat Kaido, and I will stand on top of this world. I'll catch you again. Shadow horn gun. Benedict twitched the corners of his lips, stepped forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Gecko Moria suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and instantly activated his ability, Cage Warrior. Benedict's fist landed on Gecko Moria. Boom. The powerful force smashed the Gecko Moria into pieces like a balloon being punctured by a needle. Shadow horn gun. At the same time, the figure of Gecko Moria appeared not far away, and turned the shadow into a spear, trying to pierce Benedict. Benedict looked at the attacking spear, stretched out his hand, and grabbed it. Gecko Moria met and made a hee-hee-hee sound. The shadow horn gun is very hard, but also very sharp, it can easily pierce through a mountain. Benedict dared to use his hand to catch his shadow horn gun, it was completely reckless. This also made Gecko Moria couldn't help fantasizing about taking Benedict down. The profound truth of strength, fist gang. Benedict grabbed the incoming shadow horn gun with his left hand, then covered armament hockey with his right hand, and punched Gecko Moria in the distance. The powerful force formed a black fist, and instantly knocked Gecko Moria into the air. Chapter 128. Shadow Assassin Jin-Kei, Transparent Man Robber G. There was a roar, and the castle not far away was smashed out of a big hole. At the same time, Gecko Moria, who should have been seriously injured or stunned, turned into a shadow bat and disappeared. What a terrifying power, as expected of Marshal Xuanwu Marine. Almost killed by you. Gecko Moria is really shocking how powerful Benedict is. If he hadn't cautiously used the Shadow Mage to create a clone in the beginning and fought with Benedict, he would probably have died in battle now. With just one punch, his avatar collapsed. And that's not the full power of Benedict. As for the other combat members, Gecko Moria was too weak to watch. The Xuanwu Marine soldiers brought by Benedict are equivalent to the members of CP9. They are very strong, and they cannot be resisted by Gecko Moria's men. Besides, it was Benedict's avatar who rushed to the front. Therefore, the casualties of Xuanwu Marine soldiers were almost reduced to the minimum. Gecko Moria, a pirate of one of the Shichibukai. I'm interested in your devil fruit ability. So, your little life, I accept it. Benedict came here this time, and it was indeed aimed at the shadow fruit of Gecko Moria. Not only that, but also the transparent fruit of Absalom, which is also the goal of Benedict this time. When Yugon Moria heard the words, disdain appeared on her face, and she said, although you are very strong, I will let you handle it. Shadow gathering place. Gecko Moria let out a roar, and hundreds of thousands of shadows escaped from the zombies, or in dark corners, gathered quickly, and merged into Gecko Moria's body. At the same time, Gecko Moria's body is getting bigger and stronger. This is my strongest form. Go to hell. Gecko Moria raised his hand, and the shadow ability was activated, forming a black shadow horn spear and stabbing at Benedict again. The increase in speed and strength made Benedict clearly perceive that the power of this gun has increased by nearly 10 times. But such power is still too weak in front of an admiral. Benedict is just a dodging easily. Boom. Benedict flew in front of Gecko Moria, and armament hockey's covered fist slammed hard on the head. Gecko Moria's huge body suddenly turned over at this moment, and hit the ground heavily. The entire thriller bark trembled violently, and the bag also split open. Gecko Moria, who was in close contact with the ground and went deep into it, was directly knocked out by Benedict's punch. But Benedict didn't let go of Gecko Moria, another punch. Gecko Moria's head was blown off by a punch. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully killing demon fruit power and getting shadow devil fruit. May I ask host whether to use it and summon demon fruit power? Summon. Benedict said in a deep voice. Killing Gecko Moria was too easy for Benedict. Although at this time Gecko Moria has not yet fought fiercely with Kaido, and has been beaten for a while. But his strength is only equivalent to that of a vice admiral. In addition, the ability development of the shadow fruit is still too poor. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully using the shadow devil fruit to summon special forces, Jin-Kei. After Lu Bu, another Huxia character. This system is interesting. There are so many devil fruits, if they are all killed, I don't know who will be summoned. The black shadow condensed, and a short-haired man wearing black clothes and holding 2 daggers appeared next to Benedict. Jin-Kei sees the marshal. Jin-Kei cupped his hands towards Benedict. Jin-Kei can be strengthened. Age. 25 years old. Combat strength. A level. Weapon. Black gold dagger. Skills. Shadow clone. Shadow imitation. Shadow binding. Shadow double. Shadow mystery. Armament Hikil 2. Observation Hikil 3. Potential. S level. Loyalty. 100. Looking at Jin-Kei's message, a smile appeared on Benedict's face. Jin-Kei, who possesses the shadow fruit, can do too many things in the future. But this potential is not enough. Benedict has more expectations for those with shadow fruit ability. Talent enhancement. Benedict stretched out his hand, put it on Jin-Kei's shoulder, and said silently in his heart. Ding. Jin-Kei has completed his talent enhancement, his physical fitness has been improved, and his potential has been raised to S+ level. The potential has been improved, but the Conqueror's Haki has not been awakened, which surprised Benedict, but it was also expected. Conqueror's Haki is a rare thing, whether you can own it or not depends on the person after all. Jin-Kei, I grant you a Vice Admiral level position, and you will be in charge of Anbu for the rest of the time. Later, I'll find you a helper. Benedict believes that Jin-Kei will not let him down. Anbu is also the center of the intelligence organization, responsible for managing intelligence officers and sorting out the collected intelligence. In addition, Anbu also has a branch responsible for carrying out assassination operations. As an assassin, Jing Kei is very suitable for managing this branch. Simply, he also became one of Anbu's managers. Benedict's gaze turned to the distance, where there was a target he needed to capture. Absalom, after seeing that Gecko Moria was easily killed by Benedict Chin, this loyal Gecko Moria cadre did not hesitate to use his ability to avoid the encirclement of Xuanwu Marine soldiers and prepare to escape from the thriller bark. However, no matter how hard he tries, he can still easily perceive his existence in front of Benedict's observation haki. It was just a precise attack by Conqueror's haki. Absalom, who was running away, was directly stunned, and the fruit ability was passively released, revealing his real body. Jing Kei noticed Absalom, his figure turned into a shadow, and left quickly, and came to Absalom's side, bringing him to Benedict. Benedict raised his hand and punched him. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing demon fruit power and getting transparent devil fruit. May I ask host whether to use it and summon demon fruit power? Summon. Benedict was looking forward to who would be summoned this time. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully using the transparent fruit to summon special forces, Bandit G. As the system sound sounded, a figure came to Benedict from far to near, extremely fast and extremely light. Root G, see the Marshal. Robber G descended lightly, then cupped his hands, and said with a self-conscious smile. Robber Foot can be strengthened. Age, 36. Grade A. Weapon, instantaneous wheel. Skills, lightning walk can be strengthened. Transparency can be strengthened. Marine 6 styles. Observation Hakil 3. Potential, A+ grade. Seeing Robber G's potential, Benedict frowned slightly. At present, among the people he summoned, the ones with the worst potential are all S level, but this Bandit G is good, only A+ level. Even if observation haki has been upgraded to the full level, this guy's strength is only A+ level. Is the potential so low? Benedict couldn't believe it, so he stretched out his hand and put it on Bandit G's shoulder, and said silently in his heart, talent enhancement. Ding! Robber G has completed his talent enhancement, his physical fitness has been improved, his potential has been raised to S level, and he has awakened Conqueror's Hakil 1. Hearing this, Benedict nodded in satisfaction. This is the surface that Robber G should have. Robert G, I grant you the rank of Rear Admiral. First follow Jing Kei and manage Anbu. Chapter 129 Brook, Perona. Horrible. Father was killed. I don't want to be killed. A little girl about 3 years old, painted with thick ghost makeup, burst into tears, which also made the makeup even more terrifying. At this time, she was extremely afraid. His father was killed. Yo-ho, cute little girl, where are you going? When the little girl continued to run forward, not wanting to be caught, a skull with a fluffy head and a skeleton wearing a black suit and evening dress came out and smiled at the little girl. The little girl was startled by the sudden appearance of the skull, fell to the ground, and burst into tears. Do not kill me, do not kill me, I'm so scared, the little girl shouted, and kept waving her hands. At the same time, ghosts followed the little girl's waving and flew towards the skull. It's terrible, I don't deserve a girl's little nene. Sorry, I shouldn't be alone. The skull knelt down on the ground, with a look of despair and an extremely depressed mood. The little girl was taken aback when she heard what the skull said, looked at her hands, then stood up excitedly, and said, I am very powerful. Yo ho ho, beautiful little girl, can you let me see your little girl? At this moment, the skull, which should have been depressed, immediately lay down on the ground with great excitement, put his hands on his chest, and cried out as if praying. The little girl was so frightened that she quickly covered her skirt and screamed, and backed away repeatedly. Why, you have nothing to do. Negative ghost. The little girl shot again, and ghosts passed through the skull one after another. Instead, he saw the skull standing there quietly, blankly, without any sign of depression. The little girl was unbelievable, and shot again, negative ghost. Unfortunately, the result is still the same. Yo ho ho ho, I am a person with the ability of the fruit of the underworld, and I have been dead for many, many years. Your abilities are useless to me. Ah, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Brooke and I'm a musician. I'm sorry I forgot I'm dead, but I can still talk and I can sing, which is awesome. The more Brooke talked, the more excited he was, and he, who had only a skeleton, was even more twitching, extremely happy. For some reason, the little girl became quiet, staring at Brooke with big round eyes, and suddenly said, You are the skull of the zombie general whose father took away his shadow and has been bullying me. The little girl suddenly remembered that her toys would be killed or destroyed from time to time. Therefore, my father sent someone to investigate, saying that it was a skull whose shadow he had stolen. However, because the skull cannot die, if it dies, the zombies created with shadows will also die, so it has not been dealt with. Yo ho ho, you've been discovered. Should I kill someone to silence me? But, you are only 3 years old, I can't do it. Ah, should I go to hell? But, I'm already dead, wow ha 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 ha. Brooke's performance became more and more exaggerated, and his voice became louder and louder at the same time. Ever since, the soldiers of Xuanwu Marine gathered and surrounded the two of them in a short while. At the same time, Benedict also came with Jing Kei and Robert G. Seeing the approaching Benedict, the little girl backed away in fear, and then hid behind the skull. Musician Brook. Benedict looked at Brook and said with a smile. Being trapped on this ship for so many years, now that you are free, where is your next stop? Because Gecko Moria was killed, the shadow that was originally taken away from Brook also returned to him, and now he is free to leave this dark place and go to the place where the sun shines. Brook looked at the shadow under his feet, and this person suddenly became a bit serious. Decades have passed, yet someone still remembers my existence. Then, you should know that I am a pirate. Marshal Benedict. Brook, despite being stuck on the thriller bark, had seen the promotional poster. So, he recognized Benedict, recognized Xuanwu Marine. Also, he knew what a horrible fellow Benedict was. You are a musician. At the same time, he is also the head of a certain national guard. Benedict stared at Brook, said with a smile on his face. Brook looked at Benedict in disbelief, and for a moment, was a little moved. If there was no civil strife, he would still be the head of the guards. If the country is not destroyed, he will not be a pirate. Benedict said again. You have been dead for decades, and the past has nothing to do with you. Brook's body trembled a little, and suddenly he fell to his knees, crying. The little girl looked at Brook, who was kneeling and crying, and felt a little overwhelmed, which made her feel dazed. The skull she should rely on is not worth relying on now. Yo ho ho ho, sorry, I shouldn't have cried because I have no tears. Brook made a few funny voices, and then said very seriously, thank you Marshal Benedict for your kindness. Please allow me to join Xuanwu Marine and do my part for the ray of justice in my heart. Brook, reinforceable, age, 68 years old. Combat strength, D level. Weapon, cane sword. Abilities, Dawn Song Aurora Burst, Hypnosis Song Loon Dance, Soul Out of Body, Nose Song Sanding Swallowtail Slash. Potential, Grade B. Loyalty, 70. Without observation hockey, without armament hockey, Brook is really too weak now. No wonder so. If he has mastered armament hockey or a type of observation hockey, and his strength has been improved again, it will not be a problem at all to deal with the arrogant Gecko Moria, as long as he spends a little time and energy to regain his shadow. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been trapped here for decades. Welcome to Xuanwu Marine, Brook. Benedict stretched out his hand towards Brook and smiled. Thank you. Brook stretched out his hand and said with a smile, I will try my best. At the same time, Benedict launched a talent enhancement on Brook. Ding. Brook's talent has been strengthened, his soul strength has been increased, his physique has been hardened, his armament hockey has been awakened, and his potential has been increased to level A. Brook, reinforceable, age, 68 years old. Combat power, C level. Weapon, cane sword. Abilities, Dawn Song Aurora Burst, Hypnosis Song Loon Dance, Soul Out of Body, Nose Song Sanding Swallowtail Cut, Armament Hakilv 1. Potential, Grade A. Loyalty, 80. With one more armament hockey, the potential has been raised to A level, and the loyalty has increased a bit. Not completely loyal, but it is still worth investigating. Fruit abilities are yet to be developed. I took a closer look at Brook's information, and I have a position for Brook. Brook clearly felt the difference in himself. The strength of the soul has obviously become much stronger, and the whole person has become more energetic. All this happened only after shaking hands with Benedict. Although you have been dead for many years and are already an old man, I still look forward to you. I hope that one day, you will have a place in the senior management of Xuanwu Marine, Major Brook. Brook was dripping with gratitude, and gave a military salute to Benedict, saying, thank you Marshal for your trust, Brook will work hard. Then, it's just you, Perona. Benedict smiled, and then looked at Perona who was on the side. This is a poor child. If the Marshal believes me, let this child follow me. Brook grabbed Perona and laughed. What, I'm not some poor kid. Perona was a little scared of Benedict, but at the same time, resentful that Brook should call her a poor kid. Yo ho ho ho, your adoptive father is dead. In the past 3 years, I have watched you grow up. You are a poor kid. Brook smiled bluntly. Perona thought of something, and subconsciously glanced at Benedict, but facing Benedict's playful gaze, Perona felt scared in her heart, but she tried not to show it, so she turned her fear into anger, and resisted Brook. I'm not pitiful. Where's the kid? Brook grinned, not afraid at all, and even started arguing with the other party. Okay, then this little girl, I'll give it to you. Seeing this, Benedict smiled. A 3-year-old girl really can't do anything. That being the case, let this little girl take care of it for the time being. Chapter 130 Hand Training Task. Gecko Moria, Pawn. For pirates and those who have committed the most heinous crimes, we will use evidence and fists to give fair sanctions. A brand new legal system will be combined with local conditions and implemented within the jurisdiction of Xuanwu Marine. Gentlemen and ladies of all nationalities who have been tortured by bandits, pirates, and gangsters, when you find violent and criminal incidents around you, please find us in time, and we will give justice sanctions as soon as possible. Xuanwu Marine will also spread all over the world, march forward bravely to protect justice and stick to it to the end. A video of Benedict standing in a thriller bark and stepping on a Gecko Moria quickly went viral. At the same time, this is another announcement of Xuanwu Marine to the world. Xuanwu Marine has great ambitions. He is completely ignoring the existence of our marine. Xuanwu Marine is a complete liar. Their so-called justice is just a king with huge ambitions, who is annexing countries and wanting to unify the entire world. After watching the video, Sakazuki couldn't bear the anger in his heart anymore, punched the table directly, and left the conference room angrily. The continuous bullying has made many people in Marine doubt the strength of their Marine monster. The same is true, Sakazuki has been working hard to become stronger and stronger. Pelusilino and Kuzan glanced at the departing Sakazuki. Although they didn't say anything, both of them had the same energy and wanted to become stronger. Xuanwu Marine is very fast. It's time for me to work hard. At this time, Kuzan stood up, with a cold body, and walked outside. Pelusilino originally thought that he would make soy sauce at the Marine headquarters, but, facing Zephyr and Sengoku's eyes, he stood up lazily and said, "You need to be active. Pelusilino, here is a task for you." Marshal Kong stopped Pelusilino and said suddenly. Pelusilino was a little surprised when he heard this, but he still stopped, and rarely showed a serious expression. Compared with the reactions of the world government and Marine headquarters, the reactions of the pirates in the sea are undoubtedly more tense. There are many pirates, but the powerful pirates are one of a kind. Therefore, in order not to be strangled by Xuanwu Marine, after being chased and killed one after another, it has become common for pirates to unite in twos and threes. The country of flowers, the lair of the 8 Treasures Navy, a somewhat high-end water village. The clown squad led by Buggy is currently attacking the Babao Navy. The 8 Treasures Navy is a pirate force, but it is also the 8 Treasures Navy of the Kingdom of Flowers. Buggy used the ability of Devil Fruit to easily dismantle the defense of the 8 Treasure Water Army. However, Buggy was also violently beaten by green peppers from the 8 Treasures Navy. Qingjiao's strength is very strong, it has reached the S level, and it can be regarded as a legendary figure. Buggy's provocation also completely annoyed Qingjiao. For this reason, after the clown team paid a little price for the death of the soldiers, they finally escaped. On the sea, news and images of Buggy being almost wiped out by the pirate green pepper spread. And this greatly boosted the morale of the pirates and ignited their arrogance. Some pirates in West Blue also found the 8 Treasure Marine Army for this purpose, hoping to form an alliance, led by the 8 Treasure Navy, to jointly fight against the Xuanwu Marine. This guy, with some achievements, started to float. What a shame. Benedict watched Buggy escape with his tail tucked, and now it has become a joke, bringing a joke to Xuanwu Marine, and he couldn't get out of breath. According to the original book, Buggy is bullying and fearing the hard. With his current strength, he can tell that the 8 Treasures Navy is not something he can fight against, and he even goes up to make trouble. Isn't this asking for trouble? Yo ho ho ho, it's the green pepper of the 8 Treasures Navy. It should be the leader now. That young man with a tapered head is a very, very powerful person. Brooke also looked at a newspaper and heard listening to Benedict's words, he tried to recall and said. It's really powerful. Now he is the pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, and his strength has reached the admiral level. Benedict nodded and said with a smile. However, this guy's conical head, which he was proud of 10 years ago, was deformed by Garp gone. That's a pity. Brooke heard that, and smiled regretfully, yo ho ho ho. Marshal, shall we go to the Kingdom of Flowers and get rid of the 8 Treasures Navy? Jing Kei's shadow condensed from the ground and asked. Since it's a pirate, it must be dealt with. Benedict nodded and said, however, there are people in West Blue. Well, it's good for you to go for a while, I need you to come back with the green pepper head. Benedict thought for a while, and said, the flying squirrel's strength is good, but it's still a bit weak when it comes to green peppers. Moreover, the 8 Treasures Marine Army itself has thousands of people. If it is united with other Marines, the flying squirrels will suffer some losses if they match up. Xuanwu Marine's plan is to plant flags while attacking, and at the same time, send out some Xuanwu Marine soldiers to maintain order and local stability, and to promote the justice of Xuanwu Marine. And this also means that the 5,000 fighters allocated to the flying squirrels will become less and less. Under the designed circumstances, so many people will not be able to gather for a while, and no matter how strong the Xuanwu Marine fighters are, they will suffer. Jing Kei and Robber G looked at each other, showing a bit of fighting spirit. As Marines, they naturally hope to show their strength, prove themselves, and gain credit. Benedict got a lot of justice during these times as the Xuanwu Marine attacked the North Blue, West Blue and South Blue. Basically, thousands of justice points are earned every day, and if there are more, there may even be a day when it reaches 10,000 justice points. Such a wide-spreading model earned Benedict a lot of justice points, and it also made Benedict start to squander it. At first, I thought it was difficult to earn justice, but now, it is comfortable to earn while lying down. Especially after destroying Gecko Moria, he got 5,000 justice points and 10 additional unit strengthening stones. Therefore, Benedict first exchanged 150 unit enhancement stones, raised Jing Kei's observation hockey and armament hockey to LV5, awakened the 2 skills of armed color winding, and predicting the future, and also made Jing Kei's strength directly reach S level. It's a pity that even though Jing Kei's physique has changed slightly after talent enhancement, his potential has never changed. Otherwise, if you reach the S+ level, the future Jing Kei will become more powerful with the development of the ability of the Shadow Fruit. Bandit G spent 100 unit strengthening stones to upgrade observation hockey to the top, awakened the skill of predicting the future, and strengthened other skills, and successfully raised his strength to S level. In addition, Bandit G's lightning walk also cost Benedict 50 unit enhancement stones, completed skill strengthening, and awakened the true lightning walking god. The speed is no weaker than the speed of light. The skill is transparent. After being strengthened, you can hide your breath from yourself or the people and things that have been made transparent. The two people who have been strengthened can completely stand alone. And with the abilities of two people, it is not difficult to assassinate Qingjiao of the 8 Treasures Navy. But the two are newcomers, and their first task is to assassinate an S-level master, so as not to lose face, but also to practice their skills. Chapter 131 Green Pepper, Pawn. The Country of Flowers. The lair of the 8 Treasures Navy. At this time, no less than 100 pirate ships gathered here. Most of the pirate ships belong to the 8 Treasures Navy, while a small part comes from other pirate forces. They gathered together and were discussing that Green Pepper would be the leader of the pirate alliance. For the 8 Treasures Navy, this is a great thing. At the same time, for Green Peppers, it is an improvement of status. Of course, the strength of these gathered pirate ship captains should not be underestimated. The strength of their union, even the Green Pepper should be a little bit afraid. Leader, Xuanwu Marine is aggressive. On every island, a so-called police organization has been established. If we want to go ashore to purchase supplies, we will be chased and killed if we are found. This has completely affected our normal existence, so we discussed it and felt that it is very necessary to teach Xuanwu Marine a heavy lesson. We need to let Xuanwu Marine know that we pirates are not so easy to mess with. Moreover, we also found out that the top person in charge of West Blue is the Flying Squirrel who recently joined Xuanwu Marine. If the Lord takes action and kills the Flying Squirrel, we are sure to wipe out all the power of Xuanwu Marine in West Blue. A burly man with a hideous sword wound on his face glanced over the other captains, looked at each other and then let him speak. This man's name is Cubas, and he has a demon fruit power that looks like a fruit. Although the performance of the fruit ability is mediocre, it still gives him good physical strength and recovery ability. In addition, the opponent is still a swordsman. Under such circumstances, the opponent's strength has also been greatly improved, and he is also quite famous among West Blue. Qingjiao sat on the main seat. Although she squinted her eyes, she was seeing some private actions of these people. Also understand what the purpose of these people is. It was nothing more than wanting to rely on him and the power of the 8 Treasures Navy to stop the Xuanwu Marine. Qingjiao said flatly, as far as I know, there are 5,000 soldiers led by the Flying Squirrel. If he gathers all of them, even if we all gather together, there will not be enough people to fight. We have a plan to introduce Xuanwu Marine into that sea area, and then let the hidden fleet bombard Xuanwu Marine. Cubas seemed to understand what Qingjiao would say, so he said with a smile, in this way, we can not only consume the combat power of Xuanwu Marine, but also catch Xuanwu Marine by surprise. The Lord led us to attack Xuanwu Marine. Even if we couldn't kill all of them, it was enough to cause Xuanwu Marine's operation in West Blue to be severely damaged. Qingjiao took a serious look at Cubas, smiled slightly and said, since you have a plan, just follow your plan. Cubas somewhat understood the meaning, so he smiled modestly, leader, we have no other intentions, everything is just to stop Xuanwu Marine. Of course, it's also for us to have a good living environment. The sea is a place where we are free, but it is also a place where we vent. If Xuanwu Marine is allowed to establish a so-called rule on the sea, we will lose that fun. At the same time, it's hard to live. Qingjiao didn't say much. Xuanwu Marine is not the watchdog of the world government. The strength of Xuanwu Marine is really strong, and based on his investigation of Xuanwu Marine, the number of high-level combat forces of Xuanwu Marine today is more than the watchdogs of the world government. If Xuanwu Marine wants to gather firepower and mobilize 2 or 3 admiral-level combat forces, then the Babao Marine army will definitely not be able to resist. The same is true. Deep down, Qingjiao is somewhat unwilling to be the leader of this alliance. Xuanwu Marine has no tolerance for pirates. Similarly, he doesn't really want to get involved in the battle between Xuanwu Marine and the world government. Although the 8 Treasures Navy is also a pirate, but for the Kingdom of Flowers, the 8 Treasures Navy is also a registered navy. Report, Dongliang, Xuanwu Marine is here. Just as everyone was discussing, a member of the 8 Treasures Navy rushed in and shouted loudly. When everyone heard the words, they all stood up. At this time, Qingjiao didn't dare to be careless, and led the crowd to the high ground quickly. From here, it can be seen from a distance that the Xuanwu Marine fleet is lined up with as many as 32 warships. How is this going? Why do we only know that the warship of Xuanwu Marine has come here? Qingjiao was very dissatisfied, and then stared at Abu, the deputy pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, and said in a deep voice. When Abu heard this, his face turned slightly pale. The power we deployed outside was dealt with by Xuanwu Marine. Abu saw it in disbelief. The 8 Treasures Navy has been able to stand in West Blue all the time, not only because of the Navy troops of the Kingdom of Flowers, but also because there are eyes liners of the 8 Treasures Navy within a radius of tens of miles. As long as there is a Marine, they will get the news as soon as possible and make arrangements. But now, Xuanwu Marine hit the front, but there is indeed no news at all, which is unreasonable. Get everyone ready for battle. Fight to the death. Green Pepper also understood. It is impossible for the eyeliner sent by the 8 Treasures Navy to betray the 8 Treasures Navy. At this time, the 8 Treasures Navy had no way out. The faces of Cubas and others were a little ugly. Their plan hasn't started yet, and Xuanwu Marine has already hit them. Unfortunately, they have no way to escape at this time. Therefore, at this time, we can only shout, let all the pirate members board the ship, and prepare for the battle to the death. And at this moment, the attention of all the captains fell on the Xuanwu Marine fleet. The Green Pepper standing in the middle changed greatly. Subconsciously, Conqueror's Haki broke out suddenly, and Armament Haki was driven to the strongest state. But even so, the bright red blood still splashed out. A chaotic voice rang in his ears, and when his consciousness was dying, Xingjiao didn't understand why he flew out. In the distance, the flying squirrel led the fleet, looking at the headquarters of the Babao Navy, with a silent expression. He is naturally no stranger to the Eight Treasures Navy. What's more, he has fought with the Eight Treasures Navy many times. The strength of Xingjiao is very strong and has reached the admiral level. In addition, the special status of the Eight Treasures Navy and their calm response also made every attack on the Eight Treasures Navy end without a problem. Now, the Xuanwu Marine warship is approaching the headquarters of the Babao Navy, but no large troops from the Babao Navy come out to fight, and even the sound of fighting can be seen inside the Babao Navy, which shocked the flying squirrel. What shocked the flying squirrel even more was that he saw the dead body of Xingjiao separated. Chapter 132 Ghost Organization. Pillar. Abu, the deputy pillar of the Eight Treasures Navy, and other cadres were extremely shocked when they saw the green pepper whose head flew out. But then, it was incomparably horrified and angry. Cubas and the others were also frightened by this sudden scene. However, before they dispersed immediately and were on full alert, people fell down one after another. All are fatal. Either the head was separated, or the heart was pierced by a sharp blade. No matter how amazing their defensive power is, it is useless. In just a few breaths, all the captains of the other pirate ships, including Abu, the deputy pillar, were killed. It was also at this time that two figures appeared in front of everyone. But these two figures are only fleeting. No one saw their figures clearly, nor did they know their specific identities. It is only known that one of them rose up from behind a shadow, killed that person, and then disappeared. Another person appeared out of thin air, and disappeared out of thin air. I can't see who it is, and I can't feel the existence of the other party. Like a ghost, it makes the rest of the people terrified. Boom, boom, boom. The 32 warships brought by the flying squirrels ruthlessly used artillery fire to launch an attack on the old nest of the Babao Navy. With the roar of artillery fire and more people being bombed to death, the pirates who knew the ending was irreversible fought hard to resist. Use artillery shells to counterattack, or after boarding the ship, open a distance to attract firepower and counterattack with artillery. Even, there are some people who directly drive the pirate ship, trying to ram the warship, and board the ship to fight. If possible, they also hope to stand out of the encirclement. But this result is obviously impossible. With the boarding of the ship and the landing of the Eight Treasures Navy's lair to fight, the battle became more and more intense. Nearly 2 hours later, all the pirates in the Eight Treasures Navy's lair, and all those who resisted, were almost killed. The rest of the people who surrendered, or the old and young women, were brought under control. What awaits them will be another punishment. Standing on the dilapidated lair of the Eight Treasures Navy, the flying squirrel felt a little complicated. From some surviving pirates, he learned that 2 people instantly killed the admiral-level green pepper. And the captains were killed one after another. No one knows who those 2 people are, but what is certain is that these 2 people are demon fruit power. How much power does Xuanwu Marine hide? Although the time of contact is still very short, the profound background it shows is already terrifying enough. The flying squirrel can imagine that the 2 people who kill Xingjiao in seconds are very likely to reach quasi-admiral strength, or even stronger. If these 2 people are still elusive and assassinate others like this, I'm afraid no one will survive. Far away, the figures of Jing Kai and Robber G flashed on the top of the mountain, looking at the Eight Treasures Navy from a distance. Their expressions were very calm. We are bullying the small with the big. This kind of people can't reflect our strength at all. Robber G stretched his waist, and then laughed. The one-hit kill of Xingjiao is that Robber G used the transparent fruit and led Jing Kai to play a wave of stealth and assassination. This sudden murderous intent cannot be resisted by Xingjiao at all. Because, it was 2 admiral-level masters who attacked at the same time. Let's go, there are still many criminals that we need to hunt and kill. Jing Kai said lightly, and then his figure turned into a shadow, shuttling among various shadows. Robber G chuckled, his whole body became transparent again, and he left incomparably lightly. The next day, a video and news about the fleet of flying squirrels destroying the Eight Treasures Navy Alliance was immediately spread across the sea. This is the biggest gain so far after Xuanwu Marine attacked West Blue, and it also directly shocked the entire West Blue pirates. Even the Pirate Alliance, in the face of Xuanwu Marine's firepower attack, will eventually lose. At the same time, this incident was also specially reported and compared with the Marine Headquarters. Marine Headquarters was severely slapped in the face. Why is it that Xuanwu Marine can destroy the Eight Treasures Navy as soon as it makes a move, but the Marine Headquarters can still keep the Eight Treasures Navy alive for hundreds of years? There are various reasons for this, but some people will not listen to you. What to say, what to say. Compared with the watchdog of the world government, Xuanwu Marine is undoubtedly more just and more secure. Wherever Xuanwu Marine goes, there are strict disciplines, and they will try their best to help the common people in the island towns. The local government will not take the initiative to intervene, and after seeing the discipline of Xuanwu Marine and the importance of maintaining the region, the local government will also seek cooperation, so, relatively speaking, it is very peaceful. So too, a rare peace in the current East Blue. There will be no harassment from pirates, no evil from gangsters, a lot less child trafficking, and a lot less wives and families. After East Blue Marine's official logistics was established, the exchanges between the islands increased a lot, and the trade exchanges became more and more extensive. A month later. During this month, the entire West Blue was shrouded by the power called Ghost, and almost all pirate forces were frightened into panic. During this month, 10 pirate forces have been quietly removed. No one knows how they died. There are even a few pirate ships drifting on the sea. If they were not discovered and boarded, they would not know that they were all dead, and they died very simply. No signs of a fight were seen. The only news that can be known is that some of them are not all dead, and it comes from those weak women and children. I just fell asleep, and when I woke up, the men around me, the pirates with force, the captain of the pirates, etc., were all killed. When everyone was guessing, even guessing which mysterious force it was, Benedict held a press conference and was responsible for this matter. Xuanwu Marine is responsible for this incident. All of this is the work of an organization called Ghost, in Xuanwu Marine. Xuanwu Marine will carry out justice to the end. Here is a word of advice to pirates and evil forces: justice may be late, but it will never be absent. In addition, we also welcome righteous warriors to join Xuanwu Marine. For warriors who meet our requirements, we will conduct systematic training and a complete, fair and just promotion system. Following Benedict's press conference, news about the Ghost organization and the Xuanwu Marine recruiting quickly spread across the sea. If Xuanwu Marine wants to conquer the world and the Grand Line, it needs more strength and more talents. Only in this way can the occupied territory be quickly completed. But in the eyes of some people, it became an opportunity to target Xuanwu Marine. Chapter 133 Blackbeard Defection Incident. When did Xuanwu Marine have such a force? There is a master who can directly kill the admiral level in seconds, and the speed is so fast that no one has been caught yet. It should be demon fruit power. Green pepper is very strong. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki are both very strong, but such a strong man has no room to fight back. The strength that Xuanwu Marine is displaying now is too terrifying. Marco grabbed the newspaper with an incomparably dignified expression. In less than a year, Xuanwu Marine has shown enough strength. And it is such a force that has completed the unification of East Blue and is encroaching on West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. Once the unification of the four seas is completed, the power of the Xuanwu Marine will inevitably march towards the Grand Line. At that time, their Whitebeard pirates will inevitably collide with Xuanwu Marine. It doesn't need to be that time. In addition to the Grand Line, West Blue and South Blue also have their individual sites in Whitebeard. If they ask Papa for help, are the Whitebeard pirates going to help? Father, Marco called to Whitebeard, who had closed his eyes, seemed to be resting, but was actually thinking. Whitebeard opened his eyes, looked at Marco calmly, and said, "What's the matter, Marco?" Marco hesitated a little, but after Chowzi and others looked over, he still said, "Father, Xuanwu Marine's justice is really admirable. However, what they are doing is also squeezing our living space. The island we protect will eventually become the territory of Xuanwu Marine. While the Whitebeard pirates shelter local islands, the sheltered islands will also give gifts. It is said to be a gift, but it is actually a protection fee. However, compared to the greed and exploitation of other pirate forces, the protection fees of the Whitebeard pirates are somewhat arbitrary. There is no mandatory requirement. As long as you give sincerely and not too much, it is all right. The same is true, the island sheltered by the Whitebeard pirates can be considered harmonious, and life can be considered peaceful. Is it still early? If you have time to think about this, why not think about how to become stronger and protect our family well? Whitebeard waved his hand, slapped it on the chair, and said with a smile, "Here comes the wine." In a corner of the pirate ship, there was a fat man with a dark complexion, 2 thick gold chains hanging around his neck, and a bit of a handsome appearance. After learning that his father was going to hold a banquet again, his eyes followed. There was an inexplicable light in his eyes. He is Marshal Teach, a 20-year-old pirate with great dreams. Now he looks a little ordinary. But after tonight, he is the famous Grand Line. Thatch was assassinated by Blackbeard, and then defected overnight to the Whitebeard pirates. Also taken away by Blackbeard Teach was the Logia dark fruit that was just obtained the day before yesterday. After Whitebeard Edward Newgate learned that his son Teach had killed Thatch, he was extremely sad and hated. Therefore, the Whitebeard pirates offered a reward to Marshal Teach and wanted to kill the unfilial son himself. Marshal Teach, hidden on an island, looked at the black devil fruit in the box, and laughed excitedly. "Thief, ha ha ha, my dream dark fruit, I finally got you. Above the sea, I shall be known as Blackbeard, and shall terrify all." In order to find the coveted devil fruit, memorize the appearance of all the fruits in the devil fruit illustrated book. He fell in love with dark fruit, and after a lot of comparison and planning, he finally chose to hide in the Whitebeard pirates. Because the Whitebeard pirates are strong enough, and the environment here is also very suitable for him to hide himself. Of course, he didn't hold much hope at the beginning. After all, it was too difficult to find a specific devil fruit in such a large sea area, and he even thought that if he couldn't find the dark fruit, he would stay in the Whitebeard pirates for the rest of his life. Teach also adores Whitebeard's powers. However, the premise of this worship is that he has not obtained dark fruit yet. Gourmet Island. After redeeming the transformation technique, Benedict has turned into an ordinary person. After reading the news about Blackbeard in the newspaper, he was stunned. Are the wings flapping too fast? Is dark fruit coming that soon? Blackbeard actually got dark fruit by killing Thatch. The historical trajectory has been advanced. So those Blackbeard team members, will they also gather around him? Fumbling his chin, Benedict was a little unsure. Yo ho ho ho, the food here is really amazing. Captain, I suggest you try it seriously instead of reading the newspaper there. The delicacy that cools down will lose its proper taste. Excited, Brooke ate the delicious food with big mouthfuls, expressing that it was a bit wasteful that Benedict was staring at the newspaper in a daze. Strongly agree. There is also deep-sea tuna. Wow, this fish is really delicious. I've never eaten such delicious fish. On the side, the little lowly Perona, without the ghost makeup she had in Thriller Bark, is clean and tidy at this time, without any makeup on her face, looking very pure and lovely. However, at this time, her small round face was more bulging and cute because of the delicious food. Hearing this, Benedict put down the newspaper with a smile, and enjoyed it with them. I came to Food Island because I also wanted to see how Dadengu Qingfeng is doing. Secondly, he has never been to the food here, so he is looking forward to it. Most importantly, someone asked him to meet here. Come here for a gourmet set meal, and the little brother next to me treats you. A figure sat next to Benedict, and then said to the chef who was cooking. Hearing this, Benedict turned his head and looked to the side. The middle-aged man with glasses squinted his eyes and said, "Hey, are you out of your mind? Why do you want me to treat you to dinner?" When Brooke and Perona heard Benedict's words, they also looked over. "Uncle, who are you? It's not cheap to eat here, why should we treat you to dinner?" Perona stood on the chair, stared at the man with glasses, put her hands on her hips, and said dissatisfied. "Yo ho ho ho, do you want to eat the king's meal?" Brooke said with a smile on the side. As Brooke's voice sounded, two waiters in the form of special forces came over and looked at the man with glasses. The smiles in them seemed to be kind, but they were actually looking for an explanation. Pluton Rayleigh looked at the two waiters, his face darkened, his cheeks twitching slightly. "Stingy, drink cold water. It's really a good cross-dressing, but your breath will not change." Little Devil, Chapter 134 Pluton Rayleigh's Intelligence. It was Pluton Rayleigh who made an appointment to meet me, and there is a special request to choose the food island. This made Benedict a little surprised and inexplicable. Once this guy appears, he must be planning something again. "You asked me to come, don't you want me to pay the bill?" Benedict looked at Pluton Rayleigh suspiciously, and said incredulously, "How is it possible? Am I that kind of person?" Pluton Rayleigh felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, but he still said sternly, "A gourmet set meal, 30 million Baileys, do you have it?" Benedict asked again. Pluton Rayleigh was a little melancholy, and he didn't give any face. "Since you're retired, don't come out and wander around. Now I am warning you as a friend, otherwise, I will definitely arrest you and put you in Azkaban." Although I am familiar with Pluton Rayleigh, I still need to explain my position. "You dare not," Pluton Rayleigh said with a grin. "So confident," Benedict said, looking at Pluton Rayleigh in disbelief. Pluton Rayleigh whispered to Benedict, "Gourmet Island is where you make your money and you don't want to be exposed yet. Unless you have enough funds to feed your army." Benedict gave Pluton Rayleigh a blank look, and then said flatly, "No wonder you were so confident. Tell me, how did you find out?" Benedict was a little curious about how Pluton Rayleigh knew Gourmet Island was his own. After all, he hasn't said anything in front of the world, and he hasn't shown anything. It's pretty amazing that there are gourmet restaurants all over the world all of a sudden. That's not what the world government is for, then you're left with that. The power of Xuanwu Marine is shocking. Can you tell me about the ghost organization? Benedict squinted his eyes, looked at Pluton Rayleigh, and said with a smile, "After talking so much, you still called me here. Your purpose is to find out information about the ghost organization. What are you thinking? Or, who are you helping to inquire about?" Pluton Rayleigh chuckled, took a sip of the wine he brought, and said, "The strength you displayed is too strong, too sharp. You still know too little about world government. Next, there will be an action from the world government, an action against the ghost." Benedict was a little surprised. Pluton Rayleigh came to him to talk about this matter. What surprised Benedict the most was that, not to mention the authenticity of this matter, but this is an internal matter of the world government. Why would Pluton Rayleigh know? "Where did you get the information?" Benedict asked curiously. "The food here smells delicious, but I have never eaten it." Pluton Rayleigh stared at the delicious food that the chef was cooking, and did not answer Benedict's question. Benedict curled his lips, and then said to the chef indifferently, "Give this guy a gourmet set meal. I'll pay. 30 million Baileys are expensive, but affordable. Besides, this money is still your own in the end." Pluton Rayleigh still didn't answer, until the delicious food was served in front of him, and he smiled and said, "The world government has a secret scientific research institution, and has gathered a large number of talented scientists to develop various combat machines. Because of your actions, they feel threatened, so this time, a weapon called pacifist will be put into the battlefield. This is a threat to the pirates and to you. However, what kind of fighting machines they will invest in turn depends on how powerful you show. They will find a way to capture the ghost organization and kill them. 5 elders will not allow too powerful a force to change the pattern of the entire sea." Pacifist. Benedict was a little stunned when he heard this. The historical trajectory has advanced again. As with Blackbeard, so with pacifists. In the original history, pacifists only appeared after the tyrant bear appeared in science. Now, it seems that there is a large scale. Yes, pacifists. A powerful machine that has no emotions and will only obey orders, but a weapon with amazing destructive power. Your soldiers are very strong, but if they have a larger number, they won't be able to handle it. Pluton Rayleigh said, handing a phone bug to Benedict, saying, "I know I don't want to believe it, so this is evidence." Benedict looked at the phone bug, and after a little thought, he still picked it up. "It's just that now is not the place to read this, so I can only keep it. Since this is the secret weapon of the world government, how do you know?" Benedict couldn't help asking, "Which person do you arrange next to? Or is that person yours?" "It shouldn't be. If it is said that he has a connection with the dragon, I can understand that it should have no connection with you." Listening to Benedict's words, Pluton Rayleigh was a little stunned. Then he said inconceivably, "It's amazing, you seem to know a lot, little brat. I suddenly understood why the captain believed you so much. Can you tell me, what did you and the captain say under the tree that night, avoiding us on purpose?" After that time, the captain, who was a little confused, suddenly became sober in the world. "After that, we also completed the final journey. The Roger pirates once went to the island where Benedict practiced and held a banquet there. At the same time, there is also a secret conversation between Roger and Benedict." Benedict glanced at Pluton Rayleigh and said, "You pretended to be asleep that day. As the captain's right-hand man, I can't sleep soundly, can I?" Pluton Rayleigh chuckled. Benedict nodded in understanding. "Now can you tell me why?" "The will of the captain caused the entire sea to enter the chaotic era of great pirates. He needs the sea to get confused and the world government busy and the world government and the five elders to be paralyzed and ignore something. And you set up Xuanwu Marine to capture all the pirates. It's even an enemy of the world government. If you attract attention like this, you may end up angering the mysterious existence above the five elders. I can guess that Roger is waiting for someone. A person who influences the whole world and changes the whole world. But I don't know if he is waiting for you, because he wants us to help you when necessary, but not with all our strength. It's a bit of a contradiction. Little ghost, I don't know how many secrets you have hidden. But it is very necessary for me to remind you that the horror of the world government is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. I know that you are collecting historical texts, and you should know some secrets. I was also shocked at the beginning, but when I learned that that country could be destroyed, Xuanwu Marine also seemed extremely small in front of such power." Chapter 135 Fujitora smiles. After finishing the meal, Benedict left with Brooke and Corona, who were full. As for Rayleigh, the deal was done, so let it go. Walking on the food street, because of the influence of various delicacies, everyone's mood is undoubtedly much better. There are a lot of pirates, with all kinds of personalities, but few dare to make trouble here. Anyone who dares to make trouble is basically dead. The patrols walking in the streets and alleys are even more a deterrent. It's just that if what Pluton Rayleigh said is true, with the combat power of today's special forces, they can fight. But it also depends on how you fight, otherwise you may be beaten and wiped out, and you will not be able to touch your opponent. System, can the strength of the special forces summoned every day continue to improve? The special forces summoned now are all capable, but there is not much room for improvement. Because the upper limit of the potential of special forces is basically D level, and some have the upper limit of C level. In fact, as far as soldiers are concerned, they are very strong. But Benedict is very clear that the once powerful technological power is dozens of times stronger than it is now. If the world government really has those technological powers, it's not enough to watch. Ding, it can consume 500,000 justice points to complete a troop upgrade, summon D-level special forces with C-level potential. Note, troops can be upgraded up to 3 times. Hearing this, Benedict frowned slightly. He actually responded, "It's just that the upgrade level of this unit is too low. A one-time consumption of 500,000 is just to upgrade a level, which is a bit hip. A level corresponds to Vice Admiral, B level corresponds to Rear Admiral, C level corresponds to Commodore, and D level corresponds to the Colonel level. Units can only be strengthened 3 times, that is to say, the highest special forces summoned every day must be at least Rear Admiral level. When I first saw the arms that could be strengthened, I thought I could call Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, and even the Admiral level every day. It seems a bit too natural now. However, it would be nice if you could summon 500 Rear Admirals every day. I just don't know if the potential of the next 2 upgrades has improved." Open. 456, 15 o'clock, big. Ha ha ha, these gold coins are mine now. With these gold coins, we can have a delicious meal again today. A middle-aged man, with his breasts exposed and his arms wrapped in bandages, was overjoyed when he saw that he had opened a stud. He quickly put all the gold coins into his bag, and then left excitedly. The gourmet island is very big, and there are so many delicacies, it makes people linger and don't want to leave. The same is true, some people who are short of gold coins and want to eat will gamble. The loser, with red eyes, wants to do bad things. However, few really dare to do it. It's not that the gambling shop is run by Gourmet Island itself. In fact, these gamblers are all betting privately. After the big Tengu Qingfeng knew it, he turned a blind eye and closed one eye, and there were people on patrol who would pay attention to this side. Therefore, if you really dare to do something, once you are discovered, you will go to see the King of Hades. There are not many gambling houses, only 2, which is also the limitation of Datengu Qingfeng. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that there will be too many gambling houses, and the entire food island will be polluted. At this time, a blind man was holding a cloth bag full of gold coins, which he had just won from those people. It has been 3 days since he came to the food island. During the 3 days, he ate something delicious that he had never eaten in his life. And it really made him linger. But it is also very expensive, so when he needs money, he will come to gamble. When Benedict was biting the candied haws, he happened to see the blind man, and his eyes narrowed. Fujitora smiled. Although the other party is very young at this time, it is 70% similar to Fujitora's smile in my impression 20 years later. Your Excellency, can you make way? The stick knife was lightly lit on the ground, exploring the way forward. And when Benedict stood in front of him, 1 meter away, the blind man stopped and said very kindly to Benedict. Benedict looked at the blind man in front of him and said with a smile, "Sir, it seems that you have achieved a lot today. I am very interested in what you have in your hand. I wonder if you are interested in playing a game. If you win, the gold coin in your hand is mine. If you lose, I will invite you to a high-end gourmet restaurant for a meal." Yes, the blind man immediately became interested when he heard this. For gambling, he likes it very much, and he is also very fond of gambling. There are a lot of gold coins in his hand, but they are only worth about 10 million Baileys, which is not enough to go to a high-end restaurant to enjoy delicious food. Can we gamble in another place? Benedict said with a smile. Okay. The blind artist was bold, and he was not afraid of Benedict's conspiracy, so he responded with a smile. Perona and Brooke didn't speak at all, but they were very interested. After a while, the two came to a small forest, and there were no people around. We bet a coin. Guess heads and tails. Words are the front, pictures are the reverse. Benedict took out a patterned gold coin. Different countries have their own currency circulation, and gold coins are hard currency, but there are also places where some patterns and numbers are added to gold coins to represent their value. The gold coin in Benedict's hand is like this. Front, the blind man said with a smile as he stood with a stick and knife. Then I'll flip it. Benedict laughed. After the words fell, Benedict flicked his thumb, and the gold coin flew several meters into the air, and began to fall in the rapid flip. Benedict waved his hand, and a stone flew out and hit the gold coin, but it didn't hurt the gold coin at all. Seeing that Benedict made a move, the blind man let out a soft snort. An invisible force caused the gold coin to fly upward suddenly, and then began to fall towards the ground again, at a much faster speed. The corner of Benedict's mouth curled up, and another tiny stone flew out, hitting the gold coin. Fujitora didn't panic at all. Using the method just now, he came again. Brooke and Perona looked at the gold coins that were up and down in the air, but they didn't fall down, and their eyes followed suit. There was still a pebble in Benedict's hand. This time, he didn't rush to shoot, but let the gold coin fall. When the gold coin was about to hit the ground, the pebble in Benedict's hand flew out quickly. However, when the stone and the gold coin were about to collide, the stone was directly pressed to the ground by an invisible force. The gold coin landed safely, face up. Paramesha is full of fruits, you should be smiling at Fujitora. Seeing this, Benedict clapped his hands and said with a smile on his face. At such an age, with such terrifying strength, there is only one person who is circulating in the sea. Marshal Xuanwu Marine, Benedict. It's just that I didn't expect that I would meet you here. Fujitora smiled and stroked the handle of the stick knife, with a confident face. Chapter 136 Fujitora's Smile Travel. Mr. Yishao, you have identified the wrong person. My name is Yundi, not Benedict. Benedict looked at Fujitora and smiled, and said with a smile. His current identity is the image of the general public after using the transformation technique. He's also not afraid of being recognized. Although my eyes are blind, my heart is not blind. Although I don't know how you managed to change yourself so perfectly, no matter how you change, the aura emanating from your body cannot be changed. But I am different from others. With a pair of eyes, I can see the world clearly, and I can also see things that others cannot see. For example, the breath released from your body. Fujitora pointed at Benedict with a smile, and said very gently and in detail, when the Golden Lion pirates attacked Xuanwu Marine base, I happened to be traveling in East Blue. I watched that battle. At the same time, I also remembered your breath. Benedict smiled when he heard Fujitora's smile. In that battle, many people watched in secret. And knowing Fujitora's character, he doesn't bother to lie. So, it's true. With a thought in his mind, Benedict immediately changed back to his original appearance. Mr. Smile, your observation hockey is beyond my imagination. So, I'm a little curious, how far can your observation hockey cover? Benedict clapped his palms lightly, then asked curiously. After speaking, Benedict made a handprint and changed back to the original appearance. Benedict cannot appear in Gourmet Island and be recognized. If word got out, it would have a big impact on Benedict. After all, the owner of the Gourmet Island is one of the Shichibukai. At the same time, the existence of the Gourmet Island is because of the rules, which protect the pirates on the island in disguise. Independent and full of personality, very controversial. Once people know that he is in the Gourmet Island, should he win the Gourmet Island? Benedict himself was reluctant, because this is used by Xuanwu Marine to make money, and it is also used to raise soldiers. What an amazing cross-dressing. My observation hockey, because I'm blind, can see very far, at least it can cover this island. Fujitora smiled and gave a relatively vague explanation, but said no more. I lost, so I invite you to a high-end gourmet restaurant. Benedict smiled lightly and said immediately. Fujitora smiled and said nothing, but the smile on his face showed that he was full of expectations for the food in the high-end gourmet restaurant. Captain, can I eat delicious food again? Perona heard this, and immediately ran over impatiently, holding Benedict's thigh, and shouted expectantly. The current Perona is small and interesting. In the same way, although she may be small, she is definitely a shrewd guy, and she is also very courageous. Originally, I didn't plan to bring Perona and Brook here when I went to sea, but I just met them when I went to sea. Perona was full of curiosity about the outside world, and Perona showed her cute side, so she agreed. Can you eat this stomach? Benedict grabbed Perona, rubbed her round belly with his fingers, and said. Perona clutched her stomach, with round eyes, said cutely, it's still edible. Not for you, Benedict said, throwing away his hand. Because of the ghost fruit, Perona can float in the air, so after a few somersaults, she stopped and landed on Brook's exploding head. She said angrily, I hate you. Fujitora smiled and looked at Perona's cute look, he laughed. After a while, Benedict and others entered the high-end gourmet restaurant again. A gourmet set meal was placed in front of Fujitora after a while. The three of Benedict were watching from the sidelines, while Perona was looking at the food, her eyes were shining, she was so pitiful, she really wanted to eat. Mr. Yishao, what do you think of Xuanwu Marine? Benedict asked after seeing that Fujitora was almost finished eating with a smile. Fujitora finished the delicious seafood noodles with a big gulp. After paying half the salary, he smiled and said, very good. I'm also very interested in your police organization. While they are fighting pirates, they are also fighting gangs on land to protect the interests of ordinary people. They are an organization with a very sense of justice. He asked you about Xuanwu Marine, not the police. Perona stared at Fujitora with a smile, and said angrily. Perona was very angry at Fujitora's Yishao, who didn't care for children at all, and didn't care about her own delicious food, and immediately corrected Fujitora's answering the wrong question. What a cute and smart little girl. Fujitora smiled and didn't expect Perona to correct him, which made it difficult for him to pretend to be confused. It's still very good so far, at least, I see their pure justice. Fujitora smiled slightly and gave an answer. Then are you interested in joining us? Benedict immediately threw out an olive branch after hearing the words, Marine under the control of the world government. To put it bluntly, he is the knife of the world government, not pure at all. I do not deny that some of them have justice in their hearts, nor do I deny that they have contributed to justice. But it's a small group of people. There are still many people, they have been rotten. Fujitora smiled and did not answer for a long time after Benedict finished speaking. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. It is also impossible to force everyone to be honest, kind, and peace-loving. Benefits, status, rights, and living space, all of these will change a person. No matter how kind and peace-loving this person was before, in the end, due to various reasons, he may be driven into a desperate situation and he has to be a bad person. You don't need to give me an answer right now. I believe in the justice in Mr. Yishao's heart. A better choice would have been made. Benedict lightly knocked on the table, got up, and was about to leave. I value Mr. Yishao very much. I hope that one day, we can be comrades in arms instead of enemies. With a smile, Fujitora grabbed the handle of the stick knife, rubbed it lightly, and said, my journey is not over yet. I'm leaving today to see more stuff. Fujitora smiled and left. He didn't make any more stops, and continued his journey as a merchant ship left Gourmet Island. In fact, Fujitora also has his own ambitions in his heart. If there is no Xuanwu Marine, he will continue to travel on the sea, and maybe he will join Marine in the future to contribute to the justice in his heart. However, the appearance of Xuanwu Marine also exposed more scandals about the old Marine, which made him question the old Marine. However, such doubts still need to be confirmed. Therefore, its travel is also an investigation of the Xuanwu Marine and the old Marine. Chapter 137 Deal with Monkey D. Dragon. Benedict sent Fujitora off with a smile. Benedict regrets not being able to leave this strong man with the fruit of gravity. However, Benedict also believes that with the current size of Xuanwu Marine, the emphasis on justice, and the implementation of the police system, Fujitora will smile, and become more and more dissatisfied with Marine under the control of the world government, so he will join Xuanwu Marine. However, if you want Fujitora to join Xuanwu Marine more with a smile, then you will continue to expose the world government and some dark things done by the Marine headquarters bit by bit. Let's go, it's not suitable to stay here for long. If you reveal your identity, you will be in trouble. Benedict stretched, and then stepped onto a merchant ship. In order not to cause unnecessary troubles, Benedict did not dare to come by warship. Therefore, merchant shipping is the best choice. Half an hour later, after the goods were delivered and the sailors and captains who spent money on it returned, the merchant ship also slowly left the Gourmet Island. Benedict stood by the mast, looking at the Gourmet Island in the distance. He didn't bother dating Du Qingfeng, nor did he go to see Lu Bu. While Benedict was thinking, a figure in a black robe stood beside Benedict, looked at the food island, and said, Marshal Benedict, do you think we have a chance to cooperate? The sea breeze blew, and the hood that blocked the face was blown away a little, revealing a face with tattoos. Monkeyed Dragon, now the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Why should I work with you? Benedict didn't look at the dragon, but knew of his presence. Dragon was there when Roger was executed. Just like Fujitora can remember a person's breath with a smile, Benedict can also remember a person's breath. The existence of the dragon was discovered after he went to the island. And when he discovered the dragon also discovered him. It's just that neither side went to find the other. Perhaps, for the dragon, it is not safe to be in that place. So, as the merchant ship left, the people on this merchant ship were also observed by Long before he dared to find Benedict. Long's cautiousness is a bit excessive. Our purpose is the same. Long did not beat around the bush, but said bluntly. Is this still the monkey dragon that's deep in the city? Benedict glanced at the other party in surprise, thought for a while, and said with a smile, I don't deny that. It's just that, in terms of methods, you are too slow, and even, you are just working for the world government. To overthrow a country's regime, although to a certain extent, will improve the status quo of the country, but that's all. People want to live and work in peace and contentment, nothing more than to eat well, drink well, the family is safe and sound, and earn more gold coins by the way. The state power wants nothing more than power, status, money, reputation and so on. You deprived these people of their rights, status, money, and even reputation, and then promoted some people to take office. However, these people may have good intentions, but they may not be able to manage this country, especially after the war. Depression, the living environment is threatened. Can you count on these people, these state regimes, to continue to get rid of the control from the world government? That just makes the war more protracted, and the regimes of these countries eventually decline more and more, and this is more in line with the ideas of some people in the world government. They are forcing you little by little, forcing the revolutionary army to create wars and create backwardness, so that they can continue to rule the increasingly backward local government and fool the people in the name of fighting the revolutionary army. When Monkade Long first heard Benedict's words, he was stunned for a moment. What the revolutionary army did was to resist the world government and the celestial dragons, and at the same time, it was to rescue the people in dire straits. The common people under the tyranny cannot survive, and are often oppressed by the regime and pirates. So, the revolutionary army rescued them. Overthrow the kingdom, find a new king, and establish a new regime. But in terms of construction, there is really not much the revolutionary army can do. They can have powerful combat power and can defeat the enemy, but they cannot help economically. After all, the growth of the revolutionary army also requires huge funds. Even if the revolutionary army continues to persevere, it needs the support of resources from other forces. What can you do? Monkade Dragon had to pay attention to Benedict, so he asked. Xuanwu Marine is different from Naval Headquarters. The justice and system it implements are very useful for the revolutionary army, especially the police system. But now the problem is also in front of him, economic construction. Method. There are many ways, but to implement it, it needs the support of local authorities. Benedict said with a smile on his face. Monkade Long heard the words, pondered slightly, and said in a deep voice, so, we can still cooperate. It is inconvenient for Xuanwu Marine to overthrow a country's regime, so our revolutionary army will do it. We help establish a new rule, and you help to rapidly develop this country in terms of economic construction, make this country strong, and thus enhance combat effectiveness. This will have a very huge effect on our resistance to the world government. However, there is a requirement here. People from the local government need to participate in your economic construction, especially the management. Benedict nodded, and then said, you are so sure, we can do it. Gourmet Restaurant. Long stared at Benedict and said in a deep voice. Gourmet Island, a force that suddenly appeared, and possesses such a powerful force, is shocking. What's even more shocking is that there are gourmet restaurants all over the world. Many people don't know how the gourmet restaurant appeared. They have vague memories, as if it should exist, but they didn't have any reputation before. The local people may think there is nothing, but when we collect all the data together, it is very scary. It's like there is an invisible force, fabricated out of thin air. The appearance of these gourmet restaurants, the appearance of gourmet islands, and even the appearance of Xuanwu Marine base are very suspicious. How much time does it take to build a building of this scale, but before this, why is there no news at all? Can you answer me about this, Marshal Benedict? No, Benedict said without any hesitation. Just kidding, can these things be explained? It is impossible to tell this secret in a lifetime. Existence is reasonable. I found that you are very concerned about the crackdown on pirates and gangsters. Why don't we make another deal? Our revolutionary army came forward to help you gather or clean up the pirates. And you are helping us build our economy. When Benedict heard this, his eyes sparkled. After a while, he stretched out his hand and said with a smile, it's a pleasant cooperation. Happy cooperation, Monkade Dragon said, shaking hands with Benedict. For Xuanwu Marine, there is nothing to lose from the beginning to the end. Because Xuanwu Marine wants to consolidate its dominance, it is impossible to let go of the local government. Only a stable rear and a harmonious environment can demonstrate the powerful role of Xuanwu Marine. Instead of demonstrating one's own force in constant suppression, it is nothing but internal friction. Chapter 138 The Powerful Ward Pirates Defeated by South Blue. Alabasta. Rapeseed. Here is the port of Alabasta. At this time, a ship landed in the port, and a group of people came down from it. And this group is none other than Shaklok Dar, one of the Shichibukai. Shaklok looked at the densely populated port in front of him where pirates and merchant ships were constantly moving, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But soon, it converged in an instant. Not long ago, he got news that the ancient weapon, Pluton, was buried in Alabasta. Ancient weapon Pluton, that is a terrifying warship that can easily destroy an island with one shot. So, knowing the horrors of Pluton, Shaklok Dal couldn't wait to come to Alabasta. Utopia's battle plan has begun. The subordinate who was subdued by Shaklok Dal, listened to Shaklok Dal's words, showed an indifferent smile on his face, then left, and disappeared in the crowd after a while. Shaklok Dal smiled, and then left. Although the title of Shichibukai is beautiful, everything needs to rely on strength to speak. Ancient weapon Pluton is the first step in his rise. Compared with Shaq Lockdoll preparing to implement the Utopia combat plan, on the other hand, the Ward pirates are in South Blue at this time, and a fierce collision broke out with the fleet led by Ochoku and Silver Axe. Ha ha ha, I'm Berndi Valbin, known as World Destroyer. If you want to defeat me, you underestimate me too much. Ochoku, Berndi Valbin, who has the Momo fruit, is very powerful. Although it is not a marine character, it is in possession of marine 6 styles. In addition, he also holds armament Haki, which has reached level LV5 and can be armed all over his body. His strength is as strong as Roger and Whitebeard's in the same era, and he is even more feared by the world government and marine. So far, his opponents include Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Roger and Whitebeard and others. Such a person should not have been a Shichibukai. To put it bluntly, in terms of personal strength, it can impact the existence of 4 emperors. But there is still some distance from the 4 emperors, so it can only be regarded as the deputy emperor level. Because of the existence of Xuanwu Marine and the threat of Big Mom pirates and Beasts pirates, Ward pirates can only be pulled into the camp first. In fact, after that war, Sengoku, Kuzan and others not only wanted to take down Daidengu Qingfeng, but also wanted to take advantage of that time to take down Berndi World. It's a pity that no one who can make a huge name in the sea is a fool. So, they all left first. Ochoku had a headache and slashed out with the sword. The huge sword energy flew out, cutting the cannonball flying like a mountain in half instantly. Boom. After the explosion, there was a huge roar, which set off a huge wave, soaring into the sky, and then overwhelming. Under the impact of such a wave, the warship of Xuanwu Marine became extremely shaken. The fierce battle also shifted at this time. Berndi Valbin used the power of the Momo fruit to amplify his pirate ship by 100 times and become extremely huge, like a huge aircraft carrier, moving forward in the vast ocean at this time. And the destination of this huge aircraft carrier is the Xuanwu Marine warship like a flat boat in the sea. Ochoku and Silver Axe were terrified when they saw such a scene. Withdraw, turn on the horsepower and stay away from here. The huge pirate ship rushed along the vast ocean, and Ochoku and others could only shout and let all the warships evacuate. Ha ha ha, want to escape from here? This is impossible. Today, I will bury your Xuanwu Marine fleet in South Blue. South Blue will also be the domain of the Ward pirates. Berndi World stood on the huge fort after the third gate, in front of the strong wind, laughed endlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The condescending fort launched a fierce artillery attack on the warship struggling in the sea mercilessly. Seeing such a scene, Ochoku's expression became extremely embarrassed. But within the scope of his ability, Ochoku also swung his knife to fight back, and released a violent slashing technique against the continuously shooting shells. However, this is just a drop in the bucket. It is too difficult for Xuanwu Marine to face this giant. The navigator turned around and struggled in the vast ocean, trying to stay away from the collision and artillery fire of the huge pirate ship. But even so, in the face of the falling speed of the huge pirate ship, the shells hitting the warship, or the huge waves that exploded next to the warship of Xuanwu Marine could not fight back at all. Accompanied by roars and screams, the Xuanwu Marine warship and soldiers were being destroyed, either by shells or by the sea. Damn world, the justice of Xuanwu Marine will come to you sooner or later. Because of the distance, and because of the violently shaking warship, he was powerless and could only watch the warship being destroyed and the soldiers fall. Without the Ochoku of the Rocks pirates, even though he is very strong now, he is not his opponent. For this reason, many forces are secretly delighted, and at the same time, they are curious about what kind of reaction Marshal Benedict of Xuanwu Marine will make next. Some Xuanwu Marine warships that just left the range could only be blown away in the face of the slapping waves. The gigantic Ward pirate ship fell, and all the warships below were crushed below. At the same time, a huge ocean was set off, and it rushed towards the surroundings. Who am I? Berndi World raised his hands high, clenched his fists, and roared towards the sky. As a result, a piece of news about Berndi World standing on the gigantic pirate ship and destroying the Xuanwu Marine warship quickly spread on the sea. Boom. Ha ha ha, you won't see that day, Ochoku. On Ward's pirate ship, Berndi World laughed excitedly as he watched the fleet of 15 warships led by Ochoku being annihilated by his own army. World Destroyer. The members of the Ward pirates, hearing the captain's shout, shouted in harmony with each other. For Ochoku, Berndi World still knows, but that's on the Rocks pirates. And such a scene was also quickly passed on by the hidden intelligence personnel. The loss caused this time is definitely the biggest loss since the establishment of Xuanwu Marine. At the same time, Ward's pirate ship shook violently. The billowing waves continued to rush towards the surroundings because of the fierce battle, submerging many islands where they passed. The warships in the fierce battle, the Xuanwu Marine soldiers who died in battle, and the floating corpses can still be seen in the sea. The gigantic Ward pirate ship crashed down, and the warships where Ochoku and Silver Axe were respectively located were within the collision range. After the various forces heard the news, they were even more in an uproar. Chapter 139 King of the North Blue, Vince Moke Family. Holy Land, Mariajoy, the 5 elders come together. Ward pirates, really did a good job. 1 Marine Admiral, 1 Marine Vice Admiral, the elite on 15 warships, this is a remarkable force. The Momo fruit is a very nice paramesha fruit. Berndi World's ambitions are very large. According to the analysis of intelligence personnel, he has the idea of subverting Marine and world government. This is very evil. It's just a pawn used to stop Xuanwu Marine. It's just a chess piece. It's okay to make a fuss in a place like South Blue, but in Grand Line, it's not enough to watch. Leave it alone. Let him continue to make trouble. For us, there is no loss. 5 elders made a judgment on what happened to the ward pirates in South Blue. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Sakazuki looked at the newspaper and confirmed that Xuanwu Marine lost an admiral and vice admiral, and the Marine fleet was wiped out, so he burst out laughing. The laughter was so loud that the entire office building heard it. Hearing Sakazuki's voice, Kuzan spit out some cold air, although it was a bit unexpected, but it was also somewhat refreshing. The several confrontations with Xuanwu Marine made him very embarrassed. What a dangerous person. It's better for such a pirate to be imprisoned and impelled down. Pelusolino put down the newspaper, tilted his mouth, made a somewhat crooked voice, and then murmured. Office of Marshal Marine. Sengoku stood in front of Kong, and had discussions about South Blue. Marshal, I heard that the world government has sent a force that will permanently join the Marine, is that right? Sengoku asked. Kong didn't hide anything, nodded and said, yes, this is a combat force code named Guardian. Where is this force? Sengoku asked curiously, is it a secret operation? You'll find out soon, Kong said with a faint smile on his face. Sengoku was a little puzzled when he heard this. However, Kong didn't say anything, and he had no choice but to wait for the news. North Blue. On which North Blue is the strongest, it is Germa 66. Germa 66 is a huge organization known as a war expert, and the ruler behind it is the Vince Moke family. The leader of the Vince Moke family is named Judge, who used to be a genius scientist who studied blood factors together with Vegapunk, the first person in science, and has made considerable achievements in the research of blood factors. Later, due to some things, they parted ways, and then used the blood factor to create batch after batch of artificial humans without emotion and pain, and built them into scientific troops. With the help of the scientific troops under his control, Judge was invincible in North Blue and defeated many forces, making people frightened. But North Blue is under the jurisdiction of the world government. No matter how powerful the Vince Moke family is, it is still like an egg hitting a rock in front of the world government. Therefore, Judge chose to hand over the gold and join the world government. The world government took a fancy to the power of the Vince Moke family, and wanted to use the strength of the Vince Moke family to attract the pressure of the world government, so it agreed to protect the Vince Moke family. It was also at this time that the Vince Moke family became the masters of North Blue. There are many strong players who came out of North Blue, but few stayed in North Blue in the end. Without the existence of these powerhouses, the Vince Moke family would continue to dominate. However, since the appearance of Xuanwu Marine 2 months ago, the status of Vince Moke's family has been severely challenged. The Xuanwu Marine troops led by Sakata Jintoki are very powerful against pirates. Pirates that are almost found cannot escape and are hunted down. The local islands and the kingdom regime, because of the help of the common people, are also very powerful in attacking the gangster forces. This has led to these local forces trusting Xuanwu Marine, and at the same time finding the power to protect them. Therefore, they did not want to pay the protection fee that should have been handed over to the Vince Moke family every year. What's more, some properties of the Vince Moke family were directly confiscated or destroyed. With forces like the Tubob, there is no absolute cleanliness, even the Xuanwu Marine in the future. However, Vince Moke's family's scientific research team also involved human trafficking, human experiments, and so on. As individual research bases were unearthed, the crusade against the Vince Moke family grew louder. Especially the kings of those kingdoms severely reprimanded them on this matter, and then took out generous gold coins and some resources to seek the help of Xuanwu Marine to eradicate Vince Moke's family. Sakata Jintoki took over this task, so, these days, the attack on pirates, especially the pirate forces under the rule of the Vince Moke family, and the scientific troops has not stopped. Vince Moke's family is very strong. In these days, the most troublesome thing we have played against them is his scientific troops. All of them are dead warriors. They are not afraid of pain or death. In order to kill the opponent, they will not hesitate to change 1 out of 10 people. There are even those who installed human bombs. However, the Vince Moke family still has a lot of dead men. Admiral, we need to change our strategy. If we continue to fight like this, even if our fighters are defeated by one enemy, we will suffer heavy losses. Just when Sakata Yinshi was having a headache, how to deal with the Vince Moke family alliance, the powerful sense of knowledge instantly sensed that the danger was approaching. They can actually run on the sea, and the speed is very fast. What is that, light? One of them is a dwarf code named Silver Fox. The dull devil fruit he possesses, the light released, has made him unlucky several times, and also restricted his speed. If he didn't have the sword fruit, which can produce a lot of sword chi, with the control of his mind, he might be planted in North Blue. Sakata Jintoki scratched his hair and felt a bit of a headache. My god, what is that? ... In addition, North Blue also has many hidden pirate masters. Then his eyes turned to the distance behind. But the soldiers, it is impossible. Even if they catch up, the opponent will fight fiercely. Even if there are their own people inside, they will bombard them with a cannonball, killing their own people and Xuanwu Marine soldiers together. These days, the North Blue pirate forces are dominated by the Vince Moke family. They have shot, besieged, or remotely attacked them 5 times. If you dare to chase them, they will immediately disperse or have other firepower attack you. What's more, he caused a great loss to the opponent. Quick, get out of the way. With his personal strength, he is naturally not afraid. He couldn't take care of everything in such a huge battlefield. Yellowski's face was a little dignified and helpless. Chapter 140 Bad News. Xuanwu Marine Base. At this time, all the Marine executives looked dignified. In the Battle of South Blue, Ochoku and others were ambushed by the Ward pirates and suffered heavy losses, and then got in touch with Benedict. But this kind of contact didn't last long, and the contact was lost. After that, news came that Ochoku's fleet was completely annihilated. Benedict is quite satisfied with the combat power shown by Ochoku and Silver Axe. Moreover, Ochoku's consciousness is still very high, so Benedict directly appointed him as the admiral position of Xuanwu Marine. Of course, doing this also means buying a horse bone with a lot of money. There are good and bad effects, but the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. The Battle of South Blue also restrained Xuanwu Marine's actions, but it also gave the South Blue pirates a chance to be arrogant. Benedict asked, "How many people can be found?" 20 soldiers who are still alive have been found, and the rest have basically been confirmed dead in battle. Kenjiro said seriously, "What about Ochoku and Silver Axe?" Benedict asked again. "There is no news for the time being." Kenjiro shook his head and responded, "However, I believe that with the strength of the two of them, there shouldn't be too many problems." Hearing this, Benedict frowned slightly, a little thoughtful. He recognized the strength of both Ochoku and Silver Axe, and if they fell, it would be a huge loss for Xuanwu Marine. Report. There was a hasty knock on the door, followed by voices from outside. He was a special soldier who was promoted to Commodore, and he was promoted directly from the rank of Colonel after mastering the military and knowledge skills. Benedict took a look, then said, "Come in." Commodore walked in and said nervously, "Report to the Marshal, something happened to North Blue." The North Blue fleet led by the Sword Fairy Admiral encountered a mysterious mecha force when they fought against Vince's Moke family. The attack took a lot of damage. The Sword Fairy Admiral was hit by the dull light of the pirate, Silver Fox, and was attacked by the mysterious mech army and was seriously injured. Hearing this, Benedict's face became gloomy again, and he said in a deep voice, "Where is Yinshi now?" Sword Fairy Admiral escaped with his Devil Fruit ability, but only 20% of the soldiers who protruded from the encirclement, and the rest were all killed. Commodore quickly responded, "Currently, there is no contact with Sword Fairy Admiral. In addition, there are many rumors in the sea nowadays, which are very unfavorable to Xuanwu Marine, and some people threaten to counterattack Xuanwu Marine." When Commodore said this, his tone was much softer, and he seemed a little unconfident. Boom! The desk in front of Benedict instantly fell apart. Commodore was taken aback, and sweat was forming on his brow. Facing the oncoming table, Kenjiro raised his hand to block it, and said with a serious and cold expression, "Marshal, I will personally take the fleet to North Blue." The Vince Moke family must have been wiped out. Although Kenjiro's personality is a little cold, but his relationship with Sakata Jintoki is pretty good. At this time, Sakata Jintoki was seriously injured, and the North Blue fleet going to North Blue suffered heavy losses. How could this make him not pay attention and get angry? The most important thing is that Sakata Jintoki's life and death are unknown now. Ding! After the system detects that Xuanwu Marine's North Blue and South Blue operations have suffered heavy losses, the morale of Xuanwu Marine has been hit. Please host to take action to restore morale, continue to advance the plan to conquer the world, and combat the arrogance of pirates. Mission rewards. 20,000 justice points, 20 unit enhancement stones, and 1 silver treasure chest. The sound of the system sounded in Benedict's mind, and at the same time, it should make Benedict pay more attention. Originally, Benedict had no intention of doing it himself. But in order to complete the mission, it seems necessary to go to North Blue and South Blue. Sakata Jintoki is a special soldier summoned by himself, with absolute loyalty and great potential and quality. Absolutely can't let him fall here. Blue, blue, blue. It was the voice of a phone bug. Kenjiro took it out of his pocket, glanced at it, his eyes flashed with joy, and said, "It's Yintoki's phone bug." Hearing this, Benedict nodded slightly, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Since he can be contacted, it means he is not dead yet. Kenjiro connected the phone bug, and then came the voice of Sakata Jintoki, "I almost died. Damn Silver Fox, next time I catch him, I will definitely kill him." Hearing Silver Fox's moderate tone, Kenjiro said with a slight smile on his face, "Now in North Blue, those pirates are watching your jokes." "Cut, that's restricted, otherwise, with their little strength, it's not enough for me to cut." Sakata Jintoki said disdainfully, "When I recover from this injury, I will kill the Silver Fox first, and then kill the East Blue turn the world upside down." The corner of Kenjiro's mouth curled up, and then he looked at Sakata Jintoki. At this time, Sakata Jintoki had a straight face, saw the phone bug was facing him, and then sneered. "Okay, Tang Tang's sword immortal was beaten into a mess by a bunch of bastards, and sent my soldiers to see the king of Hades. Yinshi, your skills have grown." On a certain island, Sakata Ginshi, who was covered in bandages, first showed a bitter smile when he heard Benedict's words, but then he showed that carefree face and said, "Marshal, don't worry, I can take North Blue." Xuanwu Marine Base. Hearing this, Benedict said indifferently, "I believe in you, but what I need is to solve the problem immediately." Sakata Jintoki was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, and then fell silent. If the matter needs to be resolved immediately, he cannot do it due to his current injury. Unless, you can eat fairy beans. But no one owns the fairy beans except Benedict. The South Blue Fleet is almost wiped out, and the lives of Ochoku and Silver Axe are unknown. Then Benedict's voice sounded, and Sakata Jintoki's pupils suddenly shrank, feeling terrified in his heart. Ochoku's strength is very strong, he is clear about this. With his current strength, it would be a little troublesome to take down Ochoku. However, at this time, the South Blue Fleet where Ochoku was located was wiped out by the entire army, and the life and death of Ochoku and Silver Axe are even unknown. Who did it? Sakata Jintoki asked subconsciously. Ward pirates. It was Kenjiro who answered Sakata Ginshi. Marshal, I can go to South Blue first to deal with the Ward pirates. Kenjiro said, looking at Benedict. You go to South Blue, but I want you to hold him back. Benedict said coldly. Marshal, Kenjiro wanted to say that he could solve it, but Benedict waved his hand and said, Burndy World, I will kill. Before that, I need to go to North Blue first. Chapter 141 Fishing. Come on, since you are so confident in yourself, then follow me to see the outside world, so that you can recognize how weak you really are. On the Xuanwu warship, Benedict looked down at Enel who was being brought over, and said flatly. After bringing Enel down from Sky Island, he was first thrown into the indoctrination base, and then into the training base. Corrected some of Enel's ideas and improved Enel's strength. In fact, Enel didn't disappoint Benedict either. In just a few months, the strength has been rapidly improved. The development of Thunder Fruit has made great progress. But for the practice of armament hockey, it has not been developed yet. But even so, Enel's conceited look is still a headache to watch. So too, and in the next act, Benedict decides to take Enel for a walk. Benedict didn't give Enel a chance to refute, and directly let the navigator activate the Xuanwu warship and set off. Enel still had arrogance on his face, but at this moment he didn't dare to refute anything, turned into lightning, easily fell into the Xuanwu warship, and started to head towards North Blue. Then, Kenjiro also took his fleet and set off towards South Blue. Going forward, he needs to find Ochoku and Silver Axe, stabilize Xuanwu Marine's situation in South Blue, and at the same time stop the Ward pirates. Benedict led the fleet to leave East Blue and enter North Blue, and the news that Kenjiro led the warship into South Blue spread quickly. Without Ochoku and Silver Axe, the high-level power of Xuanwu Marine, there are Benedict, Kenjiro, Sakata Jintoki, and Yellowski, and finally Senryoka, Buggy. However, Buggy is a little neurotic, wandering around with his fleet. Occasionally catching pirates, but more often, they are holding banquets and looking for treasures. This made a lot of people joke that Buggy is a dog who can't change his shit, and is still a pirate after all. In addition to these, Sakata Jintoki and Yellowski were caught off guard by an ambush in the Battle of North Blue this time, and it is said that they were both seriously injured. Therefore, for Xuanwu Marine, Benedict and Kenjiro were the only ones who were available and able to calm down the scene. Now, with Kenjiro and Benedict leaving East Blue, some sneaky people seem to see hope, and they are ready to move. Ha 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 ha, God helped me too, Benedict, you actually left East Blue and Xuanwu Marine Base, then don't blame me for completely destroying Xuanwu Marine Base. New World, a hidden corner of the Calm Belt, is home to 5 huge suspended sky islands. Above Sky Island, Golden Lion Shiki laughed excitedly, and in front of him, there were 2 people, Abalo Pizarro, known as the King of Evil, and Catalina Dupont, known as the Moon Hunter. Coming out of Impel Down, there are many powerful people released by Golden Lion. However, they just cooperated to break out of Impel Down and left. After being safe, they left separately. Those who really stay and are willing to follow the Golden Lion are the Evil King and Catalina Dupont. It's just that the 2 of them didn't participate in the last battle because of other things. Now, including Yunin Sasaki and Kotaro Kurai, the strength of the Golden Lion pirates has once again been improved. Attack Xuanwu Marine Base. This is a very interesting thing. Then destroy him. Ha 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 ha. Hearing what the Golden Lion said, the Evil King burst out laughing. For the hatred of Marine, the Evil King has no shortage of it. After being imprisoned for so many years, he wanted to seek revenge from Marine all the time. Although Xuanwu Marine is somewhat different from the lackeys of the world government, who makes the other party Marine. Admiral, do you act now? After being silent for such a long time, it's time for us to show our faces at sea. Otherwise, who else would remember our vicious reputation? Katerina Dupont squinted her eyes, and her ugly face showed excitement. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion laughed loudly and said, let's go now. Golden Lion laughed and flew out, came to the sea, took a fancy to an island, and then flew down. After a while, a huge island was seen breaking away from the ocean and flying towards the sky. Governor, East Blue has a strong combat power at this time, and all of them have been transferred away. It is a weak time. Do you think we should send someone to take down Xuanwu Marine Base completely and bring East Blue under our control? Quote, Wanokuni. Quinn looked at Kaido, who was sitting on the sideline drinking, not knowing what he was thinking, put down the newspaper, and asked. This is a great opportunity to destroy the Xuanwu Marine Base and make Benedict a homeless stray dog. At that time, even if he has made a difference with the North Blue and even the South Blue, the East Blue will have nothing. It has lost its foothold. Yan Zujin said heartily. Jack the Drow glanced at Quinn, and said calmly, I also think I can act. Facing the suggestions from the 3 big boards under his command, Kaido just thought for a moment, then a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, Jin, just follow me. Just to destroy a Xuanwu Marine base, you don't need to use too many people. Jin heard this, and responded coldly, it's the governor. This is an opportunity to take back the East Blue and reinvigorate the East Blue Marine. I apply to lead the fleet, go to East Blue, and re-establish the prestige of East Blue Marine. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Akainu Sakazuki came to the Marshal's office, and faced the strong pressure brought by Marshal Kong. He said in a deep voice without any hesitation. Do you think that Benedict and Kenjiro's departure from Xuanwu Marine is a chance to regain East Blue? Kong said, looking at Sakazuki flatly. In Sakazuki's heart, the shame Benedict gave him is always vivid. Now, in Sakazuki's view, it's time to destroy Xuanwu Marine base and let their marine gain a foothold in East Blue again. Yes, this is the opportunity. Sakazuki said solemnly. Stupid. Kong said coldly, Sakazuki, you have been blinded by hatred. Before doing anything, please carefully consider the impact of what you do. Xuanwu Marine has won the hearts of the people in East Blue. If you take people to destroy Xuanwu Marine base, it still can't solve the problem. On the contrary, it will leave a bad impression on East Blue Marine. Pausing for a moment, he said lightly, even if we want to do it, we must destroy the Xuanwu Marine completely, instead of just destroying a base. Sakazuki couldn't help being silent when he heard that. Kong glanced at Sakazuki, waved and said, go out, don't mention this matter for now. Now is not the time, at least until the pirates don't disturb East Blue. On the surface, we can't act. Sakazuki looked up, looking at Kong with wide eyes. However, Kong didn't look at him, lowered his head, and was reviewing the documents. Sakazuki took a deep breath, turned and left. However, at this moment, Sakazuki's eyes became brighter. When various forces wanted to plot against Xuanwu Marine, they did not know that Benedict on the road to North Blue was also plotting against them. Benedict nailed a dagger to a big tree on an island, looked in the direction of East Blue, left a sentence, and then disappeared into a puff of white smoke. I don't know how many big fish can be fried. Saitama, I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 142 War Letter. North Blue. On an island with many buildings and many huge squares, there are constantly walking soldiers, and there are even soldiers guarding every checkpoint. Every soldier wears the same battle armor, and there is almost no difference in appearance. Those who don't know will think that this is the palace of a certain royal family. However, the powerhouses of the North Blue faction know that this is the base camp of the Vinsmoke family, the ruler of the Germa 66 organization. At this time, Judge was sitting on the throne, and standing beside him were 3 little ghosts, 1 girl and 2 boys. In addition, under the throne, there are still 2 rows of people sitting on both sides. These people are all the captains of the top-ranked pirate group on North Blue. The reason why they gathered here was because they had received news that Marshal Benedict of Xuanwu Marine personally led the team to bloodbath the North Blue pirate forces. At this time, they were watching an image. Judge, I've decided on your head. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, I will land on the island. You can gather all the pirates in North Blue and prepare to kill me. If you can't do it, I will let you leave this world forever. Benedict was sitting on the captain's seat of the Xuanwu warship, the screen was facing him, and his words were full of confidence and arrogance. Therefore, this image is also a warning to Vinsmoke's family. Or a book of war. This video is not only for Judge, but also for North Blue pirates. It's crazy. Too arrogant. It turns out that you don't see me in your eyes so much. Do you really think Xuanwu Marine is invincible? I have been fighting in North Blue for many years, even the world government and Marine have not been able to take us down. Why is Xuanwu Marine just relying on him? I don't know how to live or die. Ha ha ha. Since Marshal Xuanwu Marine is here, let's work together to take down Marshal Xuanwu Marine, to prove that we are strong and can fight against the arrogance of Xuanwu Marine, and even, we can counterattack Xuanwu Marine, occupy East Blue. Good idea. Ha 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 ha. You say it, I say it. The captains feel disdain and anger at Benedict's ignoring them so arrogantly, but at the same time, they are full of interest in taking down Xuanwu Marine and counterattacking East Blue. Judge sat on the throne, listening to the remarks of the pirate captains below. He felt contempt in his heart. Without these people, Judge is also confident that he can block Xuanwu Marine's attack. Germa 66, there are soldiers who are not afraid of death, as many as you want, and you can equip them with powerful equipment. No matter how powerful the Xuanwu Marine soldiers are, he still believes that his soldiers can take them down. As for Benedict, he has to admit that he is powerful, but so what? Personal strength, in the face of powerful firepower, must be able to resist in the end. However, with these pirate forces, it can reduce some losses. Secondly, because of their existence, more forces can be gathered to make his place stronger, and when dealing with the world government, it will also be a bit more emboldened. Although the heavenly gold offered was protected by the world government, it was not a long-term solution. As long as the world government thinks that the Vinsmoke family has no value to use, it will not hesitate to swing the knife in the end. In particular, after seeing the technological power displayed by the world government this time, Judge became more and more afraid. North Blue, on an uninhabited island. This is the temporary branch of the Xuanwu Marine North Blue Fleet. Sakata Jintoki and Yeluski returned here one after another after being attacked and rushed out of the encirclement, ready to go. Not dead yet, Benedict said calmly, looking at the blood-soaked gauze on Sakata Jintoki's abdomen. Sakata Jintoki stood up straight, wearing a black marine admiral cloak, and said with a smile, I almost died. However, I have great fortune and destiny. I will not die until I help the Marshal to overthrow the old system of this world. Benedict nodded, and then looked at Yellowski who was beside him. Half of the left arm is gone. Other than that, the whole person is quite energetic. Can you still hold the iron rod? Benedict asked. Yellowski said seriously. No problem, we can continue to fight. Benedict's eyes turned to the back again. There are many soldiers here, all of whom were injured to varying degrees. The rest who were not injured were mostly Xuanwu Marine soldiers who had not participated in the battle and were scattered outside. Now that Benedict has declared war like the Vinsmoke family, Sakata Jintoki naturally recalled all the Xuanwu Marine soldiers distributed in the various bases of North Blue. On the way back, many soldiers were ambushed. However, they only paid a small price. After killing those people, they were successfully assembled. Eat it. Benedict threw out 2 fairy beans and said calmly. Sakata Yinshi and Yellowski caught the fairy beans respectively. Unlike Yellowski, Sakata Yinshi had already eaten the fairy beans, so he put them in his mouth and ate them without any hesitation. In just 2 breaths, Sakata Jintoki felt that all his wounds had healed, and his whole body was full of strength and incomparable spirit. He casually shattered all the bandages on his body, revealing smooth skin without any wounds. Even though Yellowski had heard about it, he was still shocked when he saw Jintoki Sakata's injury recover almost instantly. Immediately, without hesitation, he ate the fairy beans. The wounds on the body felt a little numb, and then all healed. On the left arm, the tingling feeling became more obvious, and then under the eyes of everyone, the severed arm regrown. Yellowski clenched his fists, full of strength, and then laughed excitedly, my arms have grown. Finally, I don't have to do broken arms. When Sakata Jintoki heard the words, his face changed slightly, and he subconsciously moved away from Yellowski, and at the same time, there was a bit of vigilance in his eyes. Yellowski didn't realize anything, but smiled excitedly. When Benedict saw Sakata Yinshi's actions and Yellowski's words, he immediately understood what was going on in Sakata Yinshi's mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This kid has a dirty mind. Get on board, let's go. Benedict turned around and walked towards the Xuanwu warship. Sakata Jintoki, Yellowski and others also led their troops, landed on the battleship, and headed towards the headquarters of the Vinsmoke family. And as the North Blue warship set off mightily, the news spread again, and everyone's eyes gathered. While many people wondered how Benedict would destroy the Vinsmoke alliance, everyone also looked forward to whether Benedict would stumble in North Blue. Chapter 143 The Patriot Missile, Fights. Vinsmoke family stronghold. Nearly 100 warships are all over the nearby waters. Most of these belong to the Vinsmoke family, and a few belong to pirates of various forces. The North Blue fleet led by Benedict has already arrived in mighty force, and they naturally don't want to sit still. As a result, nearly 100 warships, carrying tens of thousands of people, set off in a mighty way. Among this group of fleets, Judge's warship was undoubtedly the largest and most luxurious, like a palace. And around this battleship, there are also warships from the Vinsmoke family, on which are fearless artificial humans, each of whom is protected by purple armor. These armors were named energy armors by Judge. Using a special energy spar as power, the dead warrior can have strong defense, attack, and mobility. At this time, on the warship where Judge is, the young Foxy is enjoying a meal. All this is because Judge took a fancy to the young Foxy's ability in the battle not long ago. Foxy, make good use of your abilities. As long as your dull light hits Benedict, you'll do a great job. Judge sees great value in Foxy. With Foxy's ability, coupled with his artificial man and scientific weapons, he can do too many things in 30 seconds. No matter how powerful Benedict is, he will still be killed in the end. Foxy received preferential treatment during these times, which was physical and mental preferential treatment and enjoyment, and made Foxy linger a little. Hearing this at this time, Foxy let out a somewhat weird laugh, and said, King Judge, don't worry, the direction you point is the place where the dull light will inevitably reach. Judge was very satisfied with Foxy's answer. This Foxy has eyesight and is a target worth cultivating and wooing. There are a large number of warships and pirate ships advancing on the sea. The horrifying momentum shocked the eyeliners of various forces who stayed in North Blue. And as the live broadcast footage was transmitted to all parts of the world, everyone was also horrified by the amount of combat power gathered by the Vinsmoke family. It really won't be easy for the Vinsmoke family to dominate North Blue. Hiss. With such a scale, even though there are many pirate forces in it, it is enough to show the background of the Vinsmoke family. Such a number will definitely not be the full heritage of Vinsmoke's family. It is said that the force that defeated the Xuanwu Marine North Blue fleet before was a group of mech weapons. They did not appear here. Are they hiding and preparing for an ambush? Ha 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 ha. In the face of such a large-scale force, the fleet led by Marshal Benedict of the Xuanwu Marine cannot compare with them at all. Xuanwu Marine will be slapped in the face again this time. Looking forward to when Marshal Benedict of Xuanwu Marine is captured. If Marshal Xuanwu Marine is arrested, the sea must be very sensational. ... Oh my god, how many forces has the Vinsmoke family gathered? Marshal Xuanwu Marine led a dozen warships to attack Vinsmoke's family too impulsively. The gap is too big. Even if Marshal Xuanwu Marine is strong, it's not enough to fight at this time. It's over. After Ochoku and Sword Immortal Admiral were attacked one after another, if Marshal Xuanwu Marine also loses this battle, East Blue may fall into chaos. As the alliance forces assembled by Xuanwu Marine and Vince Moke appeared in the live broadcast one after another, because of the huge gap between the two sides, it immediately attracted heated discussions. And more people hope that Xuanwu Marine will lose, and look forward to the scene of Xuanwu Marine's defeat and Benedict being arrested. These people are basically pirates, or underground gangsters, or people who don't like Xuanwu Marine. The sea. Standing on the Xuanwu warship, Benedict looked at the densely packed crescent-shaped pirate ships in front of him, with an indifferent smile on his face. Very good, so many pirate forces have assembled. Then let's get rid of them all at once. Looking around, excluding the Vince Moke family, there are as many as 40 pirate forces, including the Fox West Blue Bandit group. However, the Fox pirates are wrapped up in the middle. This time, I'm going to kill. Sakata Jintoki looked at such a huge scale, and couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, as well as the urge to avenge his shame. Ha ha ha, as long as you don't die, then kill it to your heart's content. Yeluski also fled because of the previous embarrassment, and he was very angry. Moreover, the previous battles had caused many deaths and injuries to his original brothers. No matter what this time, they would have to pay a double price. Fork West Blue Bandits. Foxy returned to his pirate ship from the luxurious warship, looked wretchedly into the distance, and looked at the man standing on the Xuanwu warship, Benedict. The head of Marshal Xuanwu Marine is too valuable. Judge stood on the very top of the warship, which was specially built, the best viewing platform for Judge to watch the battle and give orders. Seeing that the distance between the two sides was only 1 nautical mile, Judge took the pistol held by the soldier beside him and fired it into the sky. A purple-red light shot up into the sky. After seeing the attack signal, all the captains of the pirate group shouted and launched an attack. The Germa 66 battleship also rushed out at a faster speed. A huge opening was opening rapidly and approaching, as if it would swallow the fleet led by Benedict. Benedict narrowed his eyes and sneered. Patriot missile ready. With an order, all the ready gunners reported one after another, saying that they had found the target. Emission. Benedict gave an order, and almost at the same time, 18 warships were equipped with 2 Patriot missiles on each warship. As a bunch of cannonballs shot out, it was like countless meteors passing by. Judge looked at those lacing shells, and his tiger eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. This method of firing the projectile, and the speed with which it is fired, is a weapon that Germa 66 is attacking. Unexpectedly, Xuanwu Marine already owned it. The captains who were charging and trying to surround the Xuanwu Marine from the side, even commanding the gunners, adjusting the turret, and bombing the Xuanwu Marine, were stunned when they saw the Patriot missiles coming. It's fast and very precise. Boom, 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 boom. From launch to hit, it only takes 5 seconds before and after. It has already left hundreds of lines of smoke clouds in the air, and precisely hit the target, creating dozens of brilliant fireworks. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color. All the pirates, Marines, were intimidated by the deafening sound. It's just that the pirates felt fear, while the Marines were extremely excited and wild. Chapter 144 Slaughter. The roar kept ringing in my ears. The torrential rain fell from the sky, accompanied by the falling ship planks, corpses, forts, and various sundries. At this moment, the charging pirate ship stopped. They were frightened by the big explosion in front of them. Each and every one of his eyes was full of fear. That power is too terrifying. The power of a Patriot missile is comparable to the explosive power of 5 shells. Almost every ship was hit by 2 Patriot missiles. And the melon-eating crowd who watched the live broadcast were even more horrified. They were not at the scene, but through the live broadcast, they knew more clearly from the eyes of outsiders how terrifying the Patriot missile released by Xuanwu Marine was. My God, how did they manage to strike with such precision? What kind of shell is that? Why is it so terrifying? If such a missile falls on my pirate ship, all of us will die. I said why these warships are a little special. They turned out to be terrifying weapons. It's too powerful. It would be great if my pirate ship is also equipped with such weapons. No matter whether the opponent is demon fruit power or how powerful it is, as long as you keep a distance and attack the opponent from a long distance, no matter how strong he is, as long as he sinks into the sea, he will be the target. I don't know if there are such weapons for sale in the black market. Marineford, Marine Headquarters, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Suru Vice Admiral and other high-level officials were all in the conference room, watching the battle together. Although when the Golden Lion pirates invaded the Xuanwu Marine base, they had already demonstrated their power. However, it was only fired once, bombarding the huge island, and because of the ability of the Golden Lion fruit, the effect was not very obvious. But it's different now. Such an obvious blow compared to the damage shocked them, and at the same time felt a huge threat. The firing range has reached 1,000 meters, such a distance, even the warships used to launch the Buster Call cannot do it. Most importantly, Patriot missiles are more destructive. Salathos Island. North Blue is an island where pirates often gather. Originally, this place was a dangerous and chaotic zone. However, not long ago, Doflamingo, who was secretly developing power here, became one of the members of 7 warlords of the sea, and gained considerable rights. As a result, the island was quickly integrated by Doflamingo and regained a large number of men. Those who disobeyed were basically killed. At this time, watching the live broadcast, Doflamingo's originally arrogant appearance became a little more horrified. This weapon is very good. Torable, can our weapons factory be built? Since he killed his father and established the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo has been secretly annexing the underground forces, and now he is a well-known arms dealer, Joker. After seeing the power displayed by Xuanwu Marine, although he was shocked, he still reacted quickly. If it can be manufactured, it will definitely sell well. Very difficult, but if we can hijack a warship to study it, it's not a problem. Torable let out a hee-hee smile, staring at the live screen and said. Hearing this, Doflamingo pushed his sunglasses, and the corners of his mouth curled up, a bit evil. Then let's borrow a warship to have fun. On the battlefield, when the pirates were shocked by the bombardment, the man-made man who didn't know what death was, but firmly carried out the order, still drove the battleship and launched a charge. Seeing this scene, Sakata Yinshi snorted coldly, and Yujian flew. Thousands of swords are fired. Hundreds of sword chi, following the activation of Devil Fruit's ability, instantly charged towards the enemy. Whoosh, sword chi ruthlessly harvested the man-made humans, and ruthlessly cut up the warships that came on the attack. As a result, these warships were destroyed just halfway through, and the artificial humans on them were also killed. Rush over, I want them to regret being thieves in this life. Benedict picked up the Patriot missile, which made these pirates feel fear, so he ordered. Although Judge was frightened by the Patriot missiles, he saw that the North Blue Fleet did not continue to use the Patriot missiles, and his face immediately showed joy. Xuanwu Marine did not continue to use that weapon. That kind of weapon, a battleship, should only be used once. While they don't have such strength, charge up, kill them, and capture Marshal Benedict of Xuanwu Marine. Whoever can capture Xuanwu Marine Marshal Benedict, I will reward him with 300 million Baileys, and get the protection and friendship of our Vince Moquet family. Pirates who are scared of being beaten need a fire to make them burn. Just this has already made the pirates' hearts flutter, and they shouted excitedly. The pirate ship is constantly advancing, and launched a charge. With a distance of 1,000 meters, under the accelerated impact of both sides, they collided in just a moment. Kill, Ape Demon Wand. Yeleski immediately changed into the form of the Ape Demon, holding a black iron rod, and entered the fighting state. A powerful blow was to blow up a pirate ship in an instant, and the pirates who dared to stand in front of him were buried with him. Sakata Jintoki turned into a killing machine, countless sword chi flew across, and wherever he passed, there was a merciless massacre. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naturally, Benedict would not miss such an opportunity, and summoned hundreds of shadow clone, who also followed the Xuanwu Marine soldiers and launched an attack. A massacre battle was presented in front of everyone through the live broadcast. Judge was even more frightened when he saw it. Judge looked aside, the Foxy West Blue gang that hadn't rushed out yet, and shouted angrily, Foxy. Again, Sakata Yinshi sneered, and immediately found Foxy's location, intending to hunt him down. Everyone has armament hockey, is this still going to be played? His fighters, even wearing the developed battle armor, are still as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Finally landing on a battleship, Foxy made a gesture with both hands, and a red light wave shot out in an instant. Special Forces, Act. Following the swing of Foxy's hands, and under the control of consciousness, he quickly shot towards Sakata Jintoki in the air. With the sound of Judge's voice, a force armed with a rocket launcher quickly organized, relying on the equipment system, aimed at Sakata Jintoki in the air. In particular, the fighting method between Sakata Jintoki and Benedict made his flesh hurt even more. At the right time, Six Paths suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack towards Sakata Jintoki. These soldiers are very different. I was accidentally hit by you because of the damn robot, but this time it's not so easy. Even facing the Xuanwu Marine soldiers, they did not have any advantage. Sakata Jintoki's observation hockey felt it, and immediately dodged. Foxy let out a weird laugh when he heard this. With a short body, jumping on one ship after another, constantly shortening the distance. Restrict Sakata Silver Time, Chapter 145 Enhanced Version of Pacifists. A group of sneaky things. You guys want to sneak attack me too, you're courting death. Jintoki Sakata was attacked by the figure of Six Paths who suddenly appeared, and Foxy's dull light struck again, almost being hit again, and suddenly became a little furious. The people who attacked Sakata Jintoki this time were all swordsmen using swords, and judging by their attire, they should be CP0 from the world government, very strong, Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, with armament hockey and observation hockey. When they attacked Sakata Silver, they mainly tried to achieve a one-hit kill effect after Foxy made a shot. However, Sakata Jintoki noticed it first, so their sneak attack also failed. But even so, the 6 of them no longer hid, and shot at Sakata Jintoki with all their strength. Sakata Jintoki snorted coldly, Lake Toya turned over in his hand, and countless sword chi flew across. Brush. One person was directly chopped off by Sakata Jintoki. When the others wanted to use the opportunity of other people's sacrifice to attack Sakata Yin, they didn't expect that Sakata Yinshi had been prepared for a long time, and the sword energy swept across, blocking all their attacks. Foxy hides in the crowd, eyeing Benedict's shadow clone. Although he really wanted to attack them, he didn't know if it was true or not, so Foxy's attention fell on Sakata Jintoki again. Lanhua pinched her fingers, and a cruel smile appeared on Foxy's face. This time, Foxy is confident that he can win Sakata Jintoki. Sluggish fruit, that's not how you use it. Just when Foxy was about to make a move, a hand grabbed his arm, and the ability that was supposed to be activated was instantly suppressed. Foxy looked horrified and wanted to break free, but he was powerless. Even more horrifying to Foxy, he has no idea how Benedict came to be by his side. Judge. Foxy knew that he couldn't break free by himself, so he quickly asked Judge for help. Swipe. 12 figures suddenly appeared around at an extremely fast speed, and launched a sneak attack towards Benedict. It is still CP0, the secret intelligence officer of the world government, and the power of these 12 people is very strong. Almost every one of them has the strength of Rear Admiral level. Benedict's gaze shone with indifference. Before the 12 attacks landed, his body moved instantly, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared on the nearby pirate ship. The 12 people failed in their sneak attack, and quickly dispersed again, and surrounded Benedict again. Are 5 elders underestimating people, and you want to assassinate me with your strength? Benedict pinched Foxy's neck, glanced at CP0, and said disdainfully. At the same time, Foxy's gaze was full of murderous intent, and his freed hands immediately assumed the posture of orchid fingers, ready to sneak attack Benedict. Click. Just when the dull light was about to activate and CP0 shot again, Benedict crushed Foxy's neck without hesitation. Someone who has the fruit of dullness, but doesn't have any achievements in physical skills and physical fitness, and observation hockey, or even armament hockey, is simply wasted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the demon fruit power and getting the slow fruit. May I ask if the host consumes the slow fruit and summons special forces? The sound of the system sounded, but Benedict ignored it, and while throwing Foxy out, he quickly shot. Boom, 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 boom. Benedict made a quick move and sent the CP0 who came for the assassination flying out one by one. Yes, one punch kills one. Emission. Judge's voice sounded. After confirming that Benedict's real body appeared in front of him, Judge immediately ordered the hidden secret force to act immediately. It was also at the moment CP0 assassinated Benedict that Judge gave the order. In an instant, the nearly 500 figures that flew into the sky all aimed their guns at Benedict. Call out. Almost at the same time, 500 golden light beams shot down towards Benedict's position. Boom. The huge roar is even more terrifying and spectacular than the roar made by the previous Patriot missiles. What's more, at this moment, with Benedict as the center, all the pirate ships within a radius of 100 meters were destroyed. 500 lasers shot out at the same time, like an extremely thick beam of light, destroying everything in front of him. This sudden blow shocked everyone. But it also makes countless pirates, Sengoku, Kong, 5 elders, Sakazuki and others look forward to it. Expect Benedict to be killed under such an attack. East Blue, already controlling the floating sky island, in half an hour, the Golden Lion will descend above the Xuanwu Marine base. After seeing such a scene through the live broadcast, he was also shocked. But after the shock, there was incomparable anticipation and excitement. Ha ha ha, Benedict, how I wish you would die under such an attack. But I believe that you who can defeat the old man will definitely not die so easily. That's fine. When you finish off these ants and declare victory, I will let you witness with your own eyes the scene where the Xuanwu Marine base was completely destroyed by the old man. Golden Lion is looking forward to the scene of Benedict's anger and helplessness. As a result, he couldn't help but want to slow down now, let the Marine of Xuanwu Marine base know their arrival, and wait for the scene when Benedict completely defeated Vince Mokay's family. North Blue Battlefield. The light beam disappeared, and where the light beam originally shrouded, except for the sea water, there were no corpses or shipboards. Seeing such a scene, Judge quickly swept around with his tiger eyes, looking for Benedict. However, he found that he was confused. Benedict's shadow clone can still be seen fighting here and there. So, his ability has not been released, that is to say, he has not died yet. Kill the dead monkey first, and the white-haired kid with the sword. Can't find which one is the real Benedict, and now that the secret weapon has been exposed, Judge naturally doesn't want to keep hiding it. Above the void, 500 transformed robots, with a power device on their backs, can take them into the air. Their weapons are the rays of light that shoot out from their mouths. And their eyes, similar to infrared scanning, can catch the target. At this time, after receiving the order, these robots began to shoot light at Yellowski and Sakata Jintoki. Sakata Jintoki and Yellowski had already seen the terrifying damage of these robots, so they didn't intend to fight head-on, but quickly avoided it. And Jintoki Sakata jumped into the air, threw off the remaining 3 CP-0s, and rushed towards the robot. Thousands of swords are fired. Judge saw Sakata Ginshi attacking the robot, then snorted coldly, and gave an order, defend. Following the order, the robots that were lined up in a row immediately gathered together in a group of 50 people, and released an energy shield to block the sword energy that continued to kill. But it was only blocked for a while, and the energy shield was broken by countless sword chi. Boom boom boom. Explosions sounded one after another. Benedict, who had disappeared from sight, rushed up from the bottom of the sea, blasted the energy shield with one punch, and then punched all the robots together with Sakata Jintoki. Chapter 146 Judge, Pawn, Family of Vince Mokay, destroyed. After smashing the last robot, Benedict's gaze also turned to Judge. These robots are pacifists. It's just that it's different from the pacifist, which featured a tyrant as an image 20 years later. The current pacifist's image is slimmer, and it's just that of a teenager. Small in stature, the light emitted has greater destructive power at the same time, and the power device installed on the back can support a smaller body. All these designs are better than the pacifism 20 years later. Those who are more powerful and more advanced. Is this the so-called regression of civilization at work? Or, because of the propelling effect of the little wings, has the system, my existence, already had a huge impact on this world? Benedict asked subconsciously. Not surprisingly, the system did not answer his question. Without further thought, Benedict swooped down. Judge, looking at the killing Benedict, was shocked in his heart, stopped thinking about it, used the special power unit, and ran. Judge is confident that he can defeat Benedict with long-range attacks, but he also believes that he is definitely not an opponent in close combat. A person who can even hammer Zephyr, Kaido, and Golden Lion is simply not something he can match. I only thought of running away at this time, isn't it too late? Judge. Benedict flew in front of Judge, stretched out his hand, and easily grabbed Judge's neck in his hand, and said lightly. Do not fight. You can't win at all. These Marines are too terrifying. I feel like everyone I face has a rear admiral level of combat power. The robots with amazing destructive power have been destroyed. Without these robots suppressing Xuanwu Marine, we are no match at all. Damn it, I don't want to die, get out of the way. Rush out of the encirclement at the fastest speed. There's no Marine over there. ... As the pacifists were killed, Xuanwu Marine also exploded with unprecedented power, and for a while, these pirates were killed and retreated steadily. In the end, Foxy was killed, without the restriction of the dull light on Sakata or Benedict. Even if there were shells, he would not dare to shoot indiscriminately. Most importantly, Benedict is really powerful. Those shadow clones killed each other in seconds, just like Shira, they couldn't resist at all. Look at these people, the ones who are still loyal, carry out orders, and fear death are your soldiers. Other pirates are unreliable, but that's not enough. If you have courage without matching strength, you are still a weak chicken in front of the strong. The army you created is nothing more than that. Benedict grabbed Judge and looked at the defeated pirates with a smile on his face. If it is other forces, even if it is the world government, are facing forces such as Beast's pirates, with the power gathered by Judge, they can fight fiercely, and it is even possible to repel the opponent. However, the so-called capturing the thief first captures the king. If one's own strength is insufficient, once one is generalized, the game will be over. At this time, Judge is like this. Judge blushed and had trouble breathing. There is even more fear in the heart. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't break Benedict's hand on his neck. Shinigami are already descending. Where are your kids? You should rush out without fear and save your father. Benedict glanced around and asked curiously. Judge heard Benedict's words, his eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to say something. Judge didn't expect that Benedict would follow his child so soon. They are all their masterpieces. It's a pity that they are not here. Although the research proposition of the bloodline factor is good, your research has stopped here. In fact, sometimes I admire you people. But it's a pity that you have used these studies in the wrong direction. Benedict wasn't trying to mock Judge. Some even like Judge's spirit of doing whatever it takes to become stronger. While being afraid of the celestial dragons, they have been accumulating strength in secret, hoping that one day, they can rely on a strong force to pull the celestial dragons off the altar and let themselves sit on the throne. But 20 years later, the facts also showed that Judge's efforts were nothing more than a joke in the face of powerful forces. What's more, for the one above the 5 elders, it's just a local power that can be crossed off at any time on the map. Click. Judge, who was still struggling, was completely out of breath. His hands fell down, no longer able to resist. Everyone who had been watching the live broadcast couldn't help but keep silent when they saw this. Is Benedict really that powerful? Is it true that Xuanwu Marine's North Blue Fleet was defeated by Commander Judge's mecha force and alliance? Or did they defeat only the lowest level fighters of the Xuanwu Marine? However, the strength of the Sword Fairy Admiral and the Ape Demon Vice Admiral is false. This is not right either. The strength shown by Sakata Jintoki and Yeluski is terrifying. He also said that everything before was just acting. Many people are at this time, a little confused, even full of doubts. It looks weak, but very powerful. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Marshal Kong led everyone in the conference room to watch the battle again. As a result, they were very disappointed. Although Vince's Mokai family is strong in North Blue, it only plays a role in team battles. But if you really want to fight for high-end combat power, it's still too weak. Sengoku looked at the disintegrated and fleeing alliance, which had been pierced by Xuanwu Marine at this time, and couldn't help sighing. These Xuanwu Marine soldiers are no longer ordinary soldiers. Everyone mastered not only Marine 6 styles, but also armament hockey. For a while, in the meeting room, listening to He Vice Admiral's analysis, everyone present fell silent. But at this moment, the live broadcast screen suddenly went black and the signal was disconnected, which made everyone a little surprised. Gia ha ha ha. Crane Vice Admiral served as a staff officer, and her eyes accurately captured the presented data. However, the identity is a soldier who has mastered Marine 6 styles, armament hockey, and even observation hockey, but he can't get it out. In terms of quantity, judging by the scale, it must have reached at least 1500. So, what about the middle and lower managers of Xuanwu Marine? But soon, the signal was connected again. Only this time, it wasn't the North Blue battlefield, where the Xuanwu Marine slaughtered the German alliance. The ongoing live broadcast let many people know that the Vince Mokai family is finished. Instead, the Xuanwu Marine base. Those who knew the result stopped paying attention and prepared to leave. More than 1,500, the master of armament hockey can be taken out by the Marine Headquarters. Benedict, guess where this is? What is their strength? Let's look at this picture and angle, it is above the Xuanwu Marine base. Chapter 147 Shiki, do you really think I'm a fool? Vince Moke family stronghold. In a remote corner where no one would notice, Reiju tried to cover Sanji's mouth with both hands, not daring to make a sound. She was afraid that once someone found out, she and her brother would be killed without hesitation. Those artificial humans created by their father resisted all the attacks and bought them a little time, but they almost fell. Although Reiju is only a few years old, she knows that her father's dreams and ambitions are doomed after fighting against Xuanwu Marine with the Pirate Alliance. Benedict stood above Vince Moke's family headquarters, looked around calmly, and noticed the positions of Reiju and Sanji. With just a slight hesitation, Benedict dropped some ideas. Then, he turned his gaze to the distance, where there were Yi and George who were escorted away by the artificial man. At this time, the two imps were surrounded by Xuanwu Marine soldiers. However, because of the transformation of the blood factor and the influence of the environment, these two people are a little ignorant, and their words are a little arrogant. However, no one is used to the two of them, just a hand knife, the two of them can only feint. So far, the Germa alliance has completely failed. The overlord of North Blue was directly removed from the list. Dozens of pirate forces were even killed. After this battle, Benedict gained 12,530 justice points. These days, Benedict deliberately accumulated justice points, so he has reached 335,060 justice points. With so many justice points, if all of them are exchanged for unit enhancement stones, they can be exchanged for 670 unit enhancement stones, which can enhance the data of Kenjiro, Sakata Jintoki, Odengu Qingfeng, Lu Biyu, Jing Kei, and Bandit G to the maximum. Top notch. But Benedict isn't planning to do that just yet. With their current strength, it is actually enough to walk sideways on the sea. Before the world government has used more top-notch combat power, it can still fight and resist. But Xuanwu Marine soldiers can't. If you want to completely conquer this world and fight against pirate forces, underground forces, and gangster forces, you need more powerful Xuanwu Marine soldiers. Blue, blue, blue. The voice of the phone bug rang. Benedict took a look, a little surprised. Gia ha ha ha. Benedict, guess where this is? The voice of the Golden Lion. Sakata Jintoki came to Benedict with a video phone bug, and played the live broadcast of Golden Lion at this time. Golden Lion Shiki, don't you hide well and run over my marine base to play peekaboo. Benedict said calmly. Hearing this, Golden Lion burst out laughing, then pointed the screen at the huge moving island, and said with a smile, Benedict, it's a pity that you are not here. If you are here, I would be more than happy to let you experience the feeling of being buried by a huge island. Sakata Jintoki's eyes were a little angry, and he shouted angrily, Golden Lion, if you dare to put the island down, I can guarantee that regardless of Tianya Cape, you will be killed. When Sakata Jintoki knew that the Golden Lion announced to the world through the live broadcast that the Xuanwu Marine base would be completely destroyed this time, he became furious. In particular, when he saw that the huge island was about to cover the Xuanwu Marine base, he became even more frustrated. Today's Xuanwu Marine base has no masters stationed at all. He and Marshal Benedict went to North Blue, Kenjiro went to South Blue, and Flying Squirrel led the fleet to West Blue. The current whereabouts of Ochoku and Silver Axe are unknown. The only thing that Sakata Jintoki can look forward to is the force called the Ghost Organization. But only in this case, facing the Golden Lion is not enough. Not only is Golden Lion powerful, but there are also two powerful masters beside him. Therefore, Jintoki Sakata wished he could return to East Blue and stop the Golden Lion. Obviously, he doesn't have that speed. Ha ha ha, it depends on whether you have the ability. Or, let's go back to East Blue alive first. From now on, East Blue is my Golden Lion's domain. Gia ha ha ha. Golden Lion was too excited and at the same time too confident. Golden Lion doesn't think there is anyone who can stop him from destroying the Xuanwu Marine base. For him, all of this is just a matter of snapping his fingers. Golden Lion, aren't you very proud? Benedict looked at Golden Lion calmly, and said in a tone of arrogance and coldness. Yes, I am very proud. You should see it by now. Gia ha ha ha. Is it helpless and helpless? Gia ha ha ha. Now, please take a last look at Xuanwu Marine base. As he said that, the live broadcast screen changed, it was Xuanwu Marine base. At the same time, it can also be seen that the Xuanwu Marine base is obviously in a mess at this time. It's majestic here, and it's also very prosperous. But soon, this place will become ruins. Benedict glanced at the Golden Lion indifferently, and then said calmly to Sakata Jintoki, Jintoki, you lead the troops and continue to flatten the North Blue. I want you to conquer the entire North Blue Sea within 1 month. The thieves are eliminated. Hearing this, Sakata Yinshi couldn't help asking anxiously, Marshal, what about our Marine Headquarters? Sakata Jintoki said flatly, don't worry. It's just a small island, and it wants to destroy our Marine Headquarters. A fool's dream. When Sakata Jintoki was still a little puzzled, Golden Lion was so angry that he almost vomited blood because he had already been told by Benedict. Benedict kid, are you questioning the old man's ability? A-hole, first want your Marine Headquarters to completely disappear from this world. First want Xuanwu Marine to be a joke. The Golden Lion roared angrily. The huge island that was originally moving slowly was moving fast, and it happened to be directly above the Xuanwu Marine base. Benedict sneered and said, "Shiki, do you really think I'm a fool? It is a surprise that Ochoku is missing. That forced me to send Kenjiro to guard South Blue. But to deal with a Vince Moke family, do I really need to do it myself as Marshal Xuanwu Marine?" When Golden Lion was told by Benedict, his complexion changed slightly, and he subconsciously thought it was a fraud. Is this guy trying to lure himself out on purpose? Impossible, it should be someone else. Marineford, Marine Headquarters, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, he Vice Admiral and others, upon hearing Benedict's words, their expressions changed slightly and at the same time became serious. Before, they all wanted to let East Blue Marine return to East Blue while Benedict was not in East Blue. But because of some things, no action was taken. Now it seems that there is indeed a fraud. Impossible, I am the Golden Lion. I still have 4 powerful guardians. Even if you set up an ambush below here, under the suppression of the huge island, there will be nothing left. The Golden Lion was suspended in midair, and while speaking, violently waving its limbs, Sword Chi fell towards the Xuanwu Marine base. After saying that, Golden Lion let go of the long sword with his right hand and snapped his fingers. The fruit ability acting on the huge island was released, and the huge island fell towards the Xuanwu Marine base at an extremely fast speed. Jia ha ha ha, disappear. Chapter 148 Horror. The huge island was thrown out by a bald head. Without the endowment of the fruit ability, the momentum of the huge island falling is even more shocking. If this continues, if there are no other problems, the Xuanwu Marine base will be completely destroyed. However, Benedict's words made everyone curious about what kind of ambush Benedict set up in Xuanwu Marine base. You know, the current Golden Lion Shiki, even though he was defeated before, is still powerful and there are many masters around him. Besides, when attacking Xuanwu Marine base before, there were also many strong marines who blocked the masters from Golden Lion Shiki. But not now. Huge islands are constantly falling, and everything is counted in seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. There is no movement. Is Benedict just scaring Golden Lion Shiki? At this time, Golden Lion also thought so, and even felt angry about it. However, at this moment, the fallen huge island stopped. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. What happened? Why did you stop? Golden Lion Shiki looked at the huge falling island in disbelief, terrified. Such a huge island, falling from a height of thousands of meters, the power is extremely terrifying. Even the Titan on Titan Island, facing the falling boulder, can only despair if he cannot escape. Not only Golden Lion Shiki and other crew members were curious, but everyone who watched the live broadcast felt extremely curious. It shouldn't have fallen, right? Even if it falls, it should be terrifying, right? But there is no movement at all, isn't it too fake? Golden Lion's complexion changed slightly, he thought of something, so he flew down. After a while, Golden Lion was shocked to find out. The fallen huge island was actually held up with both hands. What shocked Golden Lion even more was that the entire island was rising rapidly at this time. Whoosh! Under everyone's horrified eyes, the huge island was thrown out, and a bald head was also exposed in front of everyone. For a moment, everyone was horrified. Such a huge island was not only caught by people, but also thrown out. Is that human being? But the other party is a bald head. Saitama easily landed on the ground, touched his bald head, looked up at Golden Lion Shiki, and said, "Hey, did you throw that huge rock just now?" Saitama's voice sounded, and the terrified Golden Lion was brought back to reality from the fugue horror. How is this possible? How did you do it? Golden Lion Shiki cried out in horror. Float on Sky Island. The Evil King, Katarina Deppen, Yunin Sasaki, Kotaro Kurai and other high-level members of the Flying Pirates all stared wide-eyed, and their hearts were still extremely shocked. At this time, Kong, Sengoku, Garp and others were also extremely horrified, and at the same time extremely curious about how Saitama did it. This is a power that even the Titan can't resist with all his strength. If we work together, can we survive? Sengoku looked at Zephyr, Garp, and Marshal Kong, and couldn't help asking. For a while, everyone was silent. If Kuzan can create a huge icicle as a support, there is still a chance. Garp looked at Kuzan and said, in other words, if they try their best, they only have a chance to carry it down. But now, the other party carried it down alone, and even threw it out. What the hell is this monster? Xuanwu Marine Base, Marshal's office, Benedict, who is a clone, was also frightened by Saitama's pervert power. In Benedict's view, with such a huge island, Saitama should smash the huge island with one punch, or even knock it into the air. But it is even more shocking to lift it up like this and throw it out. How did you do it? It's just a day-to-day operation. If it wasn't for the fear of the base being destroyed, I would have smashed him to pieces. I just want to be a salted fish, why do you appear in front of me? Fighting or something, it's so boring. Saitama was a little cute and said casually. Listening to Saitama's answer, Golden Lion didn't know how to refute for a moment. Daily operation, lifting weights with giant islands. Are you kidding me? Are you bullying the old man who doesn't understand anything? Are you a demon fruit power too? Is not it, bald? Golden Lion doesn't believe that Saitama did it on his own. In the eyes of Golden Lion, Saitama is so short, and he doesn't have a burly figure. He looks like a bamboo pole. The only thing that catches the eye is the bright, bald. Such a person, no matter how you look at it, does not seem to have great power. Therefore, in the view of Golden Lion, the scene just happened must be the result of Saitama using devil fruit. Benedict listened to Golden Lion's words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then silently mourned for Golden Lion in his heart. Although it is a bald head, and the emotion has indeed disappeared. But if someone looks down on him because of his bald head, he will occasionally act very angry, and the result is to take a serious punch from Saitama. Bald, are you talking about me? Changing from the silly and cute state just now, Saitama at this time is serious and serious. Staring at the Golden Lion, he said seriously, Golden Lion, right. Come down. Hearing Saitama's words, Golden Lion Shiki was taken aback for a moment, then reacted, ha ha ha, laughed and said, aren't you coming up? Bald, Gia, ha 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 ha. Although I have to admit that you are very strong, you can't beat me. I thought that little brat Sakata Jintoki had left some kind of opponent for my old man, but I didn't expect it to be just a bald head with a bit of strength. The dialogue between Golden Lion Shiki and Saitama made all the people watching the live broadcast couldn't help laughing. Golden Lion Shiki is a lion fruit capable person. If the opponent is in the sky and does not come down, ordinary people have no way to hurt Golden Lion. Destroy a city with one punch, and even have a record of destroying a planet with one punch. Now, if this summon Saitama punches seriously, what terrifying effect will it have? Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but suspect that something was wrong with his ears. Really been waiting. Gia, ha ha ha, Birdman in the sky, but I stand here, and I can still blow you up with one punch. Compared to Golden Lion who didn't pay attention at all, Benedict is very much looking forward to it. Even if I can't fly up and hit you. A serious punch, in the world where Saitama lives, it is really terrifying. So excited. Facing the ridicule of Golden Lion and other pirates, Saitama became more and more serious. It's ridiculous, ridiculous. Saitama clenched his fists and said in a heavy voice. But at such a long distance, he still let go. Standing still can blow up the old man. Now, he is hundreds of meters away from Saitama, and he has to shout loudly to hear him. Listen up. After all, not everyone can fly in the sky. Chapter 149. A shocking serious punch. Many people are laughing that Saitama is an idiot. But some people looked solemn, because they felt that a person who could hold a falling huge island and throw it out would definitely not be easy. Maybe, Saitama can really blow up the Golden Lion with a punch from a distance. Or maybe, Saitama is some kind of special demon fruit power that can hit the Golden Lion from a distance. Come on, hit me. The old man wants to see what special abilities you have with your bald head. As a legendary figure of the previous era, Golden Lion Shiki would naturally not be a fool. Basic IQ is still online. Therefore, when the words satirize Saitama, the eyes are also shining with light. The two swords, Sakura 10, and Deadwood, held tightly in both hands are even more ready for battle. Ground. Saitama clenched his right hand, and took a half step back with his right leg, in a half-squat position. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Saitama's body. Also at this moment, Golden Lion's complexion changed drastically. Quickly swung the sword with both hands and slashed down. However, Saitama's punch was so fast and powerful that it didn't give Golden Lion a chance to react. Boom! The Golden Lion was instantly knocked into the air by an incomparably powerful force. The speed was so fast that before everyone could react, they had already disappeared. The Evil King, Katarina Dupont, Sasaki Yunin, and Kurai Kotaro opened their eyes wide in shock and looked towards the sky. In the originally thick cloud layer, a huge hole appeared at some unknown time, and a fist mark could be seen vaguely. It's just that this fist mark has been magnified more than 1,000 times. At the same time, it can also be seen that an air wave with a diameter of tens of meters is more than 1,000 meters long and goes straight to the sky. This is due to the extremely fast friction of the air waves, and it appears in the space. What caused all this was the bald Saitama who was ridiculed by them just now. Huh, flying too high. The second punch is ready, it seems to have to wait for a while. Putting his right hand on his forehead and looking up at the sky, Saitama said helplessly. The soldiers of Xuanwu Marine, who were waiting in full force, opened their mouths and eyes wide at this time, looking at the sky, unable to let go of it for a long time. So, is Golden Lion blown up, or is it gone? Like them, there are also people who are eating melons who are watching the live broadcast. The same shock, the same curiosity. If it's the former, it's really terrifying to the extreme. One punch can blow up the legendary emperor, which is even more terrifying than Benedict. Especially Garp and Sengoku at this time, they were the most shocked. More than half a year ago, the scene where the two of them teamed up to take down Golden Lion is still vivid in my mind. And it was such a strong man who was easily dealt with a single punch. This is too outrageous. Xuanwu Marine has such a person sitting in the town, and what a fart it is. One punch at a time, everyone will die. Xuanwu Marine base. Benedict looked up at the sky with binoculars. Well, no one in sight. It is seriously suspected that the Golden Lion has been shot out of outer space. Do you still fight? The evil government king swallowed. For the first time, he felt fear for such a seemingly harmless guy, so much so that he trembled a little when he spoke. Katrina Dupont remained silent. Sasaki Union and Kurai Kotaro also kept silent, but their attention was more on the void. Wait for the governor's order. Kotaro Kurai thought for a moment and said, Governor, Hearing the words, the evil government king subconsciously said, "Floating Sky Island is still there, the governor has not fainted, nor has he died." Sasaki Yongnian said in a deep voice, "Yes, as long as the Floating Sky Island is still there, it proves that their captain is still alive." The evil king reacted without hesitation. However, at this time, the eyes looking at Saitama were still full of fear. Waited 3 minutes. When Saitama felt extremely bored, the figure of Golden Lion Shiki flew down quickly. Yes, it was flying, not falling. However, the clothes on Golden Lion Shiki were not only torn apart by terrorist forces, but also burnt after moving at high speed and high temperature friction. His golden hair was even charred black at this time, and most of it was obviously burned. Not only that, but there were blood stains on his body after being squeezed by a terrorist force. At this time, Golden Lion Shiki was extremely embarrassed. While blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, Union Sasaki even saw Golden Lion's hands holding 2 swords, which seemed to be trembling vaguely. This is extremely dangerous for a swordsman. Fear, already in the eyes of Golden Lion Shiki, there is no trace of hiding. Such terrifying power has never been experienced by Golden Lion. If this blow was to hit him to the ground, Golden Lion knew that there was a high probability that he would pass out, or even die. But even if he was beaten to the sky, the result would be very bad. The Golden Lion appeared in front of the audience in an extremely embarrassing appearance. For a while, everyone was a little silent, but soon, they were horrified again, and there were many people gasping for air. "Golden Lion, you came back sooner than I expected." Kyu looked at the Golden Lion who came back, and the whole person instantly changed from a cute state to a serious state, and said, "Since you are back, I can also punch the second punch I prepared." Saying that, Saitama's left hand clenched into a fist instantly. Golden Lion's complexion changed drastically, and he ran away immediately without even thinking about it. Just kidding, if he did that punch again, he would really die. Damn it, why is this naturally dumb guy so terrifying with his punch? While fleeing, the Golden Lion pulled the Floating Sky Island and quickly approached. While trying to distance himself, he used the Floating Sky Island to block Saitama's punch. Seeing this, Kyu squatted with his legs slightly, and the next moment, he flew out. The distance of thousands of meters, in the blink of an eye, jumped up. Standing on the Floating Sky Island, Saitama took a step forward, and his whole body shot out. Golden Lion looked back subconsciously, but saw that the bald head that could reflect light had come behind him. "My second punch, if I say give it to you, I will give it to you. You must come next." Saitama is almost parallel to Golden Lion, and said. Golden Lion didn't listen to Saitama's words at all, and the double swords covered in armed colors quickly made a move. And Saitama's fist was already raised high, and it was about to fall. Golden Lion has a hideous face. Before Saitama's fist landed, the terrifying force had already started to squeeze his body crazily. It only takes Saitama to push his fist forward, and he will also fall completely. Golden Lion was not reconciled, so he tried his best to fight to the death. Just in time, the thunder flickered, and the giant shadow flickered. Zhang Sanshi, Yin Miluo. Chapter 150 The Scene of Deja Vu. The figure that appeared suddenly, and the attack that fell suddenly. Before Saitama's fist landed on Golden Lion Shiki's head, his body was suddenly attacked. With the thunder falling, there was a roar, and it was shot into the sea in an instant. But even so, under the threat of Saitama's punch, Golden Lion Shiki still had a ferocious face, and his whole body was flattened as if he had been squeezed like never before. Although Golden Lion suffered such a strong squeeze, he was worthy of being a legendary character, and he was still alive when the Benedict 8 inner gates were fully opened. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion, have you aged like this? He was beaten like this by a brat. Kaido in the form of a green dragon poked out his huge head from the clouds, looked at the miserable-looking Golden Lion, and couldn't help laughing. With the appearance of Kaido's figure, and then the flame disaster, Jain that changed into the form of a pterosaur. Kaido even showed up. Jin, one of the 3 major boards, is also here. As the rest of the beast's pirates here. No, the only ones who can fly over are Kaido and Yan Calamity. Hey, Golden Lion Shiki, plus Kaido, no matter how strong that bald head is, he can't beat these 2 perverts. More than that, Sasaki Yunin and Kurai Kotaro of the Flying Pirates, both of whom have the strength of the Emperor's deputy, are very powerful, and the Golden Lion also said before that he has 4 guardians, that is to say, there are 2 a powerful existence, even if it is not the Emperor's deputy, is not far behind. My god, in this way, including one of the big billboards, the flame disaster, Jain, with such power, what is the difference from the beast's pirates teaming up with the big mom pirates to attack Marineford? FK, I heard you say this time Xuanwu Marine base really can't hold on. No matter how strong that bald head is, facing the siege of so many powerful people, it is impossible to fight. Besides, only Kaido and Golden Lion can hold that bald head in check, and others can easily destroy Xuanwu Marine base. It's a pity, facing such a strong man. Marshal Benedict is not here, Beidou Admiral, and Sword Fairy Admiral are not here, otherwise, if they were there, they would have been able to repel the alliance between the Flying Pirates and the Beast's Pirates. Not necessarily. Doesn't Xuanwu Marine still have a secret force? I don't know how many people they have and what their strength is. If they are there, they should have a chance to come back. Compared with the audience watching the live broadcast, at this time, Xuanwu Marine base is in the sky. After being ridiculed by Kaido, Golden Lion Shiki shouted angrily despite the pain all over his body. Kaido, are you looking for death? I can fulfill you. He may not be able to beat this pervert bald head, but if he beats Kaido, he can still do it. When they were in the Rocks Pirates, the two had fought. Even though Kaido became stronger and stronger, they were still suppressed by him. At that time, Kaido could also fight with Ochoku. Even if he faced Whitebeard, he was beaten by pressure. Even now, it still hasn't changed. Ha 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 ha, with your current appearance, how can you fight me? If you continue to quarrel, I will beat you to death. After Kaido laughed, he stared at Golden Lion Shiki indifferently, and said in a deep voice. Kaido, who is becoming more and more powerful, is ignored by others except for a few people, including Golden Lion Shiki who has been defeated by Benedict. Golden Lion Shiki's complexion was unusually ugly. If possible, he would really like to take the IQ Rage Potion. However, it has only been more than 2 months since the last time he took the Berserk Potion. Even now, the injuries caused by that battle have not fully recovered. At this time, if it is taken again, severe side effects will inevitably occur. Therefore, after only a little hesitation, Golden Lion Shiki chose to remain silent for a while in the face of Kaido's provocation and threat. More than Kaido, Golden Lion Shiki wants to destroy the Xuanwu Marine base and preferably kill Benedict. The latter is now unrealistic. Their own captain was threatened by Kaido, Sasaki Yunin, Kurai Kotaro and others looked a little ugly. Even, there are thoughts of making a move. After all, judging from the current situation, the only beasts pirates appearing here are Kaido and the Flame Disaster, Jain. Without the Golden Lion's wordiness, Kaido's gaze also turned to Xuanwu Marine base. To be precise, it was the bald head who swam ashore. Although the attack just now was a sneak attack, the power of this attack was not weak at all. He took a solid blow, and at this moment, the bald head, except for some torn clothes, looked like nothing at all. Kyu looked up at the sky, looked at the huge green dragon in front of him, and said seriously, the reptiles above, you'd better come down quickly and give me a punch. Otherwise, the matter of sneak attacking me just now is not over. It hurts a little, but not very painful. But being attacked by someone is nothing. Although Kaido was angry at being called a reptile by Saitama, Kaido looked at Saitama left and right with huge long eyes, and there was a bit of dignity in his eyes. Although Kaido often looks very reckless, even very brainless, but Kaido also has Zhongfei threading a needle and thread, thick and thin, but clear in his heart. To be able to beat Golden Lion Shiki so terribly, even to be hit by him, without any incident, the strength is probably not weaker than Benedict. I don't want to kill the nameless people, so name them, kid. Some lines from secondary school. However, like Kaido, many people are curious about who this bald man is. The strong man who can beat the Golden Lion Shiki, why has he never heard of legends about him in the sea? Saitama. Saitama didn't think too much, and reported his name. Then, Kyu looked at Kaido, clenched his fists, bowed slightly, and said, come down and let me punch you, do you hear me? Reptile. Kaido heard that this bald head is really shameless. To bear you for a while is not to make you push your nose on your face. Damn kid, think of me, come up. If you don't come up, you will die. Kaido opened his mouth, a fiery red light flashed on the big mouth. Hot interest. Looking at Saitama's posture, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help trembling as he recalled the terrifying power that Saitama gave him from a long distance not long ago. Now, that conversation is never similar. Without the slightest hesitation, Golden Lion walked away from Kaido. As Kaido spewed out hot magma flames, Saitama's seemingly ordinary punch was very serious and moved. Boom. Chapter 151 Kaido, I will come back again. The heat like a beam of light has an attack distance of several kilometers, and its power is so powerful that it can evaporate a mountain in an instant. Now, the distance of hundreds of meters is just a matter of an instant. However, facing such an attack, Saitama did not dodge or evade, but just punched seriously. That's all. Kaido hadn't realized what was going on, but the heat was disappearing quickly. In this way, when he was puzzled, an extremely powerful and terrifying force had descended on him. Vomit. The hot breath that would continue to be spit out suddenly lost its flame and exploded in the stomach. Accompanied by the smell of rotten meat, the green body turned red a lot. What's more, his huge body disappeared from everyone's eyes at an extremely fast speed. This picture is so familiar. Benedict looked up at the sky, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a smile appeared on his face. Why can't these people learn their lesson? Also, when Golden Lion Shiki was beaten, Kaido was still on his way here, and he didn't watch the live broadcast, so it's only natural that he didn't know. So, he deserved to be beaten. Moreover, he was seriously beaten. I just don't know, with Kaido's pervert physique, what will be the result. It's unlikely to kill Kaido with a serious punch, but it is still possible if defeated. Not long ago, he was the one who was beaten into the air, and Golden Lion Shiki knew the pain best. Now, seeing Kaido being taken into the sky with his own eyes, and feeling more terrifying power, Golden Lion Shiki suddenly didn't care about Kaido's previous offense. What's more, Golden Lion Shiki still smiled secretly. Ah, it turns out that this is how it feels to watch someone get beaten. So cool. Compared to Golden Lion Shiki, who was secretly happy, Yan Calamity Jin is very ignorant. What's happening here? What about Kaido people? What the hell am I doing? Where am I? With a whoosh, accompanied by a terrifying air wave, he passed by, and he in the form of a pterosaur was even thrown backwards by the impact. When he realized it again, Kaido had disappeared. I just vaguely remember that Kaido suddenly went to the sky, very high, very high. At this time, trying to look up at the sky, a very small figure can be vaguely seen. As time goes by, that small figure is constantly zooming in and out. Then, Yan Calamity Jin just saw clearly that it was their governor, Kaido. Governor. Until Kaido had fallen, only a few hundred meters away from him, he shouted quickly. Kaido, who had been attacked by a huge force and was unconscious, almost fainted. Jin's voice echoed in his mind. The instinct of the body made him try to open his eyes, and in the confusion, he became more sober. Shaking his head, he also controlled his body, thus floating in the air. But it was also at this moment that the severe pain stimulated his mind like a flood. Severe pain all over the body, causing Kaido's huge body to continuously twist and swing in the air, and make a painful sound. Yan Zujin saw such a scene, his eyes were full of panic. He wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know how to comfort him. His gaze subconsciously glanced at Xuanwu Marine base. Yan Zujin's gaze widened again, and he rushed towards Kaido, shouting, "Governor, run." It turned out that Saitama at this time was swinging his left fist that he had been waiting for a long time. Boom. The huge power was released in an instant. The target is Kaido, who is still not fully awake. What? There was a scream. Flame Calamity Jin used the fastest speed to push Kaido away. The terrifying force instantly enveloped him. Vaguely, Golden Lion Shiki and others who were watching the battle clearly saw that Yan Wanjin's body seemed to be crushed by a huge force. Although Kaido was pushed away, the tail was still rubbed by the terrifying force, the scales were shattered, the bones were broken, and the long tail fell powerlessly. Stung by the huge force again, Kaido also became more conscious. Kaido watched being knocked into the air, went out in a perfect parabola, and disappeared into the distance without any resistance, the embers of flames who didn't know life and death. His eyes were full of fear. Sorry, I missed it by accident. However, the body should still be found. Seeing Jin being beaten into the air and unable to come back, Kyu narrowed his eyes like dead fish eyes, looked aside regretfully, and said apologetically. Hearing this, Benedict was a little speechless. Obviously, it has been specially explained, if someone with the devil fruit tree ability appears, knocks out, cripples, or even beats him to his last breath, don't beat him to death. It's good now. I don't know if Yan Calamity will die, but it will be impossible to find Yan Calamity for a while. It's even possible to burp by the time you find it. Benedict, how will you be here? Golden Lion Shiki immediately noticed the appearance of Benedict and exclaimed. The camera pans to Benedict as Golden Lion Shiki exclaims. Not only Golden Lion, but also the audience who watched the live broadcast were also exclaimed. What's happening here? Isn't Marshal Benedict of Xuanwu Marine in North Blue? Hey, how is it possible? Didn't Benedict just beat Germa Alliance in North Blue just 10 minutes ago? Now he is on his way back to East Blue at most, but now he is in Xuanwu Marine base. Are you kidding me? It's horrible. Can anyone tell me what happened? Even Pelusilino from Sparkling Fruit can't do it. ... When everyone is amazed, Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Sengoku looked at Pelusilino and asked, if it was you, how long would it take? How fast is light? Pelusilino asked. ... Everyone was silent. Who knows what the speed of light is? Do you know? No, a hammer. Xuanwu Marine base. Listening to Pelusilino's answer, everyone's eyes returned to the live broadcast again. Will you die? Without looking back, he left a word, and fled quickly in the direction where Jin flew out. The corner of Benedict's mouth twitched slightly, and then he looked at the golden lion floating on the sky island, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Kaido endured the severe pain. Hearing this, countless alpacas galloped past in his heart. But obviously, this explanation is very weak. How come these words are familiar? Fly a hammer. I will be back again. I didn't come alone. It was two. Benedict, you wait for me. Dare to come here alone. Benedict ignored Golden Lion Shiki, looked at Kaido, and said with a smile, Kaido, you are very courageous. At least an hour. Pelusilino responded calmly. The use of devil fruit requires physical and mental energy consumption. To put it more directly, it consumes blue bars. If the blue bars are not enough, put a woolen skill. From North Blue to East Blue's Xuanwu Marine base, I don't know how many kilometers there are. Saitama's horror. Let him know that now that Benedict is back, he can't beat him at all. Chapter 152 One Punch. Kaido, who was fearless and kept committing suicide, ran away in fear. This is what no one thought of. They thought of Saitama's terror. They thought of Benedict's horror. They thought that Saitama and Benedict would join forces. They also thought that Golden Lion and Kaido would join forces. However, what they didn't expect was that Kaido ran away. Run so simply. Is this still the same Kaido? This is Kaido's second run away from Benedict. Countless pirates feel ashamed of Kaido's performance. Why not join forces? Why run away? Take down Benedict and Saitama, and Xuanwu Marine will also be wiped out. ... As Kaido left, everyone in the Flying Pirates fell silent in amazement, and in silence, felt fear. Stared at by Benedict, Golden Lion Shiki's heart trembled. Golden Lion Shiki is too familiar with the feeling of a hunter staring at his prey. Because, he is also often a hunter. Shiki, let you escape last time. This time, you have no chance. Benedict grabbed Saitama, flew up to the floating sky island, chuckled and said, you are not the only one who can fly, Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki was silent for a moment, holding two swords, and launched an attack instantly. Gia ha ha ha, Benedict, you really shocked me. But I'm Golden Lion Shiki, and I won't run away. Benedict instantly entered the 8 inner gate state, and the fist covered by armament haki blasted out at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Both of them flew out. The powerful force sent both of them flying. Soon, the two fought fiercely in the void again. On Sky Island, Saitama looked at Union Sasaki, Kotaro Aoi, King of Evil Government, and Katarina Dupont, and asked with a smile, which one of you is demon fruit power? Sasaki Union and the others were slightly taken aback when they heard the words, not knowing why Saitama asked this. Although Katarina Dupont was also a little puzzled, the two sides were enemies now, and she felt that this was an opportunity. So, Katarina Dupont looked at Saitama and chuckled. The current Katrina Dupont is only about 18 years old. In addition to the weird facial features, the 3-meter-tall figure is still very hot. In addition, she is also Zone, Phantom Beast, Dog Fruit, Demon Fruit power in Nine-Tails Fox form. If it weren't for the many crimes, she wouldn't be locked up in Impel Down. It's just that I haven't lived in Impel Down for a few months before being released by Golden Lion Shiki. Katarina Dupont showed the ability of Devil Fruit, and behind her appeared the form of Nine-Tails Fox, with 9 white tails. As the form unfolded, a special aura was released from its body. This breath can make people who smell it fall into an illusion, and when they look at Katarina Dupont, they will be extremely shocked. Why does this world have such a beautiful and perfect woman? This is Katrina Dupont's prank, but also for a sense of satisfaction. Katarina Dupont, who showed fruit ability, is extremely confident that Saitama will be affected by her charm ability. So, she walked towards Kitama, and was ready to kill Kitama. For this, Katarina Dupont gave an excited laugh. But this kind of laughter can make the charmed person hear gentle whispers that touch people's hearts. Kyu-kun, am I beautiful? Katarina Dupont came in front of the short Saitama, bent down, lowered her head, and tried to speak in Saitama's ear, which she thought was very gentle. In Katrina Dupont's mind, Saitama was already imagining that she said, "You are beautiful." Because Katarina Dupont is extremely confident, Saitama has been charmed by herself. Evil Government King, looking stupid and drooling. The confusion and relaxed state of mind in the eyes of Sasaki Yunin and Kurai Kotaro. These are the best proof. However, if Katarina Dupont is more sober and less conceited, she will find that Saitama has always looked like a dead fish, without any obsession after being charmed. What is it? Where does such an ugly woman get her confidence? Boom. Normal punch. Still because of the charm effect brought by the fruit, Katarina Dupont, who was full of confidence, was directly punched in the stomach by Saitama. A powerful force instantly penetrated her body. The Devil Fruit ability was also released after Katarina Dupont passed out. The Evil King, Sasaki Yunin, and Kurai Kotaro woke up instantly. Looking at Katarina Dupont, who was lying on the ground, and Saitama who was standing there, the three of them were extremely alert. At the same time, I am a little fortunate. Katrina Dupont's charm technique just now can be described as an indiscriminate attack. They suffer. At that time, if you were attacked by someone, you would die. Go together. Sasaki Yongnian didn't dare to be careless, let out a low drink, the Devil Fruit's ability was activated, and the Spider-Man form, with the appearance of limbs and arms, started with the Six-Sword style, the strongest skill. Six-Sword style, Shinigami Carnival. Kotaro Kurai held a stick and came to the right side of Saitama in an instant, and the long stick drew a semicircle in front of him. Chaos. Because it is Demon Fruit power, Sasaki Yongnian is not dead, but he is not far from death. Saitama complied with his request, and with a dodge, he punched him in the head. Just like Katarina Dupont, the power penetrated the body, but it also shattered all the bones in the chest. He is 5 meters tall, although he is only in his 20s now, but his strength is not a joke. Except for Sasaki Yunin and Kurai Kotaro, the Evil Government King was on the sidelines, holding a pistol, and launched an attack on Saitama first. However, such strength is still not as good as Sasaki Yunin and Kurai Kotaro. The powerful force broke Kotaro Kurai's special iron rod and exploded the opponent's body in an instant. At the same time, Saitama moved towards the sides, punching each of them so quickly that it was unbelievable. At this moment, the attacks of Sasaki Yunin and Kurai Kotaro were about to fall on Saitama. The bullet that covered armament haki fell on Saitama like a glass marble hitting an iron bar and being bounced off. The core strength of the flying pirates, the 4 guardians of the Golden Lion, are gone. They are all dead. Can they still live? Abalo Pizarro, who is known as the King of Evil Government, dies. The Evil Government King watched Union Sasaki and Kotaro Kurai being killed by Saitama so easily, and he was not friendly at all. Shish, the bullets containing armament haki shot out mercilessly. It only takes a little time for him to pass out after fainting, and he should leave when he runs out of oxygen. Boom, boom. But also at this moment, Saitama was all in black, like a black man in the dark, so black that it was strange, so black that it shone brightly. Chapter 153 Golden Lion Shiki, Pawn, Flying Pirates, destroyed. Of the 4 great forces of the flying pirates, 2 have been hammered, and the rest have passed out and will die. Above the void, the battle between Golden Lion Shiki and Benedict was barely a back and forth. Golden Lion's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, dripping with blood. He was seriously injured, but he could barely compete with Benedict. At this time, Benedict didn't use his full strength. If he did, Golden Lion Shiki would have to die. A-hole, Benedict, you forced this old man. Golden Lion's arm, which was punched heavily by Benedict, was also somewhat deformed. The arm that was still folded under armament hockey was like an extremely hard steel that was forcibly bent. This process was extremely painful. So too, Golden Lion Shiki knew that if he didn't make a final struggle, he might actually die. Saitama's bald head is really terrifying. Without further hesitation, Golden Lion Shiki fled frantically, and then flew towards his own pirate ship, calling, "Where's the IQ potion? Governor, catch it." The funny scientist of the flying pirates ran out, and threw a blue potion at the Golden Lion with all his strength. Golden Lion Shiki caught the IQ potion, unplugged it, and drank it in one gulp. In an instant, berserk power was rampaging through the Golden Lion's body. This process was very painful, but that power also excited Golden Lion Shiki. Even, some blue energy can be seen venting from the Golden Lion. The wounds from Saitama and Benedict were all healed within a few breaths. What? Golden Lion roared to the sky, the power released from his body became more violent, and a gust of wind was set off, sweeping around. Benedict looked at the scene in front of him and didn't stop it. At the same time, Benedict has also noticed that although the Golden Lion has gained great power at this time, his consciousness is also suffering from a mental shock. This is a side effect after taking IQ medicine. Benedict, come on, let this old man have a good fight. Today, either you die or I die. The 4 guardians were taken down, and the other members of the flying pirates did not have such a powerful force and they couldn't stop Saitama's fist. Now, under the destruction of Saitama, the floating sky island began to fall one by one, and many soldiers of Xuanwu Marine were ready to fight. Instead of fleeing without a fight and being ashamed like Kaido, Golden Lion Shiki is more willing to fight to the death. Such is the character and pride of Golden Lion Shiki. Ha ha, come on, Golden Lion. It's better to die in battle than to hide in a corner and die of old age. Seeing the power of the Golden Lion, Benedict seemed to have returned to his peak state, and he didn't procrastinate any longer. The 8 inner gates' 7th gate opened in succession, and the terrifying energy emanating from its body was even more terrifying than the Golden Lion. Kill, Benedict brat. There are not many people that this old man can admire, and you are one of them. Golden Lion Shiki strikes out with 2 swords, outputting crazily towards Benedict. Benedict didn't dodge either. Every punch and every kick with extremely fast speed not only blocked the Golden Lion's attack, but also kept seizing the opportunity to land heavy punches on Golden Lion Shiki. Even if Golden Lion's observation hockey couldn't capture Benedict's actions, he still relied on his strong personal qualities, experience, and intuition to resist tenaciously. Boom! Benedict's fist landed heavily on Golden Lion's stomach, directly hitting the opponent into an island, and the whole island trembled. Benedict flew down and burst out with a powerful force, Day Tiger. A powerful force erupted from Benedict, and a phantom of a white tiger suddenly appeared, roaring in the sky. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. The Golden Lion flew up fiercely, and at the same time activated its fruit ability. The 3 lions rose from the ground and roared to the sky. Boom! The lion's head exploded, and the gravel flew. The Golden Lion Shiki who was protected in the middle had protruding eyes and bloodshot eyes. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. With the wave of the Golden Lion, one after another sword energy arrived in front of him in an instant. Benedict didn't dodge this in any way, the power of the Day Tiger was still terrifying, blocking all the incoming sword energy. Golden Lion Shiki held his swords horizontally in front of him, and with his own body strength, forcibly withstood Benedict's attack. It's just that they collided with each other just now, and the powerful force has already caused his blood to surge, and he couldn't hold it back, and he spurted out a mouthful of sweetness. The bright red blood was instantly evaporated in front of the powerful force. The whole Golden Lion was pushed into the ground by Benedict's kick. The cracks in the ground, a huge pit, are constantly expanding and deepening. At this time, the huge island, centered on this deep pit, was obviously torn open with huge cracks. Another mouthful of old blood was spat out, and Golden Lion suffered an unprecedented blow. What's more, when Benedict opened the door of death before, and half of his body was almost blown off, the pain was even worse. Golden Lion, you can't do it anymore. Benedict looked down at the Golden Lion who was trampled under his feet, and said in a deep voice. The present era no longer belongs to you. Instead, it belongs to my era. Golden Lion's eyes turned white, the pupils could hardly be seen, and his breathing seemed to stop. It's a pity, it's a pity. It's only been a few months, and you have already become so powerful. Gia ha 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 ha. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the Golden Lion Shiki and getting the Piao Piao Devil Fruit. May I ask if the host uses it to summon special forces? Cough 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 cough. It's not that I'm old, but that you're too strong. ... Benedict imp. Gia ha ha ha. I am very much looking forward to what kind of changes will happen to the pattern of the sea after my death. Ding. Congratulations to host for destroying the air pirates, gaining 100,000 justice points and 100 unit enhancement stones from the golden treasure box. Cough cough cough. Golden Lion Shiki, pawn. And as Benedict's foot stepped on the heart, the Golden Lion seemed to come to life, and the pupils returned to the center, but they were a little dim and confused. Panting heavily, the words of Benedict still echoed in Golden Lion's mind, buzzing all the time. Roger, the old man is here. Ding. Congratulations to host for killing 4 emperors, Golden Lion Shiki, and getting 50,000 justice points, 1 golden treasure chest, and 50 troop enhancement stones. Benedict kid, be careful Kaido, be careful world government. Golden Lion Shiki knew that he was powerless revolving heaven, so he murmured his last breath, unable to swallow it. Chapter 154 The warning that shocked the world. Quote. As you can see, the captain of the flying pirates, Golden Lion, Shiki, has been killed by me. Not only that, but also the core members of the flying pirates, Sasaki Yunin, Kurai Kotaro, and Katarina Deppen, the Xuanwu hunter, who escaped from Impel Down and joined the flying pirates, evil policy king, Abalo Pizarro. As the founder of Xuanwu Marine and now the Marshal of Xuanwu Marine, I officially announce to the whole world that the flying pirates have been completely wiped out by our side. Hereby, I would like to issue a warning to the pirates and gang members who are sailing on the sea and committing crimes. You must surrender to the nearest Xuanwu Marine base as quickly as possible. Otherwise, anyone who encounters them will be killed. The Golden Lion is dead. His corpse, placed together with the corpses of Uni and Sasaki and the other four, was broadcast live and witnessed to the world, proving the power of Xuanwu Marine in a piece of history written. The flying pirates are as powerful as the Big Mom pirates, Beasts pirates, and Whitebeard pirates. In addition, relying on Benedict and Saitama, they easily won the core strength of the flying pirates, which once again proved the power of Xuanwu Marine to the world. At the same time, everyone also knows that Xuanwu Marine has such a number one figure as Saitama. With such a person sitting in Xuanwu Marine base, no one can resist Saitama's fist unless two emperor-level powerhouses suppress it together. After Benedict shut down the live broadcast, the whole world was in an uproar. Horrible, what is the secret behind Xuanwu Marine? When Benedict, the Marshal, had to go to North Blue in person after Ochoku was dead, they thought that the background of Xuanwu Marine was just that. However, they were wrong. Kaido was beaten and scared away. Golden Lion lost his life directly, and the flying pirates were gone. A group of pirates and gangsters who roamed the sea and committed numerous crimes, many of them fell silent in the face of Benedict's warning. However, this also aroused the viciousness of many pirates, as well as the determination to resist. Cake Island. The ant crushed her favorite cake, stood up with her huge body, her eyes were very gloomy, as if she might run away at any time. All the ministers were silent at this moment and did not dare to speak. Because they knew that the ant was angry. Killed the Golden Lion, Shiki. We still underestimate Xuanwu Marine. Xuanwu Marine can't be allowed to develop anymore. Contact Kaido, I want to talk to him. The ant sat down again, and said in a deep voice. When everyone heard the words, they all thought of something, so they looked at Charlotte Tekatakuri. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Charlotte Tekatakuri took on the possible anger, stood up and said, Mom, Kaido should be on his way back to Wano Kuni. I don't know whether the flame disaster is alive or dead. Kaido didn't bring the phone bug. Kaido basically doesn't bring phone bugs with him. It is also because the phone bug is too small, holding it in your hand is like holding a strand of hair. Second, Kaido thinks it will lose its identity. Therefore, the phone bugs and so on are all taken by the younger brothers around them. Think of a way, contact him. Ant's response made all the ministers heave a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the ant would be angry and run away directly. Although the number of times of running away was lost, it was a very troublesome thing to calm down every time. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Kaido fled. Golden Lion was killed, flying pirates were wiped out, Xuanwu Marine has a terrifying powerhouse beyond the admiral level. The superimposition of these information caused a lot of headaches for the Marine executives. It is well known that they are targeting Xuanwu Marine. Originally, in their view, the Xuanwu Marine, which could be destroyed only by pressing the whole army, was already so terrifying that it was not the biggest competitor or threat they could underestimate. To deal with Xuanwu Marine, we need a good plan. After a moment of silence, Marshal Kong made the final conclusion for watching the live broadcast. The crowd dispersed, each with an extremely heavy expression. Holy Land Mariajoy. 5 elders. The Golden Lion has been killed, and the lion fruit will descend in a corner of the sea. It is necessary to arrange for someone to search for it and bring it back. There are also zone, phantom beast species, dog fruit, and 9 tails devil fruit in the fox form. They must also be found. The whereabouts of ancient weapon, Pluton, must be found quickly. It will be a huge weapon against Xuanwu Marine. The bald man named Saitama in Xuanwu Marine is very dangerous. Kong seeks help to increase the combat power of Marine's top management, and proposes to emulate Xuanwu Marine and recruit troops from all over the world. Let Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, and Kong join forces to take down Xuanwu Marine with all their might. Many people will die. The untouchables can still be raised after death, but if the Xuanwu Marine is not eliminated, the Marine we raise will be worthless. You can activate that power to assassinate the senior officials of Xuanwu Marine. Agree. The power displayed by Xuanwu Marine now, as well as the personal combat power of Saitama and Benedict, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the top of the top in the sea. If these two join forces, even if Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr fight together, it will be difficult to kill them. For this reason, 5 elders decided to activate the hidden power against Xuanwu Marine. Xuanwu Marine Base. Benedict is not clear about the 5 elders, the powerhouses of various forces, and how they will calculate Xuanwu Marine next. To plot against him, there are too many forces plotting against Xuanwu Marine. If you think too much, you will only increase your troubles. Therefore, it is better to respond to all changes without moving, and the soldiers come to cover up the water and the soil. When you are unwilling to move, just work hard to eliminate them step by step. Now, there are only two things that Benedict cares about. One is what Golden Lion Shiki said before he died. Why be careful with Kaido? Be careful world government, it's a must. From the beginning, Benedict did not underestimate world government. It can destroy the kingdom of D, which has dominated the world in terms of combat power and technology for thousands of years. The power it possesses is absolutely terrifying. The world government has controlled the world for 800 years, and the wealth, resources, and power cultivated secretly are even more unfathomable. But why should you be careful with Kaido? What other secrets is he hiding? In other words, who did he have a secret deal with? Benedict thought for a long time, and thought of a person. Maybe this person has an intersection with Kaido. Kaido will cooperate with that person. Benedict couldn't help but suspect that a person as proud as Kaido would not be manipulated by others. In addition to the above things, the last one is that he has a lot of devil fruit in his hand, and he can summon special forces again. At the same time, this also means that Xuanwu Marine will have more masters with strong potential. Thinking of this, Benedict couldn't help calling special forces. Chapter 155 Devil Fruit Juicer. Sluggish Devil Fruit, Nine-Tails Fox Devil Fruit, Spider Devil Fruit, Floating Devil Fruit. Now that I have 4 devil fruits in my hand, I can summon 4 special forces. I hope these characters summoned by devil fruit can be as powerful as Saitama. Benedict looked at the 4 devil fruits stored in the warehouse given by the system, with great anticipation in his heart. In addition to devil fruit, there are 2 treasure chests, namely the gold treasure chest and the silver treasure chest. Another wave of rewards worth looking forward to. Taking a deep breath, Benedict rubbed his hands together and said, "System, open the silver treasure chest." Ding! Congratulations to host for getting 50,000 justice points. Benedict's face was dark. Even though he knew the system would not answer, he still couldn't help but greeted him. "System, are you poor? Give me justice points and trick me into spending. Even if you bring a weapon, construction blueprints or something, it's better than giving me some justice." After nearly 5 minutes of babbling, unwilling to stop, Benedict finally had to accept the fact. It's better to have justice than a thank you for your patronage. "System, open the golden treasure chest." Benedict looked at the golden treasure chest and said silently in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the devil fruit juicer. What? System, are you kidding me? A golden treasure chest, you opened a devil fruit juicer for me. Just kidding me, isn't it just a fruit juicer? Anyway, you can give me 100,000 justice points, and you can give me a juicer. Benedict was stunned by the sudden appearance of the prize. Ever since, Benedict couldn't help but frantically output, and the only thing missing was a very direct greeting system. Even if the system won't refute, this impulse still hasn't changed. Outside the Marshal's office, a group of busy senior executives of Xuanwu Marine, listening to the roaring sound coming from the Marshal's office, looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what was going on inside. And listening to the dialogue, it seems that it is not a big deal. Today is clearly the day when the Golden Lion Shiki was defeated, the flying pirates were wiped out, and the strength of Xuanwu Marine was demonstrated. Why is the Marshal angry? After nearly 5 minutes, the voice of cursing disappeared. Benedict's eyes widened and his mouth opened in disbelief. Devil Fruit Juicer. An artifact with special magic power. You can squeeze a whole devil fruit to get a drop of Awakening Potion. Awakening Potion. If you collect 20 drops of Awakening Potion, you have a high probability of breaking through the limit of your body and gaining supernatural physique. Super God Physique. Go beyond the limits of your body and have a god-like physique. Super God Physique Attributes. SSS level healing ability, SSS level defensive ability, SSS level physical strength, SSS level mental power, SSS level speed, SSS level potential. I hate you immortal, depend on, grass, Benedict finally couldn't bear it anymore, and greeted frantically. A wave of fluent greetings, can be called 6,666. For a moment, the people outside were even more confused. Marshal, what's the matter? And what do the words, rely, grass, and throw, mean? Benedict really did not expect that the devil fruit juicer has such a magical effect. It's almost heaven-defying. Cowhide Plath. With 20 drops of Awakening Potion, there is a high probability of awakening supernatural physique. The attributes and potential of the 6 SSS levels are more attractive than summoning 20 demon fruit powers. In particular, he has awakened a super god physique, so in this blockbuster, if he pushes it across, who else can resist? Even the incomparably mysterious I Am, who has lived for 800 years, can still be killed. Ding, I found devil fruit. May I ask if the host uses a devil fruit juicer? The sound of the system sounded, and Benedict, who was so excited, subconsciously wanted to say, squeeze. But soon, it stopped immediately. If it is not clear, what devil fruit is squeezed, and if lion fruit is squeezed, it will be troublesome. System, squeeze the spider devil fruit. Benedict hesitated, but chose zone spider devil fruit. Slow fruit, this ability is still very useful in necessary battles. Lion fruit's ability is also very pervert. The most basic operation is to see who is upset, and directly control a huge island and bury the opponent. If it is not possible, the marine warship can also be used as an aviation fighter jet to strike at high altitude and long distance. It's great. As for the Nine-Tails Fox Devil Fruit, it is a phantom beast after all, but the ability it displayed now is not very useful. If it can be used to squeeze juice, Benedict is a little unwilling. So, what I'm looking forward to now is that the spider fruit can really explode the awakening potion. The devil fruit juicer is in the user interface of the system and cannot be taken out. Roar, what? As the devil fruit juicer started, the spider devil fruit seemed to have some kind of violent collision in the colorful light of Madara, and it trembled continuously. At the same time, in Benedict's mind, he heard the last scream of struggle. The appearance of this voice made Benedict subconsciously cover his ears. What's happening here? Where is this sound coming from? Benedict was a little confused, and then his expression became a little dignified. It is said that devil fruit is the incarnation of the devil, so there is a devil soul hidden in the devil fruit. Once the devil fruit is eaten, its soul will also enter the body of the eater. Some people call this process reincarnation, others call it curse, but others call it parasitic. Reincarnation is mentioned according to the theory of fate. They believe that the devils in devil fruit have their own mission. This mission makes them appear near the predestined person, or wait for the predestined person to eat them, so as to merge with the user's soul without affecting the soul. In the case of the ontology, become a reincarnated person to complete the mission. The curse is commonly mentioned because after eating devil fruit, it will turn into a landlubber, and only one can be eaten. The reason for this is that they believe that a person has only one soul, and can only fuse one demon, and cannot allow the second demon to participate, otherwise internal friction will kill the body soul. According to parasitic theory, some people think that devil fruit comes from the devil fruit tree. It is a huge demon with many abilities, implanted in fruit. People who eat devil fruit, after death, devil fruit will reappear in the world, the soul of the body will be swallowed, and the soul of the devil will become stronger, until one day when the devil fruit returns to the devil fruit tree, the devil will reappear in the world. The scene just now made Benedict have to seriously think about whether the rumor about devil fruit is true or not. If so, juicing devil fruit is undoubtedly a better choice. Who knows, one day in the future, the pile of demon fruit power around me will suddenly betray me. Chapter 156 Wind Swordsman, Yasuo. Skip the mental shock brought by that roar. Benedict's gaze was fixed on the devil fruit juicer. Under the shattering of the colorful light, if possible, not only the fruit itself, but also the soul of the devil. Just like reading a note, 30 seconds later, a drop of golden yellow liquid floated in the devil fruit juicer. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting a drop of ordinary awakening potion. There is no need for Benedict to extract it by himself, the system automatically extracts it, puts it in a transparent container, and stores it in the warehouse. Ordinary awakening potion, is this still graded? Hearing this, Benedict couldn't help being taken aback, and then had a bad premonition. Ordinary awakening potion. Collect 10 drops of ordinary awakening potion, there is a high probability of breaking through the limit of the body and obtaining an extraordinary physique. Extraordinary physique. A pseudo-god physique between the peak of human beings and gods. Extraordinary physique attributes. SS level physical strength, SS level defense, SS level speed, S level healing, SS level mental power, S+ level potential. Although the attribute is much weaker than the super god physique, it is still strong. Benedict checked Saitama's attribute information, and there was a special column, extraordinary physique. Saitama's terrifying strength, in addition to the full level of armament haki, which allows him to have terrifying combat power, this extraordinary physique gives him even more bonuses. Without this extraordinary physique, Saitama's strength would have been reduced by at least 1/3 of his combat power. And Saitama's potential cannot be S+ level. If Kenjiro, Sakata Jintoki, Odengu Seifu, Lu Bu and others all obtained extraordinary physiques, their stats in all aspects would be strengthened, and their potential would reach the S+ level. Thinking of this, Benedict smiled happily. On the bright side, as long as the strength of Kenjiro and Sakata Jintoki reaches such a terrifying level as Saitama, the high-level combat power of Xuanwu Marine will be absolutely stable. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Kong are all together. In addition to the ordinary awakening potion, there is also a 5-color awakening potion. If you collect 20 drops of the awakening potion, you have a high probability of breaking through the limit of your body and gaining a supernatural physique. Looking at the information that appeared, Benedict couldn't help but want to greet the system again. Sure enough, good things are not so easy to get. Benedict doesn't know how many devil fruits there are, but there will definitely be no less. Like spider devil fruit, there are many devil fruits like this, and it is not difficult to win them. In this way, it is not difficult to create a few masters with extraordinary physiques in a short period of time. Benedict squinted his eyes, flashing murderous intent, and murmured, "It seems that it is very necessary to organize a team to hunt demon fruit power. For Xuanwu Marine, for the extraordinary physique, and for the supernatural physique, this, demon hunting team, must be formed." Taking a deep breath, Benedict looked at the remaining 3 devil fruits, hesitating. Do you want to juice the remaining 3 devil fruits? With the devil fruit juicer, it's hard not to believe that demons might exist. After some struggle, Benedict still said, "System, use Piao Piao devil fruit to summon special forces." Fluttering devil fruit's strategic position is very high. In the absence of fighter planes, fighting on the sea or on land, with the ability of lion fruit, you can turn your warship into a fighter plane very well. In the future, there will be more and more contests with the world government, and no one can guarantee that the world government will come up with any special weapons. Ding! Congratulations to host for using Piao Piao Devil Fruit to successfully summon special forces, Gale Sword Hao Yasuo. A gust of wind rolled up 1 nautical mile away from Xuanwu Marine Base, forming a waterspout, and rushed towards the port of Xuanwu Marine Base. The Xuanwu Marine soldiers who were stationed at the gate looked at the incoming waterspout and explained for a moment, but soon they sounded the alarm. As the siren sounded, a colonel immediately organized artillery and aimed at the incoming waterspout. The colonel stared at the waterspout calmly, and said in a deep voice, "Fire the cannon." For the waterspout that appeared, they have seen it not once. In the mysterious sea, there may be a waterspout at any time, or Uzumaki. In this regard, Xuanwu Marine soldiers also have a way to deal with it. For example, when the waterspout comes, they will focus their fire to forcefully disperse the waterspout with a powerful impact. There was a roar, and dozens of cannonballs were fired at the same time, and gathered towards one point. That point is also where the waterspout just arrived. At the moment when dozens of cannonballs touched together, a loud noise resounded in a radius of dozens of miles. At the same time, under this powerful destructive and impact force, the seawater was instantly pushed out of the crater with a radius of 100 meters. The seawater surged and rolled in, impacting the port of Xuanwu Marine Base, making huge splashes. The seawater fell like a torrential rain, and a figure also appeared in the air, exposed in front of everyone. The colonel looked at the people in the air, not daring to be careless, and sounded the alarm again. Different from the previous alarm, this time it is a unique alarm when an intruder appears. As the alarm sounded, the high-level people in Xuanwu Marine Base immediately stopped their work and came to the huge balcony to see who dared to break into Xuanwu Marine Base at this time. You know, not long ago, they just wiped out the flying pirates. Death is like the wind, always with me. The voice was like a dragon bell, resounding between heaven and earth, and it was somewhat solemn. Just this voice made the expressions of all the marine executives change slightly, and they became dignified. Saitama, who was squatting up and down, heard the voice and looked into the distance, a little surprised. Another one looking for a punch. Saitama clenched his fist and shook it a few times. No matter who it was, he punched him first. Snapped. With a dark face, Benedict appeared next to Saitama, took Saitama's hand, and said, "What do you want?" If he hadn't come to the window to take a look, and happened to see Saitama's movements, Benedict couldn't help but wonder if his great swordsman, Yasuo, would have died before he could finish his battle. That swordsman is a bit arrogant, and he intends to give him a meeting gift. Kyu said blankly, "My family, put away your greeting gift." Benedict said speechlessly. When Benedict finished speaking, Gale Sword Hao Yasuo had already flown in front of Benedict. "Yasuo, see the marshal." After Yasuo landed, he gave a military salute to Benedict and shouted seriously. Wind Swordsman. Yasuo can be strengthened. Age. 38. Combat power. S level. Weapon. Gale Sword. Skills. Slashing Steel Flash, Wind Barrier, Stepping Forward Slash, Galawind Endless Slash, Armament Hakill 3, Observation Hakill 3. Special Skill 1. Fluttering Devil Fruit Ability. Special Skill 2. Living to Death. Potential to be stimulated. S level. Loyalty. 100. The strength is very strong, reaching the Admiral level. However, the ability of Fluttering Devil Fruit has not been specially developed. It is only used as a special skill, which is similar to the second ability, endowing objects or living bodies with the ability to float up. It made Benedict somewhat regretful, but it still couldn't change the strategic position in Benedict's heart. However, Gale Swordsman, the main combat power is naturally based on swordsmanship. Golden Lion Shiki, that's it. The fruit ability can only exist as an auxiliary. What is truly powerful is the power within oneself. Chapter 157 Bounty Hunter. The appearance of Galawind Swordsman Yasuo caused a false alarm to the senior management of Xuanwu Marine. Of course, no one thinks that with Benedict and Saitama, who can destroy Xuanwu Marine Base. So, more still curious. Now, after confirming that Yasuo the Gale Sword is one of his own, all the marine executives couldn't help cheering. Yasuo's strength was obvious to all just now. Under the bombardment of that kind of shells, it is still safe and sound, this strength is terrifying. Then, under the affirmation of Benedict, Yasuo possessed Admiral-level strength, and everyone cheered again. Ochoku's life or death is unknown, and now that Yasuo is joining, Xuanwu Marine's strength is still strong. However, Benedict issued an order that Yasuo's identity should be hidden and kept secret. Therefore, although Yasuo has admiral strength and position, he will not appear in front of the world for the time being, but exists as a bounty hunter. At the same time, Benedict also incorporated Yasuo into the Ghost Squad. There is no doubt that Yasuo is powerful as a swordsman of the wind, and at the same time, as an assassin, his strength is also terrifying. Yasuo, the task I give you is to go with the other two members to capture demon fruit power. Pirates are given priority, and those who are stronger will be given priority. Marshal's office, Benedict gave Yasuo a mission, said. Robber G, Jing K, and Yasuo all have S-level strength, and it will only become easier to assassinate an admiral level. What Benedict needs is that the more rare demon fruit power they capture, the more colorful awakening potions they can get, and the faster they can awaken their supernatural physique. Of course, if you encounter demon fruit power, you have to catch it no matter how ordinary it is. This is your identity token, you can use it when you need help. Benedict handed a phone bug to Yasuo, and said again, Ghost team, counting you, there are only 3 at present. Through this phone bug, they can be contacted. On the bright side, with you as the captain and bounty hunter, don't reveal your identity for now without my order or special circumstances. Yasuo heard the words, thought for a while, and understood the meaning, so he said, yes, Marshal. After receiving the identity token, Yasuo left, and after registering his identity, he left again. However, there were 5 people who left with him. Each of these 5 people was carefully selected and awakened Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey's special forces. They are strong enough to take up the position of Rear Admiral in Xuanwu Marine base. Now, they follow Yasuo to leave, and they will temporarily put aside their identities and become bounty hunters. Of course, their task is to capture demon fruit power. If I remember correctly, there is ordinary demon fruit power in Azkaban. Benedict stood at the window, murmured for a moment, then flew to Azkaban. Since the establishment of Azkaban, the prisoners held here are all people with some strength, or people who have not been executed and are being interrogated. And the final result is that after contributing happiness, raising dementors, and contributing intelligence information, they will all die. Therefore, Azkaban is like a bottomless pit, as many people come and close as they want. As for the demon fruit power, they were all killed by Benedict, and many special forces were summoned, but they were all ordinary, without any special characters. The only thing that is better is that these special forces with devil fruit ability are much stronger than ordinary special forces, and they have basically become low-level cadres, or majors, lieutenant colonels and other levels. Now that there is a devil fruit juicer, Benedict somewhat regrets that these devil fruits have no special potential, and it would be nice not to call special forces. Gathering together, they can now gather more than a dozen drops of common awakening potion. Even, it might be possible for Yasuo to awaken his extraordinary physique. Squeezing a devil fruit into an awakening potion also means that this devil fruit will disappear from this world. Therefore, if one is squeezed, one less one can be produced, and there are only a handful of people with extraordinary physiques. Marshal, after knowing that Benedict was coming, Eiffel Kennedy rushed over and saluted. Benedict nodded to him and said, how much demon fruit power is being held here now? There are 4. Avelkindi responded quickly after hearing the words. As the manager of Azkaban, Eiffel Kennedy is naturally clear about the information on his own territory. Benedict asked, what ability? It's all zone, namely Niu fruit, giraffe-type fruit, salamander fruit, hexagonal salamander-type fruit, chongchong fruit, unicorn-type fruit, chongchong fruit, and hufeng-type fruit. Eiffel Kennedy responded without thinking road. Lead the way, although it is a little less, it is still devil fruit. Squeeze it into juice, that is 4 drops of ordinary awakening potion. These 4 people are members of 3 pirate groups, and the bounty is only about 20 million Baileys. In terms of combat power, it can only be regarded as very ordinary. Benedict didn't stay in Azkaban either, harvested the 4 people and obtained 4 devil fruits. Enduring the roaring sound from the impact, he successfully obtained 4 drops of ordinary awakening potion. Counting the 1 drop of squeezed spider devil fruit, there are 5 drops in total. 5 more drops are needed to get a bottle of ordinary awakening potion. Marshal, this side is ready and the net can be collected. Kenjiro's voice came from the phone bug. In less than 10 days, Kenjiro led the fleet into South Blue, directly found the ward pirates, and chased them all the way. It is also because of this warlock that Benedict can quickly return to Xuanwu Marine base. In addition, Benedict also gave Kenjiro a lot of daggers with the Flying Thunder God spell on them, and asked him to arrange to release them. The last dagger was kept by his side. Such combat power is extremely terrifying. Ever since, in just 2 minutes, the Benedicts had appeared on South Blue, the warship where Kenjiro was. Momo Devil Fruit, because of Brandi World's performance, should be able to squeeze out a drop of colorful awakening potion. Kenjiro's powerful strength and the trigger effect brought by the destruction gauntlet stunned Brandi World who had the Momo fruit. In this way, Benedict can move quickly over a long distance. But Kenjiro did it. Hearing this, Benedict felt better again. It is good. When starting out, on the road to North Blue, use Shadow Clone to drop a kunai with the Flying Thunder God formula on it within a certain distance. With a thought, Benedict disappeared in Xuanwu Marine base. In the eyes of Brandi World, no one can do it except Whitebeard with shock fruit. Of course, Brandi World was hunted down, and he had no time to watch the live broadcast, let alone read the newspaper, otherwise, he would definitely know that Saitama's terror, 2 punches can kill an emperor-level powerhouse. This is the ninjutsu that Benedict exchanged from the system before going to North Blue. Flying Thunder God technique. With 1 punch, the gigantic pirate ship collapsed. Benedict responded and hung up the phone bug. Chapter 158 Brandi World, Pawn. Della's Island, a relatively prosperous island. After Brandi World became Shichibukai, it became its home base. However, at this time, the place has experienced wars, and at the same time as it was depressed, many buildings were destroyed and many people died. The resistance of the ward pirates was very fierce. Together with it, there are also 4 pirate forces that Brandi Waddell has conquered after becoming 7 warlords of the sea. After Kenjiro came to East Blue, he chased and killed the ward pirates several times. They were not slippery and hard to catch, so they came here directly. The purpose is also to force the ward pirates to show up. Brandi World's combat power is very strong. Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, the shaved level is the same level as Garp. Not only that, but the armament haki of Berndy World is also very powerful, directly reaching the point where the whole body is armed. This is the highest level of armament haki, which can only be achieved. Such a powerful force, coupled with the ability of Momo Fruit, instantly increased his combat power by more than several times. In the battle between Ochoku and Berndy World, if it is really fought, it will not have an advantage. In particular, it was finally sunk by Berndy Waddell with a huge battleship, and his life and death are still unknown. At this point, the battle is on. Xuanwu Marine soldiers showed heroic combat power, strong psychological quality, and extraordinary combat power, and they suppressed the ward pirates and other crew members to death. Standing on the warship, Benedict looked at the scene in front of him from a distance. He was satisfied, but at the same time, he was also somewhat dissatisfied. In the face of some pirate cadre level masters, it is slightly insufficient to fight individually. The ones who can single out can only be marine cadres who have mastered armament haki or observation haki. After being silent for at least a moment, Benedict knew that it was very necessary to increase the combat power of Xuanwu Marine soldiers. Strengthening Xuanwu Marine soldiers requires 500,000 justice points. Before that, over a period of time, it reached more than 334,000 points of justice. Today, I got 50,000 justice points for killing the Golden Lion, and I got 100,000 justice points for killing the Emperor-level flying pirates. Now, as long as the Berndy World is wiped out, you can get 50,000 justice points as a reward, and if you count the rewards for destroying other pirate groups, it is expected to reach 540,000 justice points. This is enough to carry out an all-arms reinforcement. On North Blue, Sakata Jintoki is still besieging pirates, and it will be impossible to unify North Blue for a while. However, there are quite a lot of Shichibukai that can be won in front of us. Boom, boom. The battle suddenly became fierce. A figure quickly came out from the middle of the island, and many Xuanwu Marine soldiers were killed as they passed. It's Berndy World. Was beaten by Kenjiro, directly injured, almost fainted. As a last resort, I had to hide in the base camp and hide. However, they did not expect that the Xuanwu Marine soldiers would attack so fiercely that if they did not attack, the entire base camp would be wiped out. Berndy World is also a person with a temper. At this time, how could he care about the treatment given to him by the female ship doctor, and killed him directly? Kenjiro, come on, let's have a good kill. Lousy will not just hide away. Berndy World has never been wronged like this. The powerful cannonball he fired was blown away by Kenjiro's punch before he shot it far. What's more, Kenjiro seized the opportunity to bombard the huge battleship after strengthening, and it was directly blown up. In terms of strength, Kenjiro is no weaker than him, and even more terrifying than him in fighting. It felt like facing the Garp monster. Berndy World, are you dying to fight? How about letting me play with you? Benedict almost teleported, came behind Berndy World, and smiled. Berndy World heard the words, turned around instantly, and waved a fist. Boom. When the fists collided, Berndy World flew out. At the same time, the spear hanging on his body was empowered by Devil Fruit's ability, and instantly strengthened by 10 times. Go to hell. With a roar, Berndy World quickly pulled the trigger. There was a bang 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 sound, and 3 shots were fired in succession. Bullet covered by armament haki, presents a dark glowing bright color, very lethal. Benedict just dodged a few times, dodged quickly, and approached Berndy World again. Benedict. At this time, Berndy World had just seen Benedict's face clearly, and then let out a ferocious smile and an unscrupulous laugh. The clothes were lifted, and rows of miniature short guns and cannons spread out in the air. The Momo Fruit ability activates instantly. In an instant, Berndy World looked like a war machine, with rows of guns and cannons on its back like hedgehogs. Destroy. The dance of war. The veins on Berndy World's face were bulging, and the hands were wrapped in threads, and as the fingers jumped, countless shells began to vent crazily. The approaching Benedict did not expect that Berndy World would have such an attack method. As a last resort, Benedict could only dodge with extremely fast speed. After all, it is still very dangerous to hold on. For example, these armament haki-covered bullets hit places that shouldn't be hit, and it's too much to suffer. Benedict is fine, but the pirate, the marine soldier, who was shot by Berndy World, was killed instantly. Wherever it passed, there were constant roars and screams. Seeing this, Benedict frowned slightly, instantly opened the 8 inner gates, and opened the 4th gate. Fast forward to taking Berndy World. But I didn't expect that Berndy World is very insidious. It is also moving, constantly adjusting the position, just to point the gun at Benedict. Benedict twitched the corner of his mouth, too lazy to play hide and seek with this guy. Multiple shadow clone technique. Hundreds of Benedict shadow clones rushed towards Berndy World, carrying bullets directly. Violence flashed in Berndy World's eyes, roaring and shooting wildly. I am World Destroyer. Berndy World, as many as you come, I will kill as many as you want. Kill, kill. Berndy World was venting crazily, and the bullets with amazing destructive power kept shooting and killing shadow clone. Every shadow clone has great power, almost a shadow clone, carrying a bullet. A burst of white smoke passed by, and the shadow clone was almost wiped out, and the gasp of Berndy World was also heard. Such high-intensity use of Momo Fruit and carrying so many guns and shells is very exhausting. Behind the panting Berndy World, a figure appeared. At this moment, Berndy World's breathing seemed to have stagnated, and the pores were tightly closed, incomparably horrified. The armed defense that covered the whole body was suddenly pierced, and a hand stretched out from inside, and grabbed the heart of Burndy World. The ability of Momo Fruit is actually very strong. However, you lack some partners to maximize the ability of Momo Fruit. If you have a Lion Fruit ability user as a partner, you will experience the thrill of smashing huge shells into the enemy camp at high altitude. You can even throw hundreds of shells on the red line, kill those celestial dragons, and kill the 5 elders. Benedict's voice sounded beside Burndy World. The corner of Burndy World's mouth was bleeding, Armament Hockey's whole body hardening effect faded, and when he was dying, he said with great regret, "I think so too." Chapter 159 Finding New Shichibukai Members. In martial arts, there is a saying that, the only thing in martial arts in the world is speed that cannot be broken. So, speed is everything. In this world, there is also this concept. For example, Pelusilino with sparkling fruit. With the speed of light, as long as he doesn't fight with others, his ability to escape is first rate. Even if it's a fight, as long as you don't encounter someone with too much difference in strength, you are invincible in the same level, and you can even challenge by leapfrogging. If you can't fight, just leave. Among them, why not answer the words, only fast and not broken? Momo Fruit is a very good devil fruit. The key is to see the person who uses this devil fruit, who has no determination and imagination to develop it to a deeper level. 100 times faster is the fastest ever developed by Burndy World, and so is getting bigger. So in addition to 100 times, is there 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or even the speed of light? On this point, in fact, Pelusilino did not display his strength. Sparkling Fruit has the same speed as the speed of light. But in terms of destructive power, it is slightly insufficient. Burndy World has only developed fruit abilities to this extent, which has a lot to do with its youthful dreams and big brother. Burndy World and his big brother dreamed of traveling around the world, but unfortunately, his big brother died, and then he offended the nobles of the world, and he was hunted down. But it also made Burndy World hate the world government so much that it wished to destroy the world government immediately. And this is what Burndy World has always been thinking about in his heart. Unfortunately, he doesn't have this chance now. Because he became a pirate, became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and even launched an attack on Xuanwu Marine, causing Xuanwu Marine to lose an admiral. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 7 warlords of the sea. Burndy World, gaining 50,000 justice points, 1 commando summoning stone, 1 golden treasure chest, and 100 unit strengthening stones. Ding! I found Momo Devil Fruit, ask the host if you want to use it, and summon special forces. Don't call. Benedict directly refused. Momo Fruit and Lion Fruit are a perfect combination. Has a very high strategic position. However, Benedict isn't about to call just yet. At least, not yet. If it is summoned and discovered by the world government, they will definitely send someone to kill it, so that this devil fruit can return to the sea and find it. The world government naturally understands the strategic position of Momo Fruit. Of course, now that I have a devil fruit juicer, this Momo Fruit will definitely be able to dispense a drop of colorful awakening potion, so it's better to keep it for now. In the face of super god physique, a special soldier of Momo Fruit can still bear it for a while. Although the Momo Fruit cannot be summoned immediately, or used to squeeze juice, Benedict has no hesitation about other common devil fruits. Tortoise devil fruit and elephant devil fruit are common species with extremely low development value. However, he still contributed 2 drops of ordinary awakening potion. The battle lasted for half a day, and the pirates on the island were completely cleaned up. For pirates, Marine never hesitates. The moment the butcher knife is raised, it is almost impossible to put it down. 7 warlords of the sea, Burndy World of Ward pirates, delisted. I don't care what the world government has given them, but when they are still pirates and continue to burn, kill, loot, and attack our Xuanwu Marine, they are damned. Justice is never late. Twisted justice will also be sanctioned. Benedict's footage, with Della's island burning in the background and the head of Burndy World in glory, re-announced the operation to the world. For a while, the entire pirate world was in an uproar again. Xuanwu Marine is too scary. During this day, Benedict has done 3 major things. The first thing is to destroy Vince Moquet's family. The second event, which is also the most sensational event, killed the Golden Lion Shiki and destroyed the flying pirates. The third thing is now, another 7 warlords of the sea has been wiped out. Before that, Gecko Moria had already died in the hands of Benedict. So, this is already clear. Is it necessary to fight the world government to the end? Marineford, Kong, Sengoku, Garp and others are all silent. They also don't like Shichibukai, because the existence of Shichibukai is also a stain on their marine. However, because of the determination of the 5 elders, they had to accept this reality again. However, as the Xuanwu Marine became stronger and stronger, the Golden Lion was killed, and 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea were wiped out, which made them have to seriously think about how their marine should face it. Of course, in this matter, they were somewhat happy in their hearts. The most enjoyable of them all is Zephyr. When Shichibukai's order was issued, he was the most opposed. Shichibukai was destroyed, and it was 5 elders who were really beaten in the face. Holy Land Mariajoy. 5 elders looked very gloomy at this moment. It's a pity. I thought Burndy World would have some influence on Xuanwu Marine. I didn't expect it to be wiped out so soon. Yeah, it's really a pity. If one dies, let another person go up. Douglas Bullet, who was known as the Devil's Descendant, and Burry Clydefield, the Lonely Red, who has already traveled alone in the Grand Line. The strength of these two people can be qualified for Shichibukai's position. Both of them have bad personalities. They negotiated before, but they both refused to take up the position of Shichibukai. There's always a way. Is that so? Shall I go? As for Shichibukai, let's do it for now. Let's talk about Benedict's appearances in North Blue, East Blue, and South Blue in one day. Such a weird speed, and it's me. Do you think it's possible for him to get that fruit? He's not afraid of seawater, so it shouldn't be demon fruit power. Are we afraid again? When the strength reaches the ultimate level, that kind of restraint is nothing more than relaxing the body. I don't know, if it's that fruit, this matter needs to be reported to the king. Compared to when everyone was amazed at Benedict's 3 big things in one day and Benedict's speed, Benedict at this time was concentrating on preparing to open the golden insurance. Banasco took a deep breath and said calmly, "System, open the golden treasure chest." Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 20 fairy beans. 1 fairy bean has 5,000 justice points, and 20 is 100,000. This result was somewhat unexpected for Benedict. However, with this, it is equivalent to having 20 lives. The golden treasure box opened this time also made Benedict somewhat satisfied. Kilburn D World, in addition to the golden treasure chest, there is also a commando summoning stone, which makes Benedict care. Because, the person summoned by using the special forces summoning stone is not demon fruit power. The existence of the devil fruit juicer has cast a shadow on his heart. There should be some precautions, not less. Chapter 160 Feet Killing God, Chi. System, use the commando summoning stone. Ding. Congratulations to host for consuming a special forces summoning stone and successfully summoning special forces, killing God, for nothing. Boom. A roar sounded from Della's island. It was as if someone had fallen from the sky, causing the ground to shake. At the same time, an incomparably thick and murderous aura permeated the entire island. It also made the soldiers of the Xuanwu Marine on this island, and the captured pirates, tremblingly feel fear under the aura of killing, and even some people with weak nerves were even fainted from fright under the aura. Up. After Kenjiro felt the incomparably strong murderous aura, his whole body became extremely dignified. Shuttle at an extremely fast speed, and soon came to a high ground. Kenjiro looked down at the people in the deep pit, as if he saw countless grievances lingering around, and when he looked at each other's pupils, Kenjiro's pupils shrank suddenly. Killing intent to ultimate's evil spirit. Just looking at each other, the immersive feeling of being killed is particularly obvious. Benedict flew over and looked at the people in the deep pit, the shock in his heart never dissipated. Killing God Baki can be strengthened. Age. 48. Combat power. S level. Weapon. Killing sword. Skills. God killing. Demon slayer. Observation Hakill 3. Armament Hakill 4. Conquerors Hakill 3. Special skill. Army soul. Potential. S level. Loyalty. 100. Military soul. The soldiers under the command of Bai Chi will obviously improve in morale, attack, speed, and physical strength, and will condense the military spirit, bursting out with powerful potential. Note. This skill cannot be strengthened. Looking at the message of killing God Bai Chi, a smile appeared on Benedict's face. Compared to Kenjiro, Sakata Jintoki, Jinkei, Robo-G, Yasuo and others, killing God Bai Chi is not only a powerful general, but also a commander with both civil and military skills. Such a character is more suitable for commanding Marine. After so many summons, he finally got a commander-in-chief talent. The contest with the world government cannot be avoided. It is still a small-scale friction now, but in the future, it will definitely be a larger-scale battle. In the dark, with the heart in the light. My soldiers, it's time to rise and fight. The voice that rang out was solemn and heavy. In just a few words, hell became a battlefield. Kenjiro subconsciously took half a step, and made an attacking posture. With Kenjiro's current strength, although he knows that Bai Chi is very strong, he is not afraid of Bai Chi when he really fights. This is how Kenjiro feels. Kenjiro, he's one of our own. Benedict glanced at Kenjiro and said with a smile. Kenjiro was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, and then put away his fists. Bai Chi jumped out of the deep pit, came to Benedict, cupped his hands and said, Bai Chi, report to the Marshal. Benedict nodded, with a smile on his face, and said, Bai Chi, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. With you here, the leadership of the Marine will be handed over to you for the time being. Kenjiro on the side was a little shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that Benedict would trust Bai Chi with a long beard so much. When he first reported for duty, he would temporarily transfer the right to lead the Xuanwu Marine to him. Bai Chi heard the words, but did not refuse, nodded, and said, Thank you, Marshal, for your trust. Benedict nodded, laughed loudly and said, Since you're here, let's go back to the headquarters first, let's meet each other. 3 big things have been done today, enough to shock the world and give the 5 elders a headache for a while. With Kenjiro and Bai Chi on his shoulders, Benedict directly launched the Flying Thunder God technique, continuously jumping in space, and returned to Xuanwu Marine base in a short time. Before returning, Benedict notified Sakata Jintoki and Flying Squirrel to return to Xuanwu Marine base. But, to Benedict's surprise, Buggy couldn't be contacted. Not only him, but also the Xuanwu Marine soldiers on the warship. At first, Benedict just thought they might have entered a special area, and there was no way to contact them. So, didn't care. However, 5 days later, with the return of high-level cadres such as Sakata Jintoki, Yellowski, and Flying Squirrel, and Buggy was still missing, Benedict immediately realized that this matter was not simple. About the news about Buggy, who of you knows? Benedict looked at the crowd and asked. Kenjiro, the Flying Squirrel shook his head, indicating that there was no contact. Sakata Jintoki raised his hand and said, half a month ago, there was a contact. At that time, he was still in West Blue. And, as far as I know, they met with the Red Hair Pirates at the time, and on some island, they fought. Except for a few dead people, all others were knocked out. Buggy was defeated, but he was not captured. A major recalled that there seemed to be some conversation between Buggy and the Redhead. After they woke up, Buggy's personality changed to a certain extent. When the news came back at the end, Buggy had a battle with the Eight Treasures Navy, and there was no news after that. Listening to Sakata Jintoki's words, Benedict frowned slightly. The relationship between the red-haired Shanks and the clown Buggy was once a trainee pirate on the same ship, and the relationship between them is pretty good. Secondly, the identity of the red-haired Shanks is a bit special. Before Roger died, he had some explanations to Shanks. Buggy is cowardly and timid because he is not strong enough. Now, he is staying in North Blue, leading a small team alone to eliminate pirates and fight against gangsters. It seems to be as wise as a fool, a little unfathomable. In addition, Buggy has a strong attribute of picking up leaks, and he can always miraculously save the day in various dangerous battles. As long as he is given enough strength, he will dare to do anything, even boast about it. The powerhouses of North Blue are not just the Vince Moke family. Otherwise, some changes in Buggy's personality would not have occurred. There is also a Joker, who is obsessed and stirs up troubles in the underground world. It seems that he is working hard, but at a young age, he is also being watched by others, but he doesn't know how he will make a choice. After Sky Island, it means to let Buggy let himself go. It now appears that Shanks should have said something to Buggy. To put it bluntly, it was also fishing. Benedict rubbed his chin, and after thinking about it, decided to ignore that guy for the time being. Aside from this guy, Enel hasn't been honest at all lately. Brought to North Blue by himself, saw the real war, and then fought with Sakata Jintoki, the result was naturally mistreated. It is also for this reason that when he discovered Shanks and Buggy, he kept Buggy instead of forcing Shanks. I just don't know if this guy can surprise him. However, if this guy has any problems, it will always be written on his face, and everyone knows that he has problems. 5NN. Chapter 161 Marine Commander Agent. In the huge meeting room, including Kenjiro, Sakata Jintoki, Saitama, Yellowski, Flying Squirrel and others, a total of more than 400 high-level cadres of Xuanwu Marine gathered together. They had exchanges in private, but the topics basically happened some time ago. Matter. In the end, it was the purpose of Benedict calling them back for a meeting this time. Kenjiro and the others didn't say much. For the cadres below, they didn't deliberately have real identities, but they chatted with everyone like friends. The door of the conference room opened, and Benedict walked in front, and behind him, there was a Baichi wearing Admiral's military uniform. In the front row of the meeting room, there is a place reserved for him. But instead of taking a seat, he stood behind Benedict. Xuanwu Marine added an unfamiliar admiral, which made all the senior officials of Xuanwu Marine full of doubts. Even the Flying Squirrel was a little surprised. He just rushed back today, even though he had just met with Benedict and others, but at that time, he did not see the existence of Baichi. Seeing the people below, Benedict was discussing in a low voice, and after a while, he tapped on the table lightly, and the whole meeting room fell silent immediately, and everyone's eyes followed. I brought everyone back this time because I want to introduce someone to you. Everyone was a little shocked when they heard the words. Xuanwu Marine will have newcomers joining every day, and some of them are powerful and will be promoted exceptionally. Even when Admiral, who is as terrifying as Saitama, joined Xuanwu Marine, there was no such ceremony. For a moment, everyone looked at Baichi with envy, and at the same time, they were curious about Baichi's special abilities. Get up, Benedict yelled. Here, Baichi called out in a deep voice. At the same time, Baichi released the terrifying evil spirit when he first appeared on the stage. For a moment, except for Saitama and Kenjiro, all the cadres in the conference room changed expression, and some even felt extremely difficult to breathe because of this. Kenjiro's strength is here, and he has already felt it in advance, so he is psychologically prepared, and he is still calm. Saitama took another look at Baichi, and his expression didn't change the whole time. Baichi, code-named Killing God, will temporarily replace me in command of the Xuanwu Marine from today on, and launch foreign wars. In addition, during the war, Baichi has the right to mobilize the entire army to defend against the enemy. Everyone, no matter what their status or where they are, unless I specifically request it, need to obey the arrangement. Those who violate the order will be dismissed from the military, and those who violate the order seriously will die. After Benedict's words fell, all the high-level Marine cadres were horrified, and at the same time, they looked serious and did not dare to make noise. This matter is very serious, but also very important. Even though they were restrained and commanded by their superiors, above them, there was another person who could command the entire army under the Marshal, but they had to treat it with caution. Could it be that we can't touch fish? Saitama touched his bald head, thought for a while, and said suddenly. Sakata Jintoki heard the words and looked at Saitama. As for Saitama, although they had already heard about it and seen the video, it was the first time they met in person today. giving Sakata Jintoki the feeling of being naturally dumbfounded. If you want to sit in this position, and also want to obtain such rights, as long as you have enough talents to lead the army, I can promise you all. The premise is that you can do it. Now, time is yours. If you defeat him, then you will take his place. After Benedict finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the conference room, leaving it to them. As Benedict left, everyone looked at each other, not knowing whether it was true or not. After Benedict left, Saitama reacted immediately, so she stood up and said as she walked, "Come on, I'm not interested in this." Sakata Jintoki looked at Kenjiro and the flying squirrel next to him, thought about it, and stayed. Baichi glanced across the crowd, with a bit of sternness, and said in a deep voice, "Come on, come one, kill one, it doesn't matter if we go together." ... The noisy sound quickly sounded in the meeting room. Outside the meeting room, Benedict looked at Saitama who came out, and said with a smile, "Do you really want to be salted fish?" Saitama, "I don't have to worry about food, I don't have to worry about clothes, I don't worry about anything. Wouldn't it be nice to be a salted fish?" Kyu said, standing slantedly and upright on the fence when he heard the words. Benedict glanced at Saitama's posture and said, "Don't you like being a hero?" "Hero? It's quite boring." Saitama was silent for a moment before responding. "Fighting and killing, it's very tiring." Benedict gave Saitama a white look. "This guy doesn't hurt his back when he talks. Are you tired of fighting? Standing in place, without running away, just a punch from a distance, easy to solve. Golden Lion was severely injured by your punch, and Kaido was beaten away by you. The world government has many hidden secrets. Are you interested in going to the Red Line to destroy the Celestial Dragons and 5 Elders?" Benedict didn't care if it was Saitama's idea or not, so he said. Saitama said without the slightest hesitation, "No, I'm too lazy to even walk out of this base." Benedict's face turned dark, and he said, "There are a lot of delicious food and strange scenery outside. It's good to gain some insight." Kyu yawned, and Lan Lan said, "There are high-end gourmet restaurants here in the base, and you will never get tired of eating them. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, it is better to do 100 squats, 100 push-ups, 100 leapfrogs every day. The hair is gone, is it useful to gain knowledge?" Benedict found that Saitama's character is too comfortable. It's a bit outrageous to be at ease. Saitama in One Punch Man is not like that. The strength of the summoned person has been increased or weakened to a certain extent, but is it possible that this character will change? Unsure about Saitama, Benedict could only secretly think, how about letting the 5 elders kill here, and then let Saitama punch each of them? But, with the 5 elders' life-saving degree, it's very difficult, very difficult. In the conference room, Baichi challenged the entire Xuanwu Marine high-level cadres by himself, killing all quarters and fighting with the Confucian scholars, and some people were constantly defeated. Outside the meeting room, Benedict was autistic several times because of Saitama's answer, and finally had to stay away from the lazy Saitama and come to Xuanwu Marine's training base. System: strengthen the arms. Killing the Golden Lion, destroying the air pirates, and destroying the ward pirates, one of the Shichibukai, directly allowed Benedict to get a lot of justice points. Now it has accumulated a full 541,350 justice points. Ding! Congratulations to host for consuming 500,000 justice points and successfully completing the strengthening of the unit. From now on, you can summon 500 special forces with D-level combat strength and C-level potential every day. Chapter 162 Blackbeard and the Lonely Red. The troops were strengthened successfully, and 500,000 justice points were deducted. Looking at the remaining 40,000 justice points, I couldn't help but feel a pain in my heart. This is how many big things you have to do before you can save it. Benedict felt like he was playing a game. You can get excess experience and other rewards by completing missions, but without missions, it is simply impossible to continue to receive such rich rewards. In addition, it is a pity that the soldiers who have been summoned are not within the scope of strengthening. If you want a huge foundation, you have to work hard to complete the task. Once the unification of North Blue, South Blue, and West Blue is completed, 300,000 justice points will be obtained, plus the eliminated pirate forces, etc. It should not be difficult to get 400,000 justice points. In addition, there are 5 more Shichibukai, 50,000 each, which is 250,000 justice points. According to the rewards for destroying the flying pirates, an Emperor pirate can get at least 150,000 justice points. Today's royal pirates, there are still Beasts pirates, Biggin pirates, and Whitebeard pirates, but they still have many affiliated pirates. It is no problem to add up to 500,000 justice points. Based on this calculation, completing the task will strengthen the unit twice. But with so many justice points, if they are all used to strengthen the arms, it will not be so easy to exchange for some architectural blueprints. What should I do? I suddenly look forward to the rise of Shanks and contribute 150,000 justice points. System: is there a mission? I don't mind if there are more missions, as long as you give me enough justice points. Not surprisingly, the system doesn't have a bird Benedict at all. After a long time, Benedict sighed. This system is too low-key. Other people's systems are all quests, with high rewards and high critical strikes. After staying in Xuanwu Marine base for 3 days, taking Baichi to get acquainted with more things in Xuanwu Marine, and letting them get in touch with some things, Benedict also decided to let go temporarily and then concentrate on completing the task. In the past few days, Yasuo, who plays the bounty hunter, has become more and more famous in West Blue. The name of the bounty hunter, Storm Swordsman, Yasuo also spread quickly, because his sword not only knocked the entire ship away from the sea, but also shuttled through the wind at an extremely fast speed, knocking the sea kill all the pirates on the pirate ship. The whole process was so fast that the opponent didn't even have a chance to react, and even the people watching couldn't find Yasuo's trajectory. Then, facing the siege of the other two pirate forces, he wiped out his opponents alone and captured 3 demon fruit power. Quickly gaining fame in the sea is the first step for Yasuo to become a high-profile bounty hunter. And just yesterday, Yasuo got into a big fight with the Marine trio that appeared on West Blue. The battle was very fierce, and the island was directly torn apart, presenting a situation of ice and fire. In the end, Yasuo had to temporarily retreat in the face of more marine warships appearing. Yasuo was injured, but nothing serious. Although Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Pelusalino were a little embarrassed, they were fine. And depending on the situation at the time, they could fight for another 3 days and 2 nights. Benedict looked at the newspaper at this moment, a little surprised. Yasuo's strength is very strong, admiral-level strength. Observation Haki and Armament Haki were directly strengthened to the highest level by him. And because of the special skill, Born to Death, it is more courageous as the battle progresses and the sword strikes critically. Benedict is confident, with such strength, he can't lose to Sengoku. However, it surprised him that the Kuzan trio was evenly matched against Yasuo. These 3 guys, have they been suppressed too much? Cultivate crazily these days, and my strength has improved so quickly. According to the original timeline, when Marine destroyed Ohara via Buster Call a year later, the 3 of them were still Vice Admiral. About 3 years later, when Odin finally failed to launch a rebellion and Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi completely controlled Wano Kuni, the 3 of them took the position of Admiral. However, different from the original book, because of his appearance, the 3 people were pressed to the ground and rubbed a lot of times. The continued strength of Xuanwu Marine must also put a lot of pressure on them. After all, in the original book, in the next 20 years, the opponents he faced did not have much pressure. It's good to grow up. The stronger the strength, the higher the value. After Benedict pondered slightly, a smile appeared on his face. The devil fruit of these 3 people can all be squeezed, which can give him 3 drops of colorful awakening potions. The battle with Marine is inevitable. In Marine, there are also a lot of demon fruit power. If they can't take a firm stand, they can only squeeze the juice. Report to the Marshal. A rear admiral walked in with a document, and said seriously, Marshal, half an hour ago, the world government issued a notice that a legendary pirate reached an agreement with the world government to become 7 warlords of the sea. Lonely Red possesses Emperor level combat strength, but has always walked outside alone. Before that, it was not 4 emperors, but 5 emperors. Take it over and have a look. But he stooped to become one of the Shichibukai, and there must be a reason he didn't know. After closing the door, Benedict took out the phone bug and contacted the Udengu Seikas who was far away on the Golden Island. Nicknamed Blackbeard, what is this against Whitebeard? Blackbeard's future is to have the Imperial level combat power, but not now. Benedict rubbed his chin, and after a moment, let Rear Admiral go. Benedict flipped through the information at the back, looked at Rear Admiral, and asked, there is no information about why he cooperated with world government. Lonely Red, Baloric Clyde Fettle, Bat Fruit, Vampire Form, such a proud person, as famous as Roger and Whitebeard, a legendary figure who can fight Roger's pirates alone, will reach a cooperation with world government, willing to become a Shichibukai. Benedict opened the file and looked at the 2 posters. He was a little surprised, but then smiled. It wasn't long after defecting from Whitebeard, it's strange how quickly he became a Shichibukai. Hearing this, Benedict was a little surprised, and then a smile appeared on his face. The dark fruit ability can indeed make him a lot stronger, but in such a short period of time, it is impossible to grow to the Admiral level. Not yet, but someone has already sent someone to investigate. Rear Admiral responded quickly after hearing this. World government finally did one thing right, filling the vacancy of Shichibukai so quickly, and sending justice. Find a way to investigate why Lonely Red and Blackbeard Teach have reached a cooperation with world government. Putting down the Blackbeard Teach poster and looking at another poster, Benedict thought for a while. The arrogance of Lonely Red, in Benedict's view, is the person who is the least likely to cooperate with world government. Chapter 163 News of the Golden Fruit. Any news from Buggy? After explaining the investigation of Blackbeard and the Lonely Red, Benedict asked again. So far, there is still no news of Buggy, as if this guy disappeared from this world. There is no news yet. Following the information that he has appeared in the past, we have arranged for people to search for it. Daishingu Qingfeng calmly responded, keep watching. If you have any news, tell me right away. Although it was a surprise that Buggy had no news so far, he could only keep watching. Yes, Marshal, Daishingu Qingfeng responded, and then said with some hesitation, Marshal, according to the information from the people below, Shichibukai's Don Quixote pirates got a devil fruit, and the underground forces according to the news released in the website, the auction will be held on the Fiery Island. Auctioning devil fruit. Hearing this, Benedict raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, the news can't be fake. When will the auction start? Benedict thought of the golden fruit, and this fruit is likely to be it. In the original book, Doflamingo did hold an auction, but what he really wanted was not to auction off the devil fruit, nor would he really auction off the devil fruit, but to use the important people who controlled the underground forces for his own use. However, an accident happened at that time. Someone stole this devil fruit and disappeared. Udengu Qingfeng quickly responded. 10 days later, on Leon Island, the auction site controlled by the world government. Raging Flame Island. 10 days, it's too late. The Isle of Flame is in the first half of New World. New World is still a chaotic zone, a field that Xuanwu Marine has not yet begun to enter. Doflamingo chose to hold the auction there, meaning to avoid Xuanwu Marine. After all, the current 4 seas are all within the strike range of Xuanwu Marine. People from the underground forces, if they dare to show their faces, may be taken away when they are discovered. Secondly, the auction house controlled by the world government has the shadow of celestial dragons, which is fairly fair, and they dare not mess around in it. Therefore, the important figures of the underground forces are more willing to come to the auction controlled by the world government than to hold the auction in the territory of a certain pirate. After finishing the conversation with Udengu Seikas, Benedict decided to set off for the Flame Island. 3 days later, Benedict descends on the Sabayati archipelago. Benedict wanted to fly directly over the Red Line and into the New World. But I haven't been to Sabayati archipelago yet, and at the same time, I want to meet someone here. So, after a little hesitation, he used the transformation technique and turned into a rather handsome uncle with a very ordinary sword on his waist, walking in the Sabayati archipelago. Sabayati archipelago is a special island formed by the huge root system of 79 Yarchman mangrove trees. The same is true for the Sabayati archipelago, as these 79 trees are numbered individually. 1st to 29th. There are mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. 30th to 39th. There are mainly soap bubble parks and so on. Number 40 to no. 49. There are mainly sightseeing areas, specialty shops, etc. Number 50 to no. 59. Mainly shipyards, coating craftsmen, etc. Number 60 to no. 69. Mainly contain marine station, government entrance and exit, etc. Number 70 to no. 79. There are mainly hotel streets and so on. At this time, Benedict was walking on the 28th island. This is an illegal area. It's just that they didn't go far, and they could see boys and girls who were tied up and became slaves, especially some girls of different races, and they were slaves everywhere. Those who are interested in these slaves all have obscene and disgusting expressions on their faces, and there are even serious and dignified nobles. Human trafficking is standing at the intersection, shouting like a cake seller, and slaves are being sold like goods, and many of them are burly soldiers. Fighting, killing, and gunshots from time to time are not scary at all here. On the contrary, they will make people here excited. Benedict glanced at these people indifferently. If possible, he wanted to kill them all. But obviously, once there is too much noise, it will attract Marine's attention. The rulers of the Sabayati archipelago are the celestial dragons. For the protection of the celestial dragons, the Marine is also stationed here. What's more, the Marine headquarters is nearby. So, Benedict changed his mind. For example, someone who owns devil fruit. Ha ha ha, Jax, you lost, quickly bring the money. The man with the horns was very burly, with fiery red hair and a very loud voice. Just now, when he wrestled with Jax, he won. Jax was a little unwilling to admit defeat. The clothes on his body were stretched, his body changed, and he became a werewolf. Ha ha ha, Jax, you can't afford to lose. Do you want to court death? Then you go to die. The Tauren grabbed the big knife at the side and slashed at Jax without any hesitation. Jax dodged, grabbed a bag full of gold coins, jumped a few times, and went up to the roof of the 3rd floor. How could I lose? The gold coins are all mine, no one can take them away. Jax in werewolf form jumps on rooftops, trying to escape and protect the coins. Seeing this, the Tauren roared angrily, lack. One person flew up, his hands turned into wings, and flew towards the werewolf Jax. Another demon fruit power, roar. In front of Jax, a person jumped out suddenly. When his figure landed on the ground, he turned into a giant bear, roared, and then slapped the huge bear's paw towards Jax. Jax couldn't dodge in time, and was shot directly, and the whole person flew out. But at this moment, in the astonishment of everyone, Jax, who was still flying in the air, was suddenly cut off in two by a person who appeared. But this is not the end. After the man killed Jax, he jumped in the air, and the body of Locke who was chasing him was separated. Landing on the ground, the body flickered, came behind the bear man, inserted the long sword, and cut down. Fast, so fast that only a shadow can be seen. 3 people were killed one after another. Damn it, who are you? Why did you kill me? Who ran away from the pirates? The Tauren chased after him and questioned Benedict, who was revealed because of the giant bear's fall. Benedict glanced at the other party, smiled indifferently, and quickly disappeared. What? The screams sounded one after another. 4 more people were killed. This time, no one saw who made the move. Benedict's figure has long since disappeared. These dead people are all demon fruit power, and they are also ordinary zone devil fruit. There is no value of summoning, just squeeze the juice directly. 7 drops of ordinary awakening potion in hand. Benedict, who has transformed into another person, looked at the chaotic crowd with the corners of his mouth curled up. You shouldn't have appeared in front of me. You shouldn't be a pirate or a human trafficker. After all, the temptation of the awakening potion is hard to resist. Chapter 164 Shaki's ripped off bar. Benedict with the transformation technique, no one found out at all. For possessing demon fruit power, as long as it is determined that the other party is not a good person, Benedict will quietly attack them. For a time, people from numbers 1 to 29 continued to die. Not all of these people are demon fruit power. Some people are Benedict unhappy people. What happened? Who was making the move? No one saw how they died. Someone counted. Most of the people who died were demon fruit power. Could it be that? Hush, keep your voice down, who knows? HMPH, those damned people. ... There will be dead people every day. If it is normal, they will not care about it. But today, it made them all feel a little scared. However, in addition to such fear, there is also some excitement. At this time, Benedict was walking on a trafficker's street on No. 18. Hey, 10 Baileys, how about you come with me? Benedict squinted his eyes, looked at the man with glasses who was leaning against the corner with his hands tied, took out 10 Baileys, and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh looked up at Mo Sheng's Benedict, somewhat astonished. The slave trader, who specializes in slave trade, heard what Benedict said, and immediately shouted angrily, "Get out. 10 Bailey also wants to buy someone. If you don't have money, don't come out and charge big money." Benedict glanced at the other party, with a faint smile on his face, and turned to leave. Off No. 18, Benedict came to No. 42, touristy place. It's a pity that Benedict has no interest in any interesting things here. Round and round, Benedict came to number 13, Shaki's rip-off bar. Shaki, who was smoking, saw someone coming in, put down the newspaper, smiled a little on his face, and said, "What do you want to drink?" "Liquor." Benedict laughed when he heard that. "No white wine." Shaki took a puff of a cigarette, and then said, "Red wine and beer, what do you want to drink?" "Then let's have a beer." Benedict laughed after hearing that. After a while, the beer was on the table, and Benedict took a sip and said, "Find out someone for me." Shaki heard Benedict's words, and the smile on his face became a bit thicker, and he said, 1,000,000 Baileys. "I'm really worthy of your brand name." Benedict couldn't help saying when he saw Shaki open his mouth, it was 1,000,000. The minimum price of 1,000,000 Baileys will increase according to the difficulty. Shaki continued, "In exchange for your life." Benedict looked at Shaki and smiled, the leader of the 9 snake pirates. Hearing Benedict's words, Shaki's face changed slightly, he became a little dignified, and he was ready to make a move. The image of Benedict, not in the intelligence she gathered, was that of a stranger. However, it was such a person who came here and named her. This is a very dangerous signal. Seeing the solemn look in Shaki's eyes, Benedict pretended to be relaxed on the surface, with a smile on his face, and said, "Don't be so nervous, I just asked you to find someone for me. As long as I find him, I won't arrest you this time." Shaki heard Benedict's words and asked calmly, "Who are you?" As the former head of the 9 snake pirates, Shaki has great strength, and at the same time, his psychological quality is naturally very strong. Therefore, facing Benedict's words, Shaki didn't panic much except for the initial surprise and vigilance. It's just that she couldn't see how strong Benedict was, so she was a little wary. Just an ordinary person." Hearing this, Benedict chuckled lightly. "Little ghost, you are not staying in East Blue, come here to deceive the elders, is it interesting?" The door of the bar was pushed open, Pluton Rayleigh walked in, sat directly beside Benedict, and said with some dissatisfaction, "You just ruined my business, you should compensate me." "Brat." Hearing this, Benedict laughed and said, "When did Tang Pluton want to be a good person? Dress yourself like a beggar, lest someone recognize you. Sold yourself to buy wine. Or, steal from the rich and give to the poor." Rayleigh heard Benedict's joke, and a little embarrassment appeared on his face. In any case, his name is resounding. It would be a real embarrassment if someone knew what he had done. Shaki stood aside, looked at the two, fell silent for a moment, and interjected, "Rayleigh, who is he?" Rayleigh heard the words, glanced at Benedict, and said with a smile, "The creator of Xuanwu Marine." Shaki was taken aback when he heard Rayleigh's words. Then, a poster about Benedict was taken out of the drawer. This guy's method is a bit weird. It's not demon fruit power, but it can completely transform into another person. If it wasn't for his breath, if I'm familiar with it, I really wouldn't have recognized it. However, such a method is really convenient. Little ghost, for the sake of old friendship, why don't you teach me the magical disguise technique? You have to inquire about the news this time, and I will waive it for you. Rayleigh laughed aside. For Benedict's transformation technique, Rayleigh is still a little excited. After all, with his identity, if he was still recognized while walking outside, it would be somewhat troublesome. Shaki was very shocked in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. The dignified Marshal Xuanwu Marine is still playing such a trick. It's just a small achievement. With so many dazzling achievements, it is hard to imagine that this is something a 20-year-old should do. The era of great pirates that had just begun to run amok, it seems that before they set off huge waves, they had no choice but to sink into the sea because of the appearance of Xuanwu Marine. Today, North Blue, West Blue, and South Blue are constantly being cleaned, and it is conceivable that they will fall under the rule of Xuanwu Marine in the near future. It's just that, in terms of dazzling achievements, if 5 Elders is no longer reserved, this achievement may be destroyed at any time. Today's Xuanwu Marine is much faster than Marineford's Marine in terms of attack strength and efficiency against pirates. East Blue is unified, North Blue's Vince Moquet family is destroyed, and more pirates are being attacked. Benedict said slightly modestly. Although there was some defeat in the Battle of South Blue, Kenjiro Admiral made a move and the ward pirates were destroyed. One beat up Kaido, captured Zephyr, and directly destroyed Buster Call's fleet. Invade West Blue, take on the world government, and save Ohara's wealth and inhabitants. Shaki took a meaningful look at Benedict and said, "It seems that you were really humble." Facing the invasion of the flying pirates, they defeated them even more. After a few months, they directly wiped out the flying pirates and killed the Golden Lion. It's just that the game of cat and mouse is fun for people who have lived for hundreds of years. However, you're right, the 5 elders are a little more reserved. It has been half a year since Xuanwu Marine was established, but it has done something that shocked everyone. It made many people ignore Benedict's age. Well, looking at Xuanwu Marine's dazzling record, I even forgot that you are still very young. Chapter 165 I want to suppress the entire sea. A game of cat and mouse. Indeed, for them, what I'm doing now is nothing more than something that can be destroyed at will. However, if they dare to open their mouths, I dare to let him lose a few teeth first. A cold murderous intent flashed in Benedict's eyes. In the retrogression of this world, the 5 elders play an extremely important role. If it weren't for their manipulation, how could history, culture, technology and culture go backwards in the past 800 years? How can today's pirate world become a cage for being kept in captivity? Shaki and Rayleigh felt the murderous intent flashing in Benedict's eyes, and subconsciously looked at each other. Sure enough, Benedict founded Xuanwu Marine, aiming at the world government and celestial dragons. Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help asking, "Little devil, I'm a little curious, is this your idea or his idea?" "Of course it was my idea," Benedict said calmly. "He, of course, refers to Roger. In fact, that night of talking, I said some things that I shouldn't have said to Roger." Roger was also shocked by what he said. However, Benedict also told Roger that he would end this era. Roger didn't believe him, and pretty sure that Benedict isn't someone he needs to wait for. So, they bet. Roger thinks he can start a new era, and wait for the person he wants to lead everyone to overthrow the old world and overthrow the rule of celestial dragons. But Benedict affirms that that day will not come, because he will overthrow the world and establish a new order. In the face of this order, everything is peaceful. Because, he wants to suppress the entire sea. Although it's unbelievable, he seems to believe you, Rayleigh said with a lot of memories after hearing the words. The day before Roger turned himself in, he first met the navigator Copper Jabba and seemed to explain something. After Jabba left, he never saw him again, and now he has no contact with him. The only thing that can make Jabba disappear completely is obviously doing something. Like what Roger said after meeting him later. There is a sentence in it, which is to ask him to pay more attention to Benedict, and if you can, help him. Thinking about what I said that day, now it seems that there is no need to do it yourself. Benedict, a seemingly ordinary guy, has found a bunch of fierce men out of nowhere. What's more, the bald head named Saitama made him feel like facing rocks, which was too scary. This era, I will end. For the sake of face, I won't arrest you. However, I need some information, and I need to trouble you. Hearing this, Benedict didn't take it seriously, but just looked at Shaki and said with a smile. Hearing this, Shaki spread his hands helplessly and said, meeting such a terrifying guy like you, even Rayleigh can't do anything about it, and neither can I. Tell me, who are you looking for? Buggy, Benedict said with a smile. Listening to Benedict's words, Shaki and Rayleigh were a little stunned. They are naturally no strangers to Buggy. After all, Buggy is also a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. Rayleigh frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he said, didn't you catch that kid and become a Marine? If I remember correctly, he still manages a fan team now. By the way, after being captured by you to become a Marine, this kid actually practiced so hard. Not only did he master the Marine 6 styles, but he also mastered the armor color. His strength has improved a lot. Benedict looked at Rayleigh and said, you saw him. Rayleigh didn't hide anything, and said, I was entrusted by Shaki to go to North Blue to investigate something. I happened to see him destroy a pirate group in North Blue and robbed all their treasures. However, I did not greet him. Benedict nodded. He knew about destroying the pirate group and stealing the treasure. However, the Buggy at that time was still within the scope of monitoring. But this guy suddenly disappeared from a certain day. In the original book, there is a lot of speculation about Buggy and red hair. Among them, it is said that Buggy is the one chosen by the split fruit. The reason for this is that many people speculate that this world was originally a complete continent. Because of a certain battle, this world was destroyed, and the most critical impact was the split fruit. As for the red hair, it has more to do with the battle of the gods. It is even said that red hair is an existence with a special identity among celestial dragons. Some even say that red hair is someone's consciousness clone. There are many sayings, which are not explained in the original book. Benedict didn't know either, so, because of the expectation in his heart, it was also one of the reasons for letting the red hair go. I can help you find out, but there is no guarantee that there will be news. Shaki said with a smile. Benedict nodded and said, try to find him. Benedict finished his beer, turned and left. You came to the Sabayati archipelago for this, Rayleigh said, watching Benedict's back. What's wrong? Ghost Spider asked Pelusolino, puzzled when he saw Pelusolino looking up at the sky. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. Rayleigh was silent for a moment, then smiled. You know, this is their territory. Pelusilino walked ahead without saying anything. Celestial dragons, he, but would such a person come to Sabayati Archipelago alone? Some are like Marshal Benedict of Xuanwu Marine. Shaki smoked a cigarette, trying to recall the information he saw, and said, he should be going to Flame Island, where Doflamingo will hold an auction, and a devil fruit will be auctioned on the spot, but according to the analysis, Doflamingo's purpose is not pure. At this time, the Sabayati Archipelago, from the 1st to the 29th, was a little more commotion because of Marine's sudden intervention. However, Pelusilino had a feeling that the person he had just perceived was very familiar. Pelusilino pushed his glasses and said calmly, it's nothing, my neck is uncomfortable, I just look up at the sky. The ghost spider's cheeks twitched slightly when he heard Pelusilino's words. Rayleigh drank his wine and didn't know what to think, so he didn't answer. Pelusilino, who was arranged to check, seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. In the distance, he saw a very small figure that was quickly disappearing into the distance. It's really troublesome, the current Xuanwu Marine is getting more and more terrifying. Of course, Benedict left the Sabayati Archipelago after leaving 2 words. Believe me. Chapter 166 Flame Island, Auction. Flame Island. In a high-end villa. Doflamingo was half lying on the huge sofa. At this time, in front of him was a lot of gold and silver treasures, all of which were stolen. In addition, there is a box with a devil fruit in it. This is the power of the Don Quixote family, a devil fruit found in the underworld. It is not yet known what fruit it is. But it doesn't matter, as long as someone likes it. So, Doflamingo held this auction. The door is opened. Torrible came in. Young master, the person has almost arrived. Torrible came in to inform Doflamingo that the auction was about to start. Devil fruit should also be taken out. Is everything ready? Bull. Doflamingo sneered cruelly and said with a smile. No problem, I believe they are very happy to work with us. Torrible chuckled. Doflamingo nodded and walked outside. Torrible took the box containing the devil fruit and followed. The villa is very close to the auction house, just a few minutes away. However, just halfway there, Doflamingo stopped. In front of him, there are 2 CP0s in black. Doflamingo was very surprised by the appearance of the 2 CP0s. 5 elders sent you trash here, do you have something to say? Doflamingo said arrogantly and domineeringly. Brother Doflaming, Lord Saint, please come with us. A CP0 took out a golden token from his pocket and said in a deep voice. After Doflamingo saw the token, the pupils hidden under the sunglasses quickly enlarged a lot. At the same time, Doflamingo was also very shocked in his heart. Boar, I'll leave the auction to you. Doflamingo said calmly. Torrible chuckled and said, yes, young master. Torrible took the treasure chest of devil fruit and walked towards the auction. Doflamingo pressed CP0 and said quietly, lead the way. The next moment, the 3 of them disappeared instantly. As Doflamingo and the 2 CP0s left, a voice was not far away, slowly appearing. This person was Jing Kei, who had just rushed to Leon Island after receiving Benedict's order. It seems to be some kind of extraordinary person, who actually made a proud person like Doflamingo bow his head. Jing Kei murmured, then turned into a shadow and left. On the auction floor, Benedict was dressed in black and sat quietly in a corner. He also just arrived at Leon Island not long ago. I thought I could come one day earlier and take down the devil fruit first. Unfortunately, due to the stop at Sabayati Archipelago and the storm encountered on the road, some time was delayed. However, Sabayati Archipelago's stay allowed him to collect 5 drops of ordinary awakening potion, plus the previous 7 drops, he now has 12 drops of awakening potion. Gathering 10 drops of ordinary awakening potions can give people a high probability of obtaining an extraordinary physique. It made Benedict eager to get people to try it. So, on the way, he contacted Jing Kei, who could reach Leon Island the fastest. As the auction going to start, the scene suddenly fell silent, and some people also took their seats, and there were more or less 1 or 2 people standing beside these people. They are bodyguards, and the person sitting there is the object they need to protect, and they are also prominent figures of the underground forces. Torpol walked in, stooping. Then, in the eyes of everyone, the treasure box was placed on the auction table, and the treasure box was opened so that everyone could see the devil fruit inside. Benedict squinted his eyes and looked at devil fruit with a smile on his lips. The golden fruit is undoubtedly. Where's Doflamingo? Why didn't he come? An important person who owns one of the best transport merchant ships in the underground world, but he couldn't help being curious when he didn't see Doflamingo appearing, so he asked. Doflamingo is Shichibukai now, with a high status, he doesn't like me anymore. One person sarcastically said. Another person said, hey, his underground business cannot do without us. Auctioning devil fruit is probably not his goal. Each of you and I expressed dissatisfaction with Doflamingo. But at the same time, it seemed a bit arrogant, and wanted to handle Doflamingo's intentions, as if Doflamingo became a Shichibukai, and he was no stronger than them. No one is fool. Devil fruit really moved their hearts, but Doflamingo's ambition to stir up troubles in the underground forces would never be simple. Even, some people doubt the authenticity of devil fruit. Torrible stood on it, listening to the sarcasm of the people below, and did not show any anger. For a wise man, Torrible is calm enough, but also fierce enough. In fact, many of Doflamingo's businesses and actions were managed and organized by Torrible. The young master will arrive later because of some things. However, regardless of whether our young master will come or not, it will not affect our auction. First of all, regarding this devil fruit, I need to declare that I don't know what it is devil fruit, but I can roughly confirm that it is a paramesha fruit. Are there any rules? I'm not interested in wasting time with you guys here. Because Benedict stood up. A billion Baileys. Benedict glanced across the audience and smiled lightly. Benedict chuckled, and shot quickly. The ordinary long knife was cut across, blood spattered, and the two of them fell to the ground. Benedict wiped off the blood on a man in black with the long knife in his hand, looked at Torrible with a wicked look at the corner of his mouth, and said playfully, if you win the fight, you can get devil fruit for free. Why not? How about you all die? This is not giving a chance at all. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm a little interested in this devil fruit. What a big breath. Benedict's words angered some people in an instant, and two of the bodyguards who were closer, under the signal of their boss, immediately attacked Benedict. As Torrible finished speaking, and when everyone questioned whether it was paramesha, a voice suddenly sounded, and at the same time everyone present was frightened by the sudden bid. Torrible glanced over the crowd and said with a faint smile on his face. Our starting price is 100 million pele. ... There was an uproar at the scene, and Torrible looked towards the corner. Chapter 167 Get the golden fruit, Torpal, pawn. If you win the fight, you can get devil fruit for free. Why not? You all go to die, how about it? What an arrogant statement. None of the people present had rich net worth and played a pivotal role in the underground world. As long as they join forces, it is easy to destroy a country's economy and turn the country into a place of chaos. But now, they were threatened by an unknown person. Everyone present, after being shocked, immediately realized who Benedict was. Why haven't I seen this person? Why is this person here? Those who can be invited here are all with status, and they all know the basics to some extent. But who is the young man in front of him? Someone looked at Torrible, hoping that Torrible would give an explanation. In fact, Torrible didn't know who Benedict was either. Who are you? You are not on my invitation list. Torrible looked at Benedict and asked in a deep voice. I'm just a businessman interested in devil fruit. Benedict chuckled, walked towards the stage, and continued to say, if you're doing the one without bidding, I'll take it for 1 billion Baileys. Or, you didn't want to sell it at all. Or, is this a fake devil fruit? The leaders of the various forces present looked at Torrible. Or, who else among you wants to bid with me? Benedict looked at the others again, and smiled playfully. 1.1 billion Baileys. Baris, as the person in charge of North Blue, stared at Benedict and sneered. In terms of money, they are responsible for shipping, and there is no shortage. If you want to talk about money, you can describe it like this. The Golden Emperor in the original book must have money, but no matter how much money he has, it is only the tip of the iceberg in front of the King of Sea Transport. 1.5 billion Baileys. The King of Usury, Yu Kaiu, the person in charge of South Blue, also said with a sneer. Others have money, but at this time, they didn't participate in it. Instead, they planned to watch the show. They wanted to see how Benedict would fare against the King of Loan Sharks and the regional head of the King of Shipping. If Benedict dared to kill the two of them as he did just now, it would be tantamount to fighting against the King of Loan Sharks and the King of Sea Transport, and what awaited each other must be death. 10 billion Baileys. Benedict glanced at the two of them and said with a chuckle. Hiss. Almost everyone present couldn't help but gasped. 10 billion is an astronomical figure. Even knowing that it is absolutely impossible for Benedict to take it out, I am still shocked. Hee. 10 billion, how dare you shout? If you can really come up with 10 billion, this devil fruit is yours. However, if you can't take it out, you are here to disrupt order and you will have to pay a price. Yu Heo showed disdain. Immediately, gloating again, it depends on what happens to Benedict. At the same time, outside the venue, a group of men in black immediately came in and quickly surrounded the entire auction site. As the person in charge of the auction house, the fat man wearing a pair of glasses stared at Benedict and said, Sir, please indicate your identity and evidence to prove that you have sufficient property. Hearing this, Benedict smiled lightly and said, in terms of status, you call me a god, the god who robs the rich and gives to the poor. Listening to Benedict's words, everyone frowned slightly. They didn't like Benedict's answer very much, especially, to call himself a god, so arrogantly. Even the celestial dragons dare not call themselves gods, why should he? As for the evidence that I have enough property. Benedict looked at the crowd with a gentle smile, waving the long sword in his hand, and said with a smile, don't tell me, isn't your little life worth 10 billion? Benedict's figure disappeared in the eyes of everyone. But it was only a few blinks of an eye, but it appeared in place again. The bodyguards around him fell down one by one. At this time, they panicked. The reason why they dared to appear here is that apart from their own identities, there is also the existence of bodyguards, which can make them feel at ease, and think that with their strength, even if something happens, they can take them away. However, in front of Benedict, they didn't even know how they died. What happened? How is this possible? Damn it, Torrible, your young master organized this auction and must keep us safe. How did he do it? Why did they die so quietly? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up, kill him, and take us away. ... The noisy and chaotic voices were full of panic. At this time, the guards of the auction house also turned their attention to Fatty. As long as Fatty gave an order, they would immediately attack. The fat man looked at Torre Boar. He didn't give an order immediately, but asked curiously, Boar, where is your young master? I have something to do, I'm leaving for now. Toripal looked at Benedict and said with a heavy tone. As the wise man next to Doflamingo, Toripal knew very well what powerful power Benedict displayed at this moment. This person can kill everyone present. Your Excellency, do you know who our young master is? Toripal stared at Benedict and said in a deep voice. I know, but why should I give him face? I traded your lives for it, so I deserve him. If Benedict is hit, he will immediately stick and cannot move. Sticky fire cannon. But, your life, stay. Benedict appeared behind Toripal, armament hockey's covered longsword, penetrating to the end. At that point, Benedict is the fish at their mercy. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the normal awakening potion 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Toripal and getting the sticky devil fruit. May I ask the host to use it to summon special forces? In the eyes of everyone, Benedict disappeared, along with the devil fruit in the treasure chest. After Benedict finished speaking, his body flickered, and he had already appeared in front of the treasure chest, and reached out to grab the devil fruit. I will accept this devil fruit. Juice. Don't call. Benedict drew out his long sword, moved, appeared outside the door, and left under the astonished eyes of everyone. On the contrary, the fat man standing on the side was directly hit by the sticky cannon, and the whole person seemed to have fallen into a sticky snot pit, extremely disgusting and unable to move. Few people who dare to attack me are still alive. Toripal looked at the long sword on his chest in disbelief, and he died like this. Ding. Found a sticky devil fruit. May I ask if the host squeezed the juice? There was a fierce light in Toripal's eyes, and he immediately launched a fierce attack. Chapter 168 Noxu Saint. The fall of Toripal silenced everyone present. However, after a while, there was another commotion. Various underground forces fled one after another. They knew very well that Doflamingo would definitely go berserk. And if they continue to stay here, they will definitely be affected by Yuchi. Therefore, before Doflamingo knew about it and before the Don Quixote family reacted, he had to leave here quickly. The person in charge of the auction also nervously began to think of a solution, and the final conclusion was to send someone to chase after Benedict. However, what he didn't know was that Benedict, who left the auction, had changed into another person, and came to a bar with ease, drinking white wine calmly. Liquor is a good thing, and it is very popular in New World. Even, there is no market for the price. And in the underground market, a bottle of tens of thousands of Baileys has been speculated, and even hundreds of thousands of Baileys have been sold. Being able to have a few drinks in Leon Island is also because of the power behind this bar. But even so, this Baiju is not cheap at all. A bottle of liquor costs 88,888 Baileys. It's messy outside. The people sent by the auction are looking for people everywhere. The grassroots members of the Don Quixote family are also clamoring to find the murderer. However, what is surprising is that no cadre has ever been seen. Even, the person who took Toripal's body was also a low-level cadre of members of the Don Quixote family. Unfortunately, none of them have devil fruit. Benedict was curious, so he released it using observation hockey. There is no aura of a strong man, and there is no aura of Doflamingo. Such an important scene, he didn't come forward. Toripal is also the benefactor who gave him the string fruit to give him the power of revenge. He is a high-level cadre and is called an important member of the family. Now that he is dead, he is indifferent. Benedict left the bar and walked on the street, completely surprised. That's not much flamenco. Marshal. A voice sounded beside Benedict. It was Jing Kei's voice. However, because of the shadow fruit, no one can see him at this time. It's so late, I still count on you to steal the devil fruit directly. Benedict was not surprised, but smiled. Sorry, Marshal, I met something on the road and thought it was more important, so I followed it. Jing Kei responded. Hearing this, Benedict asked curiously, oh, what happened? The golden fruit has been easily obtained, so Benedict has nothing to worry about, and what he said just now is not just a joke. On the contrary, things that make Jing Kei leave halfway and think they are important make Benedict interested. I was going to the auction to steal the golden fruit, but on the way I found two CP0s blocking Doflamingo's way, and the other party showed a token, which made the arrogant Doflamingo look pale, and followed away, so I decided to follow without authorization. Jing Kei explained. When Benedict heard this, he became more and more curious. At the same time, he also understood why Doflamingo didn't show up at the auction. He didn't respond to such a big thing. The relationship was called away, and now, I don't know what happened. Where did he go? Benedict asked again. Jing Kei continued to explain. The subordinate followed Doflamingo to the shore, where there is a very luxurious ship docked in the sea. I observed it, and the guards on the ship are all CP0, and their quality is very high. The most shocking thing after Doflamingo got on the ship was that there were celestial dragons on board, and they received him in person. The subordinates want to continue to observe closely, but unfortunately the distance is a bit far away, and I couldn't get on the boat. Shortly after Doflamingo boarded the ship also left. Seeing that the ship had no plans to return, the subordinates rushed back to join the marshal. When Benedict heard this, I was a little stunned. The celestial dragons actually greeted Doflamingo in person and left with them. It's really interesting. I don't know who the people on this boat are. Could it be the 5 elders? Jing Kei heard Benedict's murmur, and said again, Marshal, when CP0 showed the token, he mentioned a name. They call it the Holy Lord. Benedict was a little shocked when he heard that. Those who can be called holy are all males of celestial dragons. And it must be the top management of celestial dragons who can make Doflamingo, a rebellious person, compromise and dare not resist. Originally there were 20 families, but now there are only 18 families in the celestial dragons. The Neferutari family lost one place because they refused to enter the Holy Land, and the Don Quixote family where Doflamingo belonged was originally one of them. Unfortunately, his father gave up this identity and was also removed. This also shows that not all of the celestial dragons are fools. A person who can manage a family is not a fool. It's just that these people basically don't appear in front of outsiders. Even within the celestial dragons, they live in seclusion, but such people have extremely rich resources, and most of them know everything about the outside world. Benedict can conclude that the celestial dragons on that ship must be the patriarch with supreme power in a certain celestial dragon's family, and only in this way can Doflamingo submit, compromise, and cooperate. In fact, Benedict's guess was correct. At this time, Doflamingo was very angry on the huge and luxurious ship that was far away from the Flame Island. A crystal ball was placed in front of him, which was the picture of Toribel being killed. Toribel is a family member he attaches great importance to now, but now he was killed. Doflamingo wanted to leave here very much, found Benedict angrily, and killed him. However, because of the person in front of him who could be seen dimly through the cloth, it made him dare not vent his anger. Because this person is a Noxus saint. It's fabricated, I can't find much information, so I wrote some casually. I saved your life, Saint Doflamingo. He'll kill you if you stay there. It's like killing your men. The voice of the Holy Lord of Noxus sounded slowly. Don't forget your identity, and the identity I gave you. If you have no use value, you will be deprived of everything. Just like your father. Doflamingo clenched his fists as he listened to the words of the Noxus saint. He had various memories in his heart, and at the same time stimulated his nerves. Unwilling, remorse, anger. Chapter 169 Taking Awakening Potion, Jing Kei's Nightmare. Doflamingo's departure surprised Benedict, but since the other party had left, the idea of taking down Doflamingo had to be given up. However, Benedict is still full of expectations for the test of ordinary awakening potions. This is an awakening potion. After taking it, there is a high probability of helping your body break through the limit and have an extraordinary physique. Speed, strength, the body's self-healing ability, potential, and physical strength will all be greatly improved. It also means that your ceiling has been greatly improved. Benedict handed the test tube containing 10 drops of ordinary awakening potion to Jing Kei, and said with a smile. When Jing Kei heard Benedict's words, his eyes lit up instantly. Marshal, can I really? Jing Kei asked subconsciously. Of course, it's yours. Benedict nodded and confirmed. Hearing this, Jing Kei didn't hesitate anymore, took the awakening potion, opened his mouth and swallowed it. After a while, Jing Kei felt an extremely powerful force impacting his body. At the same time, his not very strong body, at this moment, unexpectedly felt much stronger. And this kind of sturdiness is an increase in strength. The entire strengthening process lasted for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, one could clearly feel the change in Jing Kei's aura, which fluctuated greatly. Even if it stabilizes now, you can still feel the aura of increase, a little riot. How do you feel? Benedict looked at Jing Kei and asked with a smile. Jing Kei felt it carefully, and responded, it's very powerful, but this kind of power comes too fast and is unstable. This sudden strength really needs to be tempered. Benedict nodded, and then responded. This kind of increase is only a part of the body's strength, but there is still a lot of potential to be developed. So, how about we find an uninhabited island and fight? Although Jing Kei's strength has been enhanced, according to the panel information Benedict saw, Jing Kei's combat power is still at S level, but his potential has been upgraded to S+ level, and there is an extraordinary physique in his special skills. Saitama is the best proof of his extraordinary physique. But if Jing Kei wants to bring out his due potential, in addition to the usual tempering, he also needs a life and death contest. Since Jing Kei came to this world, he possessed the strength of Admiral level, but the one who died in his own hand does not yet have Admiral level. Therefore, Jing Kei has not shot with all his strength so far. This will not make him stronger quickly. Okay, Jing Kei didn't hesitate at all, his eyes glowed with fiery light. Fighting with Benedict with all your strength, and wanting the depth of your own strength, this is already a standard for the senior executives in Xuanwu Marine to measure their own strength. As for Saitama's pervert, forget it. An ordinary punch is a terrifying force. This simply cannot play the best record. The two left Leon Island, and about an hour later, they landed on a small island. On the island, apart from the vegetation, there are also some snakes living here, and there are many snakes, like a snake island. The two Benedicts didn't care about this, and they shot with all their strength as soon as they landed. Don't be afraid of death, attack with all your strength, and treat me like the enemy who killed my father. Of course, I will also severely FK you down. Benedict resisted Jing Kei's attack with ease, and said, how could Jing Kei be polite to Benedict? He was really murderous, and he shot with all his strength. Jing Kei is very strong, but after Benedict opened the 8 inner gates, he almost collapsed on the verge of death again and again. But Benedict didn't care about him. After beating Jing Kei half to death, he fed him a fairy bean, and the next moment he was alive again. For 5 days and 5 nights in a row, the entire island was torn apart by the battle between the two. Not to mention the heavy casualties among the snakes on the small island, the rest also fled one after another. So, For a long time, there was no Lion Majesty on these fragmented islands. Jing-Kai is an assassin-type powerhouse, but under the torture of Benedict Hell level, he insisted on cultivating an assassin-type and warrior-type powerhouse. Similarly, it also made Jing-Kai dare not compete with Benedict for a long time. Because of this time of tempering, he was in despair, and had a feeling that life was hopeless. Nerves are a little numb. But the result is good. Although the combat power has not been raised to the S+ level, his physical fitness has been well developed and his potential has been activated, which means that if he absorbs a few days of combat experience, he will also be able to use it in a short period of time. Is expected to break through to the S+ level. Xuanwu Marine Base. After Benedict helped Jing-Kai complete the Hell level training, he returned to the base. The pirate with devil fruit captured by Yasuo has arrived. Of course, among them, there is also the devil fruit pirate caught by the thief G and Jing-Kai before. Azkaban. Ivor Kennedy was the first to appear. Marshal, there are a total of 9 people transported here this time, and 8 of them are common species of demon fruit power. One of them is the rust fruit of Paramesha. Benedict was slightly taken aback when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, this fruit seemed to be the ability possessed by a marine named Shun 20 years after Zephyr. Rusty fruit. Who is the owner? Benedict asked. Vice Captain of the Giant Axe Pirates, Ross. Eiffel Kennedy responded immediately. Benedict nodded. Thinking about Shun's age, he seemed to be in his early 20s. In the same room, 9 pirates are being imprisoned at this time. Benedict just took a look and started harvesting one by one. Not long after, 9 devil fruits were obtained. System, squeeze the juice out of these 9 devil fruits. There will be a colorful awakening potion. Is it the rusty fruit of Paramesha? Can rust fruit be strong? Could it be that the Paramesha fruit can be squeezed out of colorful awakening potions? Benedict immediately gave the order. Benedict, who originally thought he could get 9 drops of ordinary awakening potion, was surprised by the drop of colorful awakening potion. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting 8 drops of ordinary awakening potion and 1 drop of colorful awakening potion. It is not that the Paramesha fruit has not been obtained before, and the dull fruit is Paramesha's. However, it is still impossible to conclude that Paramesha can squeeze out the colorful awakening potion. However, he was not willing to squeeze the juice out of this devil fruit, so he didn't know if it could squeeze out the 5-color awakening potion. In the animation, it is said that even the human body can rust perhaps because of the skeleton, but after the capable person is defeated, the rusted body will return to its original state. Benedict was a little confused for a moment. But grab some more demon fruit power, you can test it out. What? Soon, he discovered a possibility. Isn't the stronger the devil fruit, the more likely it is to squeeze out colorful awakening potions. This ability was originally said to only rust metals, and humans or creatures could not rust. Benedict tried to recall that there was information about rust fruit. If this is the case, maybe this fruit is still very capable, but the people who use it are not strong enough, and the development is not enough. Chapter 170 Verifying the Conjecture. The sticky fruit is a kind of Paramesha. After squeezing the juice, it is a common awakening potion. After squeezing the juice from the rust fruit, it is a colorful awakening potion. With this curiosity, Benedict came to a kingdom called Chiyuguo in East Blue. There is also Paramesha's demon fruit power here. Tykes, a thug of the underground gang, is one of the 3 King Kong of the Sea King in East Blue. At the same time, the other party was also the head of Chiyuguo's guard army. The strength of Tex is the first in the country of Car Friends, and his strength is not weaker than that of Vice Admiral. More importantly, he is a Paramesha weapon fruit capable user. However, according to the development of the original story, the next weapon fruit ability user is by 5 of the Don Quixote family. Unfortunately, that fruit was used up by 5. But on Tex, he exerted a powerful force. Relying on this fruit, Tex worked all the way from pingming to the position of commander of the guard army. During the entire promotion process, using this fruit, suppressed many rebels and the harassment of pirates. However, the king of Cheiyu country is a bit fatuous and greedy for pleasure. In addition, because Tex controls a lot of power, Tex basically has the final say in the current Cheiyu country. The same is true, Tex has cooperated with Sea King and has become one of the thugs. Chiyuguo's national strength is not strong in East Blue, but its prosperity is not weak. At least the sea trade business is very prosperous because of the relationship with the shipping king. Thinking of this guy dying in the not-too-distant future, Benedict thought of the Revolutionary Army. What the Revolutionary Army likes to do most is to overthrow the regime of a kingdom and subvert the status of the world government. Perhaps, this Tex may die in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Benedict was interested in Tex's devil fruit, as well as its strength, and also to verify a conjecture in his heart. For example, if a devil fruit has been developed to a sufficient level, and the user has strong strength, it can squeeze out colorful awakening potions. Cloud Rain City. The harbor city of Chiyuguo is also a city that is filled with clouds and mist every morning, shrouded in drizzle, like falling snowflakes, hence the name Cloud and Rain City. Tex has a very luxurious mansion here, covering a very large area, and the curry in the underground warehouse, where all kinds of gold and silver treasures are piled up. Transformed into a fisherman dressed as Benedict, a few ups and downs, entered the mansion. Observation hockey swept over and soon discovered Tex's location. At the same time, Tex, who was waving a samurai sword and practicing in the martial arts hall, instantly felt a special aura, and suddenly swung the sword out. Its sword energy. Boom. The powerful force directly tore a corner of the martial arts hall, making a roaring sound. Benedict flashed out from a hidden corner, looked at Tex dressed in a samurai uniform, and said with a smile, "The information is wrong. I didn't expect you to be a master of swordsmanship." Tex stared at Benedict and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Although no one dared to break into his mansion in Cheiyu country, it was inevitable that some outsiders would try to assassinate him because they didn't know what to do or if they were not strong enough. Therefore, around his mansion, there are still many masters. And these masters are the strong ones who were recruited by the Sea King. For this reason, it helped him block many killers. However, Benedict quietly appeared beside him. If it wasn't for the trace of breath that made him aware, he really wouldn't have discovered the existence of Benedict. At the same time, 8 figures quickly appeared and surrounded Benedict. These 8 people are Tex's bodyguards. The appearance of these 8 bodyguards made the vigilant Tex a little more relaxed and confident, and said, "No matter who you are, you will definitely die today. If you are willing to reveal your identity and tell me who asked you to assassinate me, maybe I can show mercy and let you die happily." Benedict chuckled and said, "Only because of the 8 of them." Too weak. Benedict made a quick move, and the 8 people immediately reacted and prepared to attack Benedict. But they soon discovered in horror that Benedict's speed was beyond their ability to react. So much so that when they were dealt with by Benedict, they fell to the ground without any reaction and left forever. "You need to restrain your self-confidence." Benedict looked at Tex and smiled. Tex was also frightened. At this moment, he saw Benedict making a move. But one move at a time, and 8 of them must be dealt with at the same time. It is terrifying. "Whoever hired you, I can give you 10 times, no, 20 times the price." Tex was frightened, and said hastily, "If I kill you, all your treasures will be mine." Benedict said with a chuckle, "But your value is far more than those treasures." Tex froze. His treasure is a golden mountain, worth billions of Baileys. However, Benedict actually said that his value far exceeds those treasures. This made Tex a little puzzled. Could it be that he wants to deal with the Sea King by himself? Thinking of this, Tex's face changed slightly. However, Benedict didn't want to talk to him that much anymore. Instant shot. Tex opened his hands, and in an instant, it seemed as if countless branches and vines grew out, and in the next moment, they turned into various guns and focused their fire on Benedict. Boom! The artillery shells shot out, hitting the ground in front of them, which was riddled with holes. However, Tex's body was also forcibly pressed to the ground by a powerful force. There was a violent collision between the head and the ground, and then it was squeezed down. My head exploded. Despite having the strength of Vice Admiral level, in front of Benedict, it is only a matter that can be solved with one punch. Ding! Congratulations to Host for killing Tex and getting a weapon fruit. May I ask if Host is using summon special forces? The power to instantly kill an enemy with a single punch feels different. After killing Tex, the voice sounded in his mind, and Benedict couldn't help sighing. System, juice the fruit of the weapon. Benedict would naturally not be used to summon special forces at this time. Although this devil fruit is really good, it is also used for his experiments. The devil fruit juicer was working, and the screams of the devil came, and Benedict was looking forward to it. Ding! Congratulations to Host for getting the colorful awakening potion 1. Benedict's mouth curled into a smile. His guess may be right. The stronger the person, the easier it is to squeeze out the 5-color awakening potion from the devil fruit obtained from him. Ever since, Benedict thought of forces such as Don Quixote family, Biggin pirates, Whitebeard pirates, Marine, world government, etc. In their hands, there are many elite soldiers and powerful generals, and they are all demon fruit power. If they were all hunted down, would they be able to get 2 bottles of colorful awakening potions? Chapter 171 Golden Fruit, Fanmayu Hero. Golden Fruit. Benedict is a little uncertain about this fruit. At first, Benedict was looking forward to this fruit. However, these days also made him have some doubts about this devil fruit. Does the golden fruit control gold or create gold? If it's the former, he's a fighting talent. If it's the latter, Benedict hopes he's a tool guy. Just create gold every time you need money. A tool man who is not very powerful will be better controlled. Moreover, the role of money, and sometimes the role it can play, is greater than that of a combat-type talent. For example, offering a reward of 5 billion Baileys for an admiral and a reward of 10 billion for a marshal will definitely drive the sea crazy. Money can turn ghosts around, and it can also make people crazy. Of course, the current Xuanwu Marine has not yet reached the point of using money to offer a bounty to an admiral. If you want, use your powerful strength to kill them and catch them back. System, can golden fruits create gold? Benedict asked after thinking about it. For the system's questions, it doesn't mean that they don't answer anything. It's just that it depends on what questions are answered, or only special questions will be answered. Therefore, many times, when Benedict is fine, he will try to ask various questions. Countless questions were asked, but only a few were answered, which could be counted on one hand. Ding! Consuming golden fruits can be exchanged for gold worth 10 billion Baileys, or justice points worth 100,000. Gold cannot be created. With some luck, this question has been answered. At the same time, it disappointed Benedict again. The value of the golden fruit is only to obtain gold worth 10 billion Baileys, or 100,000 justice points. The idea of creating gold so that Xuanwu Marine would never be short of money fell through. Squeeze juice or call special forces. Benedict hesitated. If you squeeze the juice, you should be able to get a colorful awakening potion. But thinking of the weapon fruit, Benedict hesitated again. The stronger the devil fruit user is, the more energy the devil fruit will get after the user dies, and the stronger the devil, the easier it is to squeeze out the 5-color awakening potion. Benedict didn't know who the last golden fruit capable user was. It is not clear what kind of energy this devil fruit contains. For a moment, Benedict thought about it. Finally, after careful consideration, Benedict decided to take a gamble. Bet that one day in the future, because of something happening, I will be able to juice them without hesitation. System: use golden fruits to summon special forces. Benedict said in a deep voice. Ding! Congratulations to host for using the golden fruit to successfully summon special forces, Yuhiro Fanma. A golden light condensed in front of Benedict, and then countless golden lights could be seen condensing in different places. After a while, they flew over and gathered together. A figure also walked out. The luster of gold is shining, that is the luster of gold. He is 2.3 meters tall, with strong muscles, and his whole body is covered in gold, like a golden man made of gold, shining brightly. And this person is Yuhiro Fanma. Benedict did not expect that it was Yuhiro Fanma who was summoned by using the golden fruit. What surprised Benedict even more was that Yuhiro Fanma's strength had reached S level, and his potential had reached S+ level. Yuhiro Fanma. Age: 33 years old. Combat strength: S rank. Weapon: fist. Skills: fighting Grandmaster level, cannot be strengthened. Golden fruit to be developed. Armament Hkill 4, Observation Hkill 3, Conqueror's Hkill 2. Potential: S+ grade. Loyalty: 100. Another Admiral level powerhouse. The rarer the fruit, the more it can summon Admiral level special forces, or Vice Admiral level special forces. This is the law Benedict understands after summoning so many special forces. Because of the normal zone devil fruit, the summoned ones are not much different from passers-by A, B, and C, except that they are stronger. Fanma Yuhiro, in that world, has many titles. The strongest creature on the surface, the king, the ogre, Fanma Haihuang, the troll, the gentlest creature on the surface. Various titles also explain the character of Yuhiro Fanma. Warlike, also unruly, and ruthless. However, he has the same dedication to fighting. Hey hey hey, Fanma Yuhiro laughed, and at the same time, he showed his strength. The Conqueror's Haki was released instantly, and the powerful aura enveloped the entire Yunyu city. In an instant, countless people couldn't bear the impact of Conqueror's Haki and fainted. At the same time, Yuhiro Fanma's body was also continuously flowing with golden liquid, and it was getting taller and taller. Tex's mansion, Curry's gold, silver and jewelry in the underground warehouse. As well as the gold stored in other places, at this time, because of the activation of the golden fruit, it seems to be awakened. Feeling the presence of gold, Fanma Yuhiro clenched his fists and sneered. Shish! The gold turned into liquid, continuously flew from a distance, and merged into the body of Yuhiro Fanma. Fanma Yuhiro's body gained a lot of weight in just a few seconds. Boom! A huge gold ball squeezed out from Fanma Yuhiro's body, and after falling to the ground, Fanma Yuhiro also released Devil Fruit's ability. Marshal, Yuhiro Fanma looked at Benedict and laughed. Benedict looked at Yuhiro Fanma's operation and was a little stunned at first, but soon smiled. Although the golden fruit cannot create gold, its ability to control gold is not weak at all. Originally, I was thinking about how to take away Tex's gold, but now with Yuhiro Fanma, it is much easier. Very good, good performance. Benedict thought of one thing. Fanma Yuhiro can join the ghost squad and let the bandit G take it to ransack the vault. In particular, take a trip to the Red Line and harm the merchants there, especially the celestial dragons. Even if it can harm the Marine Headquarters. Marshal, I can feel that you are very strong. Let's go heads up. Yuhiro Fanma stared at Benedict and said with a fighting spirit. The power he released just now, although not all of his power, but just in terms of momentum, the entire Yunyu city can be blocked by Benedict, or even completely unaffected. This is definitely a terrifying powerhouse. When Benedict heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Are you sure?" "Sure," Fanma Yuhiro said firmly. Benedict smiled evilly and said, "Hold the gold." Yuhiro Fanma stretched out his hand, and the huge gold turned into a battle suit, which was continuously compressed, as thin as clothes, and worn on his body. Benedict sighed in admiration, grabbed Fanma Yuhiro and flew to the sea. Chapter 172. Arriving quietly at Garp in the town of Rog. What was it like to duel with Benedict? Zephyr, Golden Lion Shiki, and Jing Kei have profound experiences. At this time, Yuhiro Fanma is about to enjoy such treatment. On an unnamed island in East Blue, Fanma Yuhiro moved his muscles and bones. His muscles were extremely strong, because the coat of the golden fruit looked very hard. His back also formed a grimace due to the squeeze of muscles. However, because of the ability of the golden fruit, this grimace doesn't look so ferocious at this time, but is full of money. Call. After exhaling, Yuhiro Fanma, who had finished exercising his muscles and bones, made a gesture with an extremely serious expression. The first to attack, the golden wide palm slapped in the air, and because of the ultimate speed, afterimages appeared. Seeing this, Benedict raised his hand and slapped it out. Snapped, snapped, snapped. The fists of the two collided constantly, making a crackling sound. While the roar continued to sound, black lightning could also be seen flickering around the two of them. That's a contest of Conqueror's Haki. At the same time, it is also a contest of fighting skills. Boom. Yuhiro Fanma, who was immersed in the contest of powerful strength, felt the power in his body, and was continuously stimulated, had not had time to continue to exert his strength and wanted to hit Benedict hard. But he saw Benedict's fist, which suddenly passed through his defense, and fell towards his face. The speed is so fast that Yujiro Fanma has no chance to dodge at all. As a result, Yujiro Fanma gritted his teeth, covered armament hockey with a hideous face, and mobilized more energy to gather. Boom! Yujiro Fanma was directly sent flying, and kept rolling on the ground like a rolling ball. Seeing that he was about to fall into the sea, Benedict appeared on the beach in a blink of an eye, kicked out, and Yujiro Fanma returned to the center of the island. Yujiro Fanma stood up quickly, turned around, roared, and rushed towards Benedict again. Benedict laughed, opened the 8 inner gates, and opened the 4th gate. Started to abuse Fanma Yujiro. The roaring sound continued, and Yujiro Fanma was patted on the ground again and again. Yujiro Fanma stood up again and again. ... 1 day later, Yujiro Fanma was lying on the ground exhausted. Next to it is a huge gold brick. At this time, Yujiro Fanma had a bruised nose and a swollen face, his bones were soft, and a burly man turned into a fat man. That pair of piercing eyes rolled their eyes and opened their mouths at this moment, as if they might leave this world at any time. Benedict stood aside, panting. Yujiro Fanma is really crazy in his will. Knocked down again and again, stood up again and again. No matter how many injuries his body has suffered, there is a strong desire to defeat him. After fighting for a whole day, he finally exhausted his physical strength, and the countless pains in his body hit his mind, and finally he couldn't hold on and fell down. It's really terrifying combat power. Sea-High is not suitable for him. The new world is his world. They are all known as the strongest creatures on the surface. Compared with Kaido, they are still a little worse. That guy's self-healing ability and defensive power are terrifying. However, I am also very much looking forward to the scene of you fighting with him. Benedict stuffed a fairy bean into Yujiro Hamama's mouth. A moment later, Yujiro Fanma's injuries recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Yujiro Fanma clapped his hands on the ground reflexively, and immediately entered a fighting state. Benedict watched, unfazed by the reaction. Fanma Yujiro also reacted, looking at himself in disbelief. The injury has returned to normal. At the same time, Fanma Yujiro also had a clear understanding of Benedict's horror. From now on, you join the Ghost Squad. Give you a task, I need enough gold reserves. This is the identity token given to you. Now go to New World, and someone will contact you. Benedict threw an identity token to Yujiro Fanma and said with a smile. Yujiro Fanma caught the token, glanced at it, and asked, "Is there a map?" Hearing this, Benedict came to his senses and said with a smile, "Go to Rog Town, get familiar with the environment first, and then someone will send you to New World. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, bring Yujiro Hama to the police station in Rog Town." This is the imprint specially left by Benedict for the convenience of coming to Rog Town. Just walk around, whatever you want to eat, spend your own money. We are all civilized people. Benedict reminded Fanma Yujiro, and then said again, "Do I need to find you a tour guide?" "No need." Fanma Yujiro showed some interest on his face, and then left on his own. Benedict glanced at it and smiled. Naturally he wasn't worried about Yujiro Fanma getting lost. East Blue is now his territory anyway, and he still has eyeliner. When Benedict came to the port, he looked at the smiling residents and bustling businessmen, and smiled with satisfaction. The current port is not like before, where pirate ships can be seen. Now, I can't see it at all, because at the port, there is also a force that turns around and garrisons. This force is not much, only 100 people, but everyone's strength is not weak. While maintaining the security of the port, if there are pirate ships in the port, they will also act to catch these pirates. This is a deterrent to pirates and also limits their supplies. It is also telling those pirates that being a pirate is not easy. Okay, sipping a drink, leaning against the fence, looking at Benedict in the harbor, and spotting Garp disembarking from a merchant ship. This guy, if you don't stay in New World, why come to East Blue? Benedict was very surprised. Blue, blue, blue. The voice of the phone bug rang. It was Bai Chi who called. Say, Benedict responded. Marshal, the intelligence team found that Marine Vice Admiral Garp appeared in Rog Town. Do you need to deal with it? Bai Chi said. Benedict narrowed his eyes and said, the intelligence team is still not strong enough. Think of a way and rectify it. It's only after I entered my own territory that I discovered others. What I want is that when the enemy we are concerned about approaches our territory, we must immediately find it. Upon hearing this, Bai Chi responded, yes, Marshal. I'm in Rog Town, just leave Garp to me. Benedict said, and hung up the phone. After taking a sip of his wine, Benedict looked at the direction Garp was leaving the port and followed with a smile. Benedict wondered why Garp came to Rog. After all, East Blue is now his territory, and a character like Garp quietly came to Rog Town on a merchant ship. It is absolutely impossible to say that there is nothing going on here. Chapter 173 Garp's Admiration. Garp wore a white round hat and a white suit, which still couldn't conceal his burly figure. Garp seemed to be just here for fun, walking aimlessly in the town of Rog, eating and drinking, looking very at ease. This stroll is until the night falls, and finally entered a bar. The owner of the bar is a short, fat man. When Garp sat at the bar, he said, have a cup of black tea. This is a bar, no black tea. The fat man replied without raising his head. You have it, and it's Caslin black tea, which is very delicious. Garp said with a smile when he heard this. The fat man raised his head suddenly, and when he saw Garp's appearance, he whispered in fright, Mr. Garp, you haven't seen me for a long time. However, Rog Town is now the territory of Xuanwu Marine, which is very dangerous for you. Garp took off his hat, smiled and said, it's okay. Xuanwu Marine's humanitarianism, is very just, isn't it? I can see that the people here are living very happily. At least, there are still many pirates running rampant in East Blue under the jurisdiction of East Blue Marine. The fat man looked at Garp in disbelief, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say for a while. Garp comforted the fat man and said with a smile, don't be so nervous. It's not like you don't know what kind of personality the old man has. Although the positions are different, I also admire Xuanwu Marine. Hearing this, the fat man gave a bitter smile, and then cheered up again, and then began to take out the tea leaves from his special collection, and skillfully brewed a pot of black tea for Garp, poured a cup on a cup, and handed it to Garp, said with a smile, Mr. Garp, please use it slowly. Thank you, Garp said, took a sip of the black tea, and said with a warm smile on his face, it's still a familiar taste and a familiar formula. This is specially prepared for Mr. Garp, and only you can let my bar sell a pot of tea. The fat man said with a happy smile, could you tell me about the time you came to Rog Town? Garp put down his teacup, chatted with the fat boss and laughed. Of course, the fat boss didn't refuse. In fact, because the Xuanwu Marine Lord is stationed and the police system has been established, the crackdown on pirates and gangster forces is very strict. The same is true, in the town of Rog, there are almost no pirates, and even gangsters dare not show their heads. Anyone who dares to take the lead will be quickly arrested or executed after being reported. In this way, without the harassment of pirates and gangsters, everyone can live and work in peace and contentment. In addition, Xuanwu Marine also has the business of protecting merchants, maritime trade, etc., which has given many people hope. After some people have tasted the sweetness, more and more people have also participated in maritime trade. After all, trade within an island is limited. If you want to obtain more materials and weird things, you need to go to different islands and different kingdoms to trade them, and then resell them. The more people make money, and there is no threat of pirates and gangsters, the men in the family are willing to go out to make money. There are more businessmen coming and going, and more people are eating, living, bars, and traveling. Those who open a local shop and do business also earn a living without worrying about it. In such an environment where people live and work in peace and contentment, how many people still want to be pirates? It's not that there aren't any, after all, there are still many people affected by pirates. There are more and more people who are curious about the sea. Ever since, these people appeared in East Blue. The so-called explorers and bounty hunters with dreams, food exploration, regional exploration, etc. gradually appeared on East Blue. In addition, some gourmet hunters with crafts also began to make a living on the sea. They want to obtain more delicious ingredients, and go to different regions to learn different cooking skills. To this end, they will build or rent large ships and open gourmet restaurants on the sea. These gourmet restaurants can exchange ingredients for delicious food, or spend gold coins in daily consumption. For explorers, bounty hunters, marines, and even businessmen sailing on the sea, these gourmet restaurants are still very attractive. Of course, the establishment of these gourmet restaurants is still the arrangement of Benedict. The dissemination and inheritance of culture requires a pioneer first, and only after it shines can it form its own civilization and culture. Obviously, the current East Blue Sea is prosperous and stable. This kind of sea is favored by businessmen, explorers and wandering poets. Garp sat on the merchant ship all the way. As a businessman, as a passerby, he saw these things in his eyes, and at the same time couldn't help admiring. Xuanwu Marine is really good, no wonder so many people want to join Xuanwu Now Marine. Kong submitted a proposal for world conscription to 5 elders, and with the support of 5 elders, world conscription started. However, there are indeed quite a few people participating in the conscription, but compared with the size of Xuanwu Marine, it is obviously insufficient. In particular, the people from East Blue are the fewest in the 4 seas, and their strength and talent are average. Even the other 3 sea areas are much less than they expected. For this reason, they felt a little puzzled. After the analysis, they had the answer in their hearts, but they were a little uncertain. Today's prosperous and quiet East Blue is the best answer. However, Garp stretched out his hand, pressed the fat man's hand, smiled, and said nothing. It's really strong enough, and enough for a man. In just one sip, he drank 4 taels of white wine, and his complexion quickly turned red, but it was obviously impossible for Garp to get drunk. Benedict turned his head, looked at Garp, and said with a smile. The doorbell rang, the door was pushed open, and a figure walked in. Baiju, the fine wine produced by Xuanwu Marine, is strong enough, and it is also very suitable for men to drink. Benedict chuckled, then looked at Garp meaningfully, and said, you've been blatantly wandering around Rog Town for so long, probably not because you want me to buy you a glass of white wine, Uncle Garp. The fat boss stood there stupidly, feeling a little out of his mind. His eyes swept over Benedict and Garp, his heart kept beating, and he didn't know whether he should listen to Benedict. The fat man looked at the person who came in, his expression changed drastically, he grabbed Garp's hat and was about to put it on for him. Uncle Garp, jingle bell, Aziz, since this brat treats you, bring me a glass of white wine. Garp said to the fat boss with a smile. After hearing this, the fat man came back to his senses, turned around quickly, took the wine glass, and poured Garp a glass. Garp looked at Benedict, and after a moment, laughed out loud. Quote, "Are you really not going to have a drink? Give a cup to the uncle next to him." Benedict, dressed in military uniform, came straight to the bar, sat next to Garp, and said with a smile, "Have a glass of white wine." Chapter 174 Entrusted by an old friend, the meaning of D's family. I ran to East Blue secretly, and I don't know if I went to other places, and then I wandered around Rogtown openly. At first, Benedict didn't know why Garp did what he did. However, after Garp entered the bar and chatted, Benedict immediately realized that this seemingly honest, but actually cunning Garp had been waiting for her. Same thing, Benedict changed into a military uniform and walked in. Garp is still very dangerous. However, Benedict wasn't planning to embarrass Garp at this point. Although the positions are different, Garp's justice has always been very correct. It's just that when facing his grandson, Garp is obviously partial. But then again, Luffy didn't do anything bad, on the contrary, they did a lot of good things. If Luffy is a heinous person, no matter how much Garp prefers him, he will not let Luffy escape from him again and again. After all, for the sake of the justice in my heart, I endured the inseparable pain and watched my grandson be killed. This justice is fair after all. After hearing Benedict's words, the fat boss tactfully filled Garp's teacup with black tea and left the bar. Garp drank the black tea slowly, and after savoring it carefully, he sighed. "Benedict, are you trustworthy?" Garp said as if he had made some major decision. "Why do you say that?" Benedict looked at Garp in surprise. To be able to say such a thing, it is obvious that something has been haunting Garp, and it has made him a headache. A request from an old friend, I have a headache. Because of this old man, I have encountered a very troublesome thing now. As far as I know, only you can do it, Garp said slowly. Hearing this, Benedict thought for a while, and soon understood what this, entrustment from an old friend, was about. If it was him, it would really embarrass Garp. Still, Garp complied. It's just that it was brought to Fengche village to be raised by others. If you calculate carefully, Ace should have been born too. Ace's biological mother, Potter Cassidy Rouge, used various methods to prevent the world government from discovering that Ace was the son of Roger, the Pirate King, and desperately delayed Ace's birth date greatly. Therefore, after giving birth to Ace, he died of exhaustion. So, it was Potter Cassidy Rouge who gave Garp a headache. Uncle Garp, you should know. You and I are both Marines, and I understand it justly. You are no stranger than me. Also, you have been carrying it out. Benedict shook his wine glass and said with a playful look. Garp was stunned when he heard Benedict's words. Horror even. You know what I'm going to say? Garp asked quietly. Benedict grinned and said, of course, I also drank with him. However, that was before first founded Xuanwu Marine. If he is still alive, I will definitely catch him. Garp was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Benedict to have an intersection with him. Also because of the overlap, Garp asked Benedict curiously, I know him well, so you founded Xuanwu Marine because of him? Yes, and no, Benedict responded after thinking for a while. He wants to start the era of great pirates, cause trouble for the Five Elders, wait for the leader, and end the old system of this world. And I don't want to wait, so I want to end his plan, and at the same time, I will also end the old system of this world. Do you think I can finish it? Let me ask you another question, what exactly is the meaning of the D-clan? Benedict's rhetorical question silenced Garp. Regarding this topic, when Roger and Garp were alone in Impel Down, I once asked him. Garp didn't answer. After that, Roger completed the care of Potter, Cassidy Rouge and the children. Destiny, dream, or is it pure will inheritance? It's a difficult question to answer. That night, I chatted with him all night. I asked him this question and he didn't give me an answer, but I answered him. I said it was a dream. A man's dream never ends. For example, a greedy person will never be satisfied. However, chasing a dream is to use the strongest will and go all out to accomplish it. And my dream is very clear, that is to overthrow the old world, establish a new world order, and promote the development of the new world. So, what I told you back then still counts. However, if you insist on standing opposite me, I will also destroy all the enemies standing in front of me for the sake of my dream. The black tea in the cup was finished. In Garp's mind, Benedict's words kept echoing. At the same time, I can't help but think of the conversation with Roger in Impel Down. So similar. It's just that the way the two choose is different. He doesn't believe you, Garp asked after a moment of silence. He doesn't think you can do it, does he? Garp said again, probably. Benedict nodded and said, so, we made a bet. I bet I can end this old age, overthrow the world government, overthrow the Five Elders. Garp touched his forehead and said helplessly, I don't know how to answer your question. I didn't answer him either. Benedict chuckled, took the teapot, filled Garp's cup, refilled the black tea, and said, believe me, if you are so confused that you don't know how to give yourself an answer, you will regret it. Of course, I'm willing to help with some things. People like you are more suitable for Xuanwu Marine. In this way, your grandson who is about to be born will also have a good future. Garp gave a thumbs up to Benedict and said with a smile, as expected of Marshal Xuanwu Marine, your intelligence seems to be much stronger than I imagined. But, do you think I'm really going to have a grandson? Of course, the grandson. Benedict said with a smile. However, with such a troublesome son, I want a granddaughter even more. Garp thought of his son Long, who was originally a Marine, and he was looking forward to continue to grow. In the future, Admiral will have his name. However, due to certain circumstances, he quit Marine and founded revolutionaries. This made Garp headache and angry. However, that is in the past, and now bearish. After all, the 5 elders in the world government, and what the celestial dragons have done, is still pretty disgusting. Uncle Garp, what a bet we have. If you give birth to a grandson, you can bring it directly to Xuanwu Marine, and I will train him personally. If it's a granddaughter, you arrange it yourself. Benedict smiled playfully. No bet, Garp said without the slightest hesitation. Just kidding. If my grandson was manipulated by Benedict, wouldn't he also be manipulated? Chapter 175 Podcast de Rouge and Ace. The betting matter is over. Garp also didn't talk about his son. Garp still had his own ideas about whether he would like to come to Xuanwu Marine, so he didn't give Benedict any answer. In other words, Garp still believes that the current Marine still has justice, and it is not beyond the point of no return. Although Benedict didn't get the answers he wanted to these questions, he didn't refuse Garp's request because of these things. The so-called entrustment is related to Podcast de Rouge. Ace is about to be born. Podcast de Rouge couldn't hold on any longer. And her complexion is also very bad. Even if Ace is not born, her life will come to an end. The reason why Garp found Benedict was because Sakata Jintoki was beaten to pieces by Quinn. The person who should have died was alive and well that day, and nothing happened. According to the intelligence he personally collected, it was related to Benedict. Garp hoped that Benedict would save Podcast de Rouge so that the child would have a mother. In this way, he is also worthy of Roger. South Blue, Bad El Ra. Podcast de Rouge hid here in order to avoid being hunted by the world government. Now, Rouge can't stand it anymore. In a simple bungalow hut, Rouge lay pale on the bed, not much strength left. And her stomach is even more round, and it hurts badly. At this moment, a bell rang outside the door. The bell rang, but the door didn't open. Rouge's pale face became cautious at this moment. Difficult to stand up, also want to hide. About a minute later, the sound of the wind chimes rang again. Cluck cluck. After 3 knocks, the door was opened. Seeing this, Rouge breathed a sigh of relief. Fawn, Garp yelled. Rouge heard the words and responded, Master. Garp went first, and Benedict followed. Benedict is also full of curiosity about the character of Rouge. The willpower of this woman and her love for her children are admirable. In addition, Ace can stay alive in the stomach for 20 years, which is even more surprising. I brought someone here who can keep you and the child safe. The child needs you, so you still need to be alive. This also counts as fulfilling my promise to Roger. Garp introduced Benedict to Rouge, laughing. With a slight smile on his face, Rouge leaned against the head of the bed, looked at Benedict, and said, Are you the kid who told him about the future? I heard him talk about you. The leaflets floating down from the sky are even more surprising. Hearing this, Benedict was a little surprised, then smiled and said, Well, then can you trust me? Rouge gently stroked his stomach, frowned slightly, and then said with a smile, He said, Your dream is to overthrow the world. But you're not the one he's waiting for. But, he said, You're a curious man. He felt like maybe you could do it. When Benedict heard Rouge's words, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, So there is such a thing. He's really insincere. Having said that, Benedict looked serious and said, Rouge aunt, since you believe me, then give birth to the child. I can guarantee that your child, as well as you, can live well. Rouge glanced at Benedict, then at Garp, smiled slightly, and said, Benedict, old man, I'm sorry to trouble you. Please avoid it a little bit. Benedict and Garp nodded and left the room. Outside the room, Garp looked at Benedict and said seriously, Little devil, is there really no problem? Don't believe me, why did you invite me? Benedict said with a blank look. As long as she still has one breath, she can be saved. The magical effect of fairy beans, and it only needs 5,000 justice points, which is not expensive at all. According to Benedict's understanding, such a miraculous fairy bean is not expensive at all for 50,000 justice points. Time passed little by little. Benedict and Garp waited, but there was no movement inside, and they felt something was wrong. Benedict's knowledge swept over in an instant, and his face changed drastically in an instant. Boom. Pushing the door violently, I saw Rouge lying on the bed, his face pale, his last breath left. A baby lay on the side, curled up together, quietly without making any noise. Brat. Garp also reacted, and shouted anxiously. No need for Garp's prompting, Benedict had stuffed the jelly beans into Rouge's mouth. Rouge's breath, the last breath left. After they came in, this tone will also be broken. Therefore, Benedict felt a little nervous. It should be useful, Benedict murmured. Garp's face was a little ugly, he didn't expect that Rouge would not have the will to live on. Otherwise, after giving birth, all you need to do is shout, and they can come in at any time. Cough cough cough. Just when the two were silent, a cough sounded, and Rouge's face gradually turned rosy. After a while, Rouge woke up and subconsciously looked at the child. Ace. The child was held in Rouge's arms, tears streaming down his face, and he couldn't help crying. When Benedict and Garp saw this scene, smiles appeared on their faces. Rouge's reaction let them know that Rouge has no problem. After about 10 minutes, Rouge calmed down and the child started crying. Rouge aunt, is the child's name Ace? What a nice name. However, should the child be washed now? Benedict reminded from the side. History hasn't changed, the kid is still called Ace. However, this time Rouge will still be alive, and Ace will have a mother. The next step is to take their mother and son back to East Blue, and the Island of Learning just allows them to live. It was only now that Rouge realized that she didn't feel any pain in her body at this time, and her body was still very healthy. It was as if she hadn't given birth to a child at all, and she hadn't experienced a 20-month pregnancy at all. What's going on here? After washing Ace, Rouge briefly washed himself up, and returned to the hall, looked at Benedict and Garp, and couldn't help asking. It's fairy beans, an incomparably miraculous fruit. Garp glanced at Benedict and explained from the sidelines. Rouge looked at Benedict, full of gratitude, and said, I'm sorry, I'm a little selfish. Thank you, I know what to do. Benedict nodded and said with a smile, I've already arranged where you live. Chapter 176, Hunting Down the Special Squad. Benedict was willing to help, again because of Roger. Second, Benedict wanted to see if Ace's life would have changed if Potter Cass were still alive. In addition, Ace is within his jurisdiction, and he can intervene in how Ace will develop when he grows up in the future. Robin, he will be your younger brother from now on, you have to take good care of him, you know. Seeing Robin looking at Ace so curiously, Benedict said with a smile. The Potter Cass de Rouge mother and son were brought to Knowledge Island, and a house was arranged for them directly next to Robin's family. Rouge's personality is very gentle, but also very cheerful. Auravia fell in love with Rouge after a brief contact with Rouge. Naturally, Robin is also full of expectations for the younger brother Ace. In other words, this fulfilled a small wish of Robin. Before that, she was alone, and the other children were not very friendly to her. Later, some things happened. Although she has a partner now, she still feels that it is not enough. It would be great if she had a younger brother or younger sister. Unfortunately, the mother will not give her another one. At this time, the appearance of Ace made her look forward to it. Yeah, I'll take good care of my brother. Robin nodded repeatedly. My brother is so cute. Robin stretched out his hand, tapped Ace's face a few times, and smiled. Rouge looked at the scene in front of her with a smile on her face. This feeling made her feel warm and safe. Benedict explained some things, then bid farewell to Rouge and left. The seaside of Knowledge Island. Garp is here waiting for Benedict to arrive. Benedict stood aside and said with a smile, I have already fulfilled your request. Do you need me to take you back? Garp chuckled and said, see you in New World. However, you have to be careful of the 5 Elders' counterattack. I can't help you with anything. What I can do is to reduce your stress as much as possible. Benedict nodded, put his hand on Garp's shoulder, and the next moment they disappeared. When it reappeared, Benedict had brought Garp to Flame Island. Garp was silent for a moment, then said, it's an enviable ability. However, it is not enough to realize the dream. This kind of ability can only save your life. Benedict smiled, facing the sea, and said, don't worry, my strength is beyond your imagination. Garp slapped Benedict hard with his huge slap, but he didn't see any shaking of Benedict. After a while, he said, I underestimated you. The corner of Benedict's mouth curled up. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, it disappeared instantly. Garp took a look at where Benedict had been. 2 deep pit footprints were clearly visible. This kid, growing up, is becoming more and more terrifying. Maybe, it's really possible for him to do it. Garp murmured and turned to leave. During the next month, the Xuanwu Marine Raiders South Blue, North Blue, and West Blue's actions have also begun to wrap up. On more and more islands, Xuanwu Marine is constantly stationed, and has a sound plan to quickly gain the trust of the island residents. And the pirates on the sea began to be continuously compressed and gathered on certain islands. It also allowed these pirates to continue to grow and merge to form an alliance. Such an alliance is also a powerful force. If this is the case, Xuanwu Marine only needs to gather the fleet to bomb, and it will be over once and for all. However, in order to deal with Xuanwu Marine, among these pirate forces, the World Government, Biggin Pirate Group, Beasts Pirates, and other New World pirate forces also participated. Therefore, high-level forces such as Sakata Jintoki, Kenjiro, Yellowski, and Flying Squirrel had to take it seriously. However, unlike the previous respective actions, this time, Baichi sits at the Xuanwu Marine base and regulates all forces to help them better defeat these pirates. At the same time, the intelligence department is also fully operational. Not only that, but the Ghost Squad was also mobilized. Yujiro Fanma is very powerful. After joining the Ghost team, he did not immediately go to New World, but began to challenge famous masters in the 4 seas. Therefore, Fanma Yujiro is now considered a little famous in the world. Because Yujiro Fanma claimed that he was a marine, and he was accompanied by an elite team of 10 people, so many people were somewhat hostile to Yujiro Fanma's challenge. This hostility doesn't matter to Fanma Yujiro. Anyway, he can kill Marine, or he can have someone fight. This battle maniac, does he want to break in alone? Bandit G looked at Yujiro Fanma, who was leading the team towards Swan Island, and said somewhat incomprehensibly. A man of high art is bold. Jinkei said with a piece of roadside grass in his mouth, since he is willing to act, let him go. Our goal is still their high-level combat power. It's good to have him attracting attention. Yasuo, wearing a hat and a mask, watched Yujiro Fanma land on the island and said, this is a very powerful man. To fight against such a strong player, you must maintain the spirit of 12 points. The 3 of them were silent for a moment. Robber G became invisible, turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared. About a few minutes later, Robber G returned. Those people are still there. There is no movement at all, as if it is still waiting for us. Robber G appeared and said to the three of them. The three of them did not act here because of the existence of those people. This is also the power that they are afraid of after they get the information. Do you want to play with them? These people have been looking for our tracks and have been following us for quite some time. If you don't give them a meeting gift, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Robber G looked at Jinkei and Yasuo expectantly and said. It's not convenient for me to reveal my identity. Yasuo pondered slightly, and said, however, I can also help you. Bandit G looked at Jinkei. After working with Jinkei for a period of time, the other party's ability and his ability can make their strengths be brought out very well. Seeing this, Jinkei smiled and said, in this case, let's play with them. These days, both Jinkei and Bandit G have been trying to find a way to capture Doflamingo. However, to their surprise, Doflamingo had been hiding very well. They searched for a long time, but could not find it. On the contrary, it is Doflamingo's old lair, and there are more CP0s. These CP0s are also very powerful, and their detection capabilities are also very strong. But Robber G's actions made them aware, so a force appeared soon, and began to search for their traces. Chapter 177 G8X Squad Encircle and Suppress Sea Monkeys. How courageous was Yujiro Fanma? He asked his men to stop on the shore and not allow them to go to the island, and rushed indirectly by himself. But all the pirates found will be killed all the way. No mercy at all, and the purpose of doing this is purely to let more masters know and come out to fight him. For a while, the sound of fighting kept ringing. He's a master. According to preliminary judgment, he has at least admiral level strength. Also, the other party is a person with fruit ability, the golden fruit, and it is quite famous in the 4 seas at present. Identity is Xuanwu Marine, although I don't know that Xuanwu Marine will let him act alone, but if he can win this person, it will be a good blow to Xuanwu Marine. The G8 team is also the mysterious team that Robber G was talking about. There are a total of 18 people in this troop, and the captain who leads the team is a thin man with a half-mask, code-named Sea Monkey. Those who are reporting information to him are members of this team. Because Yujiro Fanma started killing, the G8 team also attracted attention, and sent people out to check the situation. Hearing the words, the Sea Monkey looked into the distance, was silent for a moment, and said, wait a minute, our main target is still the Ghost Squad. Hearing this, the members of the G8 team turned around and disappeared instantly. The remaining 9 people continued to wait here with the Sea Monkeys for the target to appear. Not far away, Bandit G took Jinkei and hid in one place, watching the scene in front of him. The invisible Bandit G shook his finger at Jinkei, pointed at the Sea Monkey, then stretched out 3 fingers and started counting down. Jinkei nodded, and turned into a shadow in the next moment, quickly shuttled through the shadow. Robber G also flew towards the Sea Monkey at an extremely fast speed at this time. The Sea Monkey, which was resting its eyes and preparing for battle at any time, immediately sensed something strange, and immediately shouted, Plan A. The other 9 members of the G8 team who were on standby instantly entered the state, and formed a circle of 10 people. Armament Haki filled his hands, ready for battle with a serious expression on his face. The Sea Monkey's observation Haki is always on, and the future he sees in a split second makes his face gloomy. The Sea Monkey disappeared, drew its sword and swept across, 2 sword chi flew across, Robber G and Jinkei quickly retreated and escaped the attack. Bandit G continued to hide his figure, Jinkei turned into a shadow and disappeared instantly. Come out, since it's here, there's no point in continuing to hide. The Sea Monkey found that Robber G and Jinkei continued to hide and did not want to show their faces, so they said coldly. Jinkei didn't speak. As an assassin, if you fail with one blow, you should immediately retreat and look for the next opportunity to strike. As for Robber G, it goes without saying. It's not suitable for him to fight head-on, but if he really wants to fight, he won't hesitate at all. Compared with speed, he is not afraid of anyone. Click. At this moment, the robber moved his foot. And this time, Robber G no longer moved towards the Sea Monkey. The members of the G8 team in a circle immediately sensed the danger and wanted to act immediately. Indeed, they did not notice that Jinkei's shadow had crawled up their bodies from their backs. Pirate G's instant flywheel suddenly showed its appearance, and it slid past, and 2 members of the G8 team were directly touched on the neck. Although the armed color Haki covers both hands, it has a strong strike ability against demon fruit power. However, they desperately found that they should be able to attack easily, as if their hands were grabbed by something, and they couldn't move for a moment. It was also this momentary change that made them miss the opportunity. I can't move, everyone be careful. Someone reacted and shouted quickly. The rest of the people didn't need to be reminded, they had already reacted. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for them to dodge the attack just now. The Sea Monkey slashed in the direction of Bandit G with a sword. The speed was very fast. Robber G didn't expect the Sea Monkey to catch him at that moment, and the instant flywheel didn't fly back, so he had to cover Armament Haki with both hands to block the blow. Shadow Strangulation. Jinkei ignored the fight between Robber G and Sea Monkey, and shot instantly. 4 black shadows condensed out from behind the G8 team in an instant, their hands turned into sharp blades, and directly attacked the remaining 7 people. At the same time, Jinkei also took a dagger and killed them from the front. Dang clang clang sounded, and the members of the G8 team resisted Jing Kei's attack head-on, but they were also beheaded by the shadow behind them. The expressions of the remaining few people changed suddenly, and they struggled hard to get rid of the shadow restraint technique. But at this moment, a gust of wind flickered, and the heads of these people also flew up. The sea monkey who fought fiercely with Robber G had a gloomy expression and roared angrily, "You are courting death." Amidst the roar, the sea monkey's body changed instantly. Its arms grew nearly 2 meters long, and its sharp nails were 50 centimeters long, and they were extremely hard. In addition, the sea monkey has a pair of cat ears, like a cat's eyes, golden vertical pupils, and monkey-like fangs. Strong and strong, with a blue tail, swaying in the air, with thunder flowers flickering. Boom! Robber G watched the sea monkey's body change, his face changed drastically, especially the sharp nails, which made him feel terrified. Grabbing the instant flywheel that flew back, Robber G went up to meet him with both hands, and he was also knocked into the air. Wind barrier. The sea monkey wanted to continue to attack, to kill Pirate G with one blow, but Yasuo rushed over in an instant, slashed out, and a strong wind blew up. The sea monkey was forced to retreat quickly by the sudden strong wind. Shadow Fruit Ability User, the specific identity is unknown. The person with Transparent Fruit Ability, the specific identity is unknown. The sea monkey landed on the ground, looked at the 3 people surrounding him, his face showed excitement, and finally set his eyes on Yasuo, saying, "It's really surprising, the famous bounty hunter on the sea, Gale Yasuo, the swordsman, turned out to be a member of Xuanwu Marine's Ghost Squad. Not only that, but the strength of the other 2 is extremely powerful, and they should also reach the admiral level. Wouldn't it be extremely shocking if everyone on the sea knew your identities?" Shocked, Bandit G heard the sea monkey's words, and said with a smile, "Isn't this what it should be? After all, using admiral-level masters as an assassin team to hunt and kill masters, few people can stand up to it." The sea monkey sneered, and then said, "It's true that few people can stand it. But, I'm one of those people. You all must die today." After the sea monkey finished speaking, thunderous roars erupted from its body, and then the sea monkey's body was seen flashing with thunder, and its hair, which was originally gray, all turned blue at this time. Countless electric snakes linger, and between the constant collisions, chemical reactions take place, exuding terrifying energy. Chapter 178 The Frightening White-Faced Sea Monkey. The strength of the sea monkey is only a matter of the powerful force it radiates. With the sound of lightning and thunder, the entire island is also enveloped by the breath of the sea monkey. At this time, Yuhiro Fanma, who was slaughtering, was attracted by this breath. Excitement flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Haha, what a terrifying breath. It's a master, ha 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 ha." Immediately, Yuhiro Fanma put down the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and rushed towards where the sea monkey was. At this time, Jing Kei, Robber G, and Yasuo also launched a fierce attack on the sea monkey. Not counting the power of Devil Fruit, the strength of sea monkeys has reached S level, possessing the strength of Admiral. As Devil Fruit's strength was awakened and he attacked with all his strength, the strength of the sea monkey increased exponentially. Whether it's speed, strength, physical strength, or even self-healing ability, they are all terrifying. Ahahaha, come on, let's let go. I'm going to wring your heads off one by one. Facing the pincer attack of the 3, the sea monkey did not look gloomy or angry at all due to the huge pressure, but was extremely excited. Every move is full of strength and explosive power. What's more, every blow has the power of a thunderbolt. Robber G, not suitable for frontal rigidity. Although Jing Kei has the strength to be positive, but he prefers to be an assassin. In this way, it was Yasuo who withstood the attack of the sea monkey head-on. Step forward and chop. Yasuo swung his knife and counterattacked continuously, colliding with the sea monkey's sharp nails. Jing Kei and Robber G were making 2 consecutive sneak attacks. Even so, with the strength of the 3 of them, even if all kinds of injuries were caused on the sea monkey was still like a war machine, no matter what, just kill, kill, kill. And as the fierce battle continued, it was only a moment, and the original injury had indeed recovered. FK, this guy is too good at making immune to death. Laozi's telekinetic wheel opened hundreds of wounds on his body. After bleeding so much, he was still able to hit him so well. This damned monkey, why can he still control the power of thunder? Every time Robber G's output was almost killed by sea monkeys, even if he escaped, it still made Robber G look very embarrassed. They are also of the Admiral class, but they are all different in terms of combat strength. As a thief who is good at speed, in front of an Admiral with astonishing combat power, after all, he is a bit weaker. Shadow double, change. Jing Kei blocked the sea monkey's attack with a dagger, and when he was about to distance himself, the sea monkey's feet erupted with thunder force, exuding a terrifying aura like a nuclear explosion. Thunderhoof. Seeing that the terrifying power was about to fall on his face, Jing Kei quickly replaced his body with a shadow. Boom. The powerful force instantly destroyed Jing Kei's shadow. A large pit with a diameter of 10 meters was reflected in front of everyone. It's such a terrifying power. I didn't expect such a terrifying guy to be hidden in the world government. Jing Kei panted slightly, and couldn't help admiring. Wind of absolute breath. Yasuo has always maintained a cold and serious look, and at this time, he will not wait any longer. The figure turned into an afterimage, and launched the most violent attack towards the sea monkey. At this moment, the sea monkey's pupils suddenly shrank a circle, and the next moment they also went crazy. The lightning power on his body erupted, and the blue hair on his body was also stimulated to stand up at this time. With the coverage of armament hockey, the countless hairs became pitch black and became extremely hard. Armed mine core. The original blue lightning turned black at this time, and it was even more visible in a vague way, as if the space had been deformed. The two terrifying forces collided instantly, and the roar resounded throughout the island. The terrifying power formed an energy storm, crushed rocks, and broken trees. Robber G and Jing K were also extremely shocked. However, Jing K did not forget his profession. At this time, dozens of shadows were released instantly, and the shadows came behind the sea monkey and condensed into a powerful armored warrior. Shadow Trial. At this moment, the armored warrior with a long spear burst out with terrifying power and stabbed at the sea monkey. Observation Hockey. The sea monkey noticed the strangeness behind him and was terrified, unable to hide. Damn BD, you still haven't come down. The roar of the sea monkey resounded throughout the island. At the same time, a door was opened. On the other side of the door was an empty space, which happened to be directly in front of the spear. The spear pierced into the void without any hindrance, and then appeared at a height of 100 meters away. So it's not over yet. A door appeared behind Yasuo. The door opened, a hand stretched out, and grabbed Yasuo's neck. Die. Yasuo's eyes were cold. The soil was controlled by lion fruit, turned into spears, and pierced towards the person inside the door. Yasuo's observation hockey is not weak, and can also foresee the future, so when the door appeared, he immediately counterattacked. The hand reached in, the spear pierced the air, and the door was forcibly closed. Beside the sea monkey, the door was opened, and a masked man with a white face and no lines stood in the empty space, and said lightly, "Let's go, another admiral is coming, 1 hits 4, your task failed." However, it's not all a failure. At least, we have figured out who the Ghost Squad is. The sea monkey still wanted to continue fighting. He was confident that he could win 1 or 2. However, feeling Yujiro Fanma's powerful aura locking him, he no longer hesitated and stepped into the void space. Get out. Yujiro Fanma rushed to see the sea monkey about to escape, and at this moment, his fist, which had been stored for a long time, exploded with terrifying power and fell towards the sea monkey. Seeing this, the sea monkey sneered and said, "Our game is not over yet." The door was completely closed, and Yujiro Fanma was empty. The powerful force allowed Jing K and Robber G to flee quickly. There was a roar, and the two people were directly punched out of a large pit with a diameter of 20 meters. It's really pervert. Robber G looked at the big pit, feeling a little hopeless. There are currently 4 members of the Ghost team. In terms of combat effectiveness, he is at the bottom, followed by Jing K, and lastly Yasuo. Trash. Fanma Yujiro was very unwilling, and said coldly after sweeping his eyes over the 3 bandits. Bandit G was scolded by Fanma Yujiro in this way, and immediately said in annoyance, Hey, are you going to fight? I'm not afraid of you." Fanma Yujiro clenched his fists and said with a sneer, "Really, then come and try." Jing K glanced at Yujiro Fanma and smiled. Although he didn't say anything, if Yujiro Fanma really wanted to do something, he would still be on the side of Robber G. Yasuo didn't want to intervene, but seeing Yujiro Fanma looking at him with the desire to fight, he said, "The 3 of us couldn't win each other together, so we must report this matter to the Marshal immediately." Quote, "There is also the demon fruit power that can open doors in the air at will, which is also very dangerous. With the cooperation of the 2 of them, we are easily attacked. Everyone, please be careful." Chapter 179 The Shocking Discovery of the 5 Elders. Holy Land Chao Maria, 5 Elders, blue. The phone on the table rang and was connected by someone. "My lord, the hunting mission has failed, but we have already identified the members of the Ghost Squad." The voice of the sea monkey rang out from the phone bug, saying in a heavy tone. 5 Elders was a little surprised at the failure of the mission when he heard the words, and then he was a little surprised when he heard the words, so he said, "Say. Shadow Fruit Ability User is an assassin who uses double daggers. The specific name is unknown. Those with transparent fruit abilities move very fast, and are expected to have a speed not inferior to sparkling fruit. The specific name is unknown. The bounty hunter, Yasuo, who is known as the Wind Sword Hero in the 4 Seas, is also one of the members. In addition, there is a madman, Yujiro Fanma, who recently appeared on the sea, and he should also be a member of the Ghost Squad. The strength of these 4 people is very strong. They have the Admiral level, but they have different focuses, so the strength they burst out can be divided into strengths and weaknesses." 5 Elders was shocked by the report of the sea monkeys. It is shocking that Xuanwu Marine still has so many Admiral level powerhouses. However, the most shocking thing is not their existence, but their abilities. "Do you think it's possible?" One of the 5 Elders hung up the phone, looked at the other 4, and said in a deep voice. Everyone was silent for a moment, and one of them, 5 Elders with curly hair, said seriously, "It can't be fake. Gecko Moria's Shadow Fruit, his subordinate Absalom's Transparent Fruit, they all died in the hands of Xuanwu Marine. Any demon fruit power dies, and its fruits will be born in various places on the sea. The force we sent out did not find any news about these devil fruits. Except that they couldn't be found, they had already been eaten. Now it seems that it is obviously the latter." Another 5 Elders, after the former finished speaking, said, "During these days, many demon fruit powers in the sea have been hunted for no reason. Perhaps, this matter has something to do with Xuanwu Marine. Could it be that Benedict really has a way to quickly find devil fruit? Everyone was silent again. As for the method of quickly finding devil fruit, they also tried. Countless experiments can only give them some clues. Now that the members of the ghost team have been confirmed, let's proceed as planned. Get rid of this force, and then completely take down Xuanwu Marine. North Blue. Benedict used the Flying Thunder God to come over. Robert G and Jing K were a little surprised, and said, "Aren't you joking with me?" None of the 3 Admiral-level masters took down the opponent. Yasuo, Robert G, and Jing K are all Admiral-level strengths. Especially Jing K, who has the potential of S+ level. After his training, he has a lot of insights, and his strength has also improved a lot. As for the development of Shadow Fruit, it is no worse than Gecko Moria, and even in terms of attack methods, it is much more ruthless. However, it is such a combination of powerhouses that even failed to win a CP0. Could this CP0 be Kaido? Robert G heard the words, his face showed embarrassment. To be honest, it is really shameful that the 3 admirals did not win each other. Jing K was silent for a moment, then said, "If no one else appears, you can take him down." "I am enough," Yasuo said calmly. "I'm not afraid of 2 people. Yujiro Fanma glanced at Yasuo and smiled excitedly. The more the better. Benedict glanced at the 4 of them, then looked at Jing K, and asked, "Are you sure you don't feel wrong about the person who can open the door in the space?" "Very sure," Jing K said in a deep voice. The door fruit ability user is interesting. Benedict could already confirm the other party's identity. Moreover, the fruit ability of the door is a bit interesting to be opened by the opponent, and it can open the door from a long distance and leave. It has to be said that this fruit ability is still very useful. "We meet again next time, let me know." Benedict threw a dagger to Jing K and said with interest. After Benedict used the Flying Thunder God technique, he left instantly. The progress of Raiders North Blue, South Blue, and West Blue has been slow, but there are no major problems so far. Sakata Jintoki is still in North Blue, Kenjiro is in South Blue, Flying Squirrel is in West Blue, and Shiraki is dispatching troops, and the fleets are always in touch. Taking advantage of this time, Benedict also hunted down demon fruit power in various ways, completed 2 ordinary awakening potions again, and got 2 drops of 5-color awakening potions instead. They are all loyal to their subordinates. Logically speaking, they should be believed. If they are controlled or instigated by demons, will their loyalty instantly become negative? After Benedict thought about these 2 general awakening potions, he gave one to Kenjiro and one to Daitengu Qingfeng. The double fruit, the original user is a master of the Fur clan, who was captured by the elite fleet led by the Flying Squirrel. However, just in case, I must gather the 5-color awakening potion as soon as possible. Kenjiro is currently the strongest admiral besides Saitama, and he has not demon fruit power. As the situation changes, Benedict is not sure whether the world government will suddenly attack Gourmet Island directly. Therefore, in order to avoid the deprivation of Xuanwu Marine's economic resources, Benedict decided to increase the strength of Udengu Qingfeng. Benedict set his sights on Alabasta. As the king of Alabasta, Naferudali Cobra sent a request to the Xuanwu Marine after knowing that Shak Lokadar could not be defended. Mini Fruit, a pirate force from a Titan family, has Vice Admiral level strength. When North Blue appeared, it fought with the fleet led by Sakata Jintoki, and was finally defeated by Sakata Jintoki. They are from Paramesha Mini Fruit and Paramesha Double Fruit respectively. Only strong strength can make me invincible. Therefore, in terms of choice, Benedict chose Kenjiro instead of Sakata Jintoki. Benedict also agreed and will go there in person. Let's hope that day doesn't happen. Shak Lokdar has stepped up his invasion of Alabasta and is ready to take on the royal family as well. However, as the fact that Devil Fruit has a devil's soul gradually became apparent, this also made Benedict worried about the information of 100 loyalty. Therefore, in the face of not knowing whether 5 elders or IM has the ability to control demons, it is better to be cautious. Chapter 180 Arriving at Alabasta. Alabasta, Rapeseed Port. Benedict landed on the island in simple packaging. However, this is appearing as an ordinary person. As expected of a descendant of the Naferudali royal family, this place is managed very prosperously. However, everyone is not guilty, but pregnant is guilty. Benedict looked at the bustling port, people coming and going, and yo roaring. But who is Benedict? His sharp eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, observation hockey swept across, and saw no fewer than 15 secret sentries in a port. The strength of these secret sentries, each has the strength of CP9. However, these people are not all from world government, but also from Shak Lokdal. In other words, not only Shak Lokdal, but also people from the world government are eyeing the ancient weapon. Not only that, but Benedict also somewhat understood why Cobra asked himself for help instead of asking the world government for help. Although the royal family of Neferudali withdrew from the 20 royal families, its status is still not low, and it is also one of the member states of the world government, and it will still hand in the heavenly gold, so Alabasta is blessed by the world government. Unfortunately, the 5 elders are also very interested in the ancient weapon, Pluton. Albana. Cobra frowned slightly, his face a bit gloomy. These days, Shak Lok's actions have become more and more rampant. Many of his subordinates were assassinated, or imitated, killing innocent people indiscriminately in public. They are trying to discredit the king's army, and they are forcing him to stand in front of the people constantly. Although there are many good experts in his guard army, but in front of Shak Lokdal, this strength is obviously not enough. So, He seeks asylum from the world government. Unfortunately, he found that the world government would not help him at all, but would even participate in it. Your Majesty, Shak Dar has taken down the underground forces of Rainland and Yuba respectively last night. Now, they are trying to create a rebellion, which is very dangerous. Your Majesty, I propose to act immediately, and Shak can't let the trouble go on. Ikaram walked in from the outside and said solemnly. Cobra was silent for a moment, did not speak, but looked towards the door. Not long after, Bell flew in from outside. His Majesty, Xuanwu Marine responded, and Marshal Benedict will personally lead the team to help us quell the civil turmoil. Bell said with a little shortness of breath. Because of the fruit ability, and because of Cobra's trust, Bell was arranged to go to Xuanwu Marine in person, met Benedict, and explained the reason. However, unbeknownst to Bell, Benedict has already reached Alabasta before him, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Ever since, when Bell finished speaking, Benedict's figure also appeared in the kingdom. Who, as Benedict stepped out of the darkness, Ikaram looked impassive and ready for battle. Before I tell you, can I bother His Majesty the kingdom to temporarily dismiss the person? Benedict looked at Cobra with a smile and said. Cobra doesn't know Benedict, or rather, Benedict's appearance at this time is not his original appearance at all. Next to Shak there is a clone fruit ability user. This fruit ability user has deceived many people, and it has made him gradually walk into the opposite side of the enemy. So, now he doesn't know whether the person in front of him is trustworthy or not. Bell and Ikaram immediately protected Cobra in the middle and prepared to exchange for the guards. Your Majesty the King. A smile appeared on Benedict's face, Conqueror's hockey covered with precision. Boom, boom, boom. The guards fell one by one, and all passed out. However, what both Ikaram and Bell were concerned about was that there was still a person standing in the corner of the palace. Why is he here? Bell quickly stepped forward, grabbed the person who was stunned by Conqueror's hockey, and said in disbelief. This is the king's room. Without the king's permission, one cannot stay in the room. Cobra looked at the man in disbelief, and fell into a brief thought. Simple, because he's Shak. Not only him, but also you're inside, and his people. Benedict showed his true form, laughing. Marshal Benedict. The three looked at Benedict and said in shock. Impossible, how could you be faster than me? Unbelievable. Benedict looked at Bell and laughed. I went from North Blue to East Blue, and it was only a very short time. Come here, it still took some time. Benedict's answer silenced the three of Cobra. It seems that this is not really a problem for Benedict. Bell, take the man away. Cobra said solemnly. With Bell gone, only Cobra and Ikaram remain. Cobra stood up, came to Benedict, stretched out his hand, and smiled happily. Welcome, Marshal Benedict. Benedict smiled and said, it is my honor to be invited by King Cobra. Boss, there was news from the intelligence members of the palace just now that our people have been arrested. Bonus looked at the boss in front of him, with a look of silence on his face. Are you from the world government? Lokdar breathed out a puff of cigarettes, and said with a sneer, as expected of the five elders, they've been eyeing this place so soon. What I am looking at is absolutely not allowed to be touched by others. After all, their existence has already threatened the tranquility of the sea. Are you sure there's only one of them here? Shak Lokdal's secret basement. Rainy land. Lokdal thought for a moment, and said, find that person and take him down. Bonus stood aside, silent and silent. Benedict, you did not disappoint Cobra either. The two talked freely and quickly reached an agreement on both sides' opinions. Bonus heard the words, nodded and said, I'm sure. It is said that Our Majesty the King has met someone. In this matter, all he had to do was obey orders. Not even the five elders. Benedict's straightforwardness made Cobra smile, and he quickly got into the topic. Of course, for a Shichibukai like Shak, I'd be more than happy to take them as well. Our people have not found other targets in the palace so far, nor have they found any special forces or characters in the ports. Chapter 181. It's as easy as pinching an ant to death. Albana, under the royal city, the king's guard, 30,000 people, is ready to go, and looks serious. Bell and Ikaram stood at the front of the guards, looking at the walls of the royal city. Surrounded by residents of the kingdom of Alabas, looking at the lineup in front of them, they knew that the battle was about to start. They are still full of hope for Cobra, and they are also very supportive of Cobra. However, not everyone still believes in Cobra, or thinks that Cobra's struggle is useless. Under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, Cobra, Jaka, and Benedict appeared afterward. Cobra looked at the king's guards and his own people seriously, with a lot of thoughts in his mind, but at this moment, he also knew that he must not be swayed by other emotions, so he said in a deep voice, let's go. Quote, Ikaram nodded solemnly and said, let's go. After Ikaram's words fell, the army set off and headed for the Rainy Land. Rainy Land. Lokdal was shocked when he received the news. He didn't expect that last night he ordered others to attack, attracting the five elders to send out masters and then hunted him down. But they didn't expect that the other party would give Cobra such confidence that they would send troops to encircle him today. Cobra, don't you know that the five elders also want the ancient weapon very much? At this time, sending so many guards out, isn't it giving the other party a chance? K. Lokdal was silent for a moment, then sneered. Bonus, let our people act. Since they are here to die, then let them all stay. K. Lokdal stood up, quicksand surged on his body, and flew out after a while. Bonus turned his head, then turned to leave. Albana, Spider Bar. Clone fruit ability user Bentham looked at the palace with a smile, and said with a smile, "Is fingers, do we want to act?" What the boss wants is basically guaranteed to be in the palace. After speaking, Bentham stretched out his hand and wiped it on his face, and it turned into Gakka. Zala, listening to Bentham's words, had a smile on his face, and said, "Let's do it." Boss didn't leave us much time. Be careful, the 5 elders have sent masters here. A figure floated down from the sky, and said to Bentham and Zala, "I didn't find anyone special. It should have left with the guards. It's better this way, it's easier for us to move." Bentham said with a smile. Quick battle. Mr. 5, the explosive fruit ability user, came out of the darkness, pushed his sunglasses, and said. Hearing this, several people laughed and left quickly. They passed through the defense of the guards at an extremely fast speed, and then jumped onto the palace in an instant. Cobra sat on the throne, and Benedict leaned quietly on the side pillar, looked outside, and said with a smile, "The 4 of them are all demon fruit power, and they should be the elite force of the Bar Lock Work Club." Hearing this, Cobra was silent for a moment, and said, "Can it be resolved? Squeezing them to death is as easy as crushing an ant." Hearing this, Benedict laughed. "However, these people are not the key. The talent 5 elders puts out is key." Hearing Benedict's words, Cobra showed doubts on his face, and asked curiously, "Is there anyone else?" "Of course, they want the ancient weapon more than I do." Benedict nodded. "I don't know what ancient weapon you're talking about," Cobra said calmly after hearing that. "You know," Benedict said affirmatively, "but don't worry, I'm not interested in ancient weapon. The weapons possessed by Xuanwu Marine are more powerful than the so-called ancient weapon. It's better to keep yourselves and continue to pass on. However, I hope you can take me to that place. I need to take a stone." Hearing this, Cobra remained silent. "Cobra, you are hiding here." Zala's voice sounded at this moment, and said with a smile. "All right, the person has been found." Zala, Bentham, Nikita, and Mr. 5 walked in and looked at Cobra with mocking expressions on their faces. Boom. Gakka was thrown in. Gakka was nearly beaten to death. Less air in, more air out. As Ikaram led the team to the rainy land, Jaka, as the agent of the guard army, was naturally fully responsible at this time. Therefore, Jaka was specifically targeted, so that Bentham can change the appearance of Jaka. "Yes, the person has been found." Benedict looked at the 4 of Zala and said with a smile, "I thought that K-Lock Doll would come here in person, but I didn't expect to send you 4 useless people. In this way, I can only go to the rainy land." Benedict. Bentham yelled in horror as he watched Benedict appear in disbelief. At this time, Benedict had no hidden identity, so he was recognized immediately. "Ah, sorry, I forgot to hide my face. But it doesn't matter, you have to die anyway. Just let you die clearly before you die." The corners of Benedict's mouth curled up, he twisted his neck a few times, and said with a smile. "Run." Mikita's face was pale. At this moment, she didn't want to stay any longer, and immediately used her ability to fly out. Bentham, Mr. 5 and Zala fled in panic. Although their strength is good, they are simply not enough for Benedict, a legendary powerhouse who can kill Golden Lion Shiki. "Want to go? Is it too late?" Benedict teleported out, grabbed Bentham's neck first, and slapped him hard on the ground. Click. Bentham's neck was directly bent in a U shape, and Benedict also successfully obtained the clone fruit. Benedict moved on his feet and caught up with Zala. Terrified, Zala waved her hands, and countless thorns suddenly grew on the ground, trying to entangle Benedict. However, before these thorns approached, they were directly impacted and broken by the tyrannical momentum. Benedict punched out with a cold breath. Zala's figure broke through the city wall one after another, and his whole body's bones were shattered and spread out on the ruins. The fruit of thorns is in hand. Big bang. Mr. 5, who was running away, used the fastest speed in his life to escape from the palace. Feeling the breath behind him, he put his hands behind his back, waving his fingers, and silver beads flew out one after another. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions resounded continuously, resounding throughout the entire royal city. "Explosive fruit, very good fruit. Unfortunately, you are a waste." Benedict flew out from the explosion, grabbed Mr. 5's hair, and said in a flat tone. "So, you'd better die." Chapter 182 Ancient Weapon, Pluton, and the Historical Text. Mikita flew in the air and took out the phone bug. "Have you got what the boss needs?" On the other side of the phone bug, Bonus's voice came. Mikita yelled in horror. "No, our mission failed. It's Benedict of Xuanwu Marine." Cobra didn't find world government for help at all. The person he asked for help was Benedict of Xuanwu Marine. Rainy land. After Bonus heard Mikita's words, his face immediately became serious. At the same time, Bonus also knew that it was impossible for Mikita and the others to come back. Being targeted by Xuanwu Marine, especially Benedict, with their strength, they couldn't escape at all. Bonus hung up the phone and immediately pulled out the phone bug. He needed to break the news to their boss. Albana. Mikita was flying high in the sky and was leaving quickly. She dared not turn her head, for fear that Benedict would find her. She didn't dare to look back, and she didn't want to see the scene of her companion being killed by Benedict. Boom. Mikita, who buried her head forward, felt that she had hit a wall, and it hurt a little. But compared to this, the burly man in front of her made her soul tremble. Benedict. Mikita trembled in horror, turned around and ran away in fright. Boom! Makita, who was falling at an accelerated rate, was punched from the sky, and collided violently with the ground at a faster speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the demon fruit power and getting the light devil fruit. May I ask the host to summon it? Don't call. Ding! I found that the host has devil fruit, do you want to squeeze the juice? Squeeze the juice from explosive fruit, thorn fruit, clone fruit, and light lion fruit. Benedict said in a deep voice. The devil fruit juicer was operating, and the familiar roar lingered in my ears. Benedict no longer cares about these 4 fruits. The strength of these 4 people is too weak. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the normal awakening potion 4 inches. Sure enough, it was an ordinary awakening potion. Having dealt with these 4, Benedict flew back to the palace. Cobra looked at Benedict, who flew back, and asked, solved? Not yet. Benedict looked towards the mountain behind the palace and said, the ancestral graves of your royal family will be dug up. When Cobra heard Benedict's words, his expression changed drastically, and he ran away. Benedict chuckled, grabbed Cobra, and flew away. At this time, on the hill behind the palace, the cemetery of the Nafaridli royal family, the figures of 6 paths gathered there, and they had already dug a big hole and were preparing to enter. Cobra's eyesight in the dark is not good, but he clearly remembers the location, which is the entrance. Benedict watched the scene in front of him in the air, his eyes shone with wisdom. Ancient weapon. Pluton, a huge warship built by the capital of 7 waters, is endowed with the worst warship. A single shot can destroy an island. For a long time, it has been sleeping in a corner of the world. According to Benedict's guess, Pluton is hidden in the royal cemetery. However, this is just speculation, so it cannot be confirmed. After CP0 found the entrance, they entered it one after another. After Benedict brought Cobra to the ground, he also followed. Cobra stood at the entrance, looking at the cave, with a somewhat gloomy expression, not knowing what he was thinking. The royal family of Nafaridli, as one of the former 20 kings, definitely knows a lot more than outsiders. In addition, the ancestors of the Nafaridli royal family had an important position in these royal families. Therefore, as the king of a country, Cobra is also very clear about what is in this royal family cemetery. Inside the cemetery, lights brought light to the darkness, and at the same time allowed Benedict to observe the surrounding environment well. The royal cemetery is just this one place. However, after entering this entrance, it leads to the underground river hidden in Alabasta. As the road gets wider and wider, you will also find that there are many construction tools and so on in the underground river. Although they are very old, they can indeed explain a lot of things. Benedict watched the underground river at a moderate speed. CP0, who had already taken the lead, continued to move forward without observing too much. For them, their task is to determine whether the ancient weapon, Pluton, is here or not. Holding the torches, they continued to move forward. The speed of the 6 people was still very fast. After about a few minutes, the 6 people came to an extremely spacious river. On the surface of the river, there was a huge battleship parked. The battleship was already covered with vines, and many conch shells were also crawling around. What's even more interesting is that there was a beam of light shining down from above, which happened to land on the huge battleship. Although it is the tip of the iceberg, it also means that from the top, you can actually peek into the underground river. Next to the huge battleship, in the dark, there is a huge red stone, the text of history. The discovery of the huge battleship and the historical text surprised and satisfied the 6 CP0s in front of them. Hurry up and contact the adults, we have found Pluton, and also found a precious piece of historical text. As the captain, CP0 smiled excitedly at the female CP0 beside him. The female CP0 took out the phone bug and was about to contact her immediately. She immediately sensed the danger and let out a low growl. She stepped away and turned into a leopard girl. She waved her claws at her back very quickly and killed her. Seeing such a scene, other CPOs reacted immediately and entered a fighting state. Boom. As soon as the leopard girl rushed into the darkness, she was kicked out and hit the huge battleship heavily, making a dull sound. The strength is so great that the leopard girl vomited blood, but the huge battleship didn't see any dents. Thank you for leading the way. Otherwise, I'll waste a little time. It's just right, I'll use the time I've bought to send you guys to meet Shinigami. Benny Jank came out of the darkness, looked at the 6 people in CP0, and smiled evilly. Do it. One person growled, and the 5 attacked at the same time. They are all elite, and they have mastered armament hockey, so their strength is very good. However, they are not even admiral class, the result is obvious. Dodge easily and freehand, and then punch each of them, giving them the most cordial greetings. 5 CP0 masters were killed in an instant. Seeing such a scene, Leopard Girl was horrified. Quickly use extreme speed, trying to escape from here, bypassing Benedict. Benedict raised his hand and punched in the air. With powerful force, he hammered the Leopard Girl who was passing by into the stone wall, and the ground shook violently. Chapter 183 The Secret of the Nafaridli Royal Family. Cobra walked through the passage, chose the path skillfully, walked out of the dark passage, looked at the huge battleship in front of him, pondered slightly, and there was a little complexity in his expression. Continuing to move forward, seeing the 6 fallen people, Cobra's eyes immediately searched around. To his surprise, Benedict, who was supposed to be here, disappeared. Marshal Benedict, Marshal Benedict. Cobra called twice in succession, but in the cave, except for the echoing voice, there was no answer from Benedict. Cobra was silent for a moment, then turned around and dealt with the 6 dead CP0s. After finishing the processing, Cobra decided to leave here to keep the secrets hidden here, when footsteps came from the passage. Cobra was a little vigilant, and immediately hid himself. Benedict, is there really a historical text here? As the ancient weapon, Pluton, really here? According to the legend, it is an extremely huge warship. How could it be in this cave? In the cave, Nico Robin's voice came. Cobra doesn't know who Nico Robin is, and hasn't met him. But, Benedict he does know. However, the other party obviously came in before him, and also solved CP0. Why did he come back from outside at this time, and brought a child with him? Yes, that voice is the voice of a little girl. The historical text is true, but I don't know about the huge battleship. Benedict's voice sounded, and the three of them also walked out of the cave. Nico Robin, Orvia, Benedict. Cobra hid in the corner and looked at the three people who came in. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he still didn't decide to come out. Wow, is this a huge battleship? The legendary evil battleship that can shoot an entire island. However, this is so old, can it still be used? After Nico Robin saw the huge battleship in front of him, he was attracted, and then activated the ability, and wings made of spliced arms grew on his back, taking Nico Robin to fly. Nico Robin flew into the sky and watched around the huge battleship. Nico Robin's voice echoed in the cave, and he was also full of curiosity about the huge battleship in front of him. This is not the ancient weapon, Pluton. Orvia stood in front of the historical text, carefully read the above text, and said with a serious expression. After finishing speaking, Orvia looked at the huge battleship in front of him in shock. Is this an imitation? Orvia's tone was a little uncertain. It was mainly because of the huge battleship on the side, which made her feel that something was wrong. Who are you? Orvia's doubts have not yet been answered, and Nico Robin's voice also sounded. At the same time, Cobra was clasped around the neck by a female warrior transformed into an arm, and Cobra's neck would be broken with just force. This is the result of Nico Robin's continuous hard training after joining Xuanwu Marine. Of course, this is just an individual skill for Nico Robin. Benedict turned back, looked at the controlled Cobra with a playful look, and said with a smile, Robin, he is the king of Alabasta, put away your abilities. Hearing this, Nico Robin was a little surprised, looked at Benedict hesitantly, and said, Benedict big brother, is he a bad guy? This is a good king, a king who loves the people. Benedict thought for a while and responded. Nico Robin snorted, retracted his hands, and released his ability. Cobra didn't feel ashamed because of Nico Robin's shot, but instead looked at Nico Robin and said, what a smart and powerful kid. Nico Robin wrinkled his nose at Cobra's compliment, but didn't look happy about it. Flying back to Orvia, Nico Robin showed his naughty and curious little daughter again. Mom, what happened to the imitation you just mentioned? Isn't the ancient weapon, Pluton, here? Nico Robin asked one after another. Look for yourself. Orvia pointed to the historical text behind her, which also meant to test the school. This answer, King Cobra can give us an answer. Benedict said. Cobra stared into Benedict's eyes for a moment, then smiled bitterly. As expected of someone who can create Marshal Xuanwu Marine, this wisdom is not simple. What I didn't expect was that you would bring someone who can understand the text of history. Before I answer your question, can you tell me how you did it? You obviously came in first, and I didn't see you go out. However, after I came in, you walked in with someone. My speed, you can't understand. Benedict said with a smile. Cobra nodded heavily, and then came to the huge battleship, stroked the rusted Madara on it, and said in a deep voice, this is not a criminal battleship, Pluton. This is a huge warship that my ancestors, after leaving the world government, found the shipbuilder who built Pluton in order to protect themselves. This battleship cannot be compared with the ancient weapon, Pluton, but it is still powerful. It's just that hundreds of years have passed, and it has never been used, so it has been silent here for hundreds of years. Essentially, it's just a blip now. However, the craftsmanship here can still be imitated and conquered, so we have passed it down from generation to generation, and it has not been exposed. It would also spell great disaster for us, Alabasta, if exposed. Benedict looked at the huge battleship and patted it. The dull sound echoed on the huge battleship, feeling empty. You are doing the right thing. If you don't have enough strength to expose this huge battleship, this is a very dangerous thing. However, the world government and 5 elders will still not let you go. After all, there are clues about the ancient weapon, Pluton, with you. Hearing this, Cobra smiled slightly and said, no, the clues of ancient weapon, Pluton, are no longer with me. This historical text is already yours, Marshal Benedict. Benedict looked at Cobra seriously, and said playfully, no price. Cobra came to the historical text, stroked it lightly, and said, our Naferudali royal family has guarded this historical text for hundreds of years. The current sea may bring huge disasters to our country at any time. Now it's Shichibukai's Clocadar and the world government. Even if they are defeated, others will still come to their door. In this case, I am more willing to give you this historical text as a bargaining chip. It's just that I hope that Marshal Benedict can take it away from the port in a fair and honest manner, and abide by our previous agreement. Benedict smiled lightly, stretched out his hand and said, of course there is no problem. Cobra stretched out his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 184 Achievement Reward, Rinnegan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for finding the text of the history, and getting 10 unit enhancement stones, 1000 justice points, and 1 silver treasure chest. System, open the silver treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to host for getting 10 W justice points. 10 unit enhancement stones and 1000 justice points. For Benedict now, it's not much, but it's not much. After all, after spending 500,000 justice points to strengthen the special forces, during this period of time, Xuanwu Marine still continuously created justice points for him. So, plus the 1000 justice points just obtained, it has reached 213,145 justice points. However, if you count the 100,000 justice points from the silver treasure chest, it's a bit exciting. Because, this means that he is one step closer to the second half a million. Ding, congratulations to host for getting more than 1 million justice points, 100 unit strengthening stones, 1 special forces summoning stone, 1 golden treasure chest, and 20,000 justice points. So, this is an achievement reward. Before he knew it, he had accumulated millions of justice points. The entire accumulation time is less than a year, more than 8 months. Benedict couldn't have imagined this at the beginning. I thought it would take at least 2 or 3 years to complete. A million justice points can do a lot, such as building a huge fleet of Patriot missiles. But this is obviously not enough. The output and defense of high-level combat power are also very critical. Balanced development is required in all aspects, so the required points of justice are huge. System, open the golden treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to host for getting Rinnegan. Ding, Rinnegan is not awakened. You can buy the awakened heart in the mall to awaken it. Rinnegan. Benedict was a little surprised. Although I can use justice points to exchange for ninjutsu in the mall, there is absolutely no Rinnegan, or even Sharingan, white eyes and other special eyes in the blood succession boundary. At this time, looking at the shopping mall and the special equipment interface, Benedict found the awakened heart, worth 588,888 justice points. After seeing this number, Benedict couldn't help but want to raise his middle finger. This system, sending me Rinnegan, did not help me awaken, and I had to spend nearly 600,000 justice points to awaken. It is simply disgusting. What kind of abilities Rinnegan has, Benedict knows a little bit. However, Rinnegan is also divided into levels, and the degree of final awakening means what kind of ability to obtain. But even so, the ability he possesses at this time still makes Benedict a little curious. Can he use the outsider Rinne Tensai technique now? There is no limit to the number of dead people who can be resurrected. During the operation, the performer will form a seal with both hands. The longer the resurrected subject is dead, the more chakra it consumes. Because it will cause great damage to the caster, and may even sacrifice the caster's life, it is included in the forbidden technique. But this is nothing to Benedict. He has almost endless chakra, and he also has an undead body. Even if the chakra is exhausted and he will really lose his life in the end, he will still be alive and full of chakra. Even, before you are about to die, you can fill yourself with chakra by eating a fairy bean, right? This idea, just a guess, has not been tried after all, when chakra is exhausted. Rinnegan received the reward. Benedict's eyes also changed in an instant, and the speed was so fast that Cobra and the others didn't notice the abnormality. However, in Benedict's mind, there are many more ninjutsu about Rinnegan. However, he has no memory of the ninjutsu of the heretic Rinne Tensai technique. This result surprised Benedict. After a moment of silence, Benedict began to search them all. Soon, in the ninjutsu interface, Benedict found the outsider Rinne Tensai technique, worth 2 million justice points once. It takes 2 million justice points to learn this ninjutsu, and it can only be performed once, which makes Benedict a little speechless. Sure enough, it was all because I thought too much. How could such a buggy ninjutsu be so easy for him to learn? Although not so easy to learn, but at least have the opportunity. Successive rewards made Benedict quite satisfied. As for the Special Forces summoning stone, Benedict intends to summon it after going back, and now is not the time. Benedict doesn't care about the huge battleship. Even if it can continue to be used, I don't care. What kind of battleship you want, you can build it yourself, and the power is not weak, and you can even build it in batches. However, the ancient weapon, Pluton, may not be mass-produced. Therefore, Benedict directly carried the huge historical text and left directly from the bottom of the underground river. This underground river leads to the sea, and the exit is at the end of the royal cemetery, at the bottom of a cliff. Benedict flew out of the water carrying the text of history, and then landed in the palace. Not long after, Cobra returned to the palace with Orvia and Nico Robin. Hearing this, Benedict nodded and said with a smile, "Then I will trouble you." Benedict took it over and took a look, then put it away. "Please Marshal Xuanwu Marine," he said, then took the parchment handed over by an official, and handed it to Benedict, saying, "It has been stamped, and the previous agreement is included." "Okay, Marshal Benedict." Cobra waved to Jaka who appeared, and Jaka immediately went to make arrangements. Although his guard army is an elite force, it is only for the soldiers of this country. Again, this is what Cobra wanted. Benedict smiled and said, "No, after sending the 2 of them back, I still need to go to the rainy land. Your king's guard, in front of the other members of Barlock's work, is completely inadequate." After finishing speaking, Benedict separated out a clone, and said with a smile, "This is my clone, and I will watch the main text of history here until it is escorted to the port." With this thing, in New World, it can be regarded as having a loyal fan. A little embarrassment appeared on Cobra's face. Marshal Benedict, I have already arranged a place for you to rest in the palace. Cobra said seriously, do you need me to arrange carriage and military escort for you to the port? Cobra stepped forward and asked. Benedict did not hide his identity, so he appeared in front of everyone as a real person. Even if he can come up with some guards to guard the whole process, but in front of CP9, it is not enough to look at. Although Cobra was curious about how Benedict did it, he was even curious about what kind of combat power this avatar possessed and how far away from Benedict it was. On the sea, the guard army can only be said to have a certain combat power. After all, along the way, there must be troubles. Chapter 185 I am more interested in Uranus than Pluton. A 100 member escort, escorting a huge historical text, swaggered forward on the road to the rapeseed port. And in this carriage, there is another person sitting, that is Benedict. However, this is a doppelganger. But even so, this is enough to explain a lot of things. CP9, Marine spies, intelligence agents of underground forces, etc. After seeing this, the intelligence agents of various forces spread the news one after another. What's more, this news was published in the newspaper that afternoon, and spread to all parts of the world by Newsbird. For some forces, this piece of historical text is even more related to the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Holy Land, Joe Maria. 5 elders, quote. What do you think of this? The information was already in front of them, another piece of historical text, which was directly taken away by Benedict. It's no secret that Benedict collects historical texts. However, the historical text in Alabasta this time is very important. It's showing off to us. However, he is not too confident. One said with a gloomy expression. At the same time, his body exudes a cold and powerful aura. They sent so much power in Alabasta to search for the existence of the ancient weapon, Pluton. In the end, they paid so much and became someone else's wedding dress. How can this be tolerated? Someone raised doubts in their hearts. Did he come alone? But this doubt was quickly denied. As a marshal of Xuanwu Marine, is it possible that he will come alone? Don't forget, his weird moving speed. Someone thought of the strength that Benedict showed when Golden Lion Shiki was about to destroy Xuanwu Marine base. What a headache. Wiping the long sword, he said with some dissatisfaction, if we fight together, we can take him down. For a while, the 5 were silent. They have actually asked this question many times in their hearts. However, the answers in their hearts are not sure. What makes them most uncertain is that they don't know how much more Benedict has in store. In other words, there are some forces hidden behind Benedict. The blueprint of the ancient weapon, Pluton, is the most important. If we find it, we can mass produce it. This is more meaningful than finding an ancient weapon that is so old that we don't know if it can still be used. After a long silence, one person spoke. Pity. Xuanwu Marine base. Benedict sent Orvia and Nico Robin back, ready to leave. Benedict big brother, ancient weapon, Pluton, is in dire straits at Wanokuni. At this time, Nico Robin grabbed Benedict and said seriously. Orvia on the side couldn't help looking at Benedict when he heard the words. This is the information left on the historical text. Although the ancient weapon, Pluton, is said to exist, its real existence has been hundreds of years ago. It is not clear whether the rumored power is true or not. What's more, it is not known whether the current ancient weapon, Pluton, can exert its due effect. However, if it can be obtained, it is very meaningful in terms of construction and deterrence. Basically what I guessed, Benedict responded with a chuckle. Thank you, Robin. However, the ancient weapon, Pluton, is of no use to me. I'd be more interested in Uranus. Nico Robin thought for a while after hearing this, and said, Poseidon, is the sea god Poseidon, so what is Uranus? Mom, do you know? Nico Robin looked at Orvia and asked. I don't know, Robin. Orvia said, shaking his head. Benedict big brother, do you know? Nico Robin asked again. I don't know either, but one day in the future, it should be exposed to everyone. Benedict naturally didn't know, and there had never been any less speculation about the Uranus. Some say that Uranus is a huge dragon who lives on the highest mountain in the world, but no one knows where the highest mountain is. So, some people speculate that it is the same place as Sky Island. It is also speculated that Uranus lives on the moon, but Uranus may not be a person or a dragon, but a kind of machine. While speculating about Uranus, people have to pay attention to the lost history, the lost kingdom, and the avant-garde technological power. If technological power is involved, would it be a robot? For this guess, there is no small probability. In addition, there is a guesswork. Uranus is a demon fruit power, such as a sun fruit power user, more precisely, a Nika fruit power user. Of course, this guess is somewhat uncertain. However, because the Poseidon, who is about to be born as a Murloc princess who can control the sea kings, can Uranus control an existence similar to the Elephant Lord? Because there is no answer, Benedict has been curious about what Uranus is. Benedict big brother, are you going to the Fishman Island? The piece of historical text in the sky mentioned the Fishman Island. Nico Robin thought for a while and said. Nico Robin quickly raised his hand and said, when you go to the Fishman Island, take me with you, okay? The historical text is the key to recording the exact location of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Rainy Land. Benedict left behind and left. I will not miss every piece of historical text. If he sends other fleet forces to help Cobra, our plan will fail. After learning that his men were killed by Benedict, he was already terrified. Nico Robin was very happy when he heard Benedict's words. Boss, it is a very dangerous thing for Marshal DK to personally lead the team. Glancing around, Benedict smiled and used the shadow clone technique to transform into 4 figures, and then changed the technique. Shaq Lock Doll is dark-faced and extremely ugly. Bonus stood next to Lock Doll, looking solemn. It didn't take long for Benedict to appear in Rapeseed Harbor. Benedict didn't say anything more. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he was on the sea in an instant, and quickly teleported away. The Fishman Island, I still have to go. However, what frightened him even more, and even angered him more, was that Benedict took away the text of history. Of course, no problem. Naturally, Benedict would not refuse. There are some information that need to be resolved by Nico Robin and the others. Benedict nodded and said, Chapter 186G Lock Doll. Rainy Land. Ikaram led the troops and advanced at full speed, and finally reached the Rainy Land. However, considering that the underground forces in the Rainland had already become a place under the control of Crokilda, and there were many masters among them, and they were powerful, Ikaram did not dare to lead the troops to move forward. Rest for an hour and fill your stomach. Ikalem thought for a moment and gave the order. Ikaram didn't dare to take risks, so he decided that he needed to contact the intelligence personnel in the Rainy Land. Clockadar stood in the distance, watching the escort led by Ikaram, and fell silent. Killing these people is nothing at all. However, the ancient weapon, Pluton, he wanted is no longer possible. This made K-Lock Doll very unwilling. Behind K-Lock Doll, there are a few remaining members. Senior agents such as Dasbanus, Galdino, Dorothy, Beb, etc. In addition to these high-level agents, there are other middle-level agents, but these people are all over other cities, so they don't gather here. However, if they are only dealing with the guards, they can easily deal with them with K-Lock Doll leading the team. Killed. My unwillingness and anger also need to be borne by someone. Lock Darl took a puff of his cigarette and said indifferently. Bonus and the others sneered when they heard the words, and then used their abilities to rush towards the guards. Ikaram was about to take a rest, and immediately sensed the aura of Bonus and others, and his face changed instantly. Fighting. With a roar, Bonus's attack had already come in front of him. Pulling out the long sword and swinging it, he blocked Bonus's attack in an instant, and his eyes swept in other directions. In just an instant, many soldiers were directly killed. Ball Lock Work Agency. Ikaram's strength is not weak, but Bonus's strength is not weak either. The two played against each other for more than a dozen rounds in a short moment, and opened the distance, and Ikaram's face became ugly again. The roar, the screams, and the corpses lying in a pool of blood, the gap of weakness revealed, shocked Ikaram's heart. The gap is so large. Boom. At this moment, Benedict suddenly appeared beside Ikaram. Bonus's complexion changed drastically, especially after seeing Benedict's face clearly. He was so frightened that he ran away immediately. However, Benedict raised his hand and punched him directly. Then, Benedict's figure flickered quickly, and he came behind Beb. His fistful of power punched his huge body directly into the deep pit, and the ground shook violently. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing the demon fruit power and getting the dog fruit in the form of a dachshund dog. May I ask if the host uses devil fruit to summon special forces? Juice. Without hesitation at all, Benedict juiced it straight away. Such demon fruit power is too weak. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the normal awakening potion 1. The expected answer. Benedict was extremely fast, and came to Dorif again. For this woman who made Benedict look a little disgusted, he punched without the slightest hesitation. The flying squirrel was so desperate that it hurried into the hole in an attempt to avoid Benedict's attack. Boom! A punch fell, a deep pit appeared, the screams disappeared in an instant, and bloodstains ooze out. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing demon fruit power and getting the flying squirrel fruit. May I ask if host uses devil fruit to summon special forces? Juice. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the normal awakening potion 1. Galdino turned into candle slime and appeared from a distance, looking at Benedict in horror. This terrifying man actually appeared here in an instant, and with one punch, their partner died like this. Bonus was injured, and at this moment, he didn't dare to stay, and immediately opened the distance. Benedict looked at the two of them, with a smile on his face, and murmured, "It's pretty fast." Marshal Benedict. Ikaram looked at Benedict who appeared, and was extremely happy. "Sorry, I'm late." Benedict looked at Ikaram with a smile and said with a chuckle. Ikaram heard the words, and quickly said, "Fortunately, we just collided with each other just now. It's just that what we didn't expect is that the gap is so big. So many people have been killed in a short period of time." Ikaram looked at the slain guards and said guiltily. Although he already knew that it is impossible for everyone to be alive, such a gap is completely sending them to death. "It's not too late to know the gap," Benedict said with a smile. "Just work hard to improve your strength. No matter how strong the devil fruit is, it is nothing more than a sacrifice after the user dies." Benedict said indifferently. Ikaram was taken aback when he heard this. Sacrifice. What's the meaning? Benedict didn't explain anything, because the rest of the battle didn't belong to them anymore. "It's not just you Xuanwu Marine who want to rule this sea. If I'm not mistaken just now, you appeared from behind Ikaram, as if you came across in an instant." Lockdoll stared at Benedict, his tone full of curiosity. Naturally not as good as it is. Clockdoll admitted very simply. I'm not the only one fighting with you. Lockdoll said with a chuckle, you won't be the only one who wants to conquer this sea. Benedict picked out his ears, and couldn't help wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Along with the sandstorms flying all over the sky, the titans of sand also rose from the ground. Then how do you think you are compared to Golden Lion Shiki? Benedict asked again. However, it's not that easy for you to kill me. K-Lock sneered, staring at Benedict seriously. Marshal Benedict, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Afraid? You are the one who can kill the Golden Lion Shiki, why am I not afraid? Lockadar chuckled, smoking a cigar, letting the smoke fill the air, covering his sight and face for a moment. The way you appear is really special. Ha ha ha, Golden Lion Shiki will die in front of me, how can you fight me, a little Shichibukai? Benedict looked at Q-Lock in surprise, and said playfully, aren't you afraid of me? The interests you have touched are already big enough. K-Lock Doll laughed loudly, and in an instant, under the influence of devil fruit, a powerful sandstorm began to rage. So, did you put something on him, and this thing is the secret that allows you to get here quickly from a certain distant place. Chapter 187 Desert Dynasty. The gigantic Sand Titan has extremely high coercion in terms of height and weight. In addition, Sand Titan has the special ability of K-Lock Dar. While being hit hard, the Sand Titan will also drain moisture from enemies it touches. Sand Titan like this only needs to summon a few, and the King's Guard army brought by Ikarim can be easily damaged or even wiped out. At this time, the confident Clock Doll will try Benedict's edge. Seeing such a scene, Benedict had a smile on his face, even sarcasm. This kind of ability may be useful to others, but it has no effect on him at all. As long as the whole body is armed and the ability to absorb water, there is nowhere to talk. As for the huge impact of the huge fist after it fell, it was even more ignored. With one punch, the powerful destructive force, with the gust of wind, directly smashed the Sand Titan to pieces. Therefore, while Benedict's figure flickered rapidly, he also punched and kicked, and all the Sand Titans summoned by K-Lockadar were defeated. Desert Sword. The sharp sand blades came overwhelmingly, the ground was torn open, and the quicksand was surging, like a huge Uzumaki, and the enemies who stepped into it were swallowed up in an instant. The profound truth of strength, Fist Gang. Benedict smiled, raised his hand and punched, bursting out with great strength. The sand blades all collapsed, and fell towards K-Lockadar with undiminished power. Lockdoll was not afraid at all. Before his fist approached, he turned into sand and appeared in other places, while himself turned into sand. In this desert land, I am invincible. After saying those words, Clockdoll's face changed suddenly, because Benedict had already arrived in front of him in an instant, and his huge fist had already fallen. Boom! The force was terrifying, and it fell firmly on the stomach, and K-Lock was beaten until he vomited blood. At the same time, as a killer, Darth Bonus hit his aura very well, and appeared behind Benedict instantly with the momentum of thunder. Devil Fruit turned his arms into extremely sharp blades, and moved towards Benedict's neck one cut down. Benedict didn't even look back, and stretched out his hand to grab it. Armament Hockey's covered hand directly grabbed Dazbony's hand. No matter how sharp Dazbony's blade was, it couldn't cause damage to Benedict at this time. Dazbonus was frightened, but he didn't give up, kicking out with both feet quickly. Benedict used his left hand to throw Dazbonus out. On this side, Galdino's attack had also arrived, but looking at Dazbonus who was thrown over, his face couldn't help but change. In order to attack Benedict, he directly made a large number of wax swords, and threw wax spears at Benedict. Dazbony's body took off, and he saw the wax sword and wax spear attacking from the corner of his eye, his pupils dilated. Revolving sword, all the things on his body that could be turned into blades were turned into blades. With the force of his waist, it turned into a motor spinning wildly in an instant, and all the wax swords and wax spears that came on were blocked. K-Lockdoll's figure condensed again through the Devil Fruit ability in the distance. However, as soon as it condensed, it spit out a mouthful of old blood uncontrollably. Benedict's blow just now dealt him a heavy blow, almost killed him. Your men are really loyal. However, it's a pity that only Bonus is not bad. But it's a pity that, like you, he doesn't even have armament hockey. I really don't know how the 5 elders chose a trash like you to be one of the Shichibukai. Because of the harassment of Bonus and Galdino, Clockadar fled to a distance, but he failed to kill with one blow, which made Benedict feel a little bit sorry. However, even so, Benedict believed that Lockdoll could not escape his palm, and this time, he had to die. Dazbornus was panting, and had a small wound on his body, where he had been stabbed with wax. Galdino's wax can be soft or hard, and when turned into long sword wax, the hardness is also very high. Therefore, although Dazbonus has avoided the risk of serious injuries, he still has a lot of injuries. Therefore, among the 3 at this time, Galdino was not injured. Desert Dynasty. Lockdoll was irritated by Benedict's words. Lockdoll, who was confident in his own strength, cannot bear Benedict's humiliation to him. At this time, it looked like a bomb that would explode at a little bit. He inserted his hands into the desert and roared angrily. In an instant, Clockadar himself turned into a titan of sand, and then, as Clockadar waved his hand, warriors in armor, more than 2 meters high, holding long knives and spears gathered by sand and sand, quickly gathered, form an army of thousands of men. Benedict was a little surprised to see such a scene. Is this skill the clock I know? When did Lockdar develop the fruit ability to such an extent? However, it was an accident, and Benedict still didn't take Lockdoll seriously at this time. Clockdoll, your honeyed self-confidence finally makes you lose yourself. The gap between us cannot be bridged by your numbers. Benedict sneered and said in a deep voice. Wax dress up. Galdino jumped into the Sand Warriors, slapped his hands on the sand, and then a huge liquid-like wax poured all over the Sand Warriors, adding a layer of extremely hard wax to their armor. Blessing my wax utensils, their defense and destructive power are amazing. The boss's Sand Warrior can be summoned endlessly in this desert. Carlo Kidar took a puff of cigarette, then spit it out again. His figure moved with the wind and sand, and his body emerged, but at the next moment, a larger sand titan was condensed. What is this? Benedict's voice echoed in Clockadar's mind, and it was so unbearable that he was so angry that Clockadar stopped building soldiers, and roared angrily, "My loyal soldiers, destroy the enemy in front of us and create us the splendor." ... Even now, if I ask you to summon all the soldiers and spread them all over the rainy land, it will be a waste of effort in the end. When Benedict heard this, his face darkened. Opening lines, because it only takes one move to kill you. Created in this way, Sand Warriors keep appearing, big and small. They are loyal to Clockadar and regard Clockadar as the monarch. Now they only need an order, and they will burst out without any hesitation, to charge the enemy. But if there is a clear battle plan, Galdino is confident that no matter how strong Benedict is, there will be times when his physical strength will be exhausted and he will be worn to death by them. Benedict's strength terrifies him. Madness. A move that consumes your physical and mental strength may have a miraculous effect on dealing with some kingdom soldiers. Using quantity, it may not be impossible to kill you, and I can continue to give the warriors of the sand more powerful destructive power. However, you have died countless times against any admiral-level powerhouse. Galdino looked at Benedict and laughed excitedly. Chapter 188 Lockdar Route, Destroyer Squad. If it is said that Lockdar has admiral-level strength, then Lockdar at this time is definitely a real hero. Then at this time, Benedict would regard him as the Desert Emperor ours, and then raised his scepter to his desert people, saying, "Desert people, your emperor is back." Kong has ambitions, but does not have enough strength to match. Such a person is not considered a hero at all. So, from beginning to end, Benedict didn't really take Lockdal seriously. But now, this desert bandit of Kelkadar, whom he doesn't look down upon, wants to challenge him. Are confident people always so confident in their own strength? 8 inner gates, open. Benedict can be regarded as giving Lockadar face. With his strength, he also opened the 8 inner gates, and directly opened to the 3rd gate. Li Lianhua. In an instant, Benedict turned into a whirlwind. Wherever the whirlwind passed, countless sand warriors were destroyed. No matter what kind of wax you have on your body to increase defense, or even destructive power, it will fall apart at the touch of Benedict's fist. Seeing such a scene, Galdino made a decision, and also summoned the wax figure to participate in the battle. Unfortunately, these wax figures are even worse than Lockdar's sand warriors. Shame. Lockdal saw such a scene, his cheeks twitched slightly. Don't want. Galdino did not expect his wax figure to be so unbearable in front of Benedict. What made his face change even more was that Benedict came towards him. The speed was so fast that he was horrified. It was about to melt into the wax clay in an attempt to avoid Benedict's attack. However, Benedict grabbed his head just as half of his body melted into the wax. Benedict ignored Galdino's begging for mercy and used his right hand hard. Crack. Galdino didn't even have a chance to scream and was killed by Benedict. Ding. Congratulations to host for killing demon fruit power and getting wax fruit. May I ask if host uses devil fruit to summon special forces? Juice. Galdino's strength is too weak, and the weak ones can only squeeze the juice. After Benedict killed Galdino, he went to Dasbanus. Dasbanus was shocked, and quickly called out, "Boss." Lockdal rushed down, together with a huge amount of quicksand, blocking in front of Benedict. However, instead of dodging, Benedict landed a punch. Lockdal's big hand transformed from quicksand also greeted him. Destroy. Lockdal's huge fist collapsed without any resistance, and even, under Benedict's fist, directly pierced through Quicksand's body. On the other side of Quicksand's body was Dasbanus. Dasbanus's pupils shrank suddenly, and he put his hands in front of him, trying his best. Boom. Dasbanus was directly knocked into the air, and a giant sand hand suddenly rose from the ground to catch Dasbanus, but it overestimated its own strength. The sand giant's hand was pierced, and Dasboni's body continued to fly into the distance. One hand, the right hand, appeared in the desert. After being pierced 3 times in a row, Dasbanus was finally caught. The sand hand held Dasbanus in his hand, melted into the quicksand, and disappeared. Clockadar's pale face appeared in the distance, along with Dasbanus. Boss. Dasbanus fell to the ground, but because of Benedict's blow just now, his hands and feet were broken and fractured. He just fell to the ground and collapsed. Clap clap. Very good, none of this is dead. If you continue to develop and master armament hockey and observation hockey, there is a place for you in this sea. This one has more potential than your boss Lock. Benedict clapped his palms, smiled and said, he really didn't expect that Dasbanus was so tenacious that he didn't kill him after several shots. Cough cough. Hearing Benedict's words, Lockdal was so angry that he couldn't breathe well, and spit out another mouthful of old blood. Benedict. After Lockdoll vomited, his breathing became much smoother, but his hatred for Benedict was not less. After finishing speaking, Clockadar's pupils shrank again, not daring to hesitate, and instantly dissipated into quicksand. It's pretty fast. Benedict appeared at the place where Lockdar was originally, looked at Lockdar who dissipated into quicksand, and taunted with the corners of his mouth curled up. Benedict's eyes widened, and the full-level Conqueror's Haki was released instantly. Under the impact of the Conqueror's Haki, Lockadar, who was hidden somewhere in the desert, was shocked. The strong mental shock made him seem to be chained by Seastone, and Devil Fruit's ability was gradually disappearing. Until his body appeared outside the quicksand, and his whole body became extremely weak, and the terrifying deterrence from the spirit made his body start to tremble violently. How is this possible? It's just an imposing deterrent. The trembling Lockdar did not expect that the gap between them was so terrifying. Today's Benedict, just the imposing deterrence, has made him lose the courage to fight, and even his physical strength. This feeling seemed to put him on the brink of death. Got you, Lockdoll. Then, Dasboni's breath disappeared. A person with door-to-door fruit ability. In addition to the two people just now, there is another person at his feet. Don't move around. I can't guarantee that my bullet can blow your head off, but it's still possible to hurt you. Another voice sounded. It was also a person in a black robe, but the man was holding a sniper rifle in his hand. Are you a team secretly trained by 5 elders, code-named Destroyer? Benedict floated in midair, flew in front of Lockdoll, raised his feet, and laughed. Something interesting. Benedict turned around. Benedict squinted his eyes and released the observation Haki. Suddenly, he felt 3 powerful auras around him. I didn't perceive how the other party appeared. Yes, shock. A person with door-to-door fruit ability. Benedict was shocked when he heard this. Lockdoll looked at the fallen feet and wanted to move, but he was completely out of strength under the fright. This person can't die. At this moment, a voice sounded, and a man in a black robe quietly appeared 10 meters away from Benedict, pointing his sword at Benedict. If he can't dodge, he will die. When Benedict felt his breath, the other party opened the door, let Clockdoll fall directly, and then disappeared. Because he really didn't notice the other party's breath just now. Chapter 189. Those with door-to-door fruit abilities must die. Although CP0 is the secret cipher pole personnel of the world government, on the surface, they are already the highest intelligence personnel, and they directly obey the celestial dragons. But, from some people, Benedict knew it wasn't superlative. And on a certain island, the power that appeared when preparing to hunt the Ghost Squad was the best proof. Now, they are confident enough to stand in front of themselves. Secretly cultivated strength, admiral-level strength. Is this the last force to protect the celestial dragons? Or is it an armed force of the celestial dragons? Benedict looked at the man in black with a smile and said. Snipers were waiting in the distance, and the black-robed swordsman was ready to attack, but he never made a move. We have no way to answer your question. However, our adults said that our mission this time is only to save people. Benedict was a little curious, so he asked, what is the value of Locke to you? The black-robed man pondered for a while, then responded to Benedict and said, in front of adults, there are only 2 kinds of people, those who are valuable and those who are worthless. When Benedict heard this, he thought about it for a while, and then he understood, so he smiled and said, well, I seem to understand that celestial dragons treat any life other than celestial dragons as ants. This includes you as well. When Benedict finished speaking, the hidden conqueror's Haki was released again. The powerful force made the man in black robe, the sniper, and the door fruit ability user hidden in the space, under the domineering deterrence of the conqueror's Haki, fear instantly arose in their minds. The body of the man in black was obviously bent, but he still stood there firmly. With admiral-level strength, it really won't be so easy to be directly suppressed. But there is still some suppression of strength. Marshal Benedict, I have to admit that your strength is very strong. But, today, we also want to try. Like taking you down. The swordsman swung his sword, and the sword energy flew across, setting off bursts of violent sand, covering the field of vision and hiding the swordsman's figure. At the same time, the sniper's muzzle aimed at Benedict's head again. Boom! A muffled sound echoed across the battlefield as the bullet passed through Benedict's head. The appearance of this scene gave the sniper a creepy feeling. Snipers are very confident in their marksmanship. However, he didn't think he could blow Benedict's head off with one shot. Especially in the state just now. Subconsciously, the sniper immediately flickered, pulled out the saber behind him, and changed positions one after another. At the same time, Benedict's figure also turned into a piece of wood and fell to the ground. Body replacement technique. The swordsman who had already made a move, looked at the falling wood, showed his figure, and was a little silent. But at this very moment, the swordsman's eyes glowed fiercely, he charged with his sword, and roared angrily, Lu Shan, leave quickly. The swordsman just reacted, and observation Haki's ability to predict the future also allowed him to capture the scene of Benedict's appearance. Benedict actually wanted to solve Lu Shan. Lu Shan has a very important position in their team, and his ability can provide convenience. This time they dared to attack Benedict because they relied on Lu Shan's door fruit ability to take them out of here quickly, leaving Benedict helpless. Lu Shan, who has been hiding in the empty space, is still under the threat of Conqueror's Haki just now, and his mind is a little blank. And when the swordsman shouted, Lu Shan also reacted. Benedict's figure also suddenly appeared from the sand, and that position happened to be where Lu Shan was hiding. To the peacock. A powerful wave of air erupted from Benedict's body, setting off quicksand all over the sky, swinging his fists, and countless fists smashed towards the void. If you want to directly break through the space and kill Lu Shan, the door fruit ability user, you need a strong explosive power. In Benedict's view, it is enough for the 8 inner gates to open to Jingmen. Cracks began to appear in the space, and powerful energy was continuously squeezed in. Lu Shan grabbed Lockdar, opened the door, threw it out from another place, and then grabbed Daz Bonus and jumped out together. Boom. The space is torn apart. Only 1 second later, Lu Shan will die. But even so, the moment Lu Shan came out of the door, he was still so shocked that he vomited blood. Go. The swordsman's voice sounded again. Lu Shan opened the door subconsciously, and fled again, and Clockdar was also taken away together. Click. Daz Bonus looked at his chest in disbelief. That heavy foot had crushed his heart. The incomparably severe pain made him speechless in pain. He thought he was saved, but he didn't expect that Lu Shan didn't take him away at the last moment, and he also died at Benedict's feet. At this time, even if the swordsman came and fought with Benedict, he still couldn't save him. Ding. Congratulations to host for killing the demon fruit power and getting the fast fruit. May I ask if host summoned special forces? Juice. Benedict responded without hesitation. The strength is good, but still not enough to see. The current Xuanwu Marine soldiers can take down the opponent. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the normal awakening potion 1. Boom. The swordsman was punched by Benedict and smashed into the sand. The entire sandy land was swept away wave after wave by huge energy, continuously spreading towards the distance. Boom. The energy erupted again, and as a result, a large pit with a radius of 100 meters appeared on the ground. Benedict's eyes swept towards the direction of the sniper, and Lu Shan opened the door fruit, just in time to take the opponent away. Benedict's eyes once again fell into the big pit. The swordsman's aura in the pit also dissipated. It's not that the swordsman died, but was taken away by the door fruit ability user who activated the ability. Menman fruit ability. The taste after squeezing the juice must be very good. Benedict is a little disgusted by the behavior of stealing people's fruits, but he can't help being a little bit interested. If it was the person who used the door fruit in the original book, Benedict couldn't help feeling sorry. Because, that means, he can only get a drop of ordinary awakening potion. But Benedict is very satisfied with the current door fruit ability users. Clockdar, we will meet again. I hope that when we meet next time, you have the ability to make my eyes shine. Super divine physique, it won't be too far away. Chapter 190 Buggy's News, The Most Evil Place. Shacklock Doll was rescued, and the destroyer team appeared, making Benedict's operation in Alabasta a failure. After all, the one who came here this time was to destroy one of the Shichibukai. Compared to other Shichibukai, Shacklock Doll is undoubtedly the best bully one. Unfortunately, plans are not as good as changes. About the destroyer squad, how much information do you know? For example, how many members are there? Benedict held a black phone bug, drank some wine, and sat on a stone by the sea, blowing the sea breeze, listening to the sound of the sea hitting the shore, and asked. I just know they exist, but I don't know exactly how many members there are. Back then, when I met them, I discovered them by accident in a special sea area with that person. At that time, they were protecting the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons had a high status. They should be the patriarch of a certain family. They were forced to take action because the Poseidon beast in that sea ran wild. In that battle, 6 people appeared, and they protected the celestial dragons in the rampant sea area. According to our subsequent statistics, at least 100 super sea kings were killed. Since that time, I have also seen it once in Chao Maria, that is, during the battle in the Valley of the Gods, they appeared. However, they did not participate in the battle from the beginning to the end. So, I don't know how many of them there are. However, I guessed with that person that there won't be too many such masters. A deep voice came from the phone bug, talking about the destroyer team. The other party's voice was deliberately lowered. It seems that he doesn't want people to know his specific identity. Benedict expressed some disdain for this. This phone bug was handed to Benedict by an imp while he was walking in Rog Town. And that time, it was also when he followed Garp wandering around the town of Rog. So, who is the other end of the phone bug? Benedict has the answer in his mind. Not too much. How much is that? Benedict frowned when he heard this, and said somewhat dissatisfied. 100 or 200 people. The other party responded. Benedict's face darkened, his cheeks twitching slightly. Are you stupid, or am I stupid? 100 or 200 people. All of them are admiral level. If he really had such strength, Roger wouldn't become One Piece, Kaido wouldn't be alive and kicking, Big Mom wouldn't go around looking for men to have babies, and Whitebeard wouldn't continue to accept sons. Shichibukai is a fart. On the other side of the phone bug, listening to Benedict's constant readings, he remained silent for a while, and did not reply for a long time. Not to mention 200 admiral level masters, even 100 admiral level masters can sweep the entire ocean. The world government dominates the entire sea, and there is no one to resist. Xuanwu Marine is also impossible to exist. Find all the information about the destroyer team, and I will destroy them. Benedict finished speaking, and then hung up the phone angrily. The destroyer team can be regarded as having their teeth pulled out, which somewhat embarrasses him. Meanwhile, Benedict couldn't help but think of Doflamingo. This guy has disappeared for a long time, and even his cadres are very quiet, hiding deeply. Those who are still active are just the younger brothers below. Blue, blue, blue. The voice of the phone bug rang. Benedict took a look, then narrowed his eyes. Buggy has news. It was Shaki's voice. Benedict asked curiously, where is that guy now? A special sea area. Anyone who enters it will be close to death. The information I got is that he went there, but whether he is still alive is not clear. My people can't get in, and if they go in, they can't get out. Shaki's answer made Benedict's heart skip a beat. Is this special sea area the same sea area? Where is this sea area? Benedict became interested in this sea area. I didn't have time to ask where the sea area is just now, so I can just ask now. The second half of the Grand Line is known as the sea area, infinitely close to the truth. This sea area also has a name, the place of extreme evil. I can give you a map if you want to go. However, I don't suggest you go to that place now. Shaki sat in a high chair, shaking wine in one hand and smoking a cigarette in the other, while sitting in front of him was Pluton Rayleigh. And the person who just spoke was Rayleigh. Hearing Rayleigh's voice, Benedict smiled and said, Uncle Rayleigh, you should have been there. As the so-called place infinitely close to the truth, the only way to the final island. Rayleigh chuckled and didn't answer Benedict. Shaki glanced at Rayleigh and said, the information you want has been given to you, and our deal is over. After speaking, Shaki hung up the phone bug. Shaki took a drag on his cigarette, looked at Pluton Rayleigh, and asked with a smile, I obviously wanted to tell that brat, but why did I stop talking when I got here? His strength is indeed very strong, but it is not enough. Pluton Rayleigh said while drinking a small drink, the captain said that we arrived too early. Even though that kid Benedict has many tricks, he's still alone. Unless there are more powerful support around him, maybe, at that time, I can accompany him for a walk. Shaki didn't ask any more. Rayleigh didn't say anything, left with a drink, continued to pretend to be an innocent ordinary person, got drunk, and began to sell himself day after day in exchange for some drinking money. The other side, when Benedict knew what that special sea area meant, he had no idea of going there immediately. However, I'm curious as to how Buggy managed to disappear during the second half of his transition from North Blue to Grand Line. So, Benedict contacted Shaki again. But Shaki's answer surprised Benedict as well, because Shaki doesn't know how the other party appeared in that sea area. The reason why she got this news was because of a coincidence. An eyeliner happened to hear that someone saw Buggy leading the fleet into a certain sea area and disappeared in the fog. Buggy and Shanks are the ones who have been there. At that time, they were just trainee crew members of the Roger Pirates. But this doesn't affect their experience at that time, and remember that route. But then again, why would Buggy go there? With his current strength, it is certainly not bad, but in the face of that special sea area, can he stand up with only his people? I always feel that there is a secret in it that he doesn't know. Maybe, he should have a nice chat with Shanks. Chapter 191 Berserker, Olaf. An island 3 nautical miles away from Xuanwu Marine Base. Benedict took out a commando summoning stone. System, Summon Special Forces. This is a commando summoning stone that Benedict has not used after receiving the achievement reward. Ding. Consume a Special Forces summoning stone. Congratulations to host for successfully summoning Special Forces, Berserker, Olaf. When Benedict heard this, observation hockey spread instantly. The reason why he chose to come here to summon is that every time he summoned the Special Forces, they would make a lot of noise because of their unique appearance. So, to avoid some unnecessary trouble, this time, Benedict chose an uninhabited island. Buzz buzz. Sure enough, and the movement is not small. The buzzing sound came quickly from above the void. At the same time, the axe that flashed with thunder and lightning fell on the island with terrifying energy. There was a roar, and while the island was shaking, a burly figure also descended from the sky. Come on, I won't hurt you, I promise. The sound sounded, and the huge fist of the Berserker Olaf had already come in front of Benedict. Benedict raised his hand, grabbed the huge fist, and then launched a counterattack. Olaf's name as a Berserker is not a joke. He has a strong desire to fight, and he just wants to die in the battle. Facing Benedict's counterattack, he becomes more and more excited, making the island crumbling. Olaf's power doesn't have any extravagant moves, but only the continuous output, which seems to be an inexhaustible axe attack. However, every output has extremely terrifying power. Compared with Yujiro Fanma, the two are very similar. The only difference is that Olaf's talent is more durable. In a long fight, Yujiro Hanma might lose to Olaf. The appetite to kill is running high. Kill, kill, kill. The more Olaf fought, the more courageous he became, and the more violent he became, especially with an opponent like Benedict who put him under tremendous pressure, the more excited he became, and gradually began to lose himself. Benedict is not afraid of Olaf's current performance. On the contrary, such a madman is a very crazy sharp blade when facing pirates. Berserker Olaf can be strengthened. Combat power, S level. Weapon, Tomahawk. Abilities, Berserker's Rage, Countercurrent Throw, Brutal Strike, Reckless Swipe, Ragnarok, Armament Hkill 4, Observation Hkill 3. Potential, S level. The attributes of the Berserker Olaf are very simple, but in terms of skills, Olaf is definitely more courageous and manic. As expected of someone with the title of Berserker. Boom. Benedict slapped Olaf hard on the ground, and Conqueror's Hockey precisely locked Olaf. The powerful coercion and the terrifying deterrence brought about made Olaf, who had fallen into madness, quickly wake up. Olaf crawled out of the deep pit, looked up at Benedict floating in midair, and after a moment of silence, said, "Olaf, I have seen the Marshal." Benedict nodded and said, "Olaf, you are currently working in Marine Vice Admiral, follow me to the base to go through the formalities and then leave for West Blue." There is no way for Benedict to arrange this way. The people summoned with the Special Forces Summoning Stone have different strengths. The weakest ones have Vice Admiral level strength. If they are strengthened with the Unit Strengthening Stone, they will have Admiral level strength. There are so many Admiral positions, it is impossible for all of them to be Admiral. Therefore, latecomers can only give a Vice Admiral preparation. For example, Saitama, he is now a Vice Admiral, and Benedict has given him an Admiral, but this guy doesn't want to take care of so many things, so he received a Vice Admiral rank. Therefore, the position of Admiral was directly given to Baichi. Now the positions of Admiral are Kenjiro, Sakata Jintoki, and Shiraki. The Vice Admiral positions are Saitama, Jinkei, Robber G, Yasuo, Yuhiro Fanma, Yeluski, Flying Squirrel, Sol, and Olaf who was just summoned. Those at the Rear Admiral level were basically those who were promoted in battle, or those who were outstanding in the world's big conscription, relying on their strong strength or military skills. However, even if these people are recruited, they will still undergo a half-year special training in actual combat. Therefore, today's Rear Admiral is basically the outstanding one of the Special Forces. After bringing Olaf back to the base and going through the entry procedures, let Olaf directly lead a fleet to West Blue, and manage West Blue with the Flying Squirrel, Sol. Among the three, the Flying Squirrel is relatively more suitable as a commander. Sol and Olaf are more suited to be a forward warrior. With Flying Squirrels running West Blue, Benedict can be trusted. After dominating the whole world, when starting to attack New World, the Flying Squirrel can continue to sit in the rear, and Olaf can also show his talents in New World to his heart's content. West Blue. The Flying Squirrel led the West Blue fleet to fight steadily and keep advancing, and the pirates who defeated West Blue did not dare to take the lead in the sea. Among them, there is also a powerful pirate force in West Blue that has not yet appeared on a large scale. Secondly, powerful individuals will break into the New World with greater opportunities. This also gave the Flying Squirrel a chance. This day, in addition, we continue to receive distress calls from various islands. Sakata Jintoki and Kenjiro also received news that their branches and bases on various islands were attacked, and even some fleets patrolling the sea were directly wiped out. At the same time, the troops were quickly organized and began to fight. According to the information passed back, it is the cyborg troop that attacked the fleet where Sol Vice Admiral is located. Sol, like him, ended up joining Xuanwu Marine's Marine for some reason. But it was at this time that the group was wiped out. When the news spread, they were shocked. Such a tyrannical team is completely enough to easily beat too many pirate forces. North Blue, South Blue. How strong is this transformed human army? With the gradual peace of West Blue and the absence of too many pirate harassment, some trivial matters to be dealt with gradually increased. Even though many civil servants were sent over to assist, there were still many things that needed to be dealt with by him. The Flying Squirrel's assistant, holding a pile of documents, cried out in fear. The Flying Squirrel was shocked when he heard this. The Flying Squirrel did not lead the fleet to patrol the sea, but sat in the branch of Xuanwu Marine in West Blue. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, Sol Vice Admiral's fleet was attacked on Nai Island, and the entire army was wiped out. Now, in the fleet led by Sol, half of the crew has mastered armament hockey, and a few people have also mastered observation hockey, and the other members have all reached the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Before that, Sol was also a powerful Vice Admiral. Chapter 192, The Sensation Caused by Transformed People. The appearance of the reformed human army, and in cooperation with the actions of the World Government Intelligence Organization, caught Xuanwu Marine by surprise with lightning speed. This is what no one thought of. What is even more unexpected is that there are so many transformed troops. In addition, these reformed people are strong alone, and they are not afraid of death, and they absolutely obey orders. Even if they are shot, or their arms and legs are removed, they will still attack with weapons. Arms and feet transformed into swords or energy guns, covered with armor for defense. This greatly improves their destructive power and defense power. Even, they also have the ability to fly at low altitude. It is such a force that distributes Xuanwu Marine in West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, causing varying degrees of losses. Even Sol, the Vice Admiral, was also included. North Blue, if Yeluski hadn't awakened the Devil Fruit ability with the help of Benedict, greatly increased his strength, and finally escorted the fleet away at the cost of minor injuries, I'm afraid he would have joined them. However, compared to these, some people value Xuanwu Marine soldiers more. Because they discovered that Xuanwu Marine's personal strength has become stronger, so the overall strength of the entire army has increased again. Everyone has armament hockey, and everyone has the strength of a dozen 5 or 6 reincarnators. It's a pity that in the face of a huge number of reformers, the special forces on the islands were ultimately outnumbered and defeated. The action and counterattack of the world government caused a huge commotion on the sea. No one thought that the world government would hide such a powerful military force. If it weren't for Xuanwu Marines pressing every step of the way, I'm afraid this force will always be hidden. According to the information sent back by North Blue, South Blue, and West Blue, it is estimated that the number of human reformed troops dispatched by the world government this time has reached about 30,000. But according to the style of the world government, it is conservatively estimated that there should be about 30,000 more. Charlotte Tekatakuri held a piece of information in her hand, and after reporting the information about the world government's raid on Xuanwu Marine, she said in a deep voice. Katakuri Big Brother, can you find out which scientific research institution in the world government developed it? Charlotte Owen asked. Such a force, either get him or destroy him. Otherwise, if the world government is allowed to build a cyborg army on a large scale, it will be a huge threat not only to Xuanwu Marine, but also to us. If our high-level cadres are restrained by the world government and the top of the Marine, it will be a massacre for the people below. Charlotte Tekatakuri looked at Charlotte Tiaoan, shook her head and said, the scientific research institutions of the world government, apart from what can be found on the surface, are more hidden in the dark. These modified people are not among the targets we found. Compared to combating these reformers, the suppression of Xuanwu Marine is more important. Charlotte Teperospero heard this, and smiled lightly. The confrontation between Xuanwu Marine and world government is more interesting than our confrontation with world government and Xuanwu Marine. My proposal is to sit on the sidelines and be vigilant at the same time. At this point, we still need to unite enough forces so that when any party's spearhead is aimed at us, we can quickly counterattack. After all, if the current Xuanwu Marine and even the world government with its fangs are showing their fangs, it will be very dangerous if they attack us with all their strength. Of course, if they fight, if there is a chance, I don't mind catching them by surprise. The ministers fell silent at this moment when they heard the words. As far as this proposal is concerned, it is considered neutral, but always vigilant, ready to fight at any time. It is a relatively conservative proposal. However, they only have the right to discuss, but not the right to make a decision. So, everyone is waiting for Charlotte Linlin to speak. Charlotte Linlin, who was eating the cake, said after eating the cake in her hand, Xuanwu Marine wants to unify the world, and then enter New World to compete with us, the world government. But the world government did not give Xuanwu Marine this chance. Even, want to seize control of the 4 seas. So, we either do it or we don't. If you want to do it, prevent Xuanwu Marine from entering New World, and fight when you see it. If you don't do it, you'll have to wait for Xuanwu Marine, the world government, and the Marine Headquarters to fight. However, when that day really comes, the world government will definitely not let us sit on the sidelines. After hearing what Charlotte Linlin said, the ministers quickly understood what to do. Xuanwu Marine is bound to break into the New World. The world government will definitely stop it, and there will inevitably be a fight for it. At this time, the world government has to guard against their sneak attacks. Rather than that, it is better to destroy the Xuanwu Marine before they enter the New World. If it was before that, Charlotte Teperospero and other ministers would think it was a joke. However, with the high-end power displayed by the world government and the transformed human army, they had to be afraid. In addition, among Marineford's marine executives, there are also admiral-level powerhouses such as Kong, Zephyr, Garp, and Sengoku, as well as 3 quasi-admirals of Kuzan, but they are new admirals who were promoted to admirals not long ago. If these forces gather together, it will be too dangerous. Benedict's appearance of the cyborg was greatly unexpected. A counterattack against the world government is imperative. After all, Owen's proposal is not bad in terms of the current situation. While we won't actually be in an alliance with Whitebeard, having him involved will undoubtedly put more pressure on the world government and the Marine. Yes, Mom, Katakuri thought it was unlikely, but he would do it anyway. Find the secret laboratory for the research and development of human transformation, and destroy it. Charlotte Linlin made a decision. Charlotte Owen hesitated after hearing this. Mom, do you want to contact Whitebeard? Benedict contacted Jing K and Robert G, and let them enter New World, said in a deep voice. By the way, destroy such experimental bases one by one. Similarly, the heinous experiments must also be exposed. It is conceivable how many people were sacrificed and how many horrific experiments were done in order to build such a modified human army. Charlotte Linlin was silent for a moment, looked at Charlotte Katakuri, and said, Katakuri, go get in touch. This matter cannot be acted by us alone. Contact Kaido and let him participate. When the Big Mom pirates were discussing the matter of transforming people, the various forces also analyzed the situation, analyzed their own pros and cons, and then made judgments or choices. Find the experimental base, and I want to expose their evil deeds to the world. Can the current technology be developed to transform people? And it's a reformer in armor, which is cool in torture. Xuanwu Marine Base. Chapter 193. When a large-scale chaotic battle is in progress. Benedict knew that the world government must have hidden powers. However, what Benedict didn't expect was that they appeared so suddenly and counterattacked so hard. In this operation, according to statistics, more than 10,000 people died in Xuanwu Marine, and more than 10,000 people were injured to varying degrees. The cumulative casualties of nearly 25,000 people, although it will not cause serious damage to Xuanwu Marine, are still not a small number of casualties. With the current daily call of 500 special forces, it will take 50 days to replenish. Bai Chi, how are the arrangements going? Benedict's avatar walked into the meeting room, looked at Bai Chi standing in front of the sand table, and asked. In the conference room, this is also the war room, which is convenient for unified deployment during large-scale battles. Therefore, there are many phone bugs here, and there is a dedicated person in charge of each phone bug. In addition, there is a huge sand table here, which is based on the current map of the world of pirates. There is a flag on the sand table, through which you can know which place is occupied or controlled by Xuanwu Marine. Even, Through some flags, you can also know the current position of the Xuanwu Marine warship so that you can mobilize it in time. All are in place, and we are currently waiting for the latest information to come back before we can launch an attack. This is a military deployment in the true sense of Bai Qi. Therefore, Bai Qi also attached great importance to this operation. Benedict nodded. For this action, Benedict is still looking forward to it. This time, he wanted to hurt the world government, and he also wanted to wipe out the cyborg troops. Report. A colonel walked in with the document and handed it to Bai Qi. Bai Qi looked at it carefully for a moment, his eyes were full of light, and said in a deep voice, West Blue, tell the Sword Ferry Admiral to pay attention to the countercurrent lake area. You can come to Qingdao, and let Yellowski Vice Admiral bypass the countercurrent lake area and go to Mount Lhasa, bombard Mount Lhasa, and hold back the pirates there. Yes. South Blue, Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral the Berserker. Yes. North Blue, by Kenjiro Admiral. Standing aside, Benedict's avatar watched as Bai Qi began to continuously dispatch troops, and as the sand table changed and the situation changed, areas were sealed off. North Blue, South Blue, and West Blue arrived with orders, and all Marines advanced rapidly. In this operation, a total of 120,000 troops were mobilized in the 3C areas. This is not only a time to attack the cyborgs, but also a time to show off their muscles. Since you want to fight, make a good fight. While Xuanwu Marine is mobilizing its power, the world government is also working hard to mobilize its power. These forces include pirates, marines, CP members of the intelligence organization, and other members of the Shichibukai. It was a massive head-on collision. South Blue, a sea area that is underestimated by everyone. This is so because the Supreme Commander stationed at South Blue is Vice Admiral, who has as many high-fighting members as he can count on one hand. But even so, the world government sent a lot of high-level combat forces. Among them are Sakazuki and Pelusolino. And Kuzan was transferred to West Blue. In West Blue, Kenjiro is still there. Facing the terrifying combat power of Kenjiro, Kuzan is there, and making a large-scale ice surface will make it easier to fight. In addition, Zephyr will personally lead a number of Vice Admirals to cooperate with the forces of the world government to face Kenjiro. North Blue is led by Garp himself, with the cooperation of Vice Admiral including Ghost Spider, and hundreds of CP-0s waiting for the battle. In this North Blue operation, the world government had some special ideas when it came to capturing Silver Sakata. The large-scale operations of the Xuanwu Marine and the world government have not been concealed in the slightest, and many forces have set their sights on various theaters. Kaido, have you thought about it yet? This is a very good opportunity. We can take Marineford with Kong alone. Not really, it would be nice to turn Marineford upside down. Cake Island all around. Charlotte Linlin has gathered all the forces under her banner, standing on the deck, holding a phone bug in her hand, and said with great interest. Originally, Charlotte Linlin didn't think about shooting Marineford. However, Garp and Zephyr were sent out this time, and Sengoku, according to intelligence, also left Marineford. Although I don't know exactly where he went, but for Charlotte Linlin, it may not be a bad thing. Charlotte Linlin has not forgotten the death of her son Charlotte and the shame brought about by the last attack on Marineford. So, at this moment, Charlotte Linlin just wanted to get rid of the shame. If I want to hit you, I don't have time. Kaido looked at the three men in black robes standing in front of him with a gloomy expression and said impatiently. After finishing speaking, Kaido hung up the phone bug. Dare to threaten lousy, have you lived enough? Kaido stared at the three black-robed men in front of him and roared angrily. Hey, Kaido, this is not a threat, but an order. Facing the glaring Kaido and the oncoming conqueror's haki, a man in black sneered disdainfully. Order shit, Kaido roared, and instantly entered the Dragon Man mode, holding a mace, and killed the three of them. Hey, one person sneered, if you don't beat and beat, I don't know how to be more honest. In just a moment, the four of them fought fiercely together on Ghost Island, causing a great commotion. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin didn't expect Kaido to refuse in such an embarrassing manner. For a moment, his face was extremely ugly. Charlotte Tekatakuri and other ministers were so quiet at this moment that they did not dare to speak or give any suggestions. Mom, someone from world government is here. At this moment, Charlotte Tesmoji came over and whispered. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously looked into the distance. On the deck of a warship, there are three world government Cypher Pole personnel, who are also CP-0. It's just that at this time, they were blocked by the people below and did not allow themselves to move forward. Bring it here. Charlotte glanced at Linlin and said calmly. A moment later, the warship approached, and a CP-0 with a black mask held a piece of craft paper and threw it out. Charlotte Tekatakuri dodges and catches it. This is a document that our lord personally ordered and handed over to Charlotte Linlin. Only Charlotte and Linlin can watch it alone. The sound of CP-0 sounded, and Charlotte Tekatakuri, who was about to check, stopped her hand and looked at her mother, Charlotte Linlin. When Charlotte heard Linlin's words, she was a little surprised, and said in a dissatisfied voice, what kind of conspiracy is the Five Elders playing? Are you trying to recruit us? Is it ridiculous? Conqueror's haki erupted, precisely suppressing the three of CP-0, however, the three remained motionless, unaffected. Facing Charlotte Linlin's dissatisfaction, one said in a mocking tone, this is an adult's game. At this time, you must not move. This is an order. After the words fell, the warship also began to retreat away. Presumptuous. Charlotte and Linlin were very dissatisfied with the words, this is an order. It almost entered a state of berserk. You'd better read that document. Of course, if you choose to ignore it, you will do so at your own risk. Facing Charlotte Linlin, who was about to run away, CPO was not afraid, but reminded. CP0's reminder didn't calm down Charlotte Linlin at all. The battle also broke out in an instant. Chapter 194 Lonely Red, it's an obsessive taste. South Blue. Berserker Olaf held a double axe, staring at the cyborg opposite, as well as Sakazuki and Pelusolino standing in the front, his strong desire to fight quickly soared. Vice Admiral, Berserker, beware of the two of them. They already have Admiral-level strength and have been promoted to Admiral. The flying squirrel saw from a distance that Olaf had already ordered the fleet to charge, and quickly reminded. Ha ha ha, the old man's tomahawk is already hungry and thirsty. Let me take their heads and sacrifice my battle axe. Berserker Olaf completely ignored the flying squirrel's reminder and rushed forward. Sakazuki looked at Olaf, who was rushing up, and couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward. Dark Hound. Sakazuki, who turned into magma, just wanted to vent his resentment towards Xuanwu Marine, and to avenge his shame. Chop you to death. The shadow battle axe covered by armament hockey exuded a fierce aura in Olaf's hands, and slashed down. Sakazuki's magma was split in two. Sakazuki emerged from half of the lava, and then attacked Olaf. Brutal strike. Olaf laughed out loud. With two axes in his hand, the tiger was full of power. Sakazuki's attack did not hurt Olaf at all, and they were disintegrated one after another. Because of being hit one after another, Sakazuki remade himself, no longer relying solely on Devil Fruit's ability, so his attainments in physical arts have improved a lot. So, facing the Berserker Olaf, Sakazuki became more and more courageous, and no one else broke into the battlefield between the two. Pelusolino took several shots and used the 8-foot Chonguyu to attack the Xuanwu Marine on a large scale. Looking at the fierce battle between Sakazuki and Olaf, he showed a cunning expression and said, "Oh, what a scary guy. Sakazuki seems to be in trouble. Where did that kid Benedict find such a master?" Pelusolino doesn't have the same desire to fight as Sakazuki. Even after being humiliated, he will silently become stronger for the sake of revenge, but he will not be so impulsive. The same is true, he who turned into light, basically fights in the void, and occasionally lands, and sneak attacks at the speed of light. Although the strength of the flying squirrel has been strengthened a lot by Benedict, it is only at the quasi-admiral level, which is already the limit. In front of Pelusolino, who has the strength of admiral, can fly in the sky, and is extremely fast, it is not enough to look at. At least, when you want to fight with the opponent, you can't touch it at all. Steel slashing flash. At this moment, a gust of wind blade hit, Pelusolino's face changed slightly, and then turned into a ray of light and dodged away. From now on, Yasuo, the Gale Swordsman, no longer hides his identity, and officially appears in front of everyone as Xuanwu Marine Vice Admiral, a member of the Ghost Squad. Sure enough, I know that you, a character who suddenly appeared on the sea, cannot have any influence. After seeing Yasuo's face clearly, Pelusolino smiled. Meanwhile, Pelusolino used sparkling fruit to create a lightsaber, the Cloud Sword. Yasuo floated in the air, glanced at Pelusolino, and said lightly, "You are not a pure swordsman. However, as a swordsman, I will give you the dignity of a swordsman." Yasuo put away the long sword, made a posture of drawing the sword and slashing, staring at Pelusolino seriously, and said in a deep voice, "Blazing wind endless slash." Feeling the strong sword intent that bloomed at that moment, Pelusolino's expression changed again. "Mud horse, I'm just playing around, why should I be so serious? ... South Blue's battlefield is huge, and many masters have emerged from it. The flying squirrel was held back by Marine Admiral's backup, Gaj. The other cadre-level fighters of Xuanwu Marine were also blocked to varying degrees. In addition to the high-level collisions, the Xuanwu Marine soldiers had the upper hand in the collisions with the cyborg troops, the marine troops, and the World Government Intelligence Organization. Before the large forces collided, the Patriot missile waited on it without any mercy. After mercilessly attacking some of the living forces, the Xuanwu Marine soldiers still crushed the opponent in the face of nearly twice as many enemies. So is South Blue, so is North Blue, and so is West Blue. Zephyr teamed up with Kuzan to fight Kenjiro on the ice. Facing Kenjiro with amazing destructive power, Kuzan was ruthlessly hit and collided again and again, causing his body to be broken, and then appeared from other places with the help of fruit power. Zephyr is the main output, and armament hockey and the admiral-level powerhouse with top physical skills are obviously much stronger than Kuzan, who is also admiral. Likewise, Zephyr is even more arrogant, fighting against a master like Kenjiro who doesn't rely on devil fruit, who is at the peak of physical skills, armed at the peak, and at the peak of knowledge and knowledge, he feels like facing Roger and even rocks directly. Powerful, ridiculously strong, seriously underestimated Kenjiro's strength. Such a master needs at least Garp or Sengoku to participate in order to have a chance to win the opponent. The Marshal let you off again and again, because he thought you could recognize the situation and make the right choice. However, you have stood against us over and over again. I will have no mercy for you. Every punch of Kenjiro contained terrifying power, and the huge fist also made them retreat steadily. The faces of Zephyr and Kuzan were also a little ugly. He, what a pity. Get out. Zephyr was taunted by Baloric Clydefidel, and said a word coldly. Lonely Red. Baloric Clydefidel held a red umbrella, stood on the tip of the messy iceberg, looked at the three people in the fierce battle, and taunted ruthlessly. The taste that makes people obsessed. Beloric showed his vampire-like fangs, stretched out his hand and tongue to lick it, and then made a gesture of smelling the fragrance with extreme enjoyment. Gia ha ha ha, extraordinary physique. Back then, in order to win the opponent, Marshal Kong fought fiercely with him for 10 days and 10 nights, and the legendary figure who defeated Kong was no weaker than Roger, Rox and others. The current Marine admirals are so weak, even if the two admirals work together, they can't beat the other side. Blood full of vitality, strong and powerful beating, your heart, your blood, I can imagine that after getting you, my strength will be greatly improved. But even so, Zephyr still didn't like each other. However, the opponent is a pirate, a terrifying pirate. Having said that, Beloric's eyes showed a morbid joy, which was an obsession with delicious food. From a distance, I can already smell the fragrance that makes the blood flow faster and faster. There is such a big horror, although in the Battle of South Blue, don't worry too much. Beloric Clydophidal was not angry about this, but let out a hee-hee-hee laugh. Even if the opponent is one of the Shichibukai, it was arranged by the world government to help fight against Xuanwu Marine. This place has a delicacy that makes people linger. Chapter 195 Beating Beloric Violently. The appearance of Beloric made Kenjiro look a lot more dignified. As he has awakened extraordinary physique, his strength has been greatly improved, and at the same time, his keen perception has also allowed him to discover the terrifying energy hidden in Beloric's body. At this time, Beloric obviously also regarded him as a prey. Taking a deep breath, Kenjiro said seriously, do you want to go together? Zephyr's face changed slightly. Kuzan let out a cold breath, but glanced at Beloric. Not only Kenjiro, but he also felt the terror of Beloric. Go together. Beloric was not satisfied with Kenjiro's proposal, and there was a bit of sarcasm in his words. You are my personal prey. Hunting you, I alone is enough. Beloric sneered, and a powerful aura emerged in an instant. Intimidated by Beloric's aura, Kuzan's face changed slightly, and then fell silent. Beloric alone is indeed enough to deal with Kenjiro. Beloric, are you underestimating us? Zephyr looked at Beloric and roared dissatisfied. Underestimate. Beloric squinted his eyes, chuckled, and said, even if two of you can't beat one, how can I still think highly of you? HMPH, if it wasn't for Kong, you would have wanted to catch me. Go away. He is my prey. With a wave of the red umbrella in Beloric's hand, a fierce sword energy surged out in an instant and slashed towards Zephyr and Kuzan. Kuzan made a move, the ice blade sped forward, and two more ice walls rose from the ground, only then did he block the attack. Beloric, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, Benedict's figure suddenly appeared beside Kenjiro. When Beloric appeared, an adjutant had already contacted Benedict in time. Benedict also used the Flying Thunder God technique from the state of being on call to arrive quickly. In this large-scale battle, Benedict is also full of expectations for the opponents who will appear. Because, this means, he can hunt more demon fruit power, and then squeeze the juice. Beloric, Bat Fruit, Vampire Form, a legendary pirate of the same era as Roger, has extremely terrifying strength. Such a fruit-capable person, after hunting devil fruit, can definitely explode colorful awakening potions. Marshal Benedict, ha 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 ha, more fresh and delicious. You, who can even kill that golden lion, are even more worthy of my hunting. Beloric didn't feel nervous because of Benedict's appearance, on the contrary, he was very excited. Yes, after knowing that Benedict killed the golden lion, Beloric was already looking forward to the battle with Benedict. Only such a powerful master is worth fighting with all his strength. Zephyr and Kuzan stared at Benedict gravely. Weird means to reach the battlefield in an instant. At the same time, the powerful Conqueror's Haki instantly covered the entire battlefield. The Marine soldiers they led fell to the ground under the impact of Conqueror's Haki. Even the reinvented man, facing Benedict's Conqueror's Haki at this time, could hardly support it, and got stuck. But that's not the full power of Conqueror's Haki. Damn BD, hurry up and take back your power. Zephyr saw that his side was being suppressed, his face was ugly, and he took the lead in attacking. Kenjiro flashed over in an instant, blocked Zephyr, and just punched, instantly triggering the power to destroy the gauntlet. Zephyr's face changed drastically, and it was too late to defend. With a loud bang and screams, Zephyr was sent flying hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. The 2-meter-thick layer of ice was directly pierced and torn apart towards the distance. Teacher, seeing such a scene, Kuzan's face changed drastically, and he turned to rescue him, but Kenjiro came over with a cold face. Kuzan didn't dare to be careless, and fought back with all his strength. Zephyr's strength is very strong, and his physical skills are also very strong. The blow just now can definitely injure the opponent severely, but it will not kill him directly. Therefore, even if Kuzan was worried, at this time, he tried his best to calm himself down. Benedict ignored Kenjiro's fight with Kuzan. The situation has developed so far, unless Kuzan directly joins Xuanwu Marine, he is the enemy. For the enemy, even if Kenjiro killed him, Benedict didn't care. Of course, in order to extract juice, it is impossible to directly let Kuzan die at the hands of others. Benedict looked at Beloric, smiled lightly and said, Beloric, no one is disturbing, our game should start. After Benedict finished speaking, Beloric's attack had already arrived. Empty hand to catch the sword. Benedict raised his hand, a big black hand covered in armed colors, and held the red umbrella in his hand without any defense. Benedict looked at Beloric playfully, and said, are you in such a hurry to die? Ha ha ha, you're really overconfident. Baloric's hand holding the umbrella forcefully pulled out the umbrella sword. The next moment, Baloric launched another extremely fast attack. Benedict struck out with every punch, each punch possessing terrifying power. It was just the beginning, but Baloric became more and more frightened as he fought. It felt like he was facing bombing all the time. The power had already made his umbrella sword crumbling and unable to support it. It's a terrifying power, but the me now is not the me I used to be. Even if Kong comes, I can kill him. Feeling the power of terror, Baloric was both terrified and extremely excited. It felt like the blood in the whole body was completely mobilized, boiling extremely. Come on, I will definitely kill you. Baloric discarded the umbrella sword and used force with both hands. The clothes were torn apart by the powerful force, revealing Baloric's strong muscles. Armament hockey covered his whole body and collided with Benedict's fists and feet. The roar became more and more intense as the two fought. The sound of countless iron bars colliding seems to be constantly lingering on the battlefield. This was just using a powerful force, and after an instant explosion, the large amount of impact was exchanged for him to escape from the seawater. Benedict, who was joking at first, quickly changed his expression. But Baloric would not die so easily. Panting heavily, Baloric's complexion was very ugly, and the whole person looked obviously a little older, and the originally strong muscles were a little shriveled at this moment. Boom, boom. Demon fruit power. Once entering the sea, physical strength will quickly disappear. Even the pervert Baloric can be hammered. Like a cannonball, Baloric shattered the ice, flew out of the sea, and immediately displayed the power of devil fruit. A pair of dark red wings appeared, allowing him to float in the air. At the same time, he released the heat is produced, the water vapor is rapidly evaporating, and the physical strength is also rapidly recovering. Zephyr, who had just climbed out of the water, happened to see this scene, and his pupils dilated involuntarily. The ice layer broke, and Baloric fell into the sea, setting off a large amount of seawater, like several bombs exploding at the same time. Baloric, who fell into the sea, felt the rapid disappearance of his physical strength, and burst out with unprecedented strength. He stepped on the falling ice and kicked hard. It's just that this kind of battle didn't last long before Baloric was hit by a series of punches from Benedict, hitting the ice heavily. The gap is showing. Hurrah! Baloric just glanced at Benedict. The next moment he flapped his wings, and shuttled through the fiercely fighting crowd at an extremely fast speed. Baloric, you are dead. The kid got stronger again. Chapter 196 Blood Eater. What made Benedict so angry and asserted that Baloric was dead was because Baloric, after expending a lot of strength and stamina, even sucked blood from the soldiers on the battlefield indiscriminately. Among them are the soldiers of Xuanwu Marine. After absorbing the blood one after another, Baloric's whole body became much younger, and even became stronger. Even this aura became much stronger. Baloric stared at Benedict with blood at the corner of his mouth, and said with a chuckle, "The battlefield is so big, as long as there is blood, no matter how bad the injury is, I will be resurrected with full blood. I was careless just now. This time, I won't let you succeed." Sharp nails grew out visible to the naked eye, and gave off a cold light. In the next instant, Baloric turned into a red light, lingering around Benedict and quickly flew up. He made a sudden move and came behind Benedict with an evil smile on his face. His sharp nails moved towards the back of Benedict's head and grabbed it. At this time, Benedict made a sudden move and grabbed behind him. Grabbing Baloric's hand, he threw it over his shoulder and slammed it down. However, Baloric flapped his wings, and when he was about to land, he soared into the sky again. Blood kill. A strong smell of blood permeated the air, and Baloric, emitting a red light, came to the front of Benedict, claws towards the heart. Benedict dodged, sideways dodged the attack, and his right fist flickered. Boom. Baloric was hit on the cheek with a punch, and there was a crackling sound, and Baloric was sent flying again. Being hit flying again, and even slapped in the face, Baloric slammed his face, and the deformed cheeks returned to normal, babbling angrily, and rushed towards Benedict again. Baloric didn't believe it. He couldn't believe that the gap between himself and Benedict was so big. A claw fell precisely towards Benedict's neck. Benedict raised his hand and slapped it, and then lowered his eyes with another paw. Benedict raised his hand and kicked. There was no way for Baloric to hide. He was hit in the abdomen, and he flew upside down. Impossible. Obviously I have captured your next move. Why? Baloric has a natural observation haki, and his attainments in this area are extremely high, reaching the point where he can easily read other people's hearts and memories. For things like predicting the future, it is naturally possible. This has always been Baloric's pride, and it is also his almost invincible talent on the battlefield. In defeating Kong back then, in addition to his strong physical strength and swordsmanship, observation haki contributed a lot. Besides, when he was arrested that year, his physical strength was exhausted, and he was finally picked up by Garp. Why? As a strong player, if you lose, you lose. Why are there so many? In front of the gap between you and me, so what if you meet the future? You are not the only one who can meet the future. Benedict listened to Baloric's words, and said disdainfully, "Observation haki, there are more advanced abilities, you should have heard of it." Benedict's observation haki's awakening skill can not only predict the future, but also possess knowledge and knowledge. When observation haki reaches the top level, he basically has the ability to predict future bugs. But on top of this, there is an even rarer ability, that is, knowledge killing, an ability that specifically restrains and predicts the future, so that the other party cannot detect his own breath, and thus cannot predict. This is also the reason why Beloric clearly said that he predicted it, but he didn't actually predict it. In the case that observation hockey is almost ineffective, and physical skills are not as good as Benedict, there is no room for swordsmanship at this time. Because, Benedict will not give him the chance to continue holding the sword. Hearing Benedict's words, Beloric was a little shocked, but he wouldn't just admit defeat like this. Beloric turned into a red light and started killing again. But different from the previous blood-sucking, this time Beloric took away a person's heart every time he made a move, and then ate it in big mouthfuls. The picture is particularly bloody. You're challenging my limits. Benedict chased after him and punched Beloric on the head, about to throw him into the sea. But this time, Beloric turned into little bats and fled in an instant. Benedict's punch also killed some little bats, but it couldn't hurt Beloric much. Beloric, who turned into a bat, has many clones, some are sucking blood, and some are eating hearts. At the same time, it can also be felt that the strength of each clone is also getting stronger. Beloric, stop it. Zephyr was so angry that he couldn't stand his soldiers. His students were hunted down by Beloric, so he rushed up and attacked Beloric's clone. Zephyr, do you want to die? This is the condition for the 5 elders to invite me to join the Shichibukai, and I can fight on the battlefield at will. Do you dare to disobey orders and stop me? Before Beloric's avatar could finish speaking, it was sent flying by the angry Zephyr. Even so, after receiving the punch of anger, Beloric's avatar still did not die. Instead, he quickly rushed to the nearest person, grabbed the opponent's neck, and sucked blood with his mouth open. Zephyr, if you attack again, even if the 5 elders come, I will suck your blood and eat your heart. Seeing Zephyr coming towards them, the 2 Beloric clones said angrily almost in unison. Put your mother's shit on. As long as he has more power, he is confident that he can kill Benedict. And just after being killed by Benedict one after another in seconds, the other clones also reacted. Cannot attack Xuanwu Marine soldiers. It was as if the shame that Benedict fell on him was to be found on Zephyr. Your heart, I have enjoyed it. Zephyr was already very upset that the 5 elders made Shichibukai. In just a moment, Zephyr was hit by Beloric one after another, with several wounds on his body, and blood spattered. Gee ha ha, Benedict is too strong, which makes him have to accumulate more blood, eat more hearts, and gain more powerful strength. Seeing Zephyr's reluctance, Beloric rushed over and vented his anger on Zephyr crazily. This is not recognized by Zephyr. Now, in order to win over Beloric, he even agreed to such an unreasonable condition. With enough blood, he can grow stronger enough to kill Benedict. Court death. Therefore, the world government and Marine became the targets of Beloric. Facing Zephyr's shot, he was also dissatisfied. Beloric grabbed Zephyr's neck and lifted it up. His left hand shrank and made a gesture of preparing to insert it. His sharp nails gave off a cold light, and his red eyes were full of evil spirits. His mouth was bloody and ferocious. Said, Zephyr, this is the consequence of you interrupting my eating. Chapter 197 Death and Resurrection. The most intuitive expression of how strong Beloric is now is that, as an admiral-level Zephyr, he was easily manipulated by Beloric. This is the gap in strength. It was also a manifestation of Beloric's growing strength after he continued to devour blood food. Zephyr looked at Beloric in disbelief, terrified in his heart. In any case, he never thought that he would be manipulated so easily. What made him even more unexpected was that one day, he would die like this. Beloric's hand directly broke through the defense of armament hockey all over his body, and grabbed his heart. The severe pain made his breathing stagnant, and even if he made a sound, it was just a whirring sound. Gia ha ha ha. Beloric looked at Zephyr's pained expression and let out an excited, morbid laugh. Admiral, he hasn't killed yet. But now, he killed Zephyr, who was also famous in Marine and served as the chief instructor. Teacher, Admiral, teacher. A group of Marine cadres and soldiers watched in disbelief. Zephyr, whose chest was pierced and his heart exposed, was extremely horrified. For a while, countless soldiers and cadres shed tears. Many of these soldiers and cadres were brought out by Zephyr from the beginning of the training camp. They have deep feelings and respect for Zephyr. But now, the teacher they respected and admired died in front of them like this. Beloric, Kuzan, covered in blood, punched Kenjiro angrily, rushed in front of Beloric, roared, and launched an attack. Ice burst. Beloric looked at Kuzan who was killing him, laughed ha ha ha, didn't pay attention to Kuzan at all, raised his hand and threw Zephyr over. Kuzan's pupils shrunk slightly, and his figure turned into ice elements and dissipated. At the same time, Kuzan's figure emerged from a pile of ice cones that shot out, hugging Zephyr, avoiding accidental injury. Give me your heart too. Beloric didn't care so much at this time. Kuzan is also admiral, and his strength is also powerful. His heart and blood are also very delicious, and provide him with great strength. Kuzan dodged quickly, and as he moved, the icy air was released, and the ice clones moved with him, turning into ice sculptures, trying to block Beloric's attack. Beloric's hand penetrated Kuzan's chest. Although it was not at the heart, it was very dangerous for Kuzan. Even, Kuzan could clearly feel that his devil fruit power was dissipating. What a show. Benedict suddenly appeared and grabbed Beloric who opened his mouth to suck Kuzan's blood. Beloric pulled out his hand without hesitation, let go of Kuzan, and quickly dodged away. Suck. It's delicious. What a sweet taste. Beloric sucked the blood from his arm, showing madness and obsession sickly. At the same time, other avatars of Beloric also gathered over one after another. Each clone has a red light flashing, and as they get closer to each other, they also magically merge together. More directly, one clone eats another clone. He opened his mouth and bit the clone's neck, frantically absorbing the opponent's blood and strength until the whole clone turned into energy and was completely absorbed. This is like raising GU. Put hundreds of thousands of GU worms in a tank, let them fight each other, and the one who survives in the end is the GU king. Such devouring. In just a moment, there were 3 clones left beside Beloric. Each avatar has quasi-admiral strength. But considering the characteristics of vampires, I am afraid that the combat power of these clones is estimated to have the combat power of admiral. Even if it is just entering the admiral class, it is still powerful. During this time, Benedict ignored Beloric. Instead, it looks at Kuzan and Zephyr. Kuzan used his own fruit ability immediately after Beloric's hand was withdrawn, sealing all his wounds with ice. Not only himself, but Zephyr was completely frozen. Kuzan, I have always appreciated you and Zephyr. Now, not only you, but your teacher, Zephyr, also has a chance to survive. Benedict took a fancy to Kuzan's character and rationality, and at the same time took a fancy to Zephyr's insistence on justice. It's just that they are somewhat resistant to changing their appearance. Kuzan hugged him and frozen him into an ice sculpture, trying to buy time for Zephyr, so he didn't speak. Naturally, that didn't answer Benedict's question either. Time is limited, 1 minute. Zephyr's heart is gone, it's useless if you freeze him and then unfreeze him. For a person without a heart, it is useless for you to find the best doctor. Not to mention whether there is any chance of treatment after thawing, even now, he is dying quickly. Benedict glanced at the self-proclaimed Beloric, then sneered, can a person without a heart still live? Kuzan originally ignored Benedict and insisted on his own ideas. However, after this sentence was finished, Kuzan was stunned. Yes, can a person without a heart live? What do you want? Kuzan asked in a low voice. With a gleam in his eyes, Benedict took out 2 celestial beams, and said in a deep voice, join Xuanwu Marine, I can revive Zephyr, and I can also make your injuries recover quickly, with peak strength. Kuzan looked at the fairy beans in Benedict's hand and fell silent. Kuzan could guess that that was the way to heal his injuries and maybe even restore Zephyr. Yes, but not now. Kuzan didn't have time to hesitate, and responded in a deep voice. Okay. Benedict believed Kuzan was not a breaker. The magical effect of the fairy bean was quickly revealed. The originally pale complexion gradually became rosy with the beating of the heart and blood circulation. Unbelievable. At the same time, Zephyr removed the ice sculpture, opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his vague consciousness emerged again. Under everyone's horrified and surprised eyes, Zephyr, who should have died, stood up again. With a flick of a finger, a fairy bean flew out, saying, release your fruit ability. Beloric opened his mouth even more in shock. As the fruit ability is released, the injury recovers quickly, along with physical strength. Kuzan opened his mouth and took a bite of the bean. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Zephyr's wounds were healing rapidly, and a brand new heart grew out. There was a click sound, and a wave of energy quickly swam through the body. How can a person without a heart still be alive? How can that be? The originally weak hands and feet were full of vitality. Benedict's palm glowed green, and a jelly bean was stuffed into his mouth, covering his mouth with his hand. Am I eating a fake heart? Just 2 breaths are enough to restore the peak strength. Chapter 198 Get What You Want. Beloric has heard of the existence of op fruit, which can give people eternal life. I heard that the fruit of the underworld can also bring people back to life once. However, he has never heard of other fruits, or abilities, that can bring people back to life. The person who was doomed to die unexpectedly came back to life, and he regained his peak strength in an instant. This impossible thing happened in full view. Impossible. How did you do it? Yes, what did you eat just now? Beloric didn't want to believe this fact. His mind turned wildly, and finally he thought of a move by Kuzan. That's the act of biting something. Zephyr stood there, listening to Beloric's roar, looking at his hands in disbelief, disbelieving that he was still alive. I don't know how many times I have passed through the gate of hell, and I don't know how many times I have survived the collapse. This time, Zephyr experienced it himself, and infinitely close to death. But this time, he miraculously survived again. Uncle Zephyr, you owe me your life. He. Benedict dropped a word, and then flew towards Beloric. Beloric looked at the rushing Benedict, and stopped growling, and opened his hands and mouth. The 3 avatars turned into energy and were quickly absorbed by Beloric. Until Benedict came to him and grabbed him, it happened to absorb all the energy. To the peacock, the 7th gate was opened in an instant. Benedict's powerful strength exploded, and his fists beat crazily. Beloric was the hanging sandbag, devastated by the violent wind and rain. Boom. With Benedict's final punch, Beloric was smashed into the thick iceberg with fractures all over his body. On the iceberg, Beloric endured extremely severe pain, but let out a morbid laugh. The laughter was ugly and very penetrating. The iceberg shattered, but Beloric did not fall. The red light flickered on Beloric, wrapping him together. Sensing the evil aura released by Beloric, Benedict frowned slightly. Vampire traits are really disgusting. Red light, flowing blood. As the red light dissipated, the aura on Beloric's body became stronger, and even his face changed. The current Beloric is a 16 or 17-year-old boy, and his hair has also turned fiery red. Between the eyebrows, there is a drop-shaped red line, as if it has some special power. Watching it, there is a feeling of being hypnosis. This is my strongest form right now. You forced me to do this. Benedict. After the words fell, Beloric flew hundreds of meters and flew in front of Benedict in an instant. Bang bang. Before Benedict could react, he was sent flying by Beloric. At the same time, Benedict's chest also had several deep and visible bone injuries. Ha ha ha, it's really delicious. Beloric put the blood he stole from Benedict into his mouth and sucked it, and was instantly intoxicated by the blood full of life. Benedict crawled out from the ice slag, and Beloric also appeared in front of him, clawing towards Benedict's head with his blood-red claws. Just scratched a few wounds on my body, do you think you can crush me? Beloric, are you overestimating yourself? Benedict stretched out his hand, grabbed the fallen paw, stared at Beloric indifferently, and said in a deep voice. Beloric laughed strangely and said, it's really delicious. Eat you. Beloric swept his other hand towards Benedict. Benedict raised his hand, also grabbed it, and used both hands hard. Click. Beloric's hands were directly bent by Benedict. Beloric's cheeks twitched ferociously, but he didn't cry out for pain. I saw Beloric opened his ferocious mouth, and his 4 long fangs gleamed coldly, and immediately bit down on Benedict's neck. Boom. Benedict raised his foot, pressed Beloric's chin, and pushed him away. Beloric resisted vigorously, seeing that he couldn't get out of control, his eyes were fierce. There was a clicking sound. Beloric broke his arms, flapped his wings, appeared behind Benedict again, opened his mouth and bit Benedict's neck again. Benedict didn't expect Beloric to be so ruthless, he broke his arms and wanted to bite himself. Snort. Benedict snorted coldly, and the 8 inner gates opened directly to the gate of death. An elbow slammed into the back. Boom. Beloric's cheek was hit by a terrifying force, and while the left cheek was deformed, 2 blood-sucking fangs snapped off. What? Beloric's severed arms grew new arms and grabbed Benedict's arms. He who was supposed to fly out, at this moment, took advantage of his strong desire for Benedict's blood, pulled himself back instantly, and opened his mouth to bite down. Ku. The 2 fangs on the right broke through the cover of Benedict's armament haki easily, sucking Benedict's blood frantically. At this time, Benedict felt the flow of blood, and at the same time felt his head was a little dizzy, and he staggered. Gia ha ha ha, my fangs can easily break through any defense, even if your armament haki is at its peak. When my fangs pierce your skin and suck your blood, a deadly toxin hidden in the fangs will also paralyze your body and make your whole body stiff. With the continuous flow of blood and circulation in the body, the incomparably abundant vitality and powerful energy burned crazily in the body. This also means that he will gain more power. Ku. Deformed cheeks, instantly restored. The 2 broken fangs grew out again, inserted into Benedict's arm, sucking blood frantically. The energy in Benedict's body is incomparably surging, like a torrential river, inexhaustible. Just for a moment, his body was filled with unprecedented energy, and his body trembled with excitement. However, what Beloric didn't notice was the sneer hanging from the corner of Benedict's mouth. Beloric thought that Benedict didn't move because he was paralyzed by the poison on the fangs and couldn't move, so he didn't resist. But he didn't know, Benedict just wanted to see how much Beloric could eat. Under the door of death, all potentials are instantly activated, and unprecedented energy explodes. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the pinnacle. Even if Beloric sucked his blood dry, he would not be able to steal all the power. Seeing such a scene, Kenjiro was worried about Benedict, and rushed over immediately. On the other side, after Kuzan's brief explanation, Zephyr had no choice but to let go of everything and take down Beloric first, even though his heart was extremely complicated. In order to become stronger, Beloric slaughtered regardless of the enemy or himself, and now he has become stronger again. If Benedict is left alone and Benedict dies, they will never be able to live. Chapter 199. Oh, I was careless, I accidentally died once. Beloric looked at the 3 of Kenjiro rushing over, and sneered. Red light flickered on his body, and 3 clones appeared directly. These 3 clones, Commodore's strength, can't kill the 3 of Zephyr, but they can stop them for a while. During this time, dig out Benedict's heart and eat it. Thinking of this, Beloric also moved. Ku. The palm penetrated Benedict's body and grabbed the heart. The heart was grabbed, beating powerfully, and the sound was clearly audible. Beloric was shocked again, but after the shock, Beloric was extremely excited. In the madness, Beloric swallowed Benedict's heart like a gulp. Such a scene shocked everyone. Especially the soldiers on Xuanwu Marine's side, their eyes widened and they were full of anger. Their supreme god, their spiritual pillar, their loyal marshal, was killed. Tasty. It's so delicious. This kind of power is too exciting. Beloric's voice sounded, and his body changed again. The red hair is getting longer and longer, and the body that was originally 16 or 17 years old is now growing up, like a man of 25 or 16 years old. Boom. The Conqueror's haki erupted on Beloric and swept around. Plop, plop. Circle after circle of powerful Conqueror's haki continued to explode. Almost Rear Admiral and the soldiers below were dizzy from the impact, and finally fell down a large piece. Kenjiro, Zephyr, Kuzan and others were also amazed. Beloric is good at observation haki, Grandmaster armament haki, but not Conqueror's haki. But now, after sucking Benedict's blood and eating Benedict's heart, Conqueror's haki has been awakened, and this level is still very high. Ha 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 ha, I am invincible. Beloric soared into the sky, his dark red wings spread out, 4 meters long, very huge. In addition, the muscles and bones of the huge wings are like golden steel bars, shining with light. The corners of the wings are even sharper. Evolved again, Devil Fruit was completely awakened, and Beloric's power reached an unprecedented level of terror. Top physical skills, strong physical strength and vitality, healing ability, and terrifying energy that has nowhere to vent, plus the horror of Devil Fruit's repeated awakening. Beloric is extremely confident. What Kaido, Ant, Whitebeard, Kong, in front of him, is a scumbag. Beloric's wings trembled, he took a deep breath and turned into an afterimage. From top to bottom, he came to Kuzan in an instant. Kuzan felt a huge crisis, elementalized and left. Icebergs emerged one after another, but under the waving of wings, they fell apart in an instant like a sharp sword. Beloric flew through the air and came to Zephyr again. Zephyr's eyes were deep, he roared angrily, his whole body turned into a weapon, and he punched with momentum, and then he punched upwards. Call out. Beloric was so fast that he was ultimate, and Zephyr's punch missed and missed. Ultimate esoteric meaning. Reincarnation without thinking. Kenjiro made a pose, and adjusted his energy to the peak. He fixed his eyes on Beloric's body passing quickly in the air, and shot suddenly. The continuous punches, like pear blossom needles in a rainstorm, enveloped Beloric's huge body. The space nearly collapsed, and Beloric was under unimaginable attacks. Blood splattered, the body was twisted, the wings were broken, even the skull was directly beaten, and half of the face was gone. At this moment, Beloric was like a piece of rotten paper, floating in the air in pieces. Boom! Kenjiro's final punch landed, and Beloric was sent to the sky. But the scene where the body was supposed to explode and die did not appear as Kenjiro imagined. I saw Beloric flying into the sky quickly, the red light on his body was flickering, and he was curled up like a ball. The red light exploded, and Beloric appeared in front of everyone intact again. That's the power of eternal life. You can't kill me. Gia ha ha ha. Suspended in the air, Beloric laughed excitedly. The pain just now was unimaginable. However, compared to being in such a fatal injury, he can be resurrected intact in just a single thought, which makes Beloric extremely excited. Zephyr, Kuzan, and Kenjiro looked at Beloric in the void, terrified. Suffering such an attack, not dying after being injured like that, and recovering to his peak state in an instant, this Beloric has grown to such a degree. Benedict. Zephyr's expression sank, and he looked at the standing Benedict. Not long ago, the fairy beans that Benedict gave him also had this ability. Boom. Benedict, who should have died, erupted with a powerful force, attracting everyone's attention. Benedict moved his neck, touched his intact chest, felt the strong heartbeat, smiled on his face, and said, "Ah, I was careless. If you are not careful, you will die once." Listening to Benedict's words, everyone was silent for a while. Especially Beloric was even more horrified. He just sucked out Benedict's blood, and also ate Benedict's heart, before he had his current self. Beloric was absolutely certain that Benedict was dead, because, after he took out Benedict's heart, Benedict's aura also quickly disappeared. The reason for not destroying Benedict who is still standing is just a reward for Benedict who contributed such delicious blood and heart. Why didn't you die? Beloric couldn't believe what else Benedict could eat in that state. Even, he doesn't believe that Benedict has so many drugs that can bring people back to life. Die, I have an immortal body, will Shinigami dare to accept me? Listening to Beloric's scream, Benedict said with a chuckle, "Impossible, shut up, I sucked your blood and ate your heart with my own ability. How come it seems like you sympathized with me and let me eat it? Regardless of whether you really possess the immortal body or not, as long as you were resurrected once, I will kill you once, so that you cannot be resurrected, and you dare not resurrect. Now I am an invincible existence. Does the pleasure of being dominated by power make you feel invincible?" Beloric was unwilling to accept this fact. Beloric stared at Benedict with an ugly face. "What are you talking about?" However, he was disappointed. He's also looking for op fruit, and wants someone to use that ultimate power for him. Now, he is angry. Go to hell. Rather, it truly has an immortal body. They were a little silent just now, and they weren't overly terrified. It was because they ate the celestial beans, so they thought that Benedict had been revived instantly after eating the celestial beans. But now, according to Benedict, he didn't eat at all. Zephyr and Kuzan were also startled by Benedict's words. "Beloric, my blood, my heart, it's delicious. Hey, have you ever been used op fruit?" Chapter 203,000 Thunders. Beloric's self-confidence comes from strength. Power comes from eating blood. The stronger the person, the stronger the power provided. Zephyr's heart, Benedict's blood and heart, and the blood of other soldiers, etc., the energy in Beloric's body is beyond imagination. It was also this kind of energy that made Beloric almost blindly think that he was invincible. Faced with Benedict's playful ridicule, he ran away instantly. This is a humiliation to his strength. It's obviously the prey I hunted, how could it be the prey delivered to my door by myself? Benedict didn't bother Beloric anymore, and flew up. In an instant, the two fought fiercely in midair. Especially in the collision of Conqueror's Haki, there were black thunders flickering constantly. Zephyr, Kuzan, and Kenjiro stood below, watching the battle above, all a bit unwilling. The strength of Beloric is the opponent they want to challenge, and at the same time, it is also the enemy who wants to be imprisoned or even killed. The battle between the two also caused too much damage, and the scope was wide. If the two forces continue to fight under them, it will only increase innocent casualties. Withdraw. Zephyr gave the order immediately after a brief silence. The cadres who could still stand and were not fainted by the Conqueror's Haki also quickly moved at this time. The same is true for Zephyr and Kuzan. They threw all their own soldiers, whether they were stunned or killed in battle, on the warship and quickly evacuated here. Kenjiro is no exception, although the strength of the special forces is very good, but in the face of Conqueror's hockey sweep, many people were directly wiped out. While enduring the massive destruction that might fall, the crowd retreated, leaving the corpses of pirates and broken ships on the battlefield. The two sides withdrew a distance of 10 miles, looking across the sea, the battle could no longer continue. Needless to say, Zephyr and Kuzan owed Benedict their lives, as did the other soldiers. Without a pervert like Benedict to contain a great terror like Beloric can kill them thoroughly. Therefore, those who were still awake at this time kept silent despite being frightened. Xuanwu Marine soldiers are like this, and no one messes around in the current military order. They have always maintained a state of alert, and their eyes are also looking at the two people who are fighting fiercely in the air. The battle has lasted for more than an hour, but the battle between the two has not slowed down at all, but has become more and more fierce. Under the aura of the two fighting, the sea became more and more turbulent. What's more, you can still see the sudden falling attacks, constantly tearing or exploding in the sea, forming a vacuum. This also forced Kenjiro, Zephyr and others to lead their troops and retreat again. Boom! The sound of a bomb exploded as Benedict's fist hit Beloric's cheek. Beloric's cheeks were only slightly deformed, and they would quickly recover in the next instant. Beloric's sharp claws mercilessly created deep wounds on Benedict's body. Benedict didn't even frown, and continued to attack frantically. While letting the blood splatter, the bone injury was clearly visible and healed quickly. This kind of self-healing ability is no less than that of Beloric. At this time, the battle between the two seems to be about who can persist until the end. Deeply awakened Beloric vs 8 inner gates opened to 7th gate, only Benedict who didn't open the last dead gate. How to win or lose is no longer the focus of everyone on the current battlefield. It is also the concern of many forces outside the battlefield. The battlefield where Benedict appeared will inevitably become one of the focal points. Just because Benedict is the Marshal of the Basalt Marine, and the awakening and terror of Beloric. Therefore, after hearing the news, the scene of the battle between the two was also broadcast live almost simultaneously around the world. Kong was sitting in the office, watching the live broadcast, looking at Beloric at this moment. He was silent and did not speak. A few years ago, he monopolized Beloric by himself, and it took 10 days and 10 nights before he consumed Beloric, and he himself was finally defeated. Now, the terrifying power of Beloric's awakened zone fruit made him clearly feel that there was a huge gap, and Beloric was no longer something he could win alone. However, compared to being inferior to Beloric, he is more looking forward to whether Beloric can win Benedict. Not only Kong, but 5 elders are also full of expectations. Has Lu Shan passed by? When necessary, it's also good to contain Benedict. If there is an accident, it must be ensured that Beloric will not be killed. The 5 elders holding the sword watched Beloric in the fierce battle through the live broadcast, and said in a deep voice. Beloric's growth and evolution were somewhat beyond their expectations. With such strength, I'm afraid it has already surpassed Golden Lion and Roger. If such a powerful force can be grasped in their hands, it will become their sharp sword against Xuanwu Marine. According to the analysis of the intelligence team, according to Xuanwu Marine's hunting of devil fruit, when Beloric appears, Benedict will pay attention and appear. So, from the very beginning, Lu Shan's team has been on standby. A 5 elders sipping black tea responded. Is it because of its powerful strength and fruit type? On the battlefield, the fierce battle lasted for more than 2 hours. Beloric panted slightly, and there was still unwillingness and horror in his eyes. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he still can't win Benedict. What was even more shocking was that Benedict's aura was still steady. Strength is still above him. Exciting. However, our game is over. Benedict had to admit that Beloric was really strong at this time. And according to the system prompt, Beloric's combat strength has already reached the SS rank. A double SS level combat powerhouse is no less powerful than Kaido, Big Mom, or even Whitebeard, who is now at the peak. Upon hearing Benedict's words, Beloric's pupils shrank subconsciously. Beloric didn't think Benedict was just joking with him. This is the intuition from the strong. So, at this moment, Beloric gathered all his strength, the red light on his body flickered, and a terrifying aura erupted. Benedict, our game is indeed over. Beloric took out the last hole card, wrapped his dark red wings forward, and his hands showed a bow posture. A dark red light arrow was condensed, and it shone with extremely terrifying power, which made everyone present feel shocked. Feel suffocated. Benedict, if you survive this arrow, I respect you as the strongest. Blood God kill. Benedict, who clenched his hands into fists, chuckled when he heard the words, and said in a deep voice, 3,000 thunders. 6NN. Chapter 201 Beloric, Pawn. The Blood God Killer is a blood-red light arrow that condenses almost 99% of Beloric's power. With this arrow, Beloric was very confident and unstoppable, because the penetrating power of this arrow is beyond imagination. Even Kaido of the Beasts, who claims to be the most defensive man on the surface, will be shot through his body in front of his arrow. The same is true, even if it is 10 miles away. Zephyr, Kuzan, Kenjiro and others can feel the strength of this force, and their faces change one after another. This kind of power is simply not something they can resist. The blood-red arrows fell from the sky at such a high speed that the distance of hundreds of meters was only a blink of an eye. However, to the horror of Zephyr and others, Benedict did not dodge at all. On the contrary, Benedict just punched him. Boom. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, the falling red light arrow disappeared without a trace as if it had been evaporated. A more powerful force and aura completely replaced it, and Beloric above the void also exploded in an instant. The void that was originally densely covered with dark clouds was also dispersed at this moment, with a radius of dozens of miles, and there was no cloud for thousands of miles. If you zoom out the angle of view further, you can even see that a ray of light breaks through the sky, goes straight to the sky, and breaks through the atmosphere. It was also this time, above the moon. A red light flashed, and then dense voices sounded. The sound was harsh, and the surface of the moon shook violently. It was as if some terrifying creature was waking up, stimulated by this powerful force. The sea, Zephyr, Kuzan, Kenjiro and others were all silent. They couldn't feel Beloric's breath, as if they had disappeared from this world. The most realistic and fantastical scene given to them was that Beloric was directly blown away by Benedict's punch. Beloric, who was attacking with all his strength, had no power to fight back in front of Benedict's all-out punch. Xuanwu Marine Base. Saitama was watching the live broadcast, and the collision between Benedict and Beloric made him serious, which was due to Beloric's strength. However, the scene of Benedict blowing Beloric to pieces with one punch made his eyes widen. Marshal doesn't talk about martial arts. Such an above-board stealer. Baichi was also shocked by Benedict's strength, but when he heard Saitama's words, his cheeks twitched a little. Baichi has already seen the character Kyu himself. Can't beat it. Hitting everyone is a punch. If the first punch is not resolved, then come the second punch, which is definitely more thrilling than the first punch. Therefore, there are currently two perverts recognized internally by Xuanwu Marine, one is Saitama, and the other is Benedict. South Blue Battlefield. Lu Shan and his team are hidden in the void. Benedict's punch just now not only made them feel terrified, but even the space they were in at this time, far away, was also affected. Especially Lu Shan. His purpose of coming here is to sneak attack Benedict, or take away Beloric who may be seriously injured and dying, but he clearly perceives that if he really takes action to sneak attack Benedict, his own space will do a devastating blow. This also means that he may die. Now that Beloric is dead, their mission has failed. As for the surprise attack on Benedict, wouldn't it be a death rush to rush up now? Ding. Congratulations to host for killing demon fruit power and getting zone, bat fruit, and vampire form. May I ask if host uses devil fruit to summon special forces? Benedict said calmly. Don't call. Juice. With Beloric's current ability, squeezing the juice must be a 5-color awakening potion. The stronger it is, the more delicious it will taste after squeezing the juice. The devil fruit juicer was operating, and the ear-piercing screams echoed in his mind, more horrific than ever. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the colorful awakening potion too. Hearing this, Benedict frowned, a little surprised. He actually got 2 drops of 5-color awakening potion. In the past, it was a drop. Could it be because Beloric has SS level strength? Perhaps, when you kill Kaido, Charlotte and Linlin, you can verify it. Benedict doesn't know exactly why, but it's a good thing anyway. Beloric, dead, Zephyr murmured in disbelief. Still can't believe this result. Especially, in his perception at this time, Benedict is still powerful, and his aura hasn't changed much. Kuzan looked at Benedict above the void, and found with some helplessness that he couldn't surpass Benedict at all, let alone avenging his shame. In particular, in order to survive, he agreed to Benedict's request. Not only him, but Zephyr as well. There is no need to continue the battle. Surrender, or die. Benedict descended in front of Zephyr and other marine troops, said in a deep voice. At the same time, hundreds of clones of Benedict appeared on the sea one after another. Benedict's voice resounded in a 10-mile radius, enough for the 30,000 soldiers dispatched by the world government to clearly hear it. Kong, who has been watching the battle through the live broadcast, heard Benedict's words. His face changed drastically. He quickly grabbed the phone bug, contacted Zephyr, and said in a deep voice, Sengoku is already on the way, and there is a special team with him. Zephyr heard Kong's voice, and a complicated look appeared on his face. On the one hand, it is the military order, and at the same time, it is Marine who has devoted half his life and insisted on justice for half his life. On the other hand, it is Benedict's life-saving grace to him, which is also a deal. Marshal, how long will it take for Sengoku Admiral to arrive? Kuzan, who was standing aside, saw that Zephyr was silent, so he asked. Kong heard the words, pondered slightly, and said, hurry up. It doesn't take a minute for Benedict to kill us. Kuzan was silent, exhaled a cold breath, and said, the Marshal should have seen his strength. He alone can destroy all of us, and in a very short time. In addition, the warship in the distance of Xuanwu Marine has already aimed its shells at us. Within 10 minutes of unneeded time, we're all going to die. Kong had bulging veins on his forehead, and with a gloomy face, he asked, Kuzan, what do you mean? Zephyr, are you surrendering? We are Marine, you are Marine Admiral, you can think clearly, what are you going to do? Kong is very angry now, and at the same time, a very bad feeling lingers in his heart. Benedict's words are already very obvious. If Zephyr is shaken, so are the other soldiers. Once all these troops surrender, including the 2 admirals Zephyr and Kuzan, it will be a huge loss for Marine and the world government. What's more, this face is even more embarrassing. The battlefield is not just South Blue, but also North Blue and West Blue. Those 2 battlefields are also very unsatisfactory. Chapter 202 Choice. Facing Kong's questioning, Zephyr looked a little ugly. The military uniform on his body has been worn for decades, but the justice in his heart has been rounded off by the world government little by little. For the current Marine, Zephyr has a lot of dissatisfaction in his heart. Especially the appearance of Shichibukai made him feel desperate after spending most of his life. In order to control the sea, they actually recruited pirates to become the so-called Shichibukai, which gave Shichibukai privileges. Their identities and the privileges they exercised were simply humiliating to Marine. It is because of Marine's inadequacy that pirates run rampant in the sea, innocent people fall, the darkness continues to expand, and the heart of justice is continuously corroded. Yes, for Marine, for world government, Zephyr is a complete disappointment. Zephyr, did you hear me? Answer me quickly. Don't forget your identity. What does your every move represent, and what kind of harm will it bring? You should know better than me. Kong didn't hear Zephyr's answer, and his face became more and more ugly. Zephyr is not just as simple as Admiral, but also the head coach of Marine. Today, many Marine cadres and grassroots soldiers are taught by him. If Zephyr rebels at this time, it will be a big blow to Marine. Those soldiers who still have justice in their hearts will feel ashamed. Kong's voice rang in his ears, and Zephyr showed hesitation and complexity. Now, there are two choices before him: either continue to persevere, remember Benedict's kindness in his heart, and repay it when needed, or leave the current Marine and join the world government. Kuzan stood aside, looking at his teacher with a silent expression. It was only at this time that Kuzan realized that his thoughts were still too simple. Their teacher's status in Marine is too special. But this is also a bondage. I see, Zephyr responded calmly. Hearing this, Kuzan's expression changed slightly, and he felt a little regretful. This bondage is really uncomfortable. Kong was greatly relieved when Zephyr responded. Even if Zephyr died in battle, it must not be a surrender. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zephyr hung up the bug, looked at Benedict in the void, and whispered to Kuzan, when the fight starts, you can pretend you lost to Benedict. Your justice, although a little lazy, but your bottom line is very clear. The current Marine is not suitable for you. Even if you have the opportunity to compete for the position of Marshal in the future, your personality will not be the candidate that Five Elders likes. Unless you are ruthless enough and willing to accept Five Elders' arrangements. Kuzan was stunned when he heard Zephyr's words. He didn't expect that teacher Zephyr would say such things to him at this time. Although he had made a decision in his heart, it was different from his plan of leaving Marine and joining Xuanwu Marine in the end. Everyone cherishes their feathers, and so does Kuzan. Benedict, come on, let us fight with all our might. This time, I will definitely knock you down. While Kuzan was contemplating, Zephyr roared and used the razor, rushing towards Benedict in the air. Seeing such a scene, Kuzan thought for a while before making a move. Ice Age. Falling into the sea was instantly frozen, and in order to fight more conveniently, the power of Devil Fruit continued to erupt, and the thickness of the ice layer directly reached more than 10 meters. In an instant, a battlefield of several kilometers was created by Kuzan. Kenjiro looked at Kuzan, rushed into the battlefield coldly, and said in a deep voice, kill. Marine soldiers, world government cipher pole, and cyborgs also charged along with Kuzan at this time. When the two sides collided, Benedict and Zephyr were already fighting in the sky. You punch, I punch, basically Zephyr is crushed by Benedict and takes more blows. Boy, I'm so thankful you saved me and Kuzan. However, there are reasons why I can't leave. Kuzan will follow you away, help me keep an eye on him. His justice is rational. Despite being attacked by Benedict, Zephyr is still conveying his thoughts. When Benedict heard this, he immediately understood. Bound by justice, Zephyr Admiral. Zephyr's face changed slightly after hearing Benedict's words, but he couldn't explain it. His family was killed by pirates, and his 2-year-old child died tragically. When such a tragedy happened to him, his world had already changed. Because of upholding justice, his family is gone. Because he insisted on justice, he fought on the front line, hoping to divert his attention and not be affected by grief. Because he upholds justice, he cannot tolerate pirates, so he will judge them whenever he sees them. Because of his insistence on justice, under Shichibukai's policy, and after the Zhao pirates, he quarreled with Sengoku several times, and almost fell out with Kong. Because he insists on justice, he always believes that there is still justice in Marine, so no matter how filthy the current Marine is, he wants to change some people, and then correct Marine to establish real justice. Single quote. However, his efforts were not respected, on the contrary, he was trampled on again and again. What the Five Elders need is not justice, what they need is a weapon that can be used at any time to cause killing and deterrence. As you wish. Benedict understands Zephyr's thinking, and also knows that it is not an easy task to change this person's thinking. In addition, the current Kuzan can also be tuned, which is more useful than Zephyr. However, if Kuzan is all about standing against Xuanwu Marine, Benedict wouldn't mind killing him, juicing. The value of the 5-color awakening potion is greater and more precious. Benedict's crazy output only beat Zephyr to the point of collapse, and finally fell into the sea behind Marine, but ignored it. On the battlefield below, in the battle between Kuzan and Kenjiro, even though he tried his best, he was still suppressed by Kenjiro. And just when Kuzan was panting from the ice Yamanaka, showing half of his body, and was about to use the ice pick to attack Kenjiro remotely, Benedict suddenly appeared, grabbed Kuzan by the neck, and then pulled him out of the ice Yamanaka. Kuzan, I hope you will not disappoint Zephyr Admiral's kindness. When the words fell, Kuzan was not given a chance to speak, and he threw it out. Kuzan wanted to fight back, but it was too fast. He didn't have a chance to react at all, and Kenjiro punched it out. The destruction fist triggers a special passive. The dull abdomen was almost beaten through. Kuzan's eyes widened, his pupils dilated, and he looked at Kenjiro in disbelief. Kenjiro kept his face silent, holding the hand of Sendo, and while stuffing it into Kuzan's hand, he grabbed his face again, making a gesture of being captured. Play dead and don't move. After Kenjiro finished speaking, he immediately grabbed people and retreated quickly. Lu Shan, who was hiding in the void, fell silent. He wanted to help Zephyr defeat Benedict, but he found that he didn't dare to approach. Seeing that Kuzan was thrown out by Benedict, he immediately came to rescue Kuzan, but he didn't expect that they had an ulterior deal in private. Lu Shan, Sea Monkey and other members looked at Kuzan, who was taken away by Kenjiro through the void, with murderous intent shining in their eyes. This is betrayal, you must die. Chapter 203 Surrender, Humiliation. Kuzan was hit hard again. This is not the first time I have experienced the magical effect of fairy beans. So, after the fairy bean entered the mouth, Kuzan chewed it immediately and swallowed it. But Kenjiro took him back to the rear, landed on the warship, and put it on the deck. Kenjiro lay on the deck, feeling no pain or anything. Such a state was somewhat humiliating to him. Compared to being defeated, arrested, and hiding here uselessly, it's better to quit the Marine headquarters openly and join the Xuanwu Marine, or even take away some soldiers justly. The battle is over. Surrender or die. Benedict stared at the world government and the people on the Marine side, and said in a deep voice. Benedict's avatars were all directly picked on by the reformers and the CP members of the world government, and the remaining Marine soldiers were basically solved by Xuanwu Marine soldiers. As a result, the situation on the world government side was overwhelmingly slaughtered. Some of the remaining people huddled together, looking at Benedict and the Xuanwu Marine soldiers in horror. Their emotions were full of collapse. Before coming, their morale was high. At the beginning of the battle, they were directly baptized by artillery fire. Many warships were destroyed, and part of their morale had been demolished. After the battle, they were able to burst out with some morale at first, but they were quickly suppressed again. Until now, most of the casualties and morale have completely collapsed. The remaining Marine soldiers and cadres, you look at me, I look at you, do not know how to make a choice. They are all Marines, each representing justice. Now, they want to kill each other. More importantly, they still can't beat the opponent. However, compared to the justice of Xuanwu Marine, the justice they have is not pure because of some people. There are quite a few of them who don't want to be lackeys of the world government, but the clothes they wear make them unable to put down their figure and speak. Benedict stared at the people in front of him, and said in a deep voice, those who surrender, throw down their weapons and they won't die. Justice does not make justice difficult. However, justice will absolutely punish those who violate justice. Benedict spoke again, this time, with Conqueror's Haki. Facing Benedict's opening and leaving steps behind, some cadres chose to drop their weapons after struggling. Damn it, Lousy doesn't want this dress anymore. It's all fighting for justice. Lousy doesn't want to work for the disgusting world government at all. A cadre threw down his sword and tore off his military uniform, revealing his strong muscles, and walked out angrily. Benedict glanced at each other, a smile appeared on his face. Regardless of whether the opponent is real or not, as long as they surrender and do not fight, with the identity and strength of these people, they are dragged to the base for a period of time, and after they come out again, they will be regular Xuanwu Marines. If the combat power is insufficient, you can also go to the training base to strengthen it. Although the number is not very large, there are nearly 300 people. Ha 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 Tex, well done. Lousy can't take it anymore. A lieutenant junior grade laughed loudly, took off his clothes and stood up. More and more people stood up, and the rest, seeing such a scene, just hesitated a little and followed. There was no expression on Benedict's face, but in his heart, he felt much more at ease. These hundreds of people said nothing much, but for the world government and naval headquarters, it was a blow and humiliation. Therefore, Benedict is still very satisfied. A-hole, Benedict, Marineford. Kong blasted the wall behind him with one punch, extremely angry. Humiliation, absolute humiliation. His own soldiers were actually persuaded to surrender. Zephyr was beaten to death. Kuzan was suspected of death and was taken away by Kenjiro. West Blue's action was a complete failure. The 5 elders fell silent. After a big battle, Kaido, with a bandage on his chest, drinking wine, saw that Zephyr was beaten to death and Kuzan was arrested. He laughed heartily. This feeling is really beautiful. Like Kaido, there is also Aunt Charlotte Linlin, who feels a bit aggrieved by being blocked at the door of her house and unable to go out. After some catharsis, after killing 2 CP0s, Charlotte Linlin also gave up her plan to attack Marineford. And the appearance of these 2 CP0s also made Charlotte and Linlin realize that the power possessed by the world government is not something they can fight to the death. Take control and bring it back to headquarters. Although he surrendered, it does not mean that he is one of his own. All of this can only be believed after going through the Enlightenment base. Boom! A warship suddenly exploded, and a roar sounded. Kuzan, who was lying on the deck and continued to pretend to be dead, felt the crisis and immediately used his ability to escape, but he did not expect that a door was suddenly opened in the space, and a person rushed out and launched a sneak attack on him. The speed of the other party is very fast and terrifying. Kuzan couldn't dodge in time, and his right hand was broken in just an instant. Even Kenjiro didn't expect this sudden sneak attack. Those who betray the world government, die. The sea monkey went straight into the strongest state, just to kill Kuzan with one blow. Seeing that Kuzan gave him an arm, escaped, and chased him down again. Seeing this, Kenjiro was about to attack the sea monkey immediately. In an instant, the space door opened, and 3 figures came out one after another, blocking Kenjiro's face, and quickly attacked. Kenjiro's eyes flickered with coldness, and he punched one punch after another. Kuzan glanced at the people besieging Kenjiro, took a deep breath, and said with a bit of horror, "It's you." This team, Kuzan met once, not long ago, when he was promoted to the position of admiral. They appeared to protect a certain important person. "Kuzan, you eat everything from inside to outside." Thunderhoof. The sea monkey rushed towards Kuzan again, but Kuzan's face was gloomy, and he didn't dare to confront him head-on. The ability possessed by the other party somewhat restrained him. More importantly, the strength of the opponent is still above him. It just became natural, but the sea monkey's attack broke the iceberg, and the precise attack hit again. Kuzan flew out of the ice Yamanaka and fell heavily on the ground. Kuzan endured the severe pain, exerted his fruit ability, and stood up again. It's just that Kuzan at this time was even worse, his abdomen was directly pierced, and now it's just filled with ice. The fight happened in an instant, too fast, too sudden. The marine soldiers who had just surrendered felt extremely astonished when they saw Kuzan in the fierce battle. In their consciousness, Kuzan should have died in battle. However, now Kuzan actually appeared in front of them alive, and is still fighting with the secret cipher pole members of the world government. Few of those who can become cadres are idiots. On the contrary, they quickly understood the truth. The same is true, their expressions are a bit complicated. Looking at Benedict in the void, they somewhat understood. Isn't even Admiral unwilling to continue fighting? But, did Zephyr Admiral just die in vain? Some people's hearts are still very uncomfortable. Chapter 204 Delayed Support. Boom. The 3 quasi-admiral level members of the Destroyer team who were standing in front of Kenjiro were knocked out one by one. Then rushed to the sea monkey. Kenjiro had already heard about the sea monkey. The strength is very strong. Among the admiral, it is the top existence. Even Gale swordsman Yasuo is afraid of this person, which shows how strong this person is. However, Kenjiro is now full of confidence in himself. Die. Kenjiro came to Kuzan, blocked the sea monkey who was about to give Kuzan a fatal blow, and then launched a fierce attack. Armed Mine Core. The sea monkey roared. He has already seen Kenjiro's strength. In particular, he was even more apprehensive about the move that sent Baloric flying, a guy that even terrified him. So, don't dare to underestimate it. I don't want to be reincarnated. Kenjiro didn't hide either, and shot again. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of Kenjiro and Sea Monkey became stronger and stronger, and the sound of explosions and the energy emitted became stronger and stronger with each wave. The surrounding Xuanwu Marine warships were swept by such energy, and many cracks appeared. The officers on the warships were so frightened that they quickly roared and moved the warships, leaving the battlefield to these 2 people. In the void, Lu Shan hid in it and did not dare to act rashly again. He had a gut feeling that Benedict was after him. As long as he dares to move, Benedict will definitely shoot him. This also made the idea of giving Kuzan a fatal blow, had to hold back. The current Kuzan has no strength, and he is out of breath. It is more suitable to assassinate him than at any time before. But this is not a trap waiting for him to enter the game. Fortunately, what comforted Lu Shan was that the 3 team members who had originally blocked Kenjiro set their sights on Kuzan again. With Kuzan's strength, it won't last long. Benedict. When Benedict was looking for Lu Shan, saving Kuzan at any time, and killing Lu Shan, a voice sounded from afar. That was Sengoku's voice. Sengoku finally arrived with 15 warships and thousands of soldiers. Besides Sengoku, there is Crane Vice Admiral. Sengoku was extremely anxious. On the way here, he had already watched the live broadcast and knew the general situation here. What happened to Kuzan made him look very complicated and angry at the same time. But now is not the time to be angry. He must control the situation and save the surrendered soldiers. At least, Sengoku thinks there is still a chance of saving. Second, and what Sengoku wants to find the most, is Zephyr. The moment Sengoku and other fleets appeared, Xuanwu Marine was on alert and sounded the alarm, and the fleets warned each other. The soldiers who were still on the ice continent also controlled the prisoners of war and boarded the ship at a faster speed. Benedict glanced at Sengoku, then at the sea monkey. Sengoku is not easy to kill. However, this sea monkey, as well as the ability user who uses the door fruit, must be killed. Benedict's originally black and white pupils turned into purple Rinnegan at this moment. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the sea monkey. Universal pull. The sea monkey, who was in a dead-end fight with Kenjiro, suddenly felt an extremely strong suction enveloping it. The sea monkey turned its head in horror, just in time to see Benedict open his palm towards him. Kenjiro's attack on one side, and Benedict's attack on the other. Even if he is a bold and talented man, he panicked at this moment. Benedict didn't make a move just now, but he still had the confidence to find Kenjiro's flaw, kill Kenjiro, and then use Lu Shan's ability to escape. But now, it's impossible to fight. Lu Shan also noticed the strangeness here and dared not hide it anymore. Sea monkeys are the core strength of their team. If the sea monkeys are caught, their team's combat effectiveness will also be severely damaged. The space door was opened, and Lu Shan's hand stretched out from it, and grabbed the sea monkey. Universal pull. Using the ability in the opposite direction, the sea monkey itself has resistance. At this time, it was suddenly pushed, and it accelerated and flew towards Kenjiro again. Lu Shan caught an empty space, and at the same time hurriedly closed the space door in fear. Benedict appeared in a flash, and blasted towards Lu Shan with his huge fist. Lu Shan was horrified. He didn't care to close the door, he opened it from the other side and ran out. Boom! Lu Shan was sent flying, and the thick layer of ice was pierced. Lu Shanren was still flying in the air, waving his hands behind him, the space door opened, and he was hiding in it again. Seeing such a scene, Benedict frowned. The escape ability of this fruit ability user is extraordinary. In addition, although the attack method is unclear, it is admirable to develop the fruit ability to escape in defense. It's too dangerous to carry out an assassination mission with such a fruit ability user. After the appearance of this team, many of Xuanwu Marine's cadres were assassinated. Fortunately, these people were all looking for the Ghost Squad at the beginning, and persistently assassinated the Ghost Squad, so the Xuanwu Marine cadres did not suffer too much damage. The punch just now was powerful enough to severely damage Admiral, but he didn't expect that when he waved his hand, he used the fruit ability to create space doors one after another, which blocked most of his strength, and finally hit again. The sea monkey was caught off guard suddenly, roared angrily, and endured Kenjiro's critical blows one after another, causing its chest to collapse. However, the pervert defense and self-healing ability of sea monkeys are also amazing. Universal pull. Benedict shot again, and the sea monkey lost control of its body and flew towards Benedict quickly. Shockwave. Sengoku in the form of a big Buddha, before the person arrived, had already shot at Benedict from a distance. Sengoku's shock wave, very strong. Even from a distance, Benedict could feel the power contained in the incoming shock wave. But if that's all, Benedict can ignore it. However, just as Sengoku shot at him, two others shot at each other. A swordsman in a black robe, a gunner with a sniper, a member of the destroyer team that he met in Alabasta. The bullets covering armament hockey with strong penetrating power, and the incoming sword energy. Benedict just dodged with a teleport, but in this way, he also let go of the sea monkey's control. At this moment, Lu Shan, a troublesome and wretched guy, decisively shot again and took the sea monkey away. The sea monkey's injury was not serious. Even with a strong self-healing ability, the pain did not disappear so quickly. In addition, the physical strength consumed was not the slightest bit. The sea monkeys were no longer in danger, and the situation changed accordingly. The collision between the two marine forces started another fight on the ice. Chapter 205 Despair of Sengoku and Others. Boom, boom, boom. Kenjiro came to support Kuzan immediately after Benedict made a move against the sea monkey. Of the three members of the destroyer team, one was killed in an instant, and the remaining two were seriously injured and flew out. But even so, Kuzan, who was originally seriously injured, was beaten by 3 destroyer squads, not to mention scarred, and had no combat strength. Kenjiro frowned slightly, but he still gave Kuzan his last fairy bean to eat. In a short while, Kuzan's injuries are fully healed. Seeing such a scene with a blank face, Sengoku was also horrified inside. With this kind of treatment, as long as you don't get killed, just open your mouth and give him a bite, it will be full of combat power, and it's hard to die. Kuzan didn't speak with a cold expression, and followed Kenjiro, approaching Benedict. Kuzan, where are you going? Seeing that Kuzan approached Benedict so openly, he couldn't bear the anger in his heart anymore, and said in a deep voice. Kuzan stopped in his tracks and said coldly, I have joined Xuanwu Marine. It's my choice. The current Marine has completely become a weapon of the world government. I don't have the habit of protecting celestial dragons and wiping their A for celestial dragons. What Kuzan said surprised Benedict a little. Is this still the Kuzan in your impression? Either way, though, it's very much to Benedict's taste. In my impression, Kuzan is rational and insists on justice, but he is a bit rigid. On the contrary, when Kuzan quit Marine and later joined the Blackbeard Pirates, even though he was still lazy, he was much more real. Sengoku was ashamed by what Kuzan said. Kuzan is an admiral recognized both in terms of strength and military exploits. Now he has left the Marine and joined the Xuanwu Marine. This humiliation has slapped them hard in the face. A-hole, do you know what you're talking about? Zephyr Admiral raised you, is this how you repay him? You are Admiral now, do you know what kind of harm your words and deeds will bring? Sengoku clenched his fists angrily and attacked Kuzan. Universal pull. Sengoku was unprepared, and was directly controlled, and the bullet flew out. The huge golden body hit 2 icebergs one after another. However, such an injury, to Sengoku, is no different from scratching an itch. Benedict raised his eyebrows. He used universal pull just now to control Sengoku, but the control was controlled, but the time was very short, so he changed it to knocking up Sengoku. The occurrence of such a phenomenon seems to be due to Sengoku's strength, which is beyond Benedict's expectation. But if you think about it carefully, this trick is not invincible. If the strength is strong enough, it can also forcibly break free from the control of universal pull. After such an analysis, Benedict did not have much expectation for the universal pull. Perhaps, against people below Admiral, there is still a good effect. Sengoku stood up and looked at Benedict with fear. The feeling of being controlled at that moment just now is very dangerous. If there are other people here to attack him, even if he is golden to resist the beating, it will not work. Sengoku, Marine the resourceful general, human fruit, phantom beast species, Buddha form. Very good devil fruit, since you're here, why don't you join Xuanwu Marine, so I won't waste my energy. Benedict looked at Sengoku, with a twinkle of interest in his eyes, and said. Through systematic scanning, Benedict identified Sengoku's combat power for the first time. The combat power of S+ level is the same as Kenjiro's. However, compared to the Garp's level combat power, it is still a bit worse. In addition, the duration of Sengoku's golden status does not seem to be too long. Benedict, are you humiliating this old man? Sengoku said angrily with a dark face. Even if Kuzan is poached away, he still wants to poach him, not to mention whether he is willing or not, even he himself cannot overcome this hurdle. Second, his family would also be in crisis. In the end, he had been nominated to be the next marshal, and it was a certainty. After becoming a marshal, he will gain more power and can also change some things through his will and efforts. Therefore, it is impossible for Sengoku to be separated from Marine. Humiliation, if you want to think so, I don't mind. For you, I'm just interested. I don't agree with the justice you uphold, especially, you obeyed the orders of the world government for the sake of position, issued orders without hesitation, and from the moment you bombarded innocent people, you are on my list, you deserve to die people. Now, you don't even want the final salvation, and I don't need to talk nonsense with you. I just punched one punch and Barlock didn't catch it. Why don't you try it? Of course, Sengoku Benedict is not to be underestimated, especially, besides, there are 3 admiral-level masters. One punch, one hit 4, should be able to kill a few. As soon as Benedict finished speaking, the terrifying breath erupted from his body, and the 8 inner gates directly opened to the 7th gate state. With Sanchin Lidong's punch, everyone present was horrified. Even though he has experienced it once, Kuzan is still frightened by such a close feeling. And Sengoku, Sea Monkey, Hidden Lu Shan, Swordsman, Sniper, and Crane Vice Admiral who had already arrived, all looked even more so. Withdraw, everyone retreat quickly, Sengoku yelled at the marine soldiers who were fighting fiercely. Sengoku, who is in the image of a giant Buddha, has a very loud voice, and Crane Vice Admiral also began to organize personnel to leave the battle and stay away from the battlefield. Benedict's punch was not aimed at the sky, but the ground where they were. This punch was enough to destroy the ice under their feet and the warships in the distance. Let's do it together, Sengoku yelled at the Sea Monkeys and other members of the destroyer squad. The swordsman, the Sea Monkey and the others had sullen faces. After hesitating, they all came to Sengoku's side and shot with all their strength. 3,000 thunderbolts. Benedict glanced at Sengoku and the others expressionlessly, and immediately blasted out the attack that had been prepared. The terrifying power of 3,000 punches fused into one punch, accompanied by the falling thunder, fell towards Sengoku and others in an instant. As the punch approached, Sengoku and others were horrified to discover that they had seriously underestimated the horror of Benedict's punch. Sengoku's strongest shock wave, Swordsman's strongest slash, Lucian's layered space gate, Sea Monkey's armed thunder core, and Sniper's sniper bullet. The aggregation of these attacks is a powerful force. However, such a powerful force was disintegrated in the face of Benedict's punch in less than 3 seconds. Facing the still terrifying punch, Sengoku and others fell into despair. Chapter 206 Unknown Mysterious Power. The power of Benedict's punch is terrifying, which has already horrified Sengoku and others. And Sengoku also made a strong defense with a golden body to resist the aftermath of Benedict's punch. Sengoku had no choice, if he got out of the way, the soldiers behind him would surely die. The strongest defense, Sengoku took a step forward, bursts of golden light radiated from his body, and concentrated all his strength in front of him. Regardless of the final result, at least he worked hard. Swordsman, Sea Monkey and others also went all out. After Benedict punched, he fell silent while waiting for good news from the system. The fruit of everyone, the form of the Buddha, animal fruit, phantom beast species, Sea Monkey form. Door fruit. These 3 fruits are all very good. Especially those of Sengoku and Sea Monkey, which made Benedict very much looking forward to whether the 2 devil fruits could critically hit and provide him with 2 drops of colorful awakening potions respectively. However, just when Benedict was full of expectations for all this, he saw a terrifying energy descending from the sky. The power contained in this energy made Benedict's face change, it was a power no weaker than his punch. Boom! The 2 forces collided and exploded instantly. Sengoku and others were instantly overwhelmed by terrifying energy, even Benedict was not surprised. The powerful energy vents, impacting the surroundings in an instant. The ice surface was completely shattered, and the corpses on it fell into the vast ocean and were swept away by the sea water. The distant warship encountered the impact of the sea water, and the warship was overturned, or fell on its back inside the warship. Xuanwu Marine here. Kuzan stood on the warship, together with Kenjiro, there was no way to avoid it, so he could only resist. Kuzan, in particular, used his fruit ability to the ultimate level, and the ice layer was broken again and again, and blessed again and again. Kenjiro kept punching, using his strength to fight against the incoming shock waves. The desperate efforts of Kuzan and Kenjiro are not without effect. At least behind them, there are many warships struggling, which is not too bad. The energy of the explosion dissipated, and the entire battlefield was already in a mess. However, Benedict was still suspended in the air, and stared at the sky thousands of miles high with an incomparably solemn expression. Not sure how this is done though. At this time, there is nothing in the sky thousands of miles away. However, the attack just now really came from the sky. Although this sudden attack did not cause any harm to Benedict, it was caught off guard. As a result, Benedict has no time to care about the situation of Sengoku and others. Kenjiro, take people out of here. Benedict didn't know if there would be another wave of the attack just now, or even if it would land elsewhere. Therefore, just in case, Benedict can only ask Kenjiro to leave here with the troops first. Without hesitation, Kenjiro quickly reorganized the troops and salvaged the soldiers who fell into the water. The other side, Crane Vice Admiral came to the deck weakly with the support of soldiers, looked at the mess around him and Benedict in midair, and immediately made capable arrangements. Like Benedict's order, it was to retreat. Both sides are retreating tacitly, and both take their own people away as much as possible. Report, we have found Sengoku Admiral. Soon, some soldiers reported the information to He Vice Admiral, which made He Vice Admiral very happy. Zephyr is currently alive or dead. If there is another problem with Sengoku, Naval Headquarters will really be in chaos. The other side, Benedict's figure has already flown to an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. The higher you go, the colder it gets, the stronger the wind, and the biting wind. However, there are no machines in Benedict's imagination at all, and there are no giant creatures here. But how did that blow just now come about? Benedict's eyes stared at the farther sky. From a distance, Benedict at this moment has a special feeling, as if a pair of huge eyes are facing him outside this world. Benedict was silent. Are you going to keep flying up? Fly out of this world, into outer space. No matter who you are, one day, you will definitely appear in front of me. On that day, I will destroy you. Staring for a long time, the feeling of being watched disappeared. Benedict clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. This is an unknown force that can make him feel a huge crisis. The battle for West Blue is over. In general, this is the failure of the world government. Kuzan broke away from Marine. Sengoku, sea monkeys and others were hit hard, and because they sank into the sea, their strength was extremely weak. The most troublesome thing for Sengoku and others is that Zephyr was not found. You can't see people when you are born, and you can't see corpses when you die. In this wave after wave, Zephyr's life and death are uncertain. But compared with these, Benedict, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and even Whitebeard, Long and others who paid close attention to this battle were interested in and afraid of the huge beam of light that suddenly appeared. Newgate, you must be careful, the power of the world government, what we have tested is just the tip of the iceberg. Roger's voice echoed in Whitebeard's head. This is what Roger told Whitebeard when he traveled around the world and came back from the final island when he talked about the Battle of the Gods. Watching the interrupted live broadcast, Whitebeard fell into deep thought. Is the power just now possessed by the world government? Holy land, Joe Maria. Seeing that ray of light fall, then the live broadcast was interrupted, and the breath coming from the depths of the palace, the 5 elders all stood up at this moment, with cold sweat on their foreheads. Immediately, the 5 of them walked towards the depths of the palace at an extremely fast speed. There is the vacant throne, only the king of the world is worthy to sit there. There shouldn't be anyone sitting there, but at this moment, there is a blurred light and shadow, like a god's mansion descended from the sky. Master I am. When 5 elders saw that figure, they immediately fell to their knees in fright. They didn't show superiority in front of others at all, and some of them just bowed their knees. Waste. The powerful aura dissipated, the terrifying energy gradually disappeared, and the figure disappeared. But there were 2 words left. Just these 2 words made 5 elders terrified, with a sense of death staring like death coming. But the good thing is that after Master I am left 2 words, he disappeared and did not attack them. The 5 elders didn't dare to look up, they lowered their heads, and walked away backwards. After closing the door, all 5 of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But, soon, they fell into silence. Master I am is very disappointed with what we have done. It seems that we can't hide our secrets anymore. The Xuanwu Marine must be completely eliminated. It's also time to send out the caught bait. Chapter 207 The Conspiring Blackbeard. The Battle of West Blue has basically come to an end. Sengoku, Suru Vice Admiral and others retreated, and Kenjiro and others also led others to retreat. However, the world government and Naval Headquarters obviously will not let West Blue go easily and let Xuanwu Marine dominate the entire sea area. Therefore, despite the evacuation, they are still on the side of West Blue and continue to consolidate their power. But generally speaking, Xuanwu Marine still has the advantage. There is a police station on most of the islands, and the personnel currently equipped are basically 100-man squadrons. The gathering of these people is also a powerful force. In this large-scale battle, Benedict did not fully mobilize them, and basically maintained most of their forces, responsible for guarding local security and maintaining local order. At the time of such a large-scale battle, there are also other forces in the local area, which tend to be world government and naval headquarters, or those who are dissatisfied with Xuanwu Marine and the police system, which have obviously affected their power and status. It was at this time that he launched a counterattack without hesitation. The same is true, when fierce battles took place on the sea, fierce battles also took place on many islands. As far as the result is concerned, they may be caught off guard at the beginning, but they will all be judged by justice in the end. What's more, the leaders of the police system in some places were prepared for a long time ago, so they dealt a devastating blow to the forces that counterattack the sneak attack. Even if they say they won't interfere with the local government, when their status, power, and interests are challenged, the local government's resistance to the police system will develop from tolerance at the beginning to resistance, and even destroy. This is inevitable. Therefore, at this time, Benedict gave the following policy: when it is time to fight, you must fight. However, for civilians, try to use a soft policy. For the Xuanwu Marine to rule the sea for a long time, force is necessary in the number 1. Secondly, reputation and people's livelihood are also very important. This is related to whether Xuanwu Marine can enjoy better long-term stability. Xuanwu Marine is not an empire, there is no Wang Quan. Xuanwu Marine takes the protection of justice as its mission. Where there is a need for justice, there will be Xuanwu Marine and Xuanwu Police. It is said that where there is justice, there must be darkness. The justice and the dark side exist simultaneously and are in balance. Therefore, Benedict is also very clear that there is no real utopia. There is no absolute justice either. The West Blue battle is over, and the South Blue battle is still in full swing. The battle of the Berserker Olaf was full of passion, and he charged at the forefront. He beat Sakazuki and Pelusolino by himself, and suffered blows one after another. Of course, Olaf's injury is not much better. But even so, Olaf still didn't care. His strong fighting spirit would only make him braver and braver. In the end, when they couldn't hold on, they could still eat a fairy bean and recover to their peak strength, and this was the beginning of the blows Sakazuki and Pelusolino suffered. The battle between Xuanwu Marine and the world government, and the battle in South Blue, both had large-scale casualties, among which the world government suffered the most casualties, and among these casualties, the controlled pirate forces suffered the most. Sakazuki didn't like these pirates controlled by the world government's intelligence organization, so he let them charge at the forefront without any mercy, and suffered a lot of artillery attacks. Compared with the Battle of South Blue, the Battle of North Blue, the loss of world government is greater, especially the CP members. For the Battle of North Blue, the world government invested thousands of secret Cipher Pole members CP9 to CP0. The huge combat power contained in the gathering of these people can defeat most of the pirate forces in the sea. But what made them desperate was that the Sakata Jintoki they were going to hunt was more terrifying than they had imagined. Sakata Jintoki, who owns the sword fruit, awakened the power of the fruit, and his knowledge color and armed color were strengthened to the peak state by Benedict, and his strength skyrocketed a lot. Coupled with Sakata Jintoki's sword control ability, it is absolutely difficult to kill Sakata Jintoki. Even if Garp had to take action and intervened in Sakata Jintoki one after another, it would not help the 6 hidden CP0 top powerhouses to besiege. In the end, Garp simply ignored Sakata Jintoki and let CP0 deal with it, while he collided with Yuhiro Fanma with fists and feet, and the fight was bloody. Fanma Yuhiro also met an opponent who horrified him after Benedict. Being abused by Benedict is fine, but being abused by Garp makes Fanma Yuhiro extremely manic. Therefore, Yuhiro Fanma became more and more manic as he fought. With the ability of the golden fruit, he opened and closed even more. Relying on the defense given by the fruit ability, he almost resisted Garp's attack hard, and he also had to counterattack. Garp also played out his temper, and that kind of strength was exactly the same as when he was dealing with rocks. 10,000 swords returned to their hearts. Sakata Jintoki has a lot of scars on his body, all of which were sneak attacks by the endless CP0 top powerhouses. There were also 2 wounds, still shot by snipers. For a man who flies in the sky, a top sniper is an invisible and very dangerous hunter. At this time, there were no fewer than 300 CP members who died under the sword of Sakata Yinshi. Still besieging Sakata Yinshi, in addition to the amazing CP members of Marine 6 styles, there are also a few CP members with Devil Fruit ability, and even flying ability. When these people appeared, Sakata Jintoki knew that these people were the power that had been hidden all the time just to deal with him. Hey, hundreds of sword chi lingered around and turned into a rain of swords. With Sakata Jintoki's swing, they started killing again. In a short while, the CP members who did not stand up were beheaded. Usually at this time, the CP members will quickly evade, but as a result, the people behind them will be killed quickly. Now, they have nowhere to hide, because there are not many lambs to die for. Hoo-ha, Sakata Jintoki was panting violently. The fierce battle consumes a lot of stamina of Sakata Jintoki. Sakata Jintoki was still reluctant to eat the fairy beans until he had to. That's life-saving panacea. Far away, on a warship on the edge of the battlefield, Blackbeard led his team, and when he saw Sakata Jin in the fierce battle, his face was full of smiles. Although they obeyed the call, they had to participate in the distribution operation. However, Blackbeard has a mind of his own, and is therefore also directly hidden in a warship heading to the North Blue. What a spectacular battle. So many people died. Some sick poisonous Q looked at the people who died in battle, with a strange smile on their faces, and said, "Captain, after waiting for so long, our plan is about to start." Gee ha ha ha. Hearing this, Blackbeard laughed loudly and said, "Then let's get started." Catch Sword Fairy Admiral, Sakata Jintoki. Chapter 208 Blackbeard's Hunting Time. What? Gold Industry Fire. Yuhiro Fanma no longer knew whether he ran away violently or not. Powerful power, catharsis again and again. The moves are almost outdated. However, Garp's power seems to be endless, constantly suppressing him. Even if Yuhiro Fanma ate a fairy bean given to him by Benedict in advance in order to gain more powerful strength and maintain his peak state, he still didn't rub Garp on the ground. Boom. Yuhiro Fanma's attack was blocked by Garp, followed by Garp's heavy punch on the head. Yuhiro Fanma was beaten until his whole body was almost shut down. He opened his mouth wide and roared dryly, but he couldn't say anything or shout out. Boom! It fell heavily on the ground, and a deep hole was smashed out. Garp grabbed Fanma Yuhiro's right hand and took the opportunity to disable him. But at this time, a divine thunder fell. Garp didn't think much of it, and quickly moved away. But this was Yuhiro Fanma's suffering, and he was directly baptized by a wave of thunder. But it was not without benefits. Yuhiro Fanma quickly regained consciousness. Thank you, kid. Yuhiro Fanma stood up, did not look at Enel in midair, stared at Garp, and said in a deep voice, "You are very strong. However, as long as it delays you, you will lose." Yuhiro Fanma doesn't simply only know about fighting, at least he also knows about the North Blue battlefield, where the strongest combat force on the world government side is Garp. As long as Garp is held back, other strong men will be killed by Sakata Jin. Hearing this, Garp gasped and sneered, "It's a good idea, but in this battle, they killed your sword immortal admiral, Jintoki Sakata even more." Hearing this, Yuhiro Fanma's pupils shrank slightly, but he calmed down quickly, and said disdainfully, "Then you underestimate him too much. No matter how many people come here, he is not enough to kill him." Of course Fanma Yuhiro knew that Sakata Jintoki was being besieged, and they were all masters. However, he also saw that those people were killed by Sakata Jintoki. Today, those who are still struggling will eventually die in the hands of Sakata Jintoki. Don't underestimate the power of the world government, who knows if they have any means to hide it. Garp said in a deep voice. Enel stood in midair, listening to Garp's words, while looking at the battlefield where Jintoki Sakata was. Since he was thrown into the battlefield by Benedict, he has been active in North Blue, following Sakata Jintoki to hunt down pirates in North Blue. Getting along with Jintoki Sakata made Enel much more relaxed, but occasionally it made Enel go berserk. But even so, he still treats Sakata Jintoki as a big brother. When the battle started, he turned into a thunderbolt, shuttled across the battlefield, and killed many pirates. It also destroyed many warships, pirate ships and so on. Therefore, Enel also saw the besieged Sakata Jintoki. But when he saw Jintoki Sakata showing his power in killing all directions, Enel knew that he didn't need his help at all. Call out, Sakata Jintoki, who is in a fierce battle, instantly predicts the future through observation haki, so he swung his sword to resist. Ding! A bullet hit Sakata Jintoki's sword, and the sound of the sword sounded, and the bullet that came from it still had a strong impact. It was also at this time that Fanoka used his teleportation ability to suddenly appear behind Sakata Jintoki with Blackbeard. Dark water. Blackbeard stretched out his hand, dark fruit started, and he laughed loudly. The fruit ability is activated. As long as it touches the demon fruit power, the ability of the demon fruit power will temporarily disappear. Court death. Sakata Jintoki roared, and the sword energy lingering all around densely came towards Blackbeard and Fanoka to assassinate them. Seeing the incoming sword energy, Fanoka felt a little nervous, and was ready to activate his ability to leave immediately. Blackbeard was also nervous. If he was pierced through, it would be fatal. But even so, he still broke out with all his strength. As long as he caught Sakata Yinshi, he won. Once Sakata Yinshi is caught, the sword energy from these attacks will disappear. Snapped. Blackbeard successfully grabbed Sakata Jintoki. At the same time, Blackbeard was also cut by dozens of sword chi, and 3 sword chi penetrated his abdomen, left foot, and left arm. Fanoka also had dozens of wounds on his body. When he endured the pain, he saw that his life was about to die. He also saved his life because the fruit ability disappeared when Blackbeard caught Sakata Yin. Jia ha ha ha, Sword Fairy Admiral, Sakata Jintoki, you have been captured. Your fruit ability, I accept it with a smile. I will develop this fruit to a more terrifying level. Jia ha ha ha, Blackbeard grabbed Sakata Jintoki's neck and fell to the ground, laughing loudly. Yes, Blackbeard is eyeing Jintoki Sakata's fruit power. In Blackbeard's view, the power erupted from this fruit is beyond his imagination, and it is more suitable for large-scale massacres, and all of this can be accomplished by relying on his own will. Of course, if possible, what he wants more is Whitebeard's shock fruit. The power of that fruit is even more terrifying. Second, there is thunder fruit. The last is the sword fruit. However, Blackbeard's own research found that under the current situation, it is definitely very dangerous, even impossible, to plot Whitebeard's devil fruit. The current Whitebeard is in peak condition, and his strength is so strong that even 3 admirals can't be killed together. It is not enough for him alone. Even if he joins forces with other forces, he must have enough strength to make the other party willing to join forces. And these people must also have admiral-level strength, or even stronger strength. Obviously, the current him, even with the title of Shichibukai, is still insufficient in power. As for Enel with the Thunder Fruit ability, it is even more difficult to catch. Observation Haki is extremely strong, and his escape speed is no less than that of Pelusolino. Several actions were detected by the other party, and they had to stop the action. Sakata Jintoki felt the disappearance of Devil Fruit's power. His face was cold, the hand holding the sword quickly flipped over and slashed towards Blackbeard's hand. The fruit ability has disappeared, but Sakata Jintoki's physical strength has not disappeared, and his swordsmanship is still strong. Armament Haki and Observation Haki are still there. Call out. It was also at this time that a black needle shot Sakata Jintoki in the eye. In an instant, blood splashed, and Sakata Jintoki let out a shrill scream. This is a poisonous needle, and it is also a poisonous needle specially prepared by Poison Q for hunting Benedict. Just for a moment, While Sakata Jintoki was suffering from severe pain, his brain seemed to be on strike, causing him to gradually fall into a coma. 60 million volts. Brontosaurus. A roar sounded, and in an instant, the thunder exploded. In an instant, Blackbeard and others were enveloped in it. Chapter 209 Enel vs. Blackbeard. Thunder Dragon falls. Blackbeard's screams rang out, louder than Jintoki Sakata. Fan Oka saw that the situation was not good, and teleported away immediately. He couldn't take Blackbeard away, because leaving at that moment also meant that Blackbeard's devil fruit power on Sakata Jintoki would disappear, allowing Sakata Jintoki to gain abilities. At that time, it will not be so easy to catch Sakata Yin again. But it was also the case. Blackbeard and Sakata Jintoki suffered the fierce attack of the Thunder Dragon at the same time, especially Blackbeard, who had obtained the dark fruit, had to bear double the pain. Enel was surrounded by thunder and lightning, holding a special lightning stick with excellent electrical conductivity. The two thunder balls were condensing, and they kept making explosive sounds. When he found Sakata Jintoki and was attacked, Enel used the electromagnetic field to easily complete long-distance teleportation, and the speed was so fast that it was almost a thought. And when he arrived, it happened to be the time when Sakata Jintoki and Blackbeard were fighting for their lives. Regardless of his current status or his short-lived existence as a big brother like Jintoki Sakata, Enel will not allow Blackbeard's plot to succeed. In addition, regarding the existence of Blackbeard, Enel also heard from Benedict several times that he must be careful, and be careful. Once caught by him, the ability of Devil Fruit will be lost, and even the power of Devil Fruit will be taken away. If you don't have strong enough taijutsu, powerful armament haki and observation haki, then congratulations, you are already dead. And this is also the reason why after Enel appeared, he dared not get close to Blackbeard, so as to strike from a long distance. Enel stared at Blackbeard indifferently, and said in a deep voice, Thunderwhip. With both hands waving, the thunder stick threw out the lightning arc, and under the power of the thunder ball, the thunder arc burst out with powerful destructive and cutting power. Dark energy. Blackbeard stretched out his other hand and roared at the incoming lightning arc. The lightning arc that should have been thrown at Blackbeard was sucked into the small black hole following Blackbeard's attack. And with the control of Blackbeard's ability, there is even a suction force to capture Enel. Enel teleported away in an instant, and then the twin sticks turned into thunderbolt pillars, one end pierced into the ground, and the other end reached the thundercloud in the sky. Thunderbolt. Cheer. The power of heaven and earth exploded, and countless thunder snakes fell, and followed Enel's guidance, biting towards Blackbeard. Faced with Enel's continuous attacks, Blackbeard pressed his hand to the ground in a panic, and Jintoki Sakata was pressed tightly to the ground by him. Dark Emperor. The darkness included Blackbeard and Sakata Jintoki, forming a world, and it continued to spread outwards, sending out a fierce collision with the attacking razor. Blackbeard's dark energy is very strong. Although thunder has the effect of restraining darkness, Enel's current strength, although it has been improved a lot these days, still has a huge gap with Blackbeard. So, after only holding on for a moment, Enel's attack was crushed. Enel turned into a thunderbolt and went away in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was even more than 100 meters above the sky. Enel struck the thunder stick, the originally blue thunder turned purple, and made a tearing roar. In an instant, above the void, the huge thundercloud seemed to be angered by the heavens and the earth, and opened its huge mouth, compressing the power in the thundercloud instantly. It can be seen that countless thunder snakes gathered together to form a black thunderball. Blackbeard in the darkness, because he released the Dark Emperor, even if he wanted to deprive Sakata Jintoki of the sword fruit, he had no time. Because, once the Dark Cloak is used, the Dark Emperor will also be released, and Enel's attack will fall on him without hindrance, and life will be worse than death. But now, Blackbeard, who was hiding in the darkness, looked at the thunderball exuding terrifying power above the void, and then looked at Enel, who was pale and obviously struggling. Are you joking with your own life? Even if you hurt me, Sakata Jintoki will definitely die. Although Dark Fruit can absorb Devil Fruit's power, even if he is not injured, he still has to bear twice the pain. When the thunderball with such terrifying energy fell, relying on the Dark Emperor could resist most of the damage, but Blackbeard still didn't want to suffer that kind of damage. At this time, Sakata Jintoki was caught in Blackbeard's hand, and the dark energy was also wrapped around him, controlling his body, and the effect of the poison made him almost lose the ability to resist even though he was still conscious. Enel's hands trembled a little. It was very difficult for him to control such terrifying power. But this is also the strongest blow that Enel has mastered so far, and can be unleashed with the help of Tianwei. But if the control is not good, even if he is a Thunder Fruit capable user, he will be injured or even die if he is bombarded by such lightning. Against someone like Blackbeard, he had to go all out. As for the life and death of Sakata Jintoki, this made him very worried. But if Blackbeard is not taken down, it will be difficult to rescue Sakata Jintoki. Let go of Admiral, the Sword Fairy, otherwise, everyone will die together. Enel stared at Blackbeard solemnly, and said in a deep voice. Are you kidding? I have been lurking for so long to catch him, how could I let go? Hearing this, Blackbeard sneered and said, Little brat, if you have the guts, just put down the thunderball and see who dies. At the end of the sentence, Blackbeard held out his big hand. A huge black figure transformed into darkness stretched out a big black hand towards Enel. Thunderstorm. Enel looked at the huge black hand that had been caught, and no longer persisted, roaring angrily, and the huge thunderball fell quickly. The terrifying thunder suddenly turned into an uncontrollable, wild, rampaging prehistoric, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. The big black hand collided with the thunderball quickly, and the moment it touched, the big black hand quickly collapsed. Seeing this, Blackbeard snorted coldly. The terrifying power quickly condensed. The big black hand that was originally collapsed condensed in an instant and became even bigger, in the meaning. From a distance, it can be seen that the black energy is like a big mouth, constantly devouring the thunderball, devouring the terrifying energy. The black energy gathers towards the front and towards the sky, and the black energy covering Blackbeard's side gradually shrinks, until the figure of Blackbeard holding Sakata Yin is exposed. It can also be seen from this that Blackbeard's expression has become extremely ferocious and terrifying. While resisting, it is absorbing energy at the same time, only in this way can it be carried. As for whether he will use Sakata Yinshi to resist in the end, there is no need to think about it at all. Even if Sakata Jintoki died in the end, as long as a certain period of time, he could still plunder the power of devil fruit through Sakata Jintoki's corpse. Beams of sweat kept falling off because of the extreme pain, and his dark body also became slightly reddish with heat because of the excessive pain he suffered. A gust of wind blew around Blackbeard, a bit cool, making Blackbeard a little comfortable, but soon, Blackbeard, who still looked ferocious, was horrified and wanted to rush into the darkness without caring so much. The wind is unusual. Chapter 210 Monkey D. Dragon forces Blackbeard to retreat. Sakata Jintoki is at stake. It is normal for such a large-scale collision of forces to have wind. If it is an ordinary trip to the mountains and rivers, it will be very refreshing if the wind blows. However, in such a battle, there would be a cool wind blowing behind him, that would be too problematic. The problem is so big that my life can't bear it. Therefore, Blackbeard didn't even look at who was coming behind him, and rushed into the darkness without hesitation. In this darkness, with the dark energy, no one is afraid. Especially demon fruit power, as much as he comes, he catches as much as possible. Tear. Before the person entered, the exposed back was cut off. Especially when he was holding Sakata Yinshi's hand, he was given special care. Involuntarily, Blackbeard let go, protecting his arm. When Sakata Yinshi fell, the dark energy turned into an arm from the ground and quickly wound up. Scatter. With a low drink, a figure appeared quickly, grabbed the fallen Sakata Jintoki, and quickly flew out towards the dark space that was not yet closed. Captain of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey Dragon. We don't violate the water in the well, you are looking for death. Blackbeard's voice quickly emerged in midair, and he roared angrily when he looked at Jin Sakata, who showed his figure. The dragon was wearing a black robe, the wind blew, and the hood was taken off, revealing the tattooed, handsome face. Long smiled lightly and said, I'm sorry, I was entrusted by others, some people are not something you can move. I must save his life. At the same time, the weak Enel, who escaped from the big explosion, appeared not far from the dragon, keeping vigilance against the dragon. Boom. At the right time, a gunshot rang out. Fan Aoka, who had been hiding all the time and was ready to snipe, aimed the gun at the weak Enel. Enel foresaw the arrival of the bullet, but he also found that at his current speed, he couldn't dodge it. Ding! The dragon appeared in front of Enel as if teleporting, stretched out his hand, the hand covered in armor color, grabbed the bullet, and shot it towards Fan Aoka with his backhand. Fan Aoka was shocked and quickly teleported away. Dragons are dangerous and powerful, no less than other admiral-class powerhouses, and even more dangerous than their captains. Seeing that the bullet failed to injure Fan Aoka, Long was somewhat dissatisfied, raised his hand and waved towards the position where Fan Aoka had just teleported. In an instant, a tornado storm swept towards Fan Aoka. This is a genuine tornado, and it was formed in the blink of an eye, a super typhoon. Fan Aoka was involved in it instantly, and his figure turned around uncontrollably. A-hole. When Blackbeard saw that the dragon was so rude and even injured Fan Aoka, he was furious and shot at the dragon. The black energy ball shot towards Long Fei. Long waved his hand, and wind blades swept out in an instant, smashing all the black energy balls that hit. When I looked at Blackbeard again, I saw that Blackbeard used the power of Devil Fruit to diffuse the power of the tornado storm and save Fan Aoka. Seeing such a scene, Long stared at Blackbeard coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Get lost." Blackbeard's face was very ugly, but with the appearance of the dragon, and Sakata Jintoki had already fallen into the hands of the dragon, it was not so easy to snatch it back. Fan Aoka, Drug Q, Big Wine Barrel, and Burgess 4 people, controlling a warship, approached. Although Blackbeard was unwilling, he also boarded the warship at this time. Their actions have exposed their identities. If Xuanwu Marine concentrated their firepower against them, and with Long, a top powerhouse with Feng Feng Fruit, watching them, it would be impossible for them to leave here safely. But the failure of this hunting operation also made Blackbeard hate the Revolutionary Army. Even if you save him, he will still die in the end. The poison specially prepared by Poison Q was originally prepared to kill him. Thief, ha 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 ha. When Blackbeard laughed and mocked the dragon, the warship had already sped away. Listening to Blackbeard's words, the dragon's eyes flickered with anger, his heart moved, the wind howled, and the entire battlefield was covered by a waterspout. In the face of this natural disaster-level waterspout, the huge battlefield has become more dangerous, and the fighting between the two forces has dropped a lot, so they quickly evacuated from this area. But the warship where Blackbeard was on was attacked by a waterspout, and 3 waterspouts were rapidly approaching them. Accelerate the charge. Bump them away. Seeing this, Blackbeard gripped the rail and yelled at Burgess, the helmsman. Burgess also sensed great danger, put the horsepower on full throttle, and went on a rampage. They are all demon fruit power. Once they fall into the sea, especially in such a dangerous sea, they will be fatal. Garp, who had hammered Yujiro Fanma many times, looked at the dragon emerging in midair with a somewhat complicated expression. Between father and son, because of their different identities, they talked less. Even on such a battlefield, there has never been a greeting. Obviously, the dragon has been hiding in a certain corner of the battlefield but has never appeared. Now that it appeared, and saved Sakata Jintoki from Blackbeard, does that also mean that the Revolutionary Army has reached a cooperation with Xuanwu Marine? Bogart drove the warship to the edge of the dilapidated island, and shouted to Garp above, Vice Admiral Garp. Garp glanced at Yujiro Fanma, who was still full of fighting spirit, curled his lips, then sprinted, and then cast Moonwalk of Marine 6 styles, returning to the warship. The warship sailed away from the rough sea area quickly, and if it was slower, the island would be submerged. Yujiro Fanma is a demon fruit power. If he doesn't leave here quickly, he will be washed into the depths of the bottomless sea by the turbulent sea. Drowned. Yujiro Fanma also saw the huge waves coming, and his expression was a little ugly when he saw that there were no warships approaching. Immediately, I had the idea of wrestling with the sea. Relax. Just as Yujiro Fanma charged his attack, the dragon's voice sounded and appeared above his head. A gust of wind lingered around Fanma Yujiro, and immediately lifted Fanma Yujiro up. Long glanced at Garp on the warship, neither side said anything. But the glances at each other seemed to say a lot. The dragon put Yujiro Fanma and Jintoki Sakata on a warship in the rear, and Enel also fell. Brother Jintoki. Enel anxiously came to Sakata Jintoki, released electric shocks with his fingers, and kept beating on Sakata Jintoki's chest, trying to wake up the unconscious Sakata Jintoki. The dragon checked Sakata Jintoki's injury from the side, and controlled the wound precisely by controlling the wind, and sucked out the needle that was shot into Sakata Jintoki's eye in an instant. Black blood flowed from Sakata Jintoki's eyes. However, Sakata Jintoki was unable to move or make a sound because of the toxin. The brain hurts. Shondo, take out your Shondo. Enel looked at Yujiro Fanma and called anxiously. Hearing this, Yujiro Fanma clenched his fists and then fell silent. Have you eaten? Seeing this, Enel said in disbelief. Yujiro Fanma remained silent. Enel was silent, even depressed. But soon, he saw hope again, and quickly groped for Enel. After a while, he took out a small jar with 2 fairy beans lying in it. Seeing the fairy bean, Enel was overjoyed, quickly poured out one, and stuffed it into Sakata Yinshi's mouth. Enel and Yujiro Fanma looked at Jintoki Sakata expectantly, and Long, on the other hand, is somewhat interested in the fairy beans in Enel's hands. To be able to carry a fairy character, this bean should not be easy. In addition, Sakata Jintoki was poisoned by a very fatal poison. Could it be possible that eating this bean can detoxify it? Chapter 211 Antidote. Yujiro Fanma and Enel are very aware of the magical effect of the fairy beans. However, it is not clear whether it can treat the virus. Quickly, under the horrified gaze of the dragon, after the fairy bean entered Sakata Yinshi's mouth, the injuries on Sakata Yinshi's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye in almost an instant. What's more, even Sakata Jintoki's eyeballs that had exploded grew back. Without any scars, the intact Sakata Jintoki appeared in front of him like this. However, Sakata Jintoki still did not wake up. Seeing such a scene, Enel couldn't believe it. Why haven't you woke up yet? Obviously it has an effect, and all injuries have recovered. Enel murmured, unwilling to accept such a fact. After being horrified, Long also reacted quickly, and said in a deep voice, if I can persist in this state for enough time, I have a friend who may be able to treat it. Where is it? Enel exclaimed a little excitedly upon hearing this. Enel didn't want to miss the chance to save Jintoki Sakata. With the lightning speed of his thunder fruit, no matter how far away he is, he will do his best to deliver Sakata Jintoki to those who can be treated. Listen to me, brat. Long looked at the excited Enel and said in a deep voice, I can't guarantee whether he will be cured, because the success rate is very low as 1 to 2 at the highest. And once it succeeds, it will consume 10 years of his lifespan. Hearing what the dragon said, Enel was dumbfounded. With such a low success rate, can it still be saved? Contact the Marshal, maybe the Marshal has a solution. Fanma Yujiro said at this time. With such a low success rate, there is absolutely no need to take risks. And the situation here must also be said with Benedict. After speaking, Yujiro Fanma also took out the phone bug and got in touch with Benedict. At this time, Benedict was on an island in the New World. Jing K, Robert G, and Yasuo have also been waiting here for a long time. This is one of the bases where the world government conducts experiments on human transformation, and it is also the largest base. Robert G sneaked into it first and completed the collection of evidence, including the theft of materials, recording video conversations, and so on. With Robert G's transparent fruit ability, coupled with his superb lightness kung fu, no one has ever discovered his existence. In addition to the base on this island, Bandit G and Jing K cooperated tacitly, and they also collected enough evidence at other test bases. The reason why these places can be found is also the information system of Food Island, which plays a huge role. Integrate all resources, and according to the analysis, then stepping on the spot to collect, and finally confirm the existence of the test base. Benedict is very satisfied with the achievements achieved in a short period of time. The world government actually dispatched a large force to attack Xuanwu Marine. Naturally, Benedict dared to find out their test bases and destroy them one by one. After the North Blue War ended, Benedict used the Flying Thunder God technique, and then assembled with Robert G and others to completely destroy these places. And just as Benedict was about to act and destroy the base, the voice of the phone bug sounded. After Benedict got connected, he frowned after hearing Yujiro Fanma finish talking about the situation. Is it that poisonous? Benedict searched them all, looking for the antidote. Of course, there are also antidote potions. You only need 5,000 justice points to buy potions that can cure hundreds of poisons. Benedict didn't hesitate either. A mere 5,000 justice points was completely incomparable with Admiral, the pinnacle of awakening Devil Fruit's power. I need to leave for a while, and I will leave this place to you, Benedict said in a low voice to Robert G and the others. Robert G and the other three heard the words, and they also understood the severity. Secondly, their three Admiral-level powerhouses shot at the same time, and it was very easy to take down the base on this island. After Benedict is done talking, go straight to the Flying Thunder God technique and jump around the different islands. After Yujiro Fanma hung up the phone, it took only a few minutes for Benedict to appear. The sudden appearance of Benedict put Long on alert for a moment. While it's not the first time Benedict has been known to have magical mobility, seeing it is something else. Marshal, Brother Yinshi, Enel said excitedly when he saw Benedict appearing. Benedict glanced at the dragon that appeared, nodded, and then came to Sakata Jintoki, poured the antidote that had been exchanged into his mouth, and said, "It's okay, I can't die." Just fell asleep. Enel understood that Benedict was trying to comfort him, but he didn't say anything. When he looked at the unconscious Sakata Jin, there was only anticipation in his eyes. While on Sky Island, Enel was neglected and isolated. Therefore, Enel's character is cold. However, ever since he followed Sakata Jintoki, his coldness will always be warmed in front of Sakata Jintoki. After a long time, he has a tacit understanding with Sakata Jintoki, and he also likes Sakata Jintoki's occasional ghost expression and indifferent strike words. Ban tian yin shi sui ran yu shi hu rang ren wei de hen shi qian zo, yi wei zai bu duan de tiao do ta de shi and jing, kei shi, jeju shi bei ren I j, jiao gu j de gon wei a. Enel didn't want Yin Sakata to have trouble, and it was the same. Enel was very angry when he was attacked when he found Yin Sakata. As for whether the attack at that time would kill Sakata Yinshi, Enel's idea was also very simple. As long as there is still a breath, as long as Sakata Yinshi eats the fairy beans, he will be resurrected with full blood. This is also the ruthlessness that Enel dared to fight at that time. Cough cough cough. Sakata Jintoki, who was originally unconscious, quickly opened his eyes after drinking the antidote, and coughed out black, poisonous blood. Call. It's almost over. After coughing, Sakata Jintoki felt much more comfortable, and under the eyes of the dragon, he stood up with a smile on his face, exercising his muscles and bones. When Enel saw that Sakata Jin was fine, he smiled again, changed from his previous pitiful appearance, and returned to his cold and arrogant appearance. Seeing Enel's performance, Benedict smiled. This guy, even if he has become a lot stronger, is willing to stay in Xuanwu Marine, but his arrogant look still hasn't changed. However, this guy's concern for Sakata Jintoki is not fake at all. Back then, when he was asked to follow Sakata Yin, there was nothing wrong. The matter of Sakata Jintoki was settled, and Benedict just paid attention to the battlefield. Casualties were not small, and the fighting stopped. Both sides distanced themselves and were evacuating quickly. Garp has already sensed Benedict's aura, and knows that Benedict is there. If this battle continues, it will be only them who will be defeated in the end. As for the huge casualties of the CP members sent by the world government under the sword of Sakata Jintoki, Garp can't control that much. As long as your soldiers don't suffer huge casualties, everything is fine. Chapter 212 Kong's Panic. My task has also been completed. My revolutionary was missed by Blackbeard. Can you make it up with something affordable? For example, the fairy bean that can instantly restore all injuries. The battle is over. However, this is only short-lived. However, for Xuanwu Marine, this is a victory. Soon, the world will be completely conquered by Xuanwu Marine. Without the intervention of the world government, their revolutionary army can do many things openly. The people live and work in peace and contentment, and no one becomes a pirate, and the sea will be calm. The opportunity for the world government to exploit and squeeze the people will become less and less because of the ever-growing revolutionary army and the Xuanwu Marine. East Blue is the best proof right now. Without the oppression of the world government, without the harassment of the Marine, without the exploitation and fraud of the tyrant, East Blue is now peaceful. Give you. Without any hesitation, Benedict raised his hand and threw 5 fairy beans to the dragon. With Benedict's current justice points of hundreds of thousands, a few fairy beans are nothing at all. Long didn't expect Benedict to agree to this extravagant request so easily. Yes, that is luxury. The roll of these fairy beans can save lives. 5 fairy beans are 5 lives. Your actions must be quicker and quicker. If that doesn't work, we can help. I don't want too many civilian casualties, otherwise, the local management will also get involved. Xuanwu Marine ultimately protects people's lives and property safety. Benedict didn't look at the dragon, but at the soldiers who were handling the battlefield and salvaging the corpses. This may be a tacit agreement. Both the world government and the Xuanwu Marine sent people to clean up the battlefield, but there was no battle. This is basic dignity and a kind of respect for the dead. Long Wenyan, slightly silent, said, "Well, we will pay attention." Xuanwu Marine is expanding on a large scale, constantly eroding the territory controlled by the world government. The Revolutionary Army is also expanding rapidly. However, this expansion is different from Xuanwu Marine's fight against evil forces and pirates. It is an expansion that is under tyranny, overthrows tyranny, constantly promotes peace, upholds justice, and saves people in dire straits. In other words, wherever tyranny oppresses the people, there is a revolutionary army. However, it is easy for the revolutionary army to overthrow tyranny, but it is difficult to support a king who can bring happiness to the people. This requires shaping the image of the individual, enriching the ability of the individual, enhancing the rights of the individual, and supplementing the expansion of soldiers and horses, etc. There are too many aspects involved. There is a king on the throne, but there is no one available, and the country is still in trouble. And these days, in order to speed up the advance, but also to keep up with the pace of Xuanwu Marine and avoid accidents, the Revolutionary Army cadres are scattered, and there are obvious deficiencies in actions and planning. Many innocent people have already died under the army of the local government. Okay, you are the commander of the Revolutionary Army, and I don't want to interfere with your affairs. I just hope that in the sea, there are no pirates forced out by you. Benedict said lightly. After speaking, Benedict left using the Flying Thunder God technique. Long looked at Benedict, who had disappeared, groaned slightly, sighed, and then turned into a gust of wind and left. As the Revolutionary Army leapt forward, many problems arose. New World, a research base for reincarnation. At this time, there was overwhelming massacre and destruction here. Bandit G, Jing K, and Yasuo moved very quickly. Fighting all the way in is enough to make the Marine and CP organizations guarding here unable to resist. And when the alarm sounded throughout the base, the news about the attack on the cyborg test base was quickly conveyed to Kong and the five elders. Kong was sitting in his office. He had experienced so much today that he didn't know how to vent his emotions. The same is true, and now when they hear that the experimental base of the modified people has been destroyed, they have no reaction at all. Destroyed. It's okay to destroy it. The experiments there are simply shameful. Marshal, the one who was destroying the test base is Xuanwu Marine's Ghost Squad. From the phone bug, the voice came again. Hearing this, Kong's originally unmoving gaze widened in an instant. Kong breathed a little and asked, "Are you sure? Did they carry the recorded phone bug? Did they keep any data?" The phone bug responded, "I don't know. By the time we realized it, most of the entire base had been destroyed. Investigate, or intercept them, no matter what method you use, or how many people die, you must destroy all the information in their hands." Kong shouted angrily, "If these modified human test bases are exposed, it will be a huge blow to the reputation of Xuanwu Marine and the world government. Try." The phone bug hung up, and Kong sat on the chair, looking a bit haggard, feeling as if his body had been hollowed out. The emergence and expansion of the Xuanwu Marine has seriously threatened the plan of the Marine Headquarters. In the world, except for this battle, almost all of them are the Xuanwu Marine. The world government has lost control of the four seas. The same is true of Marine. Blue, blue. The voice of the phone bug rang again. Kong was a little disgusted. However, the phone was still connected. Report to the Marshal. The 734 base has suffered a devastating blow, and the person who shot it was Marshal Benedict of Xuanwu Marine. Report. The 735 base has suffered a devastating blow, and it was Benedict who took the shot. Report. Kong made several phone calls one after another, and the phone on his desk almost rang. The loud voice echoed in Kong's ears. It was annoying. After knowing that Benedict appeared, Kong knew that Benedict would never let go of this opportunity. Only Benedict has the unpredictable movement speed, appearing back and forth among several bases. What made Kong even more terrified was how Xuanwu Marine knew about these secret bases. Even among the insiders, there were very few people who knew about them. This time, Marine will encounter an unprecedented political crisis, as well as a crisis of reputation. This is a fact, not a joke, or framed. After Benedict destroyed the 4 test bases of cyborgs in succession, he also exposed the filth, blood and inhumanity of the test bases of cyborgs for the first time. And this kind of live broadcast was quickly passed on in the 4 seas through live broadcast. In New World, there are also various means. The most common of these is the newspaper held by the news bird. Chapter 213 Notorious. This is where, didn't they realize that someone was filming them? What a stupid fellow. ... This is a test base for modified humans. Oh my god, it's horrible. Have these people been transformed? The corpses of many races, hiss, they are not dead yet. It's too cruel. How did they do it? That's a child. They actually experimented on such a young child. ... I can't help it. Woo, mom, I'm scared too. Damn Marine, damn world government, why can they be so cruel? My god, how many people have to die here? My child, you died a terrible death. Mom, is that dad? Is it dad? ... All kinds of words are full of panic, but also full of anger. Many people also shed tears because they saw the familiar backs of the reformed people. These transformed people are in great pain. They are missing arms and legs, and they have been transformed in various ways to live in the nutrient solution. But more, like garbage, were thrown in a room or pool to die. Not all transformation experiments are successful, and the same is true. Those who fail are discarded like garbage, and these people are piled up like a mountain, and at the same time, they are also provoking the anger of others. East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue and other areas with police stations will have special places for broadcasting. If not, the newspapers will expose the ugly face of world government and naval headquarters to the world. This also directly caused the reputation of world government and naval headquarters to plummet. World government, 5 elders, and marine and other high-level officials are all extremely angry about this incident. The defeat in the war resulted in heavy losses, and now his prestige has been hit even more, and his face has been thrown into it. This humiliation is hard to avenge. In the following period of time, people everywhere lost their enthusiasm and expectations for naval headquarters. On the contrary, they became wary. There are even those who stand up boldly, initiate protests, and yell and condemn the world government and marine. How were the reformed people arrested? Is the CP member of the world government? Or is it Marine's wanton crime? Looking at the scene inside while destroying the experimental bases of modified humans one by one, Benedict was very angry, very angry. Now that the experimental base has been destroyed, and the evil deeds of the world government have been made public, but Benedict's anger has not been extinguished. Because, the chief science officer who conducted these experiments did not catch. They have mastered more and more proficient morphing technology, and they are also researching more powerful morphing humans. It also means that more people will die for it. North Blue. Garp gripped the newspaper tightly, angrily not knowing what to do. If he could, he wanted to fight Benedict and fight for 10 days and 10 nights. Crane Vice Admiral looked at the silent entire marine troop. The morale was terribly low, and he couldn't help showing a look of worry. How to fight with such morale? Benedict made a good move. Even if we don't know about this matter, and we haven't participated in it, but no one will believe us. Crane Vice Admiral whispered alone, looking at some soldiers who were crying silently. He couldn't help but sigh. Now Marine, there are many people from all over the world. They have families and children, but now, their status, destined to want to go home, is a dangerous and frightening thing. Especially what happened now. How do they face their relatives? What kind of violence will their relatives encounter? Sometimes, I really envy Benedict. Envy Xuanwu Marine. After pondering, Garp said suddenly, Xiaohei, if you were given a chance, where would you choose? Hearing this, Vice Admiral glanced at Garp in surprise. Garp, what are you thinking? This question is not what you should think about. Garp sighed and said, yeah, that's not what I should be thinking about. This outfit, as well as the title of hero, are the beliefs of many Marines. Garp knows that anyone can betray Marine, but it is difficult for him. Because the glory he possesses has become the belief of many Marine soldiers today. If even he leaves Marine and joins Xuanwu Marine, no matter if it is world government, 5 elders, or Sengoku, Kong and others will not let him go. Crane Vice Admiral didn't say anything more. For his old partner, Crane Vice Admiral is very clear about how difficult his choice is. His own son, Long, was originally a rising star in Marine, but because of the darkness of the world government, and the oppression of the people in the local government, Marine also became a helper in it, and he was extremely disappointed. Destroying A at the test base, Marine was killed and completely separated from Marine. Now, he has become the leader of the Revolutionary Army and has a powerful force. With such a family, Garp must be under great pressure. Even if Garp didn't have the title of Marine Hero, and was strong enough, the 5 elders would have already attacked him. And if Garp leaves Marine, even if Garp doesn't take people away, many people will lose their spiritual support because of Garp's departure, or even leave Marine. At that time, Marine's combat power will be greatly weakened, and become a joke. At that time, not to mention taking back the territory of the 4 seas, even the dangerous sea of New World will not be able to suppress it. Any news from Zephyr? Garp asked with a worried look. Since Zephyr was thrown into the sea by Benedict, he was shot by several people from Benedict again. Marine originally lacked one of the 3 admirals. Also because Zephyr's life and death are unknown, Marine's general instructor is absent, and the recruit training plan is slow. Marine wants to replenish recruits with good combat capabilities, which has also become a problem. We are expanding the scope and intensifying the search. There is no news yet. Crane Vice Admiral said with a worried face. Garp said dissatisfiedly. That guy Sengoku, why did he go so late? Zephyr might be all right if he got there sooner. Hearing this, Vice Admiral put his hand on Garp's shoulder and said, we have already moved forward at full speed, but with the ocean current at that time, unless he rushed out of the water, we would not be able to find him at all. That punch, though, probably knocked Zephyr out. Crane Vice Admiral went with Sengoku, so Crane Vice Admiral was very clear about what happened at that time. Garp's dissatisfaction with Sengoku was actually dissatisfaction with her. When Garp put his hands on his shoulders, Garp immediately reacted, knowing that his words were wrong. Report, Vice Admiral Garp, the Marshal is calling, asking you to take the fleet back to Marine Headquarters immediately. Bogart came over, still holding the phone bug in his hand, and said in a deep voice. Garp frowned, and asked puzzledly, what happened? Abandoning North Blue and taking everyone back to headquarters. The so-called fleet is actually the fleet currently deployed in North Blue, and it is also the entire force that fought against the Xuanwu Marine not long ago. My subordinates don't know. Bogart shook his head, and then said, not only us, but also West Blue, and South Blue as well. Crane Vice Admiral and Garp looked at each other, and they both saw something wrong. Something big is about to happen. Chapter 214 The Killing Plan personally invited by 5 elders. Gourmet Island. In a beautiful mountain villa, Dadiongo Qingfeng and Lu Buduan sat at a stone table under a rockery, quietly playing chess. Eat, General. Lu Bu stepped forward, took the horse, and said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Dadiango Qingfeng said helplessly, Lu Biyu, your killing is still too sharp. Although Lu Biyu taught him how to play chess, Daidangu Qingfeng has always been calm, and the wisdom in it is even more hidden. Therefore, playing chess with Lu Biyu and winning more is still the big dog Qingfeng. But in order to hone Lu Bu's temperament, Dadiango Qingfeng did not checkmate Lu Bu's chess pieces but slowly consumed them. But sometimes, I have to admit that Lu Bujian's slanted aggressiveness will still let him get in the way if he is not careful. Lu Biyu heard the words, and said lightly, what I want is to fight happily. Only in this way can I become stronger. Since Daidangu Qingfeng became Shichibukai, and the rules set by Gourmet Island made many people who thought they were strong enough pay a heavy price, no one dared to act wild on Gourmet Island. Lu Biyu didn't make a move for a long time because of this. Marshal, when will you call us back? North Blue, West Blue, and South Blue, these three armies are fighting one after another, and it makes my heart itch to watch. There is no battle to fight here, and I feel uncomfortable. Lu Biyu complained dissatisfied. Lu Biyu believed in himself, and at the same time yearned for the feeling of galloping and killing on the battlefield. Therefore, he now has some nostalgia for the fierce battle with the Kuzan trio. That feeling was really exhilarating. Big Tengu Qingfeng heard the words, smiled, and said, it won't be long before you have a chance to fight. I don't want to wait. Lu Biyu stood up. The stalwart figure, under the sunlight, looked up from the perspective of Daidangu Qingfeng. This is a born warrior. Blue, blue, blue. The phone beside the stone table rang, and it was Bartolomeo the coxcomb. Bartolomeo, what's the matter? Daidangu Qingfeng asked with a smile. Boss, 2 people from the world government are here and want to see you. In the seaport of Food Island, on a warship, there are 2 members of the CP0 organization from the world government, both of whom are wearing masks and cannot see their faces clearly. Bartolomeo was in charge of patrolling this area today, so when the warship appeared, Bartolomeo immediately received the news and came here to block them. After a brief negotiation, Bartolomeo found that these 2 people were too arrogant. Apart from wanting to see Daidangu Qingfeng, he didn't say anything during the whole process. It's a pity that he can't take the initiative to provoke a fight, so Bartolomeo can only report this matter. Big Tengu Qingfeng heard the words, thoughtfully said, let them come over. Bartolomeo received the order, and immediately said to the 2 CP0 members, just the 2 of you, come with me. In the villa, Lu Biyu listened to the conversation just now, and smiled excitedly. It should be to Xingxi to question the crime. If not, let me deal with these 2 people. The strength of the members of CP0 can barely fight. The world government wants to compete with Xuanwu Marine for the dominance of West Blue, North Blue, and South Blue. For this reason, it specially summoned Shichibukai Daidangu Qingfeng to participate in the battle. However, Daidangu Seikas refused. Just kidding, your own people go beat your own people, waiting to be cut by Benedict. Today, the world government has suffered a heavy blow. At this time, it is not impossible to come to Xingxi to inquire about the crime. It's just that just 2 CP0s are not enough to watch. So, most likely it's something else. Benedict was also extremely curious about this. Without waiting too long, Bartolomeo brought people to the villa. Boss, someone brought it here. Bartolomeo shouted adoringly after seeing the big Tengu Qingfeng. Bartolomeo admires the strength of Udangu Seikas very much. In addition, he is also living a very nourishing life now. Because of his fruit ability, despite his young age, his strength is getting stronger and stronger now, and he is also a Cadre level master on the Gourmet Island. Even, because of the food, Bartolomeo now has observation hockey. The 2 CP0 members who came in with Bartolomeo were immediately targeted by Lu Biyu. That kind of powerful evil spirit made the 2 of them look at Lu Biyu together, and they were on guard, ready to strike. Bartolomeo also felt the evil spirit, and he was afraid to stay here any longer, so he left quickly. Bartolomeo has a bit of shadow on Lu Biyu. Lu Biyu asked him to practice his hands several times. Although Bartolomeo used the barrier fruit several times to avoid injury, the feeling that he could not be killed with a single punch was really shocking. Even, several times, if Lu Biyu hadn't stopped, the barrier would have broken and he would have died. A CP0 took out the phone bug, stared at Lu Bu's evil spirit in front of Daidangu Qingfeng, and made a call. This is the 5 elders. Your Excellency Qingfeng, long time no see. The voice of a 5 elders sounded, and Daidangu Qingfeng and Lu Biyu were a little surprised. Unexpectedly, 5 elders would talk to him in person. 5 elders, ruler of the celestial dragons, it must be something big that allows you to talk to me in person. Daidangu Qingfeng stared at the phone bug, becoming more and more curious what 5 elders was planning. Your Excellency Qingfeng, within 3 days, you must arrive at Marineford, the Marine Headquarters, to participate in the slaying plan. The 5 elders' voice sounded, making Daidangu Seikas frown. Lu Biyu was also extremely curious. The killing plan, invited by 5 elders must not be simple. The killing plan, a plan for Xuanwu Marine. Daidangu Qingfeng said tentatively, temporarily confidential. You have already rejected a summons. This time, if you refuse again, you will bear the consequences. 5 elders' threatening voice rang out, making Lu Biyu unable to bear it immediately. A powerful evil spirit enveloped CP0 in an instant. Facing the powerful evil spirit enveloped by terror, the 2 CP0s were suppressed and bent over, making them a head shorter. 5 elders saw the change in perspective, and immediately reacted, sneering, "This is not a threat. It's an order." Tengu Qingfeng. The corner of Lu Bu's mouth curled up, and he teleported to behind the 2 trembling CP0s, and said in a deep voice, "Order. Even if you are the 5 elders aloof, you are not qualified to order us." When the words fell, his hands had already clasped the necks of the 2 CP0s. It's just that these 2 people didn't know whether they were scared stupid, or they didn't plan to fight back at all, and they didn't resist. Lu Bu. Qingfeng Daitengu raised his head and said calmly. Lu Bu was silent for a moment when he heard this, and let go of his hand. CP0 breathed a sigh of relief, but still trembled. I'll be there in 3 days. Chapter 215 Conquer the World, Rewards Continue. Xuanwu Marine Base. Benedict squinted his eyes, and the smile on his face never disappeared. This war has yielded incomparably rich harvests. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully hunting down Shichibukailonely Red, Valoric and getting the task rewards. 100 unit reinforcement stones, 5W justice points, 1 commando summoning stone, and 1 golden treasure box. This was the reward that Benedict had obtained after killing Valoric. In addition to these, Benedict also obtained 7 devil fruits, 3 paramesha, and 4 zone devil fruits. In the original world, these fruit-capable people did not appear. Unfortunately, they only provided Benedict with 6 drops of common awakening potion and 1 drop of colorful awakening potion, which came from a vice admiral level CP0. In addition to this person, in fact, there is a vice admiral level strength, but after squeezing the juice, it is an ordinary awakening potion. Just a drop, somewhat regrettable. And Benedict also obtained a result through a large amount of hunting data. Those whose strength has reached the Vice Admiral level and whose Devil Fruit ability has been deeply developed may have a chance to obtain colorful awakening potions. And Admiral level strength, almost 100% can obtain the 5-color awakening potion. In addition to the awakening potion, there are additional rewards in this battle. That is the reward after winning this battle. The outbreak of the 3-way Marine War, no mission release. But the scale of this battle has surpassed a battle of 100,000 people, so the achievement reward was triggered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the achievement reward, successfully winning the war with a scale of 100,000 people, and getting the mission reward, 100 unit strengthening stones, 5W justice points, 1 special forces summoning stone, and 1 golden treasure chest. Benedict was a little surprised to hear the system sound. A team battle of 100,000 people can even trigger achievements, so according to the nature of the system, can a battle of 500,000 people or a battle of 1,000,000 people also trigger achievement rewards? Benedict was a little unsure, because the system sent him tasks very casually. If you think about it, I will send you a task. If you don't think about it, forget it. At worst, it will be over when the time comes, and you will be rewarded in place. Therefore, the sense of existence of the system is very low compared to the system of thousands of traversers. Call special forces every day. Consume justice points to exchange various rewards in the mall. Juice devil fruit in exchange for potion of awakening. Using the commando summoning stone, Otherworld summons heroes. Apart from these, there seems to be no special function. Chatting with the host is almost non-existent. Other systems also have various dialogues with the host, and offer help and so on. In the current system, there is no wool. Fortunately, the mission rewards given here are still very rich. In this way, the system doesn't know how to speak actively. Proactively issuing rewards can be regarded as a mechanical dialogue. After comforting himself, Benedict was also full of expectations for the rewards he would get. 2 rewards, a total of 100,000 justice points, 200 unit strengthening stones, 2 special forces summoning stones, and 2 golden treasure boxes. Justice points after this battle. Counting the 100,000 justice points, the personal interface shows that the justice points have accumulated to 657,895 justice points. Unit enhancement stones, because before the start of this battle, Sakata Jintoki, Kenjiro, Fanmayuhiro, Jink, Roboji, Saitama, and Yasuo have all been strengthened, so there are only 200 in the personal interface. Therefore, opening a golden treasure chest and summoning a hero is like opening a blind box, which makes Benedict full of expectations. Cluck, there was a knock on the door. Benedict restrained his smile and mood, and said, "Please come in." The door opened, and Bai Chi walked in from the outside. "Marshal, not long ago, Marine evacuated North Blue, South Blue, and West Blue. According to intelligence, they received an order to return to Marinefort, the Marine Headquarters in New World. I have arranged for the persons in charge of each sea area to quickly start taking over the site, and now I have successfully won it." Bai Chi took the information, put it in front of Benedict, and then reported it seriously. Hearing this, Benedict was a little surprised, but then laughed happily. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully conquering North Blue, and obtained 100 unit enhancement stones, 10W justice points, and 1 golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully conquering South Blue, and obtained 100 unit enhancement stones, 10W justice points, and 1 golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully conquering West Blue, and getting 100 unit enhancement stones, 10W justice points, and 1 golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully completing the achievement task of conquering the world and getting achievement rewards. 100,000 justice points, 200 unit enhancement stones, 1 SS level commando summoning stone, and 1 diamond treasure box. The voice of the system rang in his mind one after another, and Benedict's smile was as simple and cute as Maitreya Buddha. Bai Qi looked at Benedict's happy look, with a smile on his face. Although the battle on the battlefield this time mainly relied on the generals on the battlefield to bring the soldiers to fight, but as the commander-in-chief, he also paid attention to the battle and made timely adjustments to the battle deployment based on the reported information. There is no small credit. However, compared to these, what Bai Qi wants more is to be able to fight on the battlefield in person. Very well, well done. Bai Qi, you arranged it very reasonably. Now that the 4 Seas have been captured, we must speed up the consolidation of the 4 Seas position. The sudden withdrawal of the world government must have some kind of conspiracy. Otherwise, you won't easily give up the area you've managed to control. In addition, the messenger Kenjiro, Sakata Jintoki, and the flying squirrels must be careful when taking over the territory and prevent fraud. The world government has lost all face, and it's hard to guarantee that it won't secretly keep a hand when it leaves. Benedict is very happy, the achievement task of conquering the world has been completed so quickly. 4 Seas is huge, and its area is not smaller than New World at all. It's just that New World is more dangerous, more mysterious, more powerful, and more resources. Benedict has always been aware of this. Marshal, I've already made arrangements. Bai Qi smiled and said, I've specially instructed them. In addition, I also specially arranged troops to guard the entrances and exits of New World. Except for normal trade ships, they will be given priority care. After hearing Bai Qi's arrangement, Benedict had a satisfied smile on his face. Before reporting, try to arrange things in place so that people are impeccable. For Benedict, who has a lot of things to do and has the idea of being a hands-off shopkeeper, Bai Qi is an excellent assistant. The position of Marshal can be given to him. Very well, I didn't misread you. Do it well, ha ha ha. Chapter 216 Entering the Air Force Era. After Benedict sent Bai Qi away, he couldn't wait to open the blind box. With the troops of the world government withdrawing from North Blue, South Blue, and West Blue, Benedict also completed the task of conquering the world. And there are additional rewards for every sea area conquered, so, 4 consecutive voices sounded, and Benedict once again obtained 400,000 justice points, 500 unit strengthening stones, 3 golden treasure boxes, plus 2 golden treasure boxes obtained earlier, accumulatively 5-1, and a diamond treasure box that has never appeared before. So far, the rich rewards are enough to make people look forward to. But the Special Forces Summoning Stone with SS-level combat power is even more exciting. In addition, one of the Special Forces Summoning Stones was obtained by hunting down one of the Shichibukai, Lonely Red, Valoric. The achievement reward triggered after winning the 100,000 person battle is also a Special Forces Summoning Stone. All of a sudden, 3 powerful heroes can be summoned. System, open the golden treasure chest. Benedict rubbed his hands together, and then said with great anticipation. Ding, congratulations to host for opening the golden treasure box and getting the wartime communications set blueprint 1. Ding, congratulations to host for opening the golden treasure box and getting the TB3 bomber construction blueprint 1. Ding, congratulations to host for opening the golden treasure box and obtaining satellite research and development blueprint 1. Ding, congratulations to host for opening the golden treasure box and obtaining the energy defense system research and development blueprint 1. Ding, congratulations to host for opening the golden treasure box and getting special forces summoning stone 1. All 5 golden treasure chests have been opened, and Benedict couldn't take his eyes off the messages that sounded one after another. Wartime Communication Kit. From Dragon Balls, which includes a super smart watch, combat power tester, with instant messaging, intelligence information transmission, satellite positioning, testing the enemy's combat power, etc. It's a good thing. With this thing, it is much easier to use than the phone bug. Even in combat, you can seek help in time. With this thing, it is possible to accurately locate, find friendly troops in time, give help, and can also be used for monitoring. However, this thing needs to be supported by a certain satellite system, otherwise, some functions cannot be used. Benedict has no impression of the TB3 bomber, what type of fighter it is. But one thing, Benedict is very sure of. That is, once it is developed according to the drawings, then the Xuanwu Marine will have a real air force. Air power also means air supremacy, which is absolutely terrifying on the sea. At least, Benedict still doesn't know who has the ability to dominate the air in the sea. In addition, with air supremacy, when fighting against Marines in the future, it is absolutely possible to launch a wave of air strikes first to attack local morale, vitality, and so on. The blueprint for satellite research and development is even more remarkable. With him, the wartime communication system can be used very well. In addition, with satellites, the speed of scientific and technological development in this world can also be accelerated. More blueprints of technological products in the mall can also be exchanged. With greater research and development, the civilization of Pirate World will also change rapidly. Xuanwu Marine will also become a powerful driving force to promote the development of the world, and will be remembered by history. Energy Defense System. This is a powerful defense system that can withstand missile bombing, and its defense power is amazing. This system can be installed on warships or Xuanwu Marine base, but the larger the protected area, the more energy it consumes. Although all the drawings are drawn, once the things on these drawings are developed, they will be very remarkable and have historical significance. Moreover, these things are still things that do not appear in the mall at present. However, that was before, with the release of the Golden Treasure Chest, these blueprints were also added to them all. Wartime Communication Suit Development Blueprint, 5W Justice Points. TB3 Bomber Research and Development Blueprint, 10W Justice Points. Satellite Research and Development Drawings, 50W Justice Points. Energy Defense System Research and Development Blueprint, 100W Justice Points. The minimum requires 50,000 Justice Points, and the highest reaches 100,000 Justice Points. The 4 blueprints add up to 165,000 Justice Points. That's almost 3/4 of all of Benedict's accumulated Justice Points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement task, accumulatively reaching 2 million Justice Points, gaining 5,000 Justice Points, 100 Armament Enhancement Stones, 1 million Bailey's Gold, Ace Pilot Instructor 10 Hypergravity Training Room Blueprint 10 inches. When Benedict was very satisfied with the blueprint, the system's voice sounded again. After some astonishment, he immediately realized that this should be a reward. There are achievement tasks for accumulatively obtaining 1 million Justice Points, and accumulatively obtaining 2 million Justice Points. There is no achievement task for no reason. After all, there are still 1,050,000 plus Justice Points in my account now, including the Justice Points consumed by redemption blueprints, unit enhancement stones, weapons, etc., and the 500,000 Justice Points for strengthening a daily call of special forces. The justice that has already been spent, the points have almost reached 100W Justice Points, and have even exceeded it. Ace Pilot Instructor, needless to say, is for training pilots. Like Apocalypse Instructor, the pilots they train are all elite, and the pilots trained by them can quickly leave the army in a short period of time. Just such talent and special effects are already very impressive. I'm afraid it is a recruit egg. After being trained by them, he is also an elite pilot. There are blueprints and instructors. Once mass-produced, Xuanwu Marine will soon enter the era of dominance of sea, land and air. In the supergravity training room, by strengthening the gravity in a certain space, special training is carried out to improve strength and stimulate potential, which can quickly improve personal strength. For individuals who have potential but have not yet developed it, and want to quickly improve their strength, they can conduct special training and battles here, so as to quickly reach the point of improving their strength in a short period of time. Therefore, this place is also very suitable for those who have just acquired great power, but have not mastered it proficiently. There are 10 blueprints, which means that 10 supergravity training rooms can be built, which also means that large-scale intensive training can be carried out. After understanding the role of this supergravity training room, Benedict is full of confidence in Xuanwu Marine's plan to rapidly improve the overall combat power. In addition, now that he has obtained millions of Justice Points, he can spend 500,000 Justice Points to strengthen the system's ability to summon special forces every day, and obtain special forces with higher strength and potential. Cool, such a large-scale battle and the rewards obtained are unprecedentedly exciting. With more elite soldiers, you can also rampage in New World. There are so many masters in the New World, even if they are under the strength of the pirates, it will not be too simple. Putting them in the original East Blue is also a master of the place. In addition, in the face of more world government forces that may appear, there are also forces of resistance. Chapter 217, The Diamond Treasure Chest's Reward Explodes. After opening the Golden Treasure Chest, there is also a Diamond Treasure Chest that Benedict is looking forward to. A rarer chest that Benedict has seen for the first time. I don't know what kind of treasures will be opened here. System, open the Diamond Treasure Chest. The reward of the Golden Treasure Chest made Benedict very satisfied. The Diamond Treasure Chest will certainly not disappoint him. Ding! Congratulations to host for opening the Diamond Treasure Box, and getting 3 Rear Admiral level contracts, 1 Xuanwu Satellite System 1, 500 Unit Enhancement Stones, 1 Maglev Train Development Blueprint, and 10 points of justice. Benedict looked at the reward and took a deep breath. The reward is rich. It is worthy of the Diamond level. Just gave 500 Unit Enhancement Stones directly. Just 0.10W, which is normal. Maglev trains, in a real sense, the flying height of a maglev train flying in the air cannot exceed 1,000 meters. This is a very meaningful project that can help the movement of people and the circulation of goods between islands. At the same time, once this project develops, it will be a huge benefit for Xuanwu Marine to form a monopoly. Such a meaningful project will naturally be targeted by others, but Xuanwu Marine is strong enough, so all troubles can be easily resolved. Xuanwu Satellite System, a wartime satellite positioning system, directly replaces the Sand Table, helping Beiki to understand the current battle situation through the Xuanwu Satellite System even if he is thousands of miles away, so as to calmly mobilize military forces for fire strikes or defenses. The most important thing is that the existence of this system is already equipped with a top-notch satellite. Therefore, as long as Benedict is used, it will immediately materialize and appear in space. This also made Benedict look forward to and curious about what the terrifying power released from the sky was. Benedict believes that with this thing, you can capture it better. Whether it's a flying creature, a large aircraft, or something else, there will always be a time when they will be caught. The job transfer Rear Admiral level contract of the group of thousands of people, the quantity is 3, this thing is even more awesome. It has been refreshed in the mall. Thousands of people change job Rear Admiral level need 200,000 justice points to buy. It's not cheap at all. No matter what the opponent's cultivation level is, as long as they are selected, they will have the strength of the Rear Admiral level, and there will be a total of 1,000 people. Those who change jobs through the group of thousands will inevitably be Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, and randomly awaken armament hockey or observation hockey. The only thing that makes Benedict feel a little regretful is that once the transfer is successful, their potential will come to an end. In other words, no matter how hard the opponent tries, they will only be at the Rear Admiral level in the end. But no matter what, these 3 job transfer letters guaranteed that Benedict would immediately have 3,000 Rear Admiral level masters. This kind of combat power is still very useful as the Xuanwu Marine conquers the world and is dispatched to manage places. In addition, it is also very good for special forces. In particular, with the stability of the 4 seas, New World will inevitably be issued. Such a force can completely beat too many forces. Thinking of this, Benedict became even more excited. For a person to be strong, in addition to being strong at the top, the bottom layer must also be strong enough. Otherwise, any war will require the top-level action, so tiring. As expected of a diamond-level treasure chest, this reward is really rich. After this battle, although there were a lot of casualties, the added strength after the battle is very satisfying. Thinking of this, Benedict then called Bai Qi. "Marshal, are you looking for me?" Bai Qi came in at a fast pace, and asked curiously. Benedict nodded and said, "Arrange 3,000 recruits to go to Island 35 and receive training from the Special Forces team led by me. The time must arrive before this evening." Island number 35 was recently cleared by Xuanwu Marine and incorporated into one of the training islands. Because special forces from all over the world and the original inhabitants of this world are being received every day, Benedict's military base is also constantly expanding, including the island where soldiers are trained. Bai Qi was a little surprised when he heard this, but then felt a moment of silence for recruit. These people will definitely not feel good if they can be trained by the Marshal himself. "Yes, Marshal, I will arrange it now. 3,000 recruits, too easy. Just draw directly from several training bases. Moreover, the transfer of 3,000 recruits will not have any impact on Xuanwu Marine. Most importantly, East Blue, the territory of Xuanwu Marine, is as solid as gold." After Bai Qi left, Benedict came to the command room. There are people in the command room 24 hours a day to receive various messages or convey orders. Especially, at such a special time, any place may be attacked, so it is very important to keep in touch. After letting everyone go out, Benedict said, "System, arrange the Xuanwu satellite system here." Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully using the Xuanwu satellite system. Everything is ready. After a 5-second countdown, the deployment process will start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Benedict saw that the tables, chairs and other things in the command room had all entered the empty space and been cleaned up. What followed were controllers, tables and chairs, etc. full of modern technology. The originally collected documents were neatly placed in special cabinets. At the same time, in the outer space beyond this world, a huge satellite also appeared from the void space. With the opening of the solar panel and the continuous absorption of energy, the Xuanwu satellite is also officially operating. The whole command room changed drastically, which surprised Benedict, but also smiled with satisfaction. The Xuanwu satellite system is activated. The Xuanwu satellite system is reading planetary information. Please wait for 3 minutes. In the middle of the command room is a circular console with a diameter of 2 meters. A light flashes, and a virtual screen unfolds, appearing in front of Benedict. In the corner of the virtual screen, a holy beast, Xuanwu, appeared and made a sound. Benedict looked at Xuanwu and fell into a brief thought. 3 minutes, whether it is long or not, is also quite short. Ding! The information has been read, and the Xuanwu satellite system is operating normally. As the sound sounded, a sphere appeared on the virtual screen. The sphere was first presented in a 3-dimensional space, and then it seemed to be drawing on paper. The sphere of the entire pirate world appeared vividly in front of Benedict. The sphere rotates, and different small frames appear, marking the 4 seas in various places in the new world. That is to say, when the world does not know how big the pirate world is and how many unknown places there are, Xuanwu Marine has already seen them all, and they can search everywhere. A few minutes later, almost all the information was filtered, and the picture became much more normal, and what was displayed on the virtual screen was still the entire high-altitude overlooking picture of Xuanwu Marine Base. Report to Marshal, code-named, Xuanwu, at your service. Before Xuanwu finished introducing himself, Benedict asked impatiently, "System, where is the final island?" Chapter 218. Happy to mention 2 beautiful heroes. The location is unknown. Marshal, please re-enter the new address. The system sounded, and Benedict was a little taken aback. Immediately reacted. The final island is just a title for Rodale. Xuanwu, where's Rodale Island? Benedict said seriously. No comment, no comment, no comment. The 4 words were repeated 3 times in a row, and a warning was issued. Benedict was a little disappointed. He thought that the existence of the Xuanwu satellite had already read the information of this world and completely copied the map of this world. Now where he wants to go, he must be able to navigate accurately. But I didn't expect that everything was because I thought too much. Known as one of the ultimate secrets of this world, the ultimate island, the place where the great secret treasure is located, Rodale, too many people think of it here. However, the ones who have really been there are the members of the Roger Pirates. But the members of the Roger Pirates at that time were dead and hidden. Except for Rayleigh, no one else has found one. As for Rayleigh, it was even more tight-lipped and said nothing. Unable to find Ralph Dell from Xuanwu, Benedict's interest dropped by half in an instant. Later, Benedict also became familiar with the operation of this system. Whenever Benedict wants a picture of a certain area, the satellite moves quickly to check what's going on there. The only regret for Benedict is that there is only one satellite, so unlike modern warfare, once a battle occurs in a certain place, the satellite can be mobilized in time to quickly obtain the local situation. Fortunately, he also has satellite research blueprints. In the near future, satellites will be sent to the sky one by one, which will help him better focus on the battlefield. After leaving the command room and letting Bai Chi and other staff in the command room familiarize themselves with its functions, Benedict then came to Island 28. This is an island planned to house the families of soldiers. But now the construction of bombers is very necessary, so Benedict decided to use this place as a bomber production base. System: exchange for 2 BT-3 bomber construction blueprints. Ding! Congratulations to host for spending 200,000 justice points and getting 2 BT-3 bomber construction blueprints. Benedict glanced at the system space. He now has 3 blueprints. Then he clicked on the system map and marked 3 locations on the island as bases for building BT-3 bombers. Then, Benedict marked 2 more places, one for the research and development of wartime communication suits, and one for satellite research and development. The system, at the marked location, builds a BT-3 bomber base, a wartime communication research and development base, and a satellite research and development base. Ding! Congratulations to host for consuming 3 BT-3 bomber construction blueprints, 1 wartime communication suit development blueprint, and 1 satellite research and development blueprint. After a 5-second countdown, the construction will begin. The 5-second countdown will soon pass. 3 BT-3 bomber research bases, a wartime communication suite research and development base, and a satellite research and development base stood up in front of Benedict. Not long after, Benedict felt the engineers appearing together in each base. At this time, waiting for the materials to be delivered, he could start working officially, manufacturing BT-3 bombers, wartime communication systems, and satellites. Whether it is the BT-3 bombing, or the wartime communication system, or the importance of satellites, it goes without saying. This is the key to Xuanwu Marine's ability to dominate the air in the future. Therefore, after thinking about it, Benedict contacted Bai Chi and asked him to mobilize an elite army of 1,000 people, led by Rear Admiral, and stationed on Island 28, to guard the Air Force Base. After the matter here was handed over to Bai Chi, Benedict left. Base 38, it was still dark, and the soldiers arranged by Baiki were on their way. System: use 3 Special Forces summoning stones to summon Special Forces. Benedict came to the top of a mountain on the island, took out 3 Special Forces summoning stones, and said. The Special Forces flashed and then disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully summoning Tide Summoner, Nami by consuming a Special Forces summoning stone. In midair, the water vapor in the void turned into water bubbles, exuding multicolored light, forming a bubble rainbow. I am the raging tide, and I cannot be stopped. I heard a pitiful voice, and a bigger bubble appeared on the bubble rainbow, and a curvaceous figure also appeared. Benedict looked at this figure, thought for a while, and then understood where this hero came from. Character: Summoning Sage Nami. Combat Power Level: A+ level. Nami, who dived into the sea, has S level combat power. Weapon: Shark Staff, use it to control the current. Talent: can communicate with animals normally, has a very high observation haki. Skills: Walking on Waves, Prison of Blue Waves, Shocking Tide, Blessing of Calling Tide, Howling of Raging Waves. Potential: A+ grade. Loyalty: 100. Walking on the Waves. Use the ability to summon the water flow, allowing people to walk freely in the water flow summoned by Nami. Blue Wave Prison. Summon a huge water prison, which can trap enemies. If the water prison is crushed and exploded, it can also kill or stun the enemy. Shocking Tide. The summoned stream of water can be used to attack enemies and heal injuries. Blessing of Calling the Tide. Summons a stream of water to bless the allies and make them acquire water armor, which can withstand the attack of bullets, up to 3 bullets. Howl of the Rage. Summons a huge stormy wave, sweeping the enemy, and has amazing destructive power on the sea. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully summoning the Ice Archer, Ash by consuming 1 Special Forces summoning stone. The sound of the system sounded, and the air on the side suddenly became much colder. As the air continued to drop, frost appeared all around. Just in time, a light came from far to near. It was an arrow, exuding a cold air. The cold air suddenly hit, and it condensed in an instant. The arrow of ice shattered and turned into pieces. In an instant, all the energy condensed together to form a light and shadow. The light and shadow turned people into a beautiful figure with a graceful figure, walked out. Holding a bow and arrow, Ash looked around for a moment, glanced at Nami who also appeared, and then said to Benedict, Ash, see the Marshal. Characters: Ice Archer, Ash. Weapon: Ancient Ice Bow. Combat Strength: A+ level. Skills: Frost Shot, Archer's Concentration, Arrows, Crystal Arrow, Observation Hakill 3. Potential: S grade. Loyalty: 100. Frost Shot. The arrows shot out have a frost effect, which can freeze objects quickly. Marksman's Focus. Increases Ash's hit rate and rate of fire. 10,000 arrows. In an instant, hundreds of arrows with strong penetrating power are shot, with excellent destructive power. Crystal Arrow. A huge arrow, imbued with Ash's powerful power, has terrifying lethality, and forms a huge iceberg in an instant, sealing the enemy and has the destructive power to instantly kill a strong A level. Ding! Congratulations to host for consuming one Special Forces summoning stone and successfully summoning Special Forces, Ace Pilot, Couch. Ah, Marshal, pick me up. I'm going to fall to my death. Kuki's voice fell from the sky, and a slightly fat, somewhat short figure was falling fast. Seeing this, Benedict frowned slightly. Isn't this way of playing too bad? Chapter 219 Feet Sword God, Li Chunggong. Couch's way of playing was somewhat beyond Benedict's expectations. Because of the way heroes played in the past, each one was very high profile. Even the two girls who appear now are showing off in a somewhat ostentatious way. But what about Kucher now? The one that fell directly from the sky. The point is, you still need to ask yourself for help. Blue Wave Prison. A sweet voice sounded. Nami looked at the falling Kucher. She was kind, and finally couldn't help but help. A giant blister appeared out of nowhere, and Corky fell into it. Gulululu. The water flow in the water bubble, as well as the defense of the water bubble, withstood the impact of Corky's fall. When he realized it, Kuki had already drank an unknown amount of water, and the next moment, he almost fell into suffocation. Seeing such a scene, Nami couldn't help being startled, and quickly opened the blister again. However, in order to prevent Corky from falling directly to his death, many small blisters were produced to help Corky alleviate the impact. Until Kuki fell to the ground, the whole person was a little dizzy. Benedict looked at Couch's appearance and was a little speechless. Character: Couch. Combat power: a level. Weapons: none. Talent: Ace Pilot, Mechanical Master. Skills: Marine 6 styles, Observation Hakil 3. Potential: A+ grade. Loyalty: 100. Looking at Couch's message, Benedict was speechless. Except for the two extremely high talents of Ace Pilot and Mechanical Master, in terms of personal combat power, there is no difference except that Marine 6 styles Grandmaster and Observation Hockey can be improved a bit. However, with the Air Force, Couch can play an important role. At that time, it is impossible to say that in terms of Air Force, we will have to rely on Couch. Ah ha ha, sorry, Marshal, I was just doing an experiment, but I didn't expect my plane to be so unreliable. It blew up on the way. Listening to Couch's words, Benedict squinted his eyes, smiled on his face, and said, Kuch, you said you were doing an experiment. Yes, Marshal, I am doing an experiment. I call it a bomber. Once the experiment is successful, it will rewrite the pattern of the sea. No one can withstand the devastation of my aerial artillery fire, and my name will also be left in history. Couch said with great excitement. Benedict stretched out his hand, patted Couch on the shoulder, used a talent-enhanced skill, and said, Very good, Couch, you are a genius. It just so happens that I have an Air Force base where I am researching bombers. If you are here, I believe my Air Force will be formed soon. Ding. Corky's Ace Pilot and Mechanical Master titles have reached the highest level and cannot be strengthened. Ding. Couch's physique has been improved. Two voices sounded, and the help given to Couch by talent enhancement skills was very limited. Talent skills have no way to continue to improve. Although the physique has improved, it also makes the body that seems to have been damaged by the experiment younger, and there is almost no improvement in combat power. Couch shook his hands, stretched his waist, felt the vitality released from his body, looked at Benedict excitedly, and said, Really? Really? Is it really the Air Force? Is it really a bomber? Oh, Marshal, believe me, I can do it. Leave it to me, I can build you an invincible Air Force. Let's go now, I can't wait. Couch was extremely excited, blushing even more, looking forward to it. That was his dream. In particular, develop more powerful fighter jets. There are various weapon structures flickering in my mind. Kuch, I trust you. However, we still have to wait for one person. Benedict looked at the excited Couch and said calmly, System, use the SS-level Special Forces Summoning Stone to summon Special Forces. At the same time, Benedict decided to use the SS-level Commando Summoning Stone that he was looking forward to the most. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully summoning the Special Forces, Sword God, Li Chunggong using the SS-level Special Forces Summoning Stone. When Benedict heard this, he was extremely horrified. For SS-level powerhouses, Benedict has thought about many people. The SSR hero in Onmyoji, the Barbarian King in League of Legends, Demacia, Zhuge Liang in Glory of Kings, even Zhang Sanfeng in Huxia Martial Arts, Wuming and so on. However, the only thing that Benedict didn't expect was that it would be Li Chunggong, the Sword God. The origin of the Sword God Li Chunggong is from a character in a novel. His strength is so strong that he is the top of the world. When I first read this book, I asked Benedict to read it over and over again, and let Benedict take over the characters in it. I don't know how many times I was so proud, and I don't know how many times I shed silent tears. There are many characters in it. If they are all summoned, in this world, who else is the opponent of Xuanwu Marine? The sword energy flew horizontally, splitting the void in an instant. That kind of incomparable sharpness, before the sword arrived, it was already making people's skin feel like a needle pricking pain, but it made Ash, Nami, and Kuki tremble with fear. At the same time, they also understand that this is the person Benedict is waiting for. Fortunately, the sword energy came and went suddenly. As if nothing happened, a figure then slowly fell in the eyes of Aishi and the others. Easy things, difficult things, wind and rain, rivers and lakes, dynasties, and the world are all just a matter of a sword. Gentle, with a magnetic voice unique to men, it caught the eyes of Benedict, Ash and others. But what is even more exciting is the meaning in those words. Haki, very haki, silver hair and white robe, slender figure, handsome face, holding a long sword, full of immortality. Young version of Li Chunggong. Benedict looked at Li Chunggong who fell, and was extremely surprised. In Benedict's impression, Li Chunggong is a white-haired old man. Even if his cultivation base is so deep that his face looks middle-aged, but his age is still a Jazi. Where is it like now? Age 30 years old. Character: Sword God, Li Chunggong. Age: 30. Combat power: SS level. Weapon: Xuanyuan sword. Skills: Observation Hakil 5, Armament Hakil 5, UGN Ju. Potential: SS level. Physique: Extraordinary physique. Loyalty: 100. If it weren't for the information about this character, Benedict would never have thought that the Sword God, Li Chunggong who appeared in front of him would be 30 years old. Too young. He also has an extraordinary physique. Such a Sword God can still work for decades. The system is very powerful. Chapter 223,000 Rear Admiral level Xuanwu Special Forces Team. Li Chunggong, Sea Marshal. With the long sword tucked behind his back, Li Chunggong cupped his hands to Benedict and smiled slightly. Li Chunggong's performance, in every gesture, has the taste of a gentleman. The warmth between the words is like the wind, which makes people feel more comfortable. This made Benedict couldn't help but wonder, it would be great if such Li Chunggong was a woman. Of course, such an idea is somewhat unrealistic. Benedict nodded and said with a smile, Li Chunggong, Admiral position. Ash, Nami, temporarily give you Rear Admiral positions. Couch, if you want to go to the Air Force Base, serve as the Chief of the Air Force and be responsible for the formation of the Air Force. In addition, there are 10 ace pilots with good flying skills in the Air Force Base. You can communicate and communicate well. When Ku Chi heard this, he hurriedly said excitedly, Marshal, don't worry, we will definitely communicate well. For Couch, he is confident in his flying skills. Now, Benedict actually said that there are still 10 ace pilots in the Air Force Base, which made Couch want to compete. So, I decided to have a good chat with them. Later, a group of soldiers will come over, 3,000 people, and their strength will be improved rapidly, but they need to be adjusted. So, how about you guys being a training partner for a while later? Benedict glanced over Ash, Nami, and Li Chunggong, and smiled. Hearing this, Nami felt a little embarrassed, and said shyly, Marshal, is this really okay? I haven't trained anyone yet. Benedict chuckled and said, I don't understand, it doesn't matter. All you have to do is to fight them, knock them down, and bring out their potential. Nami hesitated a bit. Ash stretched out her hand, patted the blister lightly, and said with a smile, don't be afraid, what about me? If you want a person to be strong, you must let them learn to be beaten. Nami, who was still hesitating, felt a little more confident when he heard Ash's words, and nodded. Couch was not interested, so he didn't react much. Li Chunggong is even less stressed. 3,000 people is not enough for him to fight alone. Benedict smiled, and under the eyes of everyone, he raised his hand and nodded in 5 directions. In an instant, a thick fog appeared, covering the area, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Li Chunggong's eyes lit up when he saw such a scene. Although Li Chunggong was summoned by Benedict and knew about observation haki and armament haki, he is still a swordsman and an ancient martial artist. Some Tiandishuan sayings are still deeply ingrained in his mind. Therefore, the thick fog that appeared in front of him made him immediately aware of something, and he was full of curiosity. What's more, under the eyes of Ash, Nami and others, Li Chun rushed into the mist with a whimper. Nami looked at the fog with some doubts and said, something feels wrong. Ash looked serious, because she felt the energy in the mist. Benedict stood aside, neither speaking nor interfering. With the system in place, Benedict didn't believe that Li Chunggong could find anything. The fog lasted for half an hour. During this half hour, everyone could feel the vibration of the ground and the sound of things colliding, but they couldn't see what happened inside. The fog that lasted for half an hour gradually dissipated. Compared with nothing before, there are now 5 more buildings. In front of these 5 buildings, there is still a person standing, that is Li Chunggong. Li Chunggong looked at the dissipated smoke in the building in front of him, lost in thought. For half an hour, Li Chunggong could feel that he was moving forward. And it's moving very fast. Such a speed is enough for him to fly 10,000 meters away. However, the result at this time was telling him that he was almost standing still. So, did you join the battle? Do formations really exist? This is the supergravity training room. Training here can greatly stimulate potential. In the future, this island will become one of the training bases. There will be a robot inside to guide you how to operate. In fact, it is very simple. You only need to ask questions to the robot and give orders. Benedict's voice sounded, and he also explained the usefulness of these buildings to Li Chunggong and others. Benedict came to Li Chunggong's side and patted him lightly. Li Chunggong came back to his senses, and the way he looked at Benedict changed slightly. Benedict didn't explain anything, and took people in to experience the effect of the supergravity training room. About half an hour later, Benedict exited the supergravity training room directly. This supergravity training room, for a cultivation base like Benedict, is still effective when open to the highest level. But if you go down, the effect is not great. Li Chengdong is inside, although there will be some impact on the speed, but it will not be too big. Facing the joint siege of Ash, Nami and Couch, Li Chengdong still handled it with ease. However, such a training room is still very effective for Ash, Nami, and Couch. Before dark, 3,000 soldiers successfully landed on Island 38 under the leadership of the chief. After the soldiers landed, they lined up neatly under the orders of their respective officers, waiting for Benedict's review. Starting tonight, you will receive hell-level training. I give you strength, and I personally lead the training. No matter what your identities were, what strengths and positions you have now. Starting tonight, you will have a brand new identity, that is, soldiers of the Xuanwu Special Forces. I want each of you to become familiar with the power as soon as possible, and become the sharpest knife in Xuanwu Marine. Wherever I point, you must tear apart the enemy's defense line there, ruthlessly and at the fastest speed. Do you understand? Benedict was suspended in midair, with his hands folded on his chest, staring coldly at the 3,000 people in front of him, and said in a deep voice. Clear, clear, clear. All the soldiers raised their heads high and looked at Benedict in the void. Marshal Xuanwu Marine, the soul of Xuanwu Marine, shouted with great respect and reverence. Very good, start now, accept hell-level training. What you have to do is to use all your strength to knock us down. Aishi, Nami and Li Chengdong came out slowly and appeared in front of everyone. Then, Benedict used the clone technique, and 10 clones appeared beside him, ready to call at any time. System, use 3,000-person group transfer Rear Admiral level contracts. Ding, congratulations to host for successfully using 3,000-man group transfer Rear Admiral level contracts, and 3,000 soldiers successfully obtained Rear Admiral level strength. As the system sounded, the 3,000 people could clearly feel the changes in their bodies. Before they had too much time to react, Benedict's avatar had already charged up and launched the first attack. Ash, Nami, and Li Chengdong also used their own methods. Especially for Ash and Nami, this is not a small challenge. Because, they are facing hundreds of Rear Admiral level masters. Chapter 221 Doflamingo's Alliance Plan. A battle of 3,000 people took place on an island. Soldiers who have just obtained Rear Admiral power are indeed unfamiliar with this power. But, well, Benedict surprised them with a surprise from hell. 10 clones of Benedict, plus Ash, Nami, and Li Chengdong, the Sword God, which will help them gain better power. During this period, Nami used his ability to give these soldiers water armor. Unfortunately, the 3,000 soldiers still encountered ghost gates again and again. Benedict's fist didn't have a trace of tenderness, it made the soldiers howl. Li Chengdong was even more straightforward, using branches to make swords, and in a single thought, the branches turned into swords, scarring the soldiers. Trauma or something, just resist it once. If the injury is too serious, Nami made a move, showing the ability that a wave of support should have, that is, healing. Benedict did not expect that Nami, who was summoned, would have healing means. Although this kind of treatment can only treat trauma, it is also very good. This also means that you can beat people with more confidence. The Benedict of the main body did not stay, and took Corky directly to the 28th island. 10 ace pilots were on standby, and after Benedict introduced them to Couch, there was basically nothing for Benedict. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Datengu Qingfeng came alone as promised. Food Island needs someone to sit in charge, so Lu Bu naturally stayed. As for the other soldiers, the confident Datengu Qingfeng felt that there was no need to bring them here. If something really happened, bringing the soldier over would cause him a little trouble and cause casualties. If you are alone, you can leave at will. The ghost spider sits at the gate and is also in charge of receiving Shichibukai and other characters who come. Seeing the big Tengu Qingfeng flying in the distance, the people of Naval Headquarters are not only ready to receive, but also ready to fight at any time. After all, none of the Shichibukai are easy to provoke, and their personalities are also unpredictable, and they may suddenly attack and hurt others at any time. Datengu Qingfeng saw this scene in his eyes, but he didn't take it seriously. Your Excellency Datengu Qingfeng, I have arranged a place for you to rest, please come with me. Although the ghost spider has a bad temper, but in some things, he also takes care of the overall situation, so looking at the falling Datengu Qingfeng didn't show any dissatisfaction. Big Tengu Qingfeng heard the words, nodded, then looked around, and asked, apart from me, who else has come? You were the first to arrive. The ghost spider looked sideways and said, now, they are here too. The big Tengu Qingfeng heard the words and looked behind him. Hawkeye Dracula on a sailing ship, the Blackbeard pirates on a pirate ship, and Don Quixote Doflamingo on a luxury cruise ship, the three gathered from three directions. He. Doflamingo's gaze swept over Datengu Qingfeng, then to Hawkeye, and finally to Blackbeard. These three people are very dangerous. Hawkeye and Doflamingo have dealt with each other before, and they are not easy to mess with, but the other party is alone, does not interfere with things, and does not violate the river water. Blackbeard, who got the dark fruit, is stealthy, dirty, ambitious, and very capable. The gourmet island controlled by the big Tengu Qingfeng is making a lot of money every day, but it seems mysterious. Especially Datengu Qingfeng himself is even more mysterious. Captain, our luck seems to be good. Fan Oka looked at the three big Tengu Qingfeng and laughed. Hearing this, Blackbeard smiled and said, Kong summoned all the remaining Shichibukai, and he doesn't know what he's planning. I have a feeling they must be targeting Xuanwu Marine. Jia ha ha ha. Fanoka and the others looked at each other, and they all smiled jokingly. When everyone went ashore, Hawkeye didn't speak coldly, but nodded to Datengu Qingfeng, and the others ignored it. Doflamingo and Blackbeard didn't take it seriously when they saw such a scene. Hawkeye has enough ability to make them not care about this face. Seeing that all four of them had arrived, Ghost Spider said, "Since everyone is here, please follow me." "Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, who are you plotting against?" Doflamingo didn't have so many taboos, stepped forward, and stood half a step in front of the Ghost Spider, and said, "I don't know." The Ghost Spider knew very well that when dealing with people like Doflamingo, it's better to say less. Especially Doflamingo. Datengu Qingfeng was also curious, but the Ghost Spider obviously wouldn't say anything at this time. The four were arranged to rest in their respective rooms. The people brought by Blackbeard stayed on board. Marshal's office. The Ghost Spider who had completed the arrangements immediately came to report to Kong. "Everyone is here already?" Kong asked in surprise after hearing this. "Yes, Marshal, and each of you will arrange a rest. After an hour, we will arrange for them to have lunch." Ghost Spider responded. Kong nodded and said, "Okay, you can go down. Keep an eye on them and don't let them mess around." The Ghost Spider led away, and Kong fell silent again in the office. Not long after, Kong pulled out his phone bug and contacted the five elders. The other side, Doflamingo had no intention of staying in the room, quietly waiting for lunch. Directly ignoring the soldiers guarding both sides of the passage, he came to the room where Datengu Qingfeng was, and knocked on the door. "Come in." The voice of Datengu Qingfeng came from the room. The door opened, and Doflamingo walked in, surprising Datengu Qingfeng, and said, "What's the matter?" "I have something to do, I want to do business with you," Doflamingo said after closing the door, looking at the big Tengu Qingfeng. Datengu Qingfeng knows about Doflamingo and has a powerful intelligence system, so why is there a lack of research on Doflamingo? "You also want the gourmet formula that can stimulate people's potential," Datengu Qingfeng said bluntly. Doflamingo let out a strange laugh when he heard that, and then said, "The formula that can stimulate people's potential really makes people very excited. But will you give it? This is the core of the Food Island's wealth." Datengu Qingfeng also understood when he heard this, so he said, "So, what kind of deal are you going to make with me?" Doflamingo smiled again, and said, "The four seas have been ruled by the Xuanwu Marine, and they will inevitably enter the New World soon. At that time, we, the Shichibukai, will inevitably collide with the Xuanwu Marine. So, let's join forces. We form an alliance that can not only fight the Xuanwu Marine, but also fight the world government. How do you feel?" Chapter 222 The idea of offering a reward to Marine. Datengu Qingfeng was a little surprised. Doflamingo came to him to join forces against Xuanwu Marine and world government. As a pirate, this is not surprising. But what surprised Datengu Qingfeng was that what Doflamingo meant was not that simple. "What exactly do you want to do?" Datengu Qingfeng asked after thinking about it. "I don't do anything, I just want to unite." Doflamingo pushed his sunglasses and sneered, "An enemy of an enemy is a friend. I think we should have cooperation." Datengu Qingfeng smiled slightly, and said, "Before looking for me, you should have been in contact with other people." Doflamingo smiled. "Allies, naturally, the more the better. As for how to use it, it depends on the means. It's not surprising at all, is it? However, compared to this matter, what I need more now is your attitude. Because this is related to whether you can become one of us and get the right to know." Doflamingo spoke. Doflamingo always thinks that the big Tengu Qingfeng is someone who can win over. This is not only the gold-absorbing ability of Gourmet Island, but also the personal strength of Otengu Qingfeng. That kind of powerful ability, when you raise your hand, even summons a tornado, forming a waterspout on the sea, which will cause a devastating blow to warships, pirate ships, etc. So, it's a very strong hitter. Datengu Qingfeng's fingers tapped lightly on the table, and fell into a short thought. He didn't know how many people Doflamingo had wooed, but judging by Doflamingo's self-confidence, he was afraid that there were quite a few of them, and their background was not low. After thinking for a moment, Datengu Qingfeng said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, because I don't know what you guys do, so I can't give you an answer." Doflamingo was silent. "Marine can reward pirates, why can't we reward Marine?" In the crack of the door, Quicksand wandered away, and then turned into a person, appearing in the room. Datengu Qingfeng looked at the person who appeared, raised his brows and said, "Clock Dar. It's really surprising that you were able to escape from the hands of Marshal Xuanwu Marine." The person who came was K-Lock, who was rescued in Alabasta. Hearing Otengu Qingfeng's words, K-Lock Doll had a somewhat confident smile, but it became gloomy in an instant. "At the beginning, when I was stuck and beaten by Benedict, it was terrible. Although he was rescued in the end, Benedict's strength still cast a shadow over him. But that was just before. Now K-Lock Doll is full of confidence again." "You're so confident, Clockadar. Do you know that you are not suitable to be a businessman, but more suitable to be a soldier who only knows how to charge?" Doflamingo was a little dissatisfied that Lock Doll casually stated their purpose without Datengu Qingfeng not agreeing. "I thought that a person who would plan the whereabouts of the ancient weapon in Alabasta would be a brainy and calm person no matter what, but now it seems that he is still too overestimated." K-Lock Doll was very unhappy when he heard what Doflamingo said. However, after being silent, there was no further explanation. After all, he was indeed a bit reckless in this matter. "You already know our plan. Now, should you give us an answer? Doflamingo ignored K-Lock Doll, but looked at Qingfeng, the big Tengu, and said with a smile. Datengu Qingfeng glanced at K-Lock and Doflamingo. He didn't expect that the two would join forces, and at the same time, he didn't expect that they would even think of offering a reward to Marine. If this is the case, the entire sea will be very lively. It's not a joke that money can turn ghosts around. In such a sea, there has never been a shortage of ambitious people. Even if Xuanwu Marine already has a dominant position in the four seas, the attack on pirates is even more severe. But there will still be people who become pirates, and then form a pirate group, take risks in the sea, and dance on steel bars. And if K-Lock Doll and others really come up with a plan to reward Marine, at that time, it will not be Marine chasing the pirates, but the pirates chasing Marine and shouting and killing. Good plan, even beyond everyone's expectations. It's just, do you have so much money to operate? Xuanwu Marine, world government, the powerhouses on both sides, what do you use to resist? It's not that I look down on you, but that you don't have enough strong people. So, forgive me for not being able to join you. Datengu Qingfeng said coldly, this plan is very good. Moreover, there is a high success rate. However, with such power, it is simply impossible to shake the Xuanwu Marine and the world government. Facing two major forces at the same time is really difficult. But what if it's just dealing with Xuanwu Marine? Although the four seas are under the control of Xuanwu Marine, can they control everyone? Xuanwu Marine still wants to attack New World, hehe. The pirates in New World are no weaker than four seas at all, and even more vicious. Doflamingo stared at Datengu Qingfeng, moved his fingers slightly, and in an instant, the room was pulled by dense silk threads. Not only that, K-Lock Dar at the side also turned into quicksand and scattered suddenly. Then it can be seen that fine sand falls from above and swims around. Except for the place where the silk thread was drawn, almost everything turned into quicksand. Datengu Qingfeng saw such a scene, his face was still calm, and said, the two of you are unable to cooperate, and you are going to threaten with means. We have already let you know our plan. Since you are not willing to cooperate with us, then we can only keep you and conquer the Food Island. Clock Doll's figure was half exposed from the quicksand. Body, sneered. Plan, what kind of secret is this? It's just some people who gathered some wealth and offered a reward to Marine. People with money can stand up and do it. You can act without me. Datengu Qingfeng said calmly. Datengu Qingfeng is still curious about how Doflamingo spends his huge funds. If you want the pirates to believe that you can get a bounty for killing Marine, then you have to let the pirates bring their heads in exchange for the bounty. Only by constantly being exchanged out can people believe that their alliance has enough capital to operate, so that the pirates will work hard. Therefore, it is certain that there are still many people in the alliance that Doflamingo talked about. Rich people, powerful person, a person with power, but who are they? Chapter 223 Breaking up unhappily. Bounty pirates need huge funds to operate, which is a must. Because of the support of many countries, the payment of heavenly gold, and some shady businesses, world government has a steady stream of funds supporting their development and growth. It is also because of this, the huge capital flow, that a high bounty can be issued to pirates, attracting bounty hunters to kill pirates in exchange for benefits. So, for a pirate that has only been established for a few years, how did it raise so much money to run it? Immediately, Big Tengu thought of several rich masters in the underground world. Doflamingo also has his own methods in the underground forces, and has been cheating. Who knows how much power he has secretly controlled. In addition, let's talk about dealing with the world government. His intelligence department did not dare to say anything about Doflamingo's identity and background. After a thorough investigation, he also knew about it. Doflamingo himself is a celestial dragon, but because of his father's withdrawal, he lost his status as a celestial dragon. Doflamingo also tried many times to recover his identity, even killing his father himself. Hate, or is it purely wanting to restore identity? In Datengu Qingfeng's view, the latter is the majority. Only, the way is a little different. For example, when you kill celestial dragons to urinate, and when you are terrified, you will become a higher level celestial dragon, and the other celestial dragons will either die, or become lower level celestial dragons, or even deprive celestial dragons of their identity. Doflamingo was very dissatisfied with Datengu Qingfeng's attitude, and then sneered, you don't seem to be aware of your situation. If you don't join us, you and Food Island will be baptized by Xuanwu Marine and even the world government. K-Lock Doll said in a deep voice. Doflamingo took out a stack of information, shook it in front of Datengu Qingfeng, and said with a grin, your gourmet island, as well as gourmet restaurants that appeared all over the world almost overnight, although we don't know you or how to do it. However, your identity and your ability are very worthy of doubt. In order to investigate the identity of Udengu Seikas and the gourmet restaurants that appeared all over the world, Doflamingo spent a lot of effort, and even had the information submitted to him by someone. Although, in terms of results, Datengu Qingfeng is still a worthy target. But if the big Tengu Qingfeng doesn't cooperate, then they can only deal with the possible potential threats. Or, push the Food Island to the front and let the Food Island withstand the crusade of the Xuanwu Marine. If, at that time, Datengu Qingfeng is willing to give up his face and ask for help, it is not impossible for them to help. The big Tengu Qingfeng's wings spread, and a cool breeze began to blow in the windless room. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, thinking that laying a net in such a limited space can threaten me. However, if you want to fight, I am also very happy to accompany you. I just don't know, after fighting here, will people like Kong, Sengoku, and Garp be happy? Daidengu Qingfeng smiled lightly. This is Marine Headquarters. With their strength, if they really want to fight, if no one stops them, they can completely destroy this place. However, this is obviously impossible. Boom. Clock Dar, Doflamingo, Daidengu Seikas, the three of you are enough. This is the Marine Headquarters, not your territory, don't mess around here. Sengoku kicked the door open, looked at the three confronting people, and said in a deep voice, burning with anger. Outside, you can see the surrounding walls. Because of the fruit ability of K-Lock Doll, it has turned into quicksand, which is the magical effect of sand fruit after awakening. The silk threads in the room are densely packed, tough and sharp. Daidengu Qingfeng even spread his wings and was ready to fight. The breath of wind emerged from his body, and it might erupt at any time. The appearance of Sengoku brought subtle changes to the atmosphere of the confrontation. However, the three of Doflamingo still couldn't remove their abilities. This made Sengoku very angry. In an instant, Sengoku activated his fruit ability, turned into a golden man, stretched out his hand, grabbed the silk thread, and said in a deep voice, Doflamingo, Lockdar, do you really think that I dare not keep you here? When Lockdar heard this, his expression changed slightly. It's just that he, who is conceited, is somewhat unwilling to give in at this moment. At least, he won't give in just because of a few reprimands from Sengoku. Therefore, Lockdar looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo let out a piercing laugh, moved his fingers, and the dense silk threads disappeared quickly. Clockadar. Sengoku caught a blank, seeing this, then looked at Clockadar and said in a deep voice. Lockdoll snorted softly, but still released his ability, and the wall returned to its original appearance. However, the furnishings in the room are already in disarray. Seeing this, Daidengu Qingfeng also lifted his state, restored his elegant appearance, and smiled at Sengoku. I'm sorry, because some people, this place is no longer suitable for rest, can you arrange another place for me? Quote. Sengoku glanced at Daidengu Qingfeng, and said, Ghost Spider, you can make arrangements. The ghost spider outside the door heard the words and said, Yes, Admiral. Daidengu Qingfeng left with the ghost spider. Sengoku looked at Doflamingo and Clockadar, and said with a gloomy expression, I don't care what you are plotting, it's best not to catch me, otherwise, you must put you all in impel down. Doflamingo smiled, walked to Sengoku's side swaggeringly, and said with a sneer, If you have such ability, you can try it. Without us, how long can you hold on against Xuanwu Marine? Sengoku's face darkened upon hearing Doflamingo's words, and he clenched his fists. Because of the successive defeats against Xuanwu Marine, and the continuous exposure of those things, Marine's morale has been seriously affected, and Marine's recruiting and so on have already made them lose all of Marine's face. Even, in the fight against the power of the Xuanwu Marine, there has also been a large degree of inadequacy. However, that was before. Now, with the approval of the five elders, Marine has a new life. Lockdoll glanced at Sengoku, gave a hey smile, and left with Doflamingo. End of street. Blackbeard stood in the corner, looking at Doflamingo and K-Lock who left, with playful expressions on his face. What happened just now was not only felt by him, but also by Hawkeye. But none of them stood up. Blackbeard, in particular, is more interested. What an interesting thing to offer a reward to Marine. Chapter 224 New Shichibukai. Marineford Executive Restaurant. Today, in a restaurant like a banquet hall, it is specially arranged. A huge circular dining table is placed in the middle, and 9 chairs are placed on the side. The chairs are large and small. After an hour, Blackbeard, Udengu Seikas, Hawkeye, Lockdoll, Doflamingo and other 4 people, led by the ghost spider, walked calmly through the corridor and walked to the box under the eyes of the Marine generals. Looking at the generals, Blackbeard didn't know what to think of, and he gave a hey smile, so that some Marines had the urge to do something when they saw Blackbeard, but they were all stopped by the people around them. The ghost spider came to the door of the box, motioned for the person at the door to open, and said, Go in. Yo, there are still people here. Hee, I seem to have discovered a remarkable person. Doflamingo looked at the 4 people who were already seated, and with a simple glance, he recognized their identities. Daidengu Qingfeng also frowned slightly when he heard Doflamingo's words. Of the 4 people, he knew 3, but one he didn't know. Sengoku, too familiar. Bartholomew Kuma known as, the Tyrant. Edward Waybrow, known as, Whitebeard too, and a little woman, ISS Barkin. And a man wearing a mask, playing cards, and wearing a fancy black suit. Sit down. Sengoku took charge of the banquet and sat at the head of the table. Hawkeye found a seat and sat down without saying a word, and looked at the card man intentionally. He has an intuition that this card man is not simple. So, this is a meeting that completes Shichibukai's position. Doflamingo sneered, putting his feet on the table and looking up at the ceiling. Being targeted by Xuanwu Marine, Shichibukai is just helping the world government to share the pressure. Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard too and Tyrant Bear, and finally looked playfully at the person who played Garp, and said with a smile, it seems to die faster. This position is not easy to do. It's really hard to do. No rights, no financial support, it's not easy to fight. Lockdoll glanced at Sengoku and sneered. If you don't, just announce the dissolution. There is no benefit, and you have to work hard. The world government is easy to calculate. Doflamingo followed the words and said. With a dark face, Sengoku glanced at the 3 of Doflamingo and warned, Shut up. If you really don't want to be Shichibukai, I can announce it to the public and take back the rights given. TCH. Doflamingo sneered and said, Sengoku, do you have the right to remove our identities? You would, but the 5 elders would not. Sengoku clenched his fist, turned into a golden man in an instant, and punched Doflamingo. The shock wave hit instantly, and Doflamingo didn't expect Sengoku to be so direct. Covering armament hockey with both hands in front of him, he blocked the attack, and the person was also taken 2 meters away by the shock wave. Doflamingo stared darkly at Sengoku, his veins bulging. With a movement of his finger, the string fruit ability was activated, and silk threads attacked Sengoku one by one. Daidengu Qingfeng saw such a scene, sat quietly and watched with interest. This was especially true for Hawkeye and Tyrant Bear, who didn't take this fight into consideration at all, and didn't even intend to intervene. Shish. In an instant, the cards flew out one after another, and all the lines that Doflamingo shot out were cut, and the cards that were sent out brushed against Whitebeard 2, bringing a fierce wind. Whitebeard 2, who was originally a little silly, seemed to feel danger at this moment, and his whole breath became extremely turbulent. Mom, that dwarf has shot at me, can I kill him? Whitebeard 2 stared at the card man, and asked Isbajan beside him. Isbajan turned his head to look at the card man, and said with a smile, the card man, Zudolf, heard my son, and if you don't pay 5 or 6 billion Baileys as compensation, your life will die. Card people, Zudolf. When Daidengu Qingfeng heard the words, vague news about card fruit ability users flashed quickly in his mind. In the second half of New World, there is a special island, which is a gambler's paradise, where there are various gambling methods, gambling money, gambling life, and all kinds of gambling. And in these 10 years, there has been a card player who has never lost than playing cards. What's more, he used cards to kill many pirates with bounties of tens of millions, or even over 100 million, in exchange for a large number of Baileys. A veritable bounty hunter, a gambler. Doflamingo stared at Sengoku, Whitebeard 2 stared at the card man Zudolf, full of gunpowder, and the others watched the show calmly. Silly big man, how about a gamble? If you lose, give me your life. If you win, all my wealth will be yours. The card player Zudolf looked at Whitebeard 2 playfully and said with a playful smile. Who doesn't know that you, Zudolf, are a good gambler? It's better to fight, your people and your wealth are mine. Isbajan said with great expectation. The card man Zudolf flicked his right thumb, and the cards flew out one by one. They emit red, blue and yellow light respectively. Try it, Zudolf sneered. Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, looking at Doflamingo, Whitebeard 2, and the card man Zudolf. Aren't you taking me too seriously? This is Marineford. Zudolf smiled, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, opened it again, all the cards returned to his hand, made a fist, opened it again, and the cards disappeared. Isbajan also knew enough was enough, and immediately said to Whitebeard 2, Son, this is not a place to fight. After you leave here, Mother will take you to beat him. Whitebeard 2 believed in Isbajan's words very much, and Whitebeard 2, who was originally stern, became sluggish again. K. Lakadar stared at Whitebeard 2, sneered, and thought to himself, Kong has a lot of strength, but he is a fool. Doflamingo snorted coldly, turned and left and said, if it's just to meet and get to know each other. Then, people have also met. Is it okay to leave? Sengoku said calmly, besides the new Shichibukai members getting to know each other, there is one more thing to say. That is, an action on the beheading plan. Having said that, Sengoku looked at Blackbeard and said, speaking of this plan, we still want to thank Blackbeard for providing the prisoners. Otherwise, the position of Shichibukai may be whoever owns it. For a moment, except for Doflamingo, everyone's eyes turned to Blackbeard. Blackbeard had a thick skin and smiled fearlessly, it's just luck. Chapter 225, The Great War Begins. Prisoner. Blackbeard's credit. The connection between them made Daidengu Qingfeng feel extremely curious. A new Shichibukai meet and greet that can be hosted by Sengoku himself, and a meeting that 5 elders can personally invite him to attend will definitely not be easy. In particular, what Sengoku refers to as the plan to kill. In Daidengu Qingfeng's view, this is definitely an action against Xuanwu Marine. So who is this criminal? Daidengu Qingfeng thought quickly in his mind, and finally thought of 2 people. In West Blue, in the battle with Burndi World, the life and death of Ochoku and Silver Axe are unknown. With the identity of Ochoku Admiral, Silver Axe Vice Admiral, if it is used to lure Xuanwu Marine, I am afraid that this big battle will be inevitable. You are indeed lucky. The Admiral and Vice Admiral of Xuanwu Marine can be captured by you. Just in exchange for Shichibukai status. If they are used to trade with Xuanwu Marine, wouldn't the benefits be even greater? Doflamingo knew how Blackbeard became Shichibukai, and now Sengoku mentions it sarcastically. After what Doflamingo said, the other people present immediately understood. Daidengu Qingfeng also suddenly realized. Sure enough, unexpectedly, Ochoku and Silver Axe fell into the hands of Blackbeard and were used to make deals with the world government. 7 days later, the punishment will be publicly executed here. At that time, you still need to go all out. The conditions promised to everyone before will be honored one by one after the matter is completed. Sengoku swept across the crowd with a calm expression, and said in a deep voice. Mom, can I go on a killing spree? Whitebeard 2 twirled his fingers and lowered his head to ask Isbajan. Isbajan laughed and said, my dear son, you can kill him at will. The more you kill, the more we will get. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard too immediately clapped his hands happily. Doflamingo and Locke sneered sneeringly. They were also looking forward to this battle. Also looking forward to it is Hawkeye. Although Sakata Jintoki has the fruit ability, his swordsmanship is also very good, and it is worth fighting for him. Blackbeard chuckled, his eyes rolled wildly, and he didn't know what he was planning. Zudolph played the cards, showing no emotion. Tyrant Bear ate his feast quietly and gracefully, as if he didn't even hear what happened just now. Marine's power is constantly gathering. Generals and elite soldiers from all over the world gathered more and more. Following this, the news that the Rocks Pirates Remnant will be executed in 7 days spreads all over the world. Xuanwu Marine Base. Benedict also got the news, and a newspaper was also placed in front of his desk. In 7 days, with the speed of Xuanwu Marine's current warship, they rushed to it with all their strength. 7 days later, they could arrive at the day when Ochoku and Silver Axe were executed. The world government has already calculated it. Just want Xuanwu Marine to arrive in a hurry. However, such a calculation, in Benedict's view, is a bit of a joke. With lion fruit, flying in a straight line does not need 7 days. Bai Chi, what do you think? Benedict asked Bai Chi, who was standing in front of him. Bai Chi said with a cold expression. No matter what identities Ochoku and Silver Axe were before, since they joined Xuanwu Marine and changed their ways, they are their own people. The world government's move is a provocation to our Xuanwu Marine, and it is also a conspiracy. If you don't go, we will be considered as weak in Xuanwu Marine, which will damage the morale of Xuanwu Marine and cause internal conflicts. To fight against the outside world, we must first settle down at home. A little conflict can also cause major problems, so we have to guard against it. Besides, this must be an overt conspiracy by the world government, and it must have laid a net of heaven and earth. When we arrive, it will cause us heavy blows and casualties. Bai Chi's words made Benedict nod in agreement. In the original book, isn't Summit War's plan to take down the Whitebeard pirates? As a result, Whitebeard died in battle, and Whitebeard's territory suffered heavy losses. Datengu Qingfeng sent Charlotte's special blessing to the world government, isn't it just to make the Big Mom pirates fight against the world government? In the end, although Big Mom and Kaido were injured and left, their forces were also hit hard. Although Marine and world government won, most of Marineford was almost lost. Now, this is the old trick repeating itself. It is going to start with the more powerful Xuanwu Marine. What kind of power will the world government show this time? People need to be saved, battles need to be fought, but it depends on how to fight the majesty of the Xuanwu Marine. At the same time, the Marine of the world government must be completely wiped out. It's important. Bai Chi, our current resources will be allocated to you. I want you to give me a plan in the shortest possible time. And it's up to you to do it. Benedict looked at Bai Chi and smiled. The scale of this battle will definitely not be simple. And Bai Chi's ability, Benedict also trusts very much. Therefore, it was time for Bai Chi to lead the team himself. Bai Chi understood what Benedict meant, and said with great anticipation, "Yes, Marshal." After Bai Chi left, he quickly had a plan in his mind, and after returning to his office, he began to organize his thoughts. Benedict is not afraid of losing this battle because he has enough whole cards. Kitama, I'll give you a chance to go out and fight, and protect Bai Chi by the way. Benedict flew to the edge of the beach and said to Saitama, who was sunbathing. Saitama removed his sunglasses, glanced at Benedict, and said, Marshal, are you not afraid that I will kill all the demon fruit power with one punch? Saitama knew very well that Benedict would personally kill demon fruit power. It is also rumored outside that after the demon fruit power killed by Benedict dies, the devil fruit it owns will not be reborn in the sea. Control billions of points. Benedict frowned slightly, and said helplessly, okay. Seeing this, Kyu stretched his neck and said, after explaining to Saitama, Benedict immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique and came to base 38. Li Chunggong looked at Benedict, who appeared, and said with a smile, Marshal, is there a mission? Li Chunggong has a newspaper in his hand, which is his way of getting information from the outside world. Benedict nodded and said with a smile, take them and set off now. Alright, practicing here is more meaningful than seeing blood outside. Li Chunggong also wanted to take this opportunity to walk outside, so he didn't refuse. Ash, Nami, you guys come with me. Benedict to Ash and Nami. Nami and Ash came to Benedict, and then they were taken away by Benedict using Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. The world government is so provocative, it is impossible for Xuanwu Marine not to respond. Therefore, when many intelligence forces saw Xuanwu Marine gather its forces and set off towards New World in mighty strength, the pirates of all forces began to restrain their subordinates, retreating to their own territory, not daring to appear in front of Xuanwu Marine at this time, appeared on the sea. Because, once it appears, it will be destroyed. It is simply impossible to resist. Chapter 226 Kazuki's Request. Xuanwu Marine has already taken action. According to the information sent back from the intelligence side, the strength of Xuanwu Marine's dispatch this time is only about 20,000 people. Among the strong ones dispatched are Kenjiro, Sakata Jintoki, Fanma Yuhiro, Olaf, Flying Squirrel, Yellowski, and Saitama. In addition, there is another person who appeared before, but the rank is Admiral, and there is Saitama follow along. Crane Vice Admiral reported the information gathered by the intelligence department to Kong, and said in a deep voice. Ben was going to Xuanwu Marine. Therefore, Marine Headquarters naturally prepared various countermeasures. But this time, in order to deal with the Xuanwu Marine, Kong did not dare to be careless at all, paying attention to intelligence at any time, and mobilizing troops for deployment. There are so many admiral-level powerhouses dispatched. The heritage of Xuanwu Marine is really shocking. Garp couldn't help sighing when he heard Vice Admiral's words. Kenjiro, Sakata Jintoki, Fanmayuhiro, Olaf, Saitama, these 5 people all have admiral-level combat power, especially Saitama, whose strength is even more unfathomable. The only battle so far is that Golden Lion was defeated by the Fist was seriously injured, and there was no record of shots after that, so I don't know the depth of it. As for the Flying Squirrel, Yelusky is now at the top of the Vice Admiral, stepping into quasi-admiral strength. And this is the information on the surface. Xuanwu Marine also has a Ghost Squad, and there are 3 admiral-level powerhouses there. Because of the fruit ability, their degree of danger is no less than that of others. Such a force is all gathered in Marineford, and it is bound to turn the world upside down. Kong listened to the information and looked at the map. There are many places marked on it, which are also the defense line to block the Xuanwu Marine. The battlefield can't just be in Marineford, because it can't stand the toss at all. Therefore, it is necessary to block Xuanwu Marine at a longer distance. Sengoku was silent. Marine's current background can be seen at a glance. But for this action, Sengoku has great confidence in his heart. Compared with the background, the world government is even more hidden. Keep in touch and proceed according to the plan, Kong said in a deep voice after carefully analyzing the information and watching his deployment of troops. New World, the Whitebeard Pirates. Father, Xuanwu Marine has entered New World and is heading towards Marineford. It's just surprising that Xuanwu Marine only dispatched 20,000 troops. Isn't this a big deal? Marco hung up the phone bug, told the information he got, and then said. There are nearly 2,000 members directly under the Whitebeard Pirates, but with the addition of vassal forces and Whitebeard's call, more than 20,000 people can be gathered in a short period of time. This time the world government has released such momentum, and it has gathered a large number of troops, and has deployed 3 lines of defense in succession. The number of troops has exceeded 100,000, and it is expected to reach 200,000. Xuanwu Marine only brought 20,000 people here, but it was too big. Joes, captain of the 3rd Division, said in agreement. Instead of paying attention to Xuanwu Marine, maybe we should pay more attention to Blackbeard Teach. The captain of the 5th team, Vista, said coldly. Listening to Vista's words, the other captains who were about to speak fell silent. Blackbeard's betrayal, Sachi's death, this hatred has to be avenged. Children, I haven't gone out for a long time, and I'm lazy. Whitebeard, who hadn't spoken for a long time, stood up at this time, holding a big knife, stomped heavily on the deck, and said loudly, it's time to go to the activities too. It's over. Marco and the others reacted immediately after hearing what Whitebeard said, and then all of them smiled with fighting spirit and fighting spirit. They will not do harm to one side, nor will they take action against ordinary people. However, they will never let go of Blackbeard who betrayed and hurt his family. No matter what the identity of the other party is. When the situation was so turbulent, Benedict did not follow the warship to Marineford. Instead, at this special time, he actually received a system task. The arrival of this task surprised Benedict. Because a person Benedict thought was impossible to meet appeared in front of him. It was also because of this person that the system released the task. This person is Kazuki Odin's wife, Paramesha Time Fruit ability. Marshal Benedict, I'm very sorry for my sudden arrival, I hope I didn't startle you. Kazuki appeared in Benedict's office and said to Benedict. Benedict was surprised by the sudden appearance of Kazuki. Because, he didn't realize how Kazuki appeared at all. I travel from the past to the future. Kazuki seemed to see Benedict's doubts, so he explained. As long as I make a firm move and come to you by sea, then I will travel from the past to come to you, future. When Kazuki was speaking, he looked at the calendar hanging on the side, pointed to the calendar and said, it seems that my luck is not bad. It took me a month to arrive at the Xuanwu Marine headquarters and meet you. Hearing this, Benedict nodded thoughtfully and said, is this the magic of Paramesha's time fruit ability? So, you probably don't know what happened in the past month. Kazuki shook his head, nodded again, and said, it's really not clear, but if you activate the ability, you can still know something through the trajectory. The ability to predict the future. Benedict nodded. It is to see the future directly. Kazuki said affirmatively. Speaking of this, Kazuki immediately asked Benedict. Marshal Benedict, I came here this time because you are the only one who can save Wano-kuni and Odin, so Kazuki hopes that Marshal can help the people of Wano-kuni. Hearing this, Benedict was thoughtful. According to the timeline, Odin's arrogance and simplicity seemed to be about to bury himself. Ding. Trigger mission. Save Wano-kuni, and help Wano-kuni establish a country. The time limit is 7 days. Mission rewards. Fruit Ability Awakening Symbol 1, Warship Building Blueprint 1, Unit Strengthening Stone 100, Golden Treasure Chest 1, Justice Points, 10W. The sound of the system sounded, and Benedict was a little surprised. Originally, Benedict didn't want to wander around in the current battle. After all, if you go to Wano-kuni, you will definitely face Kaido. Although you are not afraid at all, if you can remind Golden Lion Shiki before he dies, there must be some dark secrets. However, seeing the reward, Benedict was still a little moved. Chapter 227 The Emotions of the People of Wano-kuni. What moved Benedict's heart was naturally the Fruit Ability Awakening Talisman. Once this thing is drawn, or obtained, it will basically appear in the mall. Now he has squeezed a lot of devil fruit, and he has exchanged 3 bottles of ordinary awakening potions. They were given to Daidengu Qingfeng, Kenjiro and Sakata Jintoki respectively. In addition, there are still unused devil fruits in his hand, which are all devil fruits that can be squeezed to obtain colorful awakening potions. Benedict doesn't want to use it yet. But I still have demon fruit power under my command, except Kenjiro's awakened ability, Jinkei's shadow fruit, Roboji's transparent fruit, Fanma Yuhiro's golden fruit, Yasuo's feng fruit, Yeluski's ape demon fruit, etc. Haven't woken up yet. Compared with the ability to be awakened and not awakened, the difference is too far. Wano Kuni. Now most of the troops and generals have been dispatched, so Benedict approached Ash. Ash's existence can help Benedict better protect Kazuki. After all, in today's Wano Kuni, Kazuki Oden and Kaido's beasts pirates are inextricably fighting. At the critical moment, it is not surprising when people are sent to capture Kazuki and her pair of children. Now Wano Kuni, Oden Castle. It was a bit chaotic, and the people of Wano Kuni all looked a little nervous at this moment. However, when they saw Kazuki, these people were more enthusiastic and serious. Kazuki Oden's time away from Wano Kuni, you didn't do less for him. These people may remember the glory of the Kazuki clan and believe in their name. However, what Kazuki Oden has done has let them down. Benedict, who has become an ordinary guard, can see that the eyes of some Wano Kuni people looking at Kazuki are somewhat complicated. In this complex emotion, there is expectation, but also sorrow, and at the same time, unwillingness. Kazuki walked in Oden Castle and did not hide his identity. She is natural and generous, with the elegance and gentleness of a noble lady. Facing her own people, she behaved gracefully. They did not distance themselves from each other because of their identities. Wano Kuni needs a king who can defeat their enemies and bring peace to their people. I believe Oden can do it. It's just that this country still needs tenderness and understanding. My ability is limited. What I can do is to let them feel the kindness of this country and bring a little tenderness. Kazuki waved to a young child, showed a gentle and peaceful smile, and then answered Benedict's words. Kazuki knew exactly what he needed to do. At the same time, as a time fruit ability user, Kazuki also understood many things. I helped you expel the beast's pirates from Wano Kuni. You will never forget our agreement. Benedict reminded Kazuki. When Benedict agreed to Kazuki's request, it was conditional. This condition is to ask Kazuki to tell him about the world 800 years ago. Kazuki was shocked that Benedict knew she was from 800 years ago. This secret is a secret that no one knows except herself. Even Oden doesn't know. Benedict, however, knows all about it. For Benedict's mystery, Kazuki can't see through it. The only thing that can be seen is that the world will undergo a huge change because of Xuanwu Marine. The gears of history will continue to advance because of the Xuanwu Marine, and the dilapidated ships will continue to be updated as they advance, ushering in a new civilization. Of course, Kazuki stopped, nodded, and smiled. Actually, you don't have to hide your identity. You show up at Wano Kuni, it's going to make the world government slack a little bit. In addition, I believe that with your mobility, you should be able to reach the battlefield at any time. Benedict chuckled, then released the transformation technique, returning to its original appearance. Benedict's change caused a commotion without accident. A short figure jumped out of the crowd almost instantly, and attacked Benedict. Benedict stretched out his hand, the palm covered with Conqueror's Haki, instantly, knocked the future person into the air. Leopard Guro, please stop, this is Marshal Benedict of Xuanwu Marine. When Kazuki saw Leopard Guro being knocked into the air, and saw Leopard Guro get up again, he wanted to continue fighting, so he yelled. Leopard Guro, who was stopped by Kazuki, immediately relaxed after hearing this. Although Wano Kuni's closed country, the people here do not know much about the outside world. But some big events will also spread in Wano Kuni. However, everyone in Xuanwu Marine still has some impressions. For example, when Xuanwu Marine was first established, the promotional posters falling from the sky shocked many people. In the following time, what Xuanwu Marine did horrified them even more. Therefore, they also admire Benedict who founded Xuanwu Marine. Now, being able to see the real person with their own eyes made them look forward to it. And some quick-witted people also reacted. Is it really Marshal Xuanwu Marine? Such a powerful existence will come to our Wano Kuni. Hiss, do you mean that the Admiral Army is going to join hands with Xuanwu Marine to completely kill the beast's pirates? It's really possible. Xuanwu Marine is jealous of pirates, and the beast's pirates are so vicious. Marshal Xuanwu Marine must have led the marine fleet to strangle the beast's pirates. Woo, we are finally saved. This is the powerful foreign aid Mrs. She invited for us. Great, Xuanwu Marine is here to save us. Xuanwu Marine has a great reputation, and their dedication to pirates and firmness to justice make them full of expectations and longing for Xuanwu Marine. All of a sudden, various voices rang out all around, all expressing joy. Kazuki looked at the emotions of the subjects, his eyes were a little moist. I feel guilty towards my people. The people of Wano Kuni had high hopes for Kazuki Oden. However, Kazuki Oden stayed away for an answer, indifferent to the hearts of the people of Wano Kuni, and at the same time gave Kurozumi and Kaido a chance to seize power and occupy Wano Kuni. Leopard Guro was a little embarrassed after knowing that the person in front of him was the real Benedict. The emotions of the surrounding people made Leopard Guro clench his fists. Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido brought high-handed rule and destruction to this country, and they suffered a lot. What he really couldn't imagine was, in the future, if their admiral army was defeated, what kind of darkness this country would face. Chapter 228 Kazuki Oden. You have seen their emotions. They are full of expectations for Xuanwu Marine. Your existence has rekindled their hope. It's also a poison for the beast's pirates. Although Kazuki was gentle and virtuous, he didn't look like he had much fighting power. However, he is definitely not one to sit still. In addition, it is definitely not as weak as it seems on the surface. When Benedict listened to Kazuki's words, he subconsciously took out the wartime communication suit from his pocket. Under the puzzled eyes of Kazuki and others, after Benedict brought him on, as Benedict clicked on the button on the frame, the wartime communication set was activated. This is a communicator, which is convenient for mobilizing troops. Seeing everyone's puzzled eyes, Benedict explained with a smile. After listening to Benedict's words, Kazuki, Leopard Guro and others couldn't help being moved. Especially when Kazuki knew the current situation of Xuanwu Marine. So, I was even more moved. Leaving the lively crowd, Benedict, under the leadership of Kazuki, came to Wangcheng, which is also the mansion of the Kazuki family. Mother. As soon as they entered the door, the two little guys rushed towards Kazuki, and they were extremely happy at the same time. These two people are Momosuke and Kazuki Hiyori. Kazuki bent down and picked up the younger Kazuki Hiyori with a mother's love on his face. Mom, did you bring me something delicious? Momosuke said childishly while pulling Kazuki's kimono. Leopard Guro came out and handed the lotus leaf-wrapped snacks to Momosuke, and said with a smile, Young master, madam bought you your favorite candy. Momosuke was happy, stretched out his hands, and ran to Leopard Guro. Just before he took a few steps, he saw Benedict beside him and asked curiously, Big brother, who are you? Why are you here? Young master, this is Marshal Xuanwu Marine, a very powerful hero. Leopard Guro hurriedly explained to Momosuke. Is he as strong as his father? In Momosuke's world, his father is the most powerful. Hearing this, he couldn't help asking. Leopard Guro didn't know how to answer for a while. His master is also very powerful. However, when it comes to competing with Benedict, he can't say it. Most importantly, Benedict is still around. Momonosuke, don't be unreasonable. Kazuki hugged Kazuki Hiyori, bent down, stroked Momosuke, and said with a smile. After finishing the words, Kazuki immediately smiled at Benedict. Sorry, Marshal Benedict, the child is still young. Although Benedict saw Momosuke for the first time, his impression of Momosuke remained in the original book. However, the Momosuke I saw at this time is not as wretched as the original book. On the contrary, Momosuke at this time is still a little cute. However, compared to Momosuke, the current Kazuki Hiyori is obviously cuter. It's just a child, Mrs. She doesn't need to apologize. Benedict first said to Kazuki, then looked at Momosuke, and said with a smile, Momonosuke, I am better than your father, and all three of your fathers are no match for me. Nonsense. Hearing Benedict's words, Momosuke immediately shouted angrily, My father is the most powerful master in the world. You can't be more powerful than my father. In Momonosuke's world, there is no father who is the strongest. Hearing this, Benedict laughed out loud. Leopard Guro saw that Benedict was not angry, so he laughed too. Kazuki also smiled lightly, and Kazuki Hiyori in her arms didn't know what her mother was laughing at, but seeing her mother was happy, she also clapped her hands and applauded. You all bully me, woo woo woo. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Momosuke was hit immediately, his mouth curled, and he immediately started crying, turned around and ran away. Big brother, cry, shame. Kazuki Hiyori opened his eyes wide, looked at the crying big brother, and clapped his hands happily. Seeing this, Benedict smiled slightly, then looked behind him, and said, Won't you come in and comfort me when you see your child crying? Outside the door, Kazuki Oden stood at the door, and behind him was the 9 heroes in red sheaths. However, judging from their slightly embarrassed appearance, and their aura, they were obviously a little messy. They must have gone through a difficult battle, and even returned home, and their aura could not be calmed down. Father. Kazuki Hiyori saw Kazuki Oden stretched out his little hand happily, and was about to hug him. When Kazuki Oden saw his daughter, his face, which was slightly serious and gloomy, immediately changed into a brilliant chrysanthemum, and came to Kazuki's side with a smile, took Kazuki Hiyori, and started teasing. Compared to Kazuki Oden teasing his daughter, the Red Sheath 9 looked at Benedict. As the masters around Kazuki Oden, they are no strangers to Marshal Xuanwu Marine. On the contrary, it is still familiar. Benedict's eyes also fell on the Red Sheath 9 heroes. Facing Benedict's gaze, the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath tensed up and became alert. At the same time, this also terrified the Red Sheath 9 heroes. Just a glance made them feel tremendous pressure. So strong. Kazuki Oden, who teased his daughter, looked at Benedict warily. It was still a look, and it was counterattack to Benedict. Kazuki Oden's aura made the Red Sheath 9 heaves a sigh of relief. You went to fight with Kaido. Benedict looked away, looked at Kazuki Oden, and asked with a smile. When Kazuki Oden suppressed his smile and handed Kazuki Hiyori to Kazuki. Kazuki took the child, smiled and turned to leave. Leopard Guro nodded to Kazuki Oden, then followed Kazuki and left. His mission is to protect Kazuki. Kazuki Oden glanced at Benedict, then walked towards the side of the tree. There is a stone table and a stone pier, and it is also the place where Kazuki Oden often sits and thinks about problems these days. The Red Sheath 9, a retainer of Kazuki Oden, walked in with him. They didn't go far, but waited quietly on the side. On the way back, I already heard them talking about you. Because he has observation haki, which can listen to all things, Kazuki Oden can hear the voices of others, and he can also hear the words of all things. All things are sentient, and the emotions they reflect are also a kind of verbal expression. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come here. Listening to Kazuki Oden, Benedict smiled and said, you have a very virtuous wife. Besides, you're a very nice person. Apart from being a little whimsical, you're very nice. However, if you still want to be a pirate all the time, if you are still at ease. I'm sorry, then, you're going to die. Chapter 229 The Moving Entrance. There are many ways a person can die. However, Kazuki Oden's death in the original book is very cruel, but at the same time, it is also aggrieved, even useless and stupid. Kazuki Oden has absolute strength. Observation haki that hears everything. Conqueror's haki that can fight Whitebeard, Roger. On the sea is also the top armament haki. The swordsmanship that can cut through the defense amazing Kaido. These four alone are destined to make Kazuki Oden a generation of heroes in troubled times if he has ambitions. However, such a strong man is a fool. His wisdom did not bring peace to Wano Kuni. On the contrary, when he knew that Kurozumi Orochi was planning this country, he gave up his own people and pushed this country to the outside world for the freedom of his heart. Abyss. His force did not bring safety to the people who believed in the Kazuki clan. On the contrary, after a simple collision, he was compromised in a few words, and then under the eyes of the people's shame and indignation, he jumped up in front of the public. Dance, Boruto smiled. All of this has hit the morale of the Wano Kuni warriors. It also made the people of Wano Kuni lose confidence in Kazuki Oden. Today's resistance, just thinking about protecting their own people, is threatened by Kurozumi Orochi, Beasts pirates and Wano Kuni's people everywhere, and they can't go all the way ruthlessly to the end, always falling into a disadvantage. Benedict's words made Kazuki Oden look serious. Because of Benedict's words, the Red Sheath 9 heroes were immediately on guard and ready to fight. Even if they are not Benedict's opponents, they will do everything for their patriarch. What do you mean? Kazuki Oden stared at Benedict uncomfortably and said in a low voice. Literally, Benedict said word for word. If you are a pirate, no matter whether you are the general of Wano Kuni or not, Xuanwu Marine will also be executed. The reality is, you left the ranks of the pirates and became the general of Wano Kuni. At the invitation of Mrs. Shi, I came here. I can help you take back Wano Kuni, and help you fulfill your wish to found a nation. But there is one condition, you have to tell me the truth you saw in the final island. The strength of the Red Sheath 9 heroes is not weak. Even if they didn't listen deliberately, they still heard the conversation between the two at this time. This is the first time I know that my patriarch has reached the final island. Although some of them went out to sea with Kazuki Oden, but after going out to sea with Kazuki Oden, they returned to Wano Kuni to read the main text of the history, and then left alone with Roger's ship. Those who didn't follow them on the boat naturally didn't know that Kazuki Oden had been to the last island. Now, how not to interest them? Kazuki Oden was slightly silent. The time he was a pirate was the happiest time in his life. During this time, he traveled around the world, saw the customs of various places, went to the final place, and saw the so-called truth. Change a condition. Kazuki Oden knew that it would be impossible to fight Kurozumi Orochi and Beast's pirates at the same time with the power he had now. Over the years, because of his wrong decisions, many warriors who were willing to follow him have been dealt with one after another. Now, the troops that can still be gathered are only 2,000 people. With such a force, it's okay to deal with the Kurozumi Orochi, but when the Beast's pirates get involved, they can only back down. So, if Benedict is willing to help, it's definitely a pleasure. But if the truth was to be used as a condition, Kazuki Oden could only refuse. This secret will not be revealed until the time comes. It's okay to change the conditions. You should still remember the route to the final island. Give me the route to the final island. Benedict naturally knew that it was impossible to get the so-called truth directly from Kazuki Oden. Even if Kazuki Oden said it, he wouldn't fully believe it. No, Kazuki Oden still replied. Benedict frowned, and said dissatisfiedly, if you are like this, it will be difficult for us to reach a cooperation. Don't you want to save your country? Could it be that you still want to disappoint the people who believed in the Kazuki clan? Could it be that you still want to continue to be an evasive coward? Kazuki Oden looked as calm as water, without any influence from Benedict's words. Such a result surprised Benedict a little. Is this guy really so stupid that he really doesn't care about the life or death of this country? After listening to Benedict's words, Foxfire Kinemon and the Red Sheath 9 all subconsciously looked at Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden is their head, and as retainers, they should be loyal. However, sometimes they are very disappointed with Kazuki Oden's performance. If Kazuki Oden stayed and fought for this country, there would be no chance for Kurozumi to control most of the country's forces and regions, and threaten them with the people. Where will there be Beasts pirates occupying Ghost Island and constantly harassing them? There are some things that cannot be said before the time. The route, it's not that I don't draw it for you, but because the route is changing. He's moving around at different times, being in different places. The final island is not an island, but an entrance. Kazuki Oden finally responded to Benedict after a silence. A portal that can move. Benedict summed it up and said hesitantly. Kazuki Oden nodded and said, the specific method is recorded in the main text of the history. Although I followed Roger to the final island back then, it was Roger who was leading the way. In which special sea area, the fog is thick and the compass is useless. Everything is moving forward based on Roger's calculation and perception. I don't recommend you go there. Speaking of which, Kazuki Oden said to Benedict, it's too early. When Benedict heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, it's not up to you whether it's early or not, and it's not up to the so-called truth. All I want is to get there and know the truth. In other words, the truth there doesn't matter to me. Because I will change the world. The world government will disappear, and so will the celestial dragons. The new civilization will advance the gears of civilization because of me. At the end of the truth, I created a whole new world. Chapter 231 Person is enough. Benedict's words shocked Kazuki Oden and the Red Sheath 9 heroes. They know that Xuanwu Marine is very strong now. I also know that Benedict killed the Golden Lion Shiki, but relying on their forces alone, dare to say that they can change the entire world and overthrow the rule of the world government, which they do not recognize at all. The strength of the world government is the combination of the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates, and even the Whitebeard pirates can't solve it. How can Xuanwu Marine be stronger than the combination of these three forces? Do not believe. One day, you'll believe it. The premise is that you are still alive. Benedict looked at Kazuki Oden's eyes and said lightly. Benedict is full of confidence in himself. After a slight silence, Kazuki Oden said, I don't know how to trust you. However, I have already given you the answer you want now. Now, Marshal Benedict, would you like to help us? Benedict chuckled and said, of course there is no problem. So, what are you going to do? How many troops can you bring? Kazuki Oden said, looking at Benedict. Xuanwu Marine is now at war with the world government, and the troops they are using must not be less than 100,000. Can you still send troops to help us? Benedict chuckled, and then said proudly, why did you bring troops here? I am enough alone. Hearing Benedict's words, the Red Sheath 9 heroes couldn't help but gasped. How confident is this, to say that facing the Beast's pirates, only one person is enough? Kazuki Oden was also taken aback by Benedict's words, even he didn't dare to say such big words. If it's just dealing with the Kurozumi Orochi, he doesn't have to be afraid, not even the three big kanbans. However, Kaido is different. Kaido's strength gives him the feeling that it changes every day, getting stronger every day. Especially during this period of time, Kaido's strength is even stronger, and every fight makes him more and more difficult. Marshal Benedict, there is something I must tell you clearly. Kaido's strength is very strong. I suspect that his fruit ability has been fully awakened. In addition, he should have mastered even more powerful power. Kazuki Oden, who has played against Kaido many times, expressed his guess. Regardless of whether Benedict is arrogant or overconfident, he must agree with Benedict's strength. Therefore, in order to avoid any accidents, he still feels it is very necessary to make it clear with Benedict. Hearing this, Benedict smiled and nodded, I know. I never underestimated him either. Benedict naturally dare not underestimate Kaido, even Big Mom. Big Mom has no fewer secrets than Kaido. However, compared to Big Mom, Kaido's background, according to a lot of intelligence analysis collected by Benedict, is also related to the world government. My time is limited. Since you want to make a move, you must act. To fight against the outside world, we must first secure the inside, so let's start with the Kurozumi snake. Benedict stood up, looked at Kazuki Oden, and said with a smile. Among the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, Kanjuro heard Benedict's words, and a strange light shone in his eyes. Immediately, his eyes turned to Kazuki Oden again. In the end, whether to fight or not depends on whether Kazuki Oden nods. It's just that if they win Kurozumi Orochi, Foxfire Kinemon and others are more confident, and they are looking forward to it. Is it necessary to secure the interior first when fighting against the outside world? Kazuki Oden murmured upon hearing this. After a while, Kazuki Oden said in a deep voice, okay, then take down Kurozumi Orochi first. Having said that, Kazuki Oden looked at the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, and ordered, get ready, gather your hands, and set off in half an hour. Foxfire Kinemon and the others nodded heavily when they heard the words, and then left quickly. Benedict looked at the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, especially Kanjuro's back, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If I remember correctly, Kanjuro is Kurozumi Orochi's mole who stayed beside Kazuki Oden. The original name should be Kurozumi Kanjuro, a descendant of the Kurozumi clan. Kazuki Oden took Benedict out after the Red Sheath 9 heroes went to arrange soldiers and horses. At this time, this guy has no intention of going back to see his wife and children. Half an hour later, on a relatively spacious street, the warriors summoned by the Red Sheath 9 heroes gathered. Many samurai had wounds on their bodies, the bandages had just been tied, and there were bloodstains flowing out. But in the face of Kazuki Oden's call, at this time, even if the expectation has not calmed down, he still insists on attacking Kurozumi Orochi. Benedict took a look at the strength of these people. In terms of combat power, the strength of these people is only weaker than the special forces summoned by the system every day. How is my samurai compared to your soldiers? Kazuki Oden looked at the samurai in front of him, and suddenly said to Benedict. It's not bad, but it's still weaker than my special forces. Benedict said with a chuckle. Kazuki Oden's eyes twitched. This answer did not satisfy him. On the contrary, Kazuki Oden also wants to show Benedict how powerful these warriors are. These samurai were from the Shimotsuki clan, a clan as famous as the Kazuki clan. The Kazuki clan is very powerful. If not for this, the Shimotsuki clan would not follow the Kazuki clan. The same is true, when Kazuki Oden decides to counterattack Kurozumi Orochi, he can still gather so many troops. Of course, the 2,000 people in front of us are not all of them. However, at Odin Castle, that's all he could get together in half an hour. Let's go. Kazuki Odin didn't want to talk about that with Benedict. Kazuki Odin knows that Xuanwu Marine is very strong, but he doesn't think that Xuanwu Marine's soldiers can be stronger than his samurai. The samurai of Wano Kuni, as long as they are not mediocre, just need to work hard, and they will master armament hockey when they are almost middle-aged, and they all have good attainments in swordsmanship. Benedict saw something in Kazuki Odin's mind, smiled and said nothing. Sometimes fighting is not just about having a lot of people. Sometimes it takes a lot of people to fight. However, this person depends on who he is. If it is someone as powerful as you, the more the better. But it's just some low-level characters. In the face of the stronger strength of others, it's just a gift. As one of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, Kanjuro naturally had to set off with him at this time. Looking at Benedict, who was walking ahead with Kazuki Odin, the corner of Kanjuro's mouth tilted slightly and then disappeared for a moment. No one noticed his strangeness. However, he would never believe that his identity had already been exposed in front of Benedict. What's more, he wouldn't know that Benedict didn't take his little tricks to heart at all. Chapter 231 never thought of using a big move to clear the soldiers. Although Kurozumi Orochi controls a large amount of force in Wano Kuni and has a brutal and lustful personality. However, the place where Kurozumi Orochi's mansion was built is not in Odin Castle, but 9 miles. Benedict was a little surprised. According to the original book, Kurozumi Orochi should dominate Odin Castle. After all, Odin Castle is a status symbol in Wano Kuni. Secondly, the environment, architecture, etc. here are better than other areas. Compared with Julie, Odin Castle is like a world. Benedict was a little puzzled, but didn't care too much. It's just that, because the journey was a bit far away, people from Beast's Pirates and those who cooperated with Kurozumi Orochi gathered here. Therefore, along the way, Kazuki Odin's team was attacked and killed one after another. Benedict looked at the samurai in the fierce battle, looked at Kazuki Odin with some doubts, and said, "You just watch them fight like this." In the face of such minions, a problem that can be solved by the coercion of Conqueror's Haki, why increase the casualties in vain? Or, do you have a lot of warriors? Enough for you to consume? Kazuki Odin, who was running at full speed and occasionally took out a few knives to kill the threatening samurai or pirate, but didn't care about the others, stopped immediately when he heard Benedict's words. Kazuki Odin stopped suddenly, causing the Red Sheath 9 who didn't know why to break suddenly and became alert. Benedict stood quietly aside, looked at Kazuki Odin who looked like Kurozumi, and couldn't help but teased. Could it be, you never thought about this problem, did you? Although it may seem a bit wasteful to recruit and clear small soldiers, it can save a lot of time and reduce unnecessary casualties to a large extent. Kazuki Odin's face darkened even more. I never thought of using a big move to clear troops. There are not many warriors he can gather. In addition, although the Shimotsuki family is loyal to the Kazuki family, because of his own reasons, some powerful warriors of the Shimotsuki family are unwilling to help. The same is true, the warriors around him are actually really precious. It is still dangerous to die without one, even if they are not dead but injured. Because, the enemy they have to face is not weak at all. Okay, I think I'm on point. So, Benedict looked at Kazuki Odin, who was as black as a pan, with a smirk on his face. Kazuki Odin was unwilling to continue listening to Benedict's words, turned around and ran back. The speed was so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Red Sheath 9 heroes listened a little bit, but hesitated for a moment and then ran back. It's just that before they ran tens of meters, a powerful Conqueror's Haki enveloped them in an instant. The strength of the Red Sheath 9 heroes is not bad, but under the shroud of Kazuki Odin's Conqueror's Haki, their faces have changed a lot, and they trembled a little at the moment when the Conqueror's Haki came under the pressure. Conqueror's Haki lasts only a few seconds. When the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath cheered up and rushed back to Kazuki Odin, except for the samurai brought by him, all others fell to the ground. Pirate slay, Wano Kuni samurai, tie up. Kazuki Odin is not sloppy and weak at this time. The damage that the pirates brought to Wano Kuni was not small at all, and it also caused the people of Wano Kuni to be torn apart. In particular, these people are pirates of the Beast's Pirates, so they cannot be let go. Benedict watched with a smile, but has not made a move so far. These pirates, to be honest, are just the pirates at the bottom of the Beast's Pirates. None of the cadres saw a single one. Not that Benedict looked down on Wano Kuni's samurai. On the contrary, the samurai of Wano Kuni are indeed very good. Whether it is strength or will, they generally have the combat power of elite soldiers of the world government. However, the number of these warriors is still too small. At least, the current Kazuki Odin, there are really not many samurai that can be summoned. Even if there is, I am afraid that many people have died in battle these days, and some people are unwilling to continue to work for Kazuki Odin. Leaving 100 people to deal with the stunned pirates and samurai, Kazuki Odin continued to set off with his men. The other side, Kurozumi Orochi, who was enjoying the information from Kurozumi Kanjuro, was scared and panicked. With the existence of the Great Terror of Benedict, Kurozumi didn't think much at all, and ran away directly. Hurry up, hurry up. That's Marshal Benedict of Xuanwu Marine. Not at all comparable to that idiot Kazuki Odin. Scared me. BD, damned woman, unexpectedly asked Xuanwu Marine to help. Kurozumi Kaiman, are those idiots leaving yet? When Kazuki Odin and the others killed 9 miles, there was no one to save that BCH. I want that beach's life to be worse than death. Kurozumi Orochi sits on a carriage, roaring continuously. And beside him, there are hundreds of guards, who are escorting Kurozumi Orochi to Onijima. Return to the general, the people sent out are already on standby at Oden Castle. After making sure that Kazuki Oden and others stay away, they will act immediately. Kurozumi Chingman is like a ninja, with a mask covering half of his face and carrying 2 swords, showing a running posture, said. Where's the big ship going to Onijima? Kurozumi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that, and then asked very nervously, have you found Marine's warship in the sea? Return to the general, the big ship is already waiting, and no Marine's ship has been found so far. Kurozumi Chingman responded. Kurozumi heard the words again, leaned back on the chair, and relaxed a lot. Kurozumi laughed excitedly until he saw the big ship in front of him. Guhahaha, Kazuki Oden, so what if you have Genbu Marine to help? As long as the beast's pirates are around, as long as Kaido is in Wano-kuni, I'll be safe. Not only will I get asylum, I will also capture your wife and children, and I will wipe out your Kazuki clan. Guhahaha. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi, who was sure of his safety, was extremely excited and even laughed out loud. After boarding the boat, Kurozumi looked at Kuri behind him and laughed again. After such a long time, Kurozumi believes that Kazuki Oden has almost reached Kuri after leaving Oden Castle. However, he is now on his way to Ghost Island. In Oden Castle, the forces secretly dispatched by Kurozumi appeared from all corners and began to gather outside the mansion of the Kazuki clan. There were about 15 people. They gestured to each other, made simple exchanges, and then they acted. Chapter 232 Sword Jealousy. Kazuki Mansion. In the backyard, Momosuke is waving a wooden sword, and he is really learning swordsmanship. Kazuki was sitting by the side, fanning Kazuki Hiyori who was already asleep, looking at Momosuke who was learning swordsmanship, with a gentle smile on his face. However, under the bright eyes, there is a bit of sadness. At the same time, Leopard Guro, who was standing in the shade and sitting on the ground, wrinkled his nose, and his expression became solemn. Leopard Guro came to Momosuke very quickly, stretched out his hand to hug Momosuke, and then slapped it out. Boom! Powerful forces collided in an instant, and the man in black who suddenly appeared was blown away. Leopard Guro retreated back, but he was short, but he was extremely agile, and he escaped the sneak attack of several figures. Wow! Kazuki Hiyori cried loudly. Leopard Guro's face changed suddenly, and when he looked back, he saw 3 men in black, surrounding Kazuki. The reason why Kazuki Hiyori cries is because Kazuki hugged Kazuki Hiyori when Kazuki touched Kazuki Hiyori's wrist. And this also reminded Leopard Guro. Leopard Guro narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, a dagger appeared between Leopard Guro's sleeve and was held in his hand. 3 miniature sword chi arrived in an instant. The sword energy that Leopard Guro swung was very precise and powerful. The 3 men in black who were about to strike at Kazuki, faced the incoming sword energy, let Kazuki go one after another, and drew out their swords to resist. Leopard Guro's strength, with the title of swordsman, just looking at the black dagger is enough to explain a lot. Mrs. She. Leopard Guro came to Kazuki's side and said vigilantly. Kazuki didn't panic at the time, but at this time, she was a bit cold, as if the assassination in front of her was a bit normal for her. I'm fine, Leopard Guro. Kazuki's tone was calm and somewhat indifferent. Wow. Momosuke, who was held in Bao Goro's arms, realized that he had been assassinated after realizing it. At this time, Momosuke has the appearance of a 5-year-old child. Kazuki stretched out his hand, grabbed Momosuke from Leopard Goro's arms, and said comfortingly, don't be afraid, Momonosuke. You are a man, and a man is not allowed to shed tears. Momosuke was still wailing in his arms while Kazuki was tearful. On the contrary, Kazuki Hiyori looked at the crying big brother, eating his little hand, full of curiosity. Hana no Binguro, as the leader of the gang, is willing to be a bodyguard by a woman's side. Shame. A voice sounded, and a person pushed the door and walked in, staring at Leopard Guro, and said. Leopard Guro squinted his eyes and looked at the man in black in front of him. His eyes swept up and down, and finally fell on the snake sword in the man's hand. He sneered, who did I think it was? So it's you, Jonju. Having disappeared for so many years, are you a killer for Kurozumi Orochi? In this way, those warriors who were assassinated make sense. The samurai who followed Kazuki Oden gradually lost the respect and trust of some samurai when Kazuki Oden compromised and danced in public. Among them, many powerful warriors were assassinated one after another in the following time. Leopard Guro felt familiar with those injuries. However, I can't remember who it was. After all, GNJ, the man who assassinated him, should have been killed by him, and his servants threw his body into the sea, so it is impossible for him to be alive. But now, Jianju actually appeared in front of him. It's just that the voice seems to have changed. The man known as Jianju took off his mask, revealing a hideous face. 2 stab wounds. One was cut from the left eye, obliquely downward, the scar was very hideous. One is at Janju's neck. Such a wound, placed on anyone, should also die. However, Janju survived and became stronger, which is very miraculous. Isn't it very unexpected? I actually survived. Jianju narrowed his eyes, looked at Bao Wulong ferociously, and sneered. Hearing this, Leopard Guro said calmly, it's really surprising. Holding a dagger in his hand, Bao Wulong said calmly, however, you actually met this old man and assassinated Mrs. Shi, so I can only kill you again. Jianju chuckled, his figure seemed to disappear, and suddenly appeared in front of Bao Wulong, slashing down with his long knife. Leopard Guro snorted coldly, brandishing the black dagger. When sparks splattered, powerful force hit the surroundings, and a gust of wind was set off. Kazuki was standing behind Leopard Guro, facing the oncoming wind. To his surprise, faint ripples appeared in front of him, like a stone being thrown into a silent lake. The wind did not cause any harm to Kazuki and his two children. Jien was jealous of the eyes that had never been blind, and glanced at Kazuki. Kazuki looked at him calmly, without any fear from the hideous face of the other party. Die. Bao Wulong didn't expect Jianju to launch an attack so proactively. He snorted coldly, and the powerful force sent Jianju flying out. At the same time, Leopard Guro quickly attacked the two nearby assassins. The sword light flashed, and the two men were killed in an instant before they could react. After Bao Wulong killed these two people, he quickly killed them in the other direction. The three stood in front of them holding their swords. Although they didn't slash out the sword energy, they stood in an instant and armament hockey covered the sword. Bang! Leopard Goro's dagger slid across at an extremely fast speed. The swords of the three broke in an instant, and with sword energy, they slashed towards their bodies. In an instant, with the sound of screams, blood spattered. Jianju didn't expect Bao Wulong to ignore him so much. Just to force himself back, he immediately went to kill his subordinates, and killed 5 of them. A cold light swept across his eyes, and the long sword of Jianju came to Kazuki almost instantly. Kazuki's bright eyes flickered, and a ripple fluctuated in front of him. The sword jealousy's attack seemed to be stopped in an instant, unable to move forward. Jian jealousy was startled, and then increased his strength. Jianju was very surprised, and at the same time, he took a guess in his heart seriously. After all, when he fought against Leopard Guro, it was impossible for such a strong wind to have no effect on such a weak person as Kazuki. As a result, nothing happened to Kazuki. Die. Jianju's body changed, and a lot of fur appeared on his body, just like a leopard. The power of holding the sword has been doubled. This time, his longsword pierced through the ripples and pierced Kazuki's body in an instant. Chapter 233 One Punch Kill. When Jianju looked at Kazuki who was pierced through his body, his face showed excitement. Identity in Kazuki is very important in Wano Kuni. Kazuki Oden has failed the people of Wano Kuni. However, because of the appearance of Kazuki, and for the people of Wano Kuni, they still feel hopeful. The same is true, the people of Wano Kuni still have expectations. Today, Kazuki is dead. Once this news spreads, the people who had some expectations will eventually be shaken, and even completely lose hope in this country. One sword flow, one sword rushes. Leopard Guro suddenly appeared from behind Kazuki, stabbing out with a long sword. The sharp and powerful sword energy pierced Kazuki's body in an instant, and obliterated it towards Jianju's neck. Jianju's eyes widened, and the scene from 10 years ago exploded in his mind. When, with the long sword in front of him, Jianju flew out and hit the wall cracked, and Jianju also stopped. The figure of Bao Wulong appeared in front of him again, and Jianju let out a low growl. As he swung the long sword, blood spurted out from his neck. However, Jianju ignored it. Zone, who is a leopard fruit-capable person, has completed the awakening of the fruit ability, with amazing physical strength and amazing self-recovery ability. Therefore, when he fought with Leopard Guro in an instant, the injury on his neck also recovered. Leopard Guro, does this look like a gangster? As long as you can kill the target, you can do whatever you want, even if the opponent's status is extremely noble, or even your own master. Jianju was not angry because Bao Wulong's attack almost killed him again. On the contrary, because of Kazuki's death, it made him extremely excited. In particular, Leopard Guro also pierced Kazuki's body with a sword. Jianju, have you misunderstood me? Old man, he is a very principled person. How could you do such a rebellious thing? Leopard Guro deserves to be a strong man known as the hero sword, especially, he also holds the even more powerful armament hockey, emission. For the use of armament hockey, whether it is on the fist or the dagger, it has great power. In addition, in the case of alternating attacks with daggers and fists, it is even more free to switch. Facing Bao Goro's fierce attack, Jianju seemed a little overwhelmed. But what's even more annoying is that Bao Guro didn't even admit that he did such a thing. Boom, boom, boom. Just at the right time, the 3 assassins were sent flying, and under Jianju's gaze, the opponent's body turned into dry bones at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then disappeared in a gust of wind. Jianju was startled by the sudden scene in front of him, and quickly sent Bao Wulong flying, and hid aside. How is this possible? Why are you doing nothing? Jianju glanced aside, and when he looked at Kazuki, who had nothing to do, he was still holding Kazuki Hiyori and Momosuke in his arms, and he couldn't help being horrified. Jianju saw very clearly that his sword penetrated Kazuki's body. The same is true of Leopard Goro's sword energy. Laugh. Did you see Madam bleeding? Is there blood on your sword? Leopard Guro could not help but sneer when he saw how shocked Jianju was. Jianju looked at his own sword, trying to recall the scene when he assassinated Kazuki. No blood. The clothes are not dirty either. Are you demon fruit power? Jianju asked in horror when he looked at Kazuki. Except for demon fruit power, he couldn't think of how Kazuki managed to evade his assassination. Kazuki didn't answer Jianju's question, but looked at Jianju quietly, not paying attention to the remaining assassins who surrounded him. Let's go together and kill him. Whoever kills this woman, I will definitely report it to the general, and I will be rewarded. Jianzhu didn't know what kind of fruit ability user Kazuki was, and how his 3 subordinates turned into ashes and dissipated. Therefore, he needs someone to test. Leopard Guro heard Jianzhu's words and immediately returned to defense. Just in case, how could Jian jealousy let Bao Wulong retreat like this, and immediately fought? On the other side, the remaining assassins attacked Kazuki in all directions without hesitation. Kazuki was holding 2 children, walking gracefully. What is surprising is that the attacks of these assassins were all avoided. What's more, they didn't understand why Kazuki could dodge the past, and made them want to change the attack method and give the idea of making up the knife, but at that moment, there was a kind of idea that could only be like this. The assassination was only over in a moment, and Kazuki was already outside the scope of the assassination. However, at this time Kazuki was obviously panting, his chest heaved a little fast, and there was sweat on his forehead. The remaining assassins, seeing such a scene, immediately reacted. Although Kazuki had demon fruit power, her physical strength was her greatest weakness. It was just a look in the eyes, without a tacit understanding of words, it was reached in an instant, and it was time to kill Kazuki again. Kazuki's complexion changed a little, but at this moment, before Leopard Guro solved the sword jealousy, she had to continue to persevere. But at this moment, the assassins who were approaching Kazuki were blown away in an instant, and all of them were killed. Marshal Benedict. The sudden change made Kazuki stunned for a moment, and then he saw Benedict's figure, and couldn't help but be extremely pleasantly surprised. But soon, Kazuki asked in confusion again, Marshal Benedict, didn't you leave with Odin? Just in case, of course. Benedict laughed. Before I complete your commission, I don't want anything to happen to you. After all, I still have answers I need from you. When Kazuki heard this, he understood, but he was still very grateful. On the other side, Jianzhu, who was fighting with Leopard Guro, looked at Benedict who appeared, and was terrified. He didn't dare to fight with Leopard Guro again, and immediately flew back. He still knows how powerful Marshal Benedict is. How could Benedict let it go, a demon fruit power with impressive combat power? Seeing that Jianzhu was about to run away, he flew in front of him in an instant, and gave him a fist the size of a sandbag unceremoniously. The sword was terrified, and held the sword to resist. When, the sword that covered armament Haki broke under Benedict's fist. Then, under Jianzhu's horrified gaze, a sandbag-sized fist landed on Jianzhu's face. Boom! Benedict's fist, pressing Jianzhu's face, hit the ground directly, and a pit with a diameter of 5 meters sank in an instant. The entire ground is sunken, with spikes raised all around. There was also a click sound. Sword jealousy, pawn. Leopard Guro stood on the wall and witnessed the scene where Jianzhu was punched and killed by Benedict, his pupils shrank suddenly. Too horrible. Chapter 234 Time Acceleration. Marshal Benedict, has your armament Haki reached the strongest field yet? Leopard Guro looked at Benedict in shock, and couldn't help asking. With that punch just now, what Leopard Guro saw was armament Haki's strongest form, the black emission, exuding a luster, which has already had a certain impact on a small area. And this is armament Haki, at the top of the emission level. Benedict looked at Leopard Guro, smiled and said, Leopard Guro, your armament Haki is also very good. After saying that, Benedict looked at Kazuki and said with a smile, Mrs. Shi, you really surprised me. I thought your ability was just to give you the ability to travel through the future, but I didn't expect that you also have the ability to accelerate the flow of time in an area. The 3 assassins who were killed died under the acceleration of time. Mrs. Shi is not a weak woman. To be able to travel through 800 years and come to the present world, besides the fruit's ability, there is also Mrs. Shi's own strength. Benedict could see very clearly that at the moment when Kazuki made a shot, he possessed Rear Admiral level combat power. This is very beyond Benedict's expectations. Kazuki's stamina, though, does seem to be an issue. Just a short shot made her weak. Kazuki hugged Kazuki Hiyori and Momosuke who had passed out, facing Benedict's gaze, with a faint smile on his face, and said, I'm sorry, Marshal Benedict. I didn't deliberately conceal what you meant. It's just that I don't want to use this ability unless I can. After all, once it is used, there's no room for recovery. Hearing this, Benedict couldn't help but nodded. Accelerating the passage of time in a certain area, I have to say, this is indeed very terrifying. How long does it take for a person's body to age until it decays and its bones turn into dust? 20 years, 30 years, or 100 years, or is it hundreds of years? Benedict didn't know exactly how long it would take, but just knowing that a person could be ashes directly was terrifying. At that moment, Benedict felt like he was reading a fairy tale novel. Too strong. This is my avatar, and I will continue to follow you temporarily. Odin has reached Kuri, and the Kurozumi Orochi fled to Onishima. So, next, we'll go straight to Ghost Island. When Benedict looked at Kazuki, he introduced the clone who came out from the side, and said. The reason why Benedict came over so quickly and knew what happened here was because he left behind a clone and marked it with the Flying Thunder God. After all, Kazuki is important to Benedict right now. In particular, the ability the opponent just used also made Benedict attach great importance to it. Bao Guro, Mrs. Shi, I still need you to continue to protect me. Benedict looked at Bao Guro and said with a smile. It's my honor. Leopard Guro said very seriously. Leopard Guro's expression, when he was attacked by Kazuki, he always maintained a calm expression, and he didn't feel much shock. This also shows that Leopard Guro knew that Kazuki had the power of Devil Fruit. He also understands the power of devil fruit. Marshal Benedict, please take care of Odin for me. Wano Kuni, can't live without him. Kazuki asked Benedict, with me here, as long as he doesn't act stupid, basically nothing will happen. Benedict said confidently. After saying that, Benedict cast Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared instantly. The clone of Benedict, after nodding to Leopard Guro and Kazuki, disappeared into the darkness. 9 miles. Without Kurozumi Orochi coming forward, under the joint efforts of the samurai led by Odin, it quickly took control here. The whole process went much smoother. Kazuki Odin is also already thick-skinned. No matter what the samurai spirit is, he will directly open the ult. Under the impact of Conqueror's Haki, a large piece fell down. The remaining people who hadn't fallen didn't last long, and they were also killed, or they directly surrendered to Kazuki Odin's coercion. Benedict looked at Kazuki Odin indifferently, with a smile on his face. Such an Odin is somewhat blackened. However, such a method of thunder is indispensable for the ruler of a country in times of war. With a character like the Virgin Mary, she will only be a rebel, and become even more rampant. Master, Kurozumi Orochi is probably already on the boat to Oni Island at this time. Should we continue to catch up? After Foxfire Kinemon scanned the general's mansion, he did not find Kurozumi Orochi, so he came to Kazuki Odin and asked. Kazuki Odin did not answer Foxfire Kinemon immediately, but looked at Benedict and asked, Marshal Benedict, what do you mean? Kazuki Odin is naturally aware that today's Onijima is the territory of the Beast's pirates. Kurozumi Orochi went there and it's not that easy to kill him. Even if they were going to venture there, they would be nothing if not for Benedict to accompany them. Benedict laughed. Don't you have an idea? Benedict asked rhetorically. Kazuki Odin looked at Benedict, and after a while, he smiled and said, with Marshal Benedict by my side, I have no reason to back down. Let's go then. Benedict chuckled. Kinemon, go prepare the boat and go to Onishima. Kazuki Odin said to Foxfire Kinemon seriously. Huhuo Jinwaiman said quickly, yes, Patriarch. Everyone rushed towards the beach, and Foxfire Kinemon left first. He just waited for about half an hour, and when Foxfire Kinemon came back, he didn't see a single boat. Patriarch, the ships in the vicinity have all been destroyed. Foxfire Kinemon said helplessly. Kazuki Odin and others were also speechless for a while. In order to prevent them from catching up, Kurozumi sent a small team to destroy all the ships in this area. Kurozumi Orochi is really calculating. Seeing such a scene, Kazuki Odin had to turn and leave. Without a boat, they couldn't get to Onishima, and they couldn't kill the Kurozumi Orochi. Patriarch, look over there, there is a boat coming. Just when Kazuki Odin turned to leave, Kikunojo found a ship coming in the distance, couldn't help being shocked, and shouted quickly. Hearing Kikunojo's words, Kazuki Odin and the other members of the Red Sheath 9 heroes quickly looked back, and sure enough there was a boat approaching. Just looking at the flags they put on, not only the 9 heroes in red sheaths, but also Kazuki Odin's expression became gloomy and cold. Because, this is a boat that only Kurozumi Orochi would ride on. Chapter 235 Kurozumi Orochi, Pawn. Kazuki Odin and the Red Sheath 9 heroes didn't think much of it at all, and immediately hid themselves on guard. Waiting for Kurozumi's ship to approach, they attacked without hesitation. Kanjuro looked at the approaching ship, his eyes flickering with anxiety. How could this be? Didn't he already go to Ghost Island? Why come back again? Kanjuro subconsciously clenched the short sword in his hand, ready to strike at any time. The screen returns to half an hour ago. After Kurozumi Orochi boarded the boat and confirmed that he would not be in danger, he relaxed wantonly. Ha ha ha, so what if Marshal Xuanwu Marine is here? With Kaido here, what else can he do to me? Kurozumi Orochi was lying on a large recliner, watching the beauties dancing and eating melon and fruit barbecue, and laughed excitedly. Standing aside to guard the safety of Kurozumi Orochi, Kurozumi Chingman with impressive strength, after thinking for a moment, said, General, the battle between Xuanwu Marine and the world government is imminent, and we are waiting in the second half of the New World Voyage. Middle. It is not realistic for Xuanwu Marine to come to Wano Kuni. According to my subordinate's speculation, it is very likely that Marshal Xuanwu Marine came to Wano Kuni personally. There are rumors outside that Marshal Xuanwu Marine's speed is very fast, and he can appear from North Blue to East Blue within a few minutes. After hearing Kurozumi Chingman's words, Kurozumi Orochi was silent for a moment, and then laughed excitedly. Is it just me coming alone? That would be even better. Beast's pirates, in addition to Kaido, there are 3 major Kanban, with their strength, combined, can always consume Marshal Xuanwu Marine. Hurry up, contact Kaido and tell him that only Benedict is here in Xuanwu Marine, and there are no other reinforcements. I'm sure Kaido would be more than happy to keep Benedict. Hearing this, Kurozumi Chingman took out his phone bug and prepared to contact Kaido. Click. The moment the phone bug was taken out, a hand suddenly appeared. And then under Kurozumi's gaze, the phone bug was crushed. Kurozumi Chingman was extremely astonished, but when he looked at the person right in front of him, he was extremely shocked. Marshal Benedict. General, run away. Kurozumi yelled and attacked Benedict. The hall, which was still singing and dancing, immediately became quiet. And as Kurozumi attacked Benedict and was knocked out, the scene immediately became chaotic. Kurozumi looked at Benedict standing in front of him, and jumped up from the couch in fright. Benedict, how will you be here? Come on, protect me. The Kurozumi snake was so frightened that it screamed again and again, and the samurai outside also rushed in when they heard the scream. Benedict glanced, and the mighty conqueror's haki burst out. In an instant, almost everyone on the ship fell into a coma. Kurozumi Orochi's face was pale. Although the Conqueror's haki just did not fall towards him, it made him feel uncomfortable for a while. In particular, all the loyal subordinates were dizzy. The only one who can still stand today is Kurozumi Kaiman. Not bad, the people around you are not all idiots. However, with such strength, I am very curious, why didn't that idiot Oden take you down? Benedict crossed his arms, looked at the terrified Kurozumi, and asked curiously. When Kurozumi heard Benedict talk about Kazuki Oden, his face was inexplicably excited. Who was the Kurozumi clan brutally exterminated for? The Kazuki clan. Why, who wouldn't want to be king? Who was willing to be a courtier all his life? Kurozumi Orochi hates the Kazuki clan. So, from the moment Kurozumi Muchin told him that he could become a general, Kurozumi Orochi has been planning. He succeeded, and he is now Wano Kuni's general. So, Kazuki Oden is an idiot. I have to admit that he is powerful, but he is just a fool. An idiot who can be manipulated by me and rejected by Wano Kuni. Kurozumi laughed excitedly. Kurozumi Orochi is very happy to hear him share such achievements, even if the opponent's identity is Marshal Xuanwu Marine. Benedict nodded involuntarily after listening to Kurozumi Orochi's honest words. Kazuki Oden is indeed a douchebag, possesses great strength, but does not know how to use tactics. This is not a qualified general, let alone a hero. On the contrary, Kurozumi Orochi is more like a hero. If given the power to match him, Kaido wants to take root in Wano Kuni and build a world weapons factory, dream it. Pity, ambition alone, but not enough strength. Benedict walked towards Kurozumi Orochi and smiled. Seeing this, the Kurozumi snake retreated one after another, and shouted, Chingman, kill him. Although Kurozumi Chingman knew that he would not be Benedict's opponent, he still went to Benedict without hesitation. Kurozumi Orochi took the opportunity and escaped immediately. However, not long after he ran out, the body of Kurozumi Chingman flew by his side and hit the boat. This is the sea, you have demon fruit power, where are you going to escape? Benedict looked at Kurozumi Orochi playfully, and sneered. Kurozumi realized immediately that he was on the boat. Benedict, don't force me. Kurozumi Orochi shouted sternly with an ugly face. Forcing you? Benedict chuckled and said, yes, I'm forcing you. Do you want to transform? Give you some time. Roar. Being so looked down upon by Benedict, Kurozumi Orochi had to do his best to save his life. A growl, the gigantic form of snake fruit, phantom beast species, and Yamada no Orochi appeared on the big ship in an instant. The whole ship sank quite a bit. There are many heads and a big body, so it looks a bit fierce. It's a pity that this fruit was wasted by you. Sensing the breath of Kurozumi Orochi, Benedict was a little disappointed. Rear Admiral grade, with such strength, after squeezing the juice, it is just an ordinary awakening potion. Eat you. Unwilling to be humiliated by Benedict, the Kurozumi snake roared angrily, opened its mouth with 8 heads, and bit Benedict down. Benedict's figure flickered, one punch at a time. Bang bang bang, 8 heads, before they could react, were directly blown away by Benedict. Kurozumi Orochi was in so much pain that he disarmed Devil Fruit in an instant, rolling on the ground, scratching his head, and screaming. Benedict came in front of Kurozumi Orochi and said with a smile, it's a vulnerable thing. I confiscated your fruit ability. Lift your feet, fall, coup. Chapter 236 The Traitor. Kurozumi Orochi, suffer death. Watching the big ship approach the shore, Kazuki Oden couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately rushed out, slashing out with a knife. Boom. Benedict stepped out of the cabin, blocked Kazuki Oden's attack with a punch, and said with a smile, Oden, do you want to fight? The Red Sheath 9, who followed Kazuki Oden to board the ship, saw Benedict appearing, and couldn't help hastily stopping. Kanjuro landed on the deck, looking around. Looking at the traces of fighting and Kurozumi Chingman who had lost his breath, his pupils shrank instantly. With Benedict here, this result is already doomed. Marshal Benedict, why are you on board? Kazuki Oden glanced at Benedict on the shore, and then at Benedict right in front of him, feeling a little stunned and puzzled. That's my clone. Benedict on the shore jumped into the big boat and said with a smile. After Benedict finished speaking, the clone of Benedict that came out of the cabin turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Marshal Benedict, what is it now? Foxfire Kinemon looked at the interior of the cabin, and asked with incomparable curiosity. There are obvious signs of a fight here, and there are many people lying around, and judging by the breath, they are not dead. Therefore, they are very much looking forward to what is going on with Kurozumi Orochi. Dead, Benedict said with a smile. Listening to Benedict's words, Kazuki Oden's eyes sparkled, and he quickly walked into the cabin. The Red Sheath 9 heroes followed closely behind. After a while, the Red Sheath 9 heroes came out from inside. Then came Kazuki Oden, still holding the head of Kurozumi Orochi. Thank you very much, Kazuki Oden solemnly said to Benedict. The death of Kurozumi Orochi, the recovery of Kuri, the surrender of Wano Kuni ministers, or beheading, although it has not cleared up the internal problems of Wano Kuni, at least there is no threat of Kurozumi Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi is dead. Next, would you like to accompany me to Onishima? Benedict looked at Kazuki Oden and asked with a smile. I was already ready to kill Onijima. At this time, I will not back down. Kazuki Oden laughed when he heard this. Benedict nodded, then looked at the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, and finally set his sights on Kanjuro. Universal pull. Kankuro, who was already on guard in his heart, felt a strong suction pulling him towards Benedict. At this moment, he drew his sword without hesitation. Shenluo Tianjiang. The powerful repulsion instantly sent Kanjuro flying, and hit the trunk heavily. This sudden change shocked everyone present. Marshal Benedict, what do you mean? Kazuki Oden asked in a deep voice, not knowing why Benedict suddenly shot at Kanjuro. The other 8 members of the Red Sheath 9 heroes immediately became alert at this time. Benedict didn't speak, but looked at Kanjuro, who stood up, used the pen behind him, drew a bird, was about to leave, and cast Universal Pull again. This time, it was much stronger. Kanjuro was caught again, and his big pen was also grabbed by Benedict's other hand. Kurozumi Kanjuro, a descendant of the Kurozumi family, has been sending information to Kurozumi Orochi. With such a person here, what can you gain from every action? When Benedict let go, Kanjuro didn't even have a chance to escape, and was directly suppressed to the ground by a powerful force. Listening to Benedict's words, Kazuki Oden and others were a little stunned. Those with the surname Kurozumi are also members of the Kurozumi clan after Wano-kuni. The Kurozumi Orochi is a member of the Kurozumi clan. Marshal Benedict, are you mistaken? Kanjuro has always been with us. He can't be from the Kurozumi clan. Foxfire Kinemon hesitated, and questioned. Benedict smiled and said, I don't doubt the trust between you two. But, you don't doubt at all, why do you feel like you're being targeted every time you act? Foxfire Kinemon and the others couldn't help but remain silent. Their actions during these times gave them a feeling that the Kurozumi Orochi is very powerful. I can always meet some opponents, fight back and forth, and the plan full of confidence always ends flat, and even the samurai on my side have suffered a lot of casualties. Kazuki Oden looked at Kurozumi Kanjuro and walked over. With Benedict's thought, Kanjuro was sucked up, and the back of his neck was tightly grasped. Kanjuro, are you from the Kurozumi family? Kazuki Oden stared at Kanjuro and questioned. After knowing that the Kurozumi Orochi was dead and he could not escape, Kanjuro was straightforward when faced with Kazuki Oden's questioning. Yes, I am from the Kurozumi clan. Unfortunately, Kurozumi Orochi died. I have nothing to hide about my identity. The death of Kurozumi Orochi has wiped out the meaning of Kanjuro being alive. Originally, there was still the idea of retiring after this incident, but now, there is no hope. Kanjuro isn't bad in nature, nor is it, and Kinemon Foxfire doesn't want to believe that Kanjuro is from the Kurozumi clan. After hearing Kanjuro's answer, Kazuki Oden and others fell silent. They never thought that Kanjuro was from the Kurozumi clan. Therefore, Kanjuro has always been Kurozumi Orochi's mole next to Kazuki Oden. Click. With Benedict's hand, Kanjuro's neck was directly crushed by Benedict. This sudden shot made Kazuki Oden and others somewhat unexpected. Kanjuro died just like that. Ding. Congratulations to host for killing demon fruit power and discovering the fruit of painting. May I ask if host summons special forces? Don't call. Juice. Ding. Congratulations to host for using the devil fruit juicer and getting a drop of ordinary awakening potion. The strength of the Red Sheath 9 heroes seems to be very strong. But it is comparable to the Rear Admiral class. Kanjuro's body fell to the ground, although Foxfire Kinemon and the others still had some expectations in their hearts, and were unwilling to believe that this was the truth. However, Benedict did not give them more opportunities to question. It's a pity that a traitor has been by your side for so many years and hasn't been discovered. Benedict looked at Kazuki Oden, Foxfire Kinemon and others, and smiled playfully. When Kazuki Oden and others heard this, their faces were a little embarrassed. They believed in each other's friendship, so they didn't doubt their own people at all. The results of it, he slapped them hard. Let's go, Kaido has prepared the banquet and is giving away the head. Benedict came to Kazuki Oden, stretched out his hand, and said. Seeing this, Kazuki Oden said, just the two of us. Benedict glanced at Foxfire Kinemon and the others, and said flatly, they went, and they gave away their heads. Rather than that, why don't you stay and defend yourself against the attack of the flying 6 cells in the Beast's pirates? The 8 members of Huhuo Jinwaiman heard the words, and their faces were a bit ugly. However, Benedict's strength made it impossible for them to refute. Kazuki Oden also knew the power of the Beast's pirates, and after simply thinking about it, he said to Foxfire Kinemon and the others, Wano-kuni will be left to you for protection for the time being. When Foxfire Jinamon and the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Before he could say anything else, Benedict flew off with Kazuki Oden in his hands. Chapter 237 Yamada no Orochi Fruit Ability User, Sima Yi. Benedict is fast. The distance between the islands is only a short moment. When he just landed on the island, Benedict released his aura instantly. A powerful aura enveloped the entire ghost island. Kaido, who was a little drunk at first, immediately widened his eyes, and then rushed out of the lair, turned into a blue dragon, and flew into the sky. Benedict, Kazuki Oden. Kaido stared at Benedict and Kazuki Oden standing on the top of the mountain, and growled. Soon after, the 3 major Kanban boards of Beast's pirates, the 6 real dozen also appeared one after another. Marshal Xuanwu Marine, Benedict. He's actually here. Quinn looked at Benedict on the top of the mountain, with horror in his eyes, and screamed. Yan Calamity looked at Benedict with incomparable fear. When he went to Xuanwu Marine base with Kaido and was about to destroy it, he was punched by Saitama and almost died. Although Saitama is not around now, Benedict is said to be stronger than Saitama. A hero like Golden Lion Shiki was killed directly. As one of the 3 major Kanban boards of Beast's pirates, it is still not enough to see in front of Benedict. Although Jack the Drow hadn't fought Benedict, he was still scared. Just the two of you dare to trespass into my territory, you are courting death. Kaido stared at the two of Benedict and roared angrily. When Benedict heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Wrong, there are 3 people." After Benedict finished speaking, he said silently in his heart, "System, use the snake fruit, Yamata no Orochi form, summon special forces." Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully summoning a special soldier, Sima Yi. Benedict's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's a tough character, with a destructive soul, peerless power. In the jungle, a huge snake shadow suddenly burst out. The 9 heads exude a terrifying aura. Sima Yi's figure also slowly floated out of the darkness, standing on top of a head, bursting with the aura of an S-level powerhouse. Character: Sima Yi. Weapon: Night Scythe. Combat Strength: S rank. Talent: Deterrence. Skills: Observation Hakil 3, Armament Hakil 3, Conquerors Hakil 3, Power of Fallen God, Word of Silence, Shadow's Bite, Barren Domain, Shinigami Descending. Potential: SS level. Loyalty: 100. Deterrence: the breath released will make people who are not as powerful as Sima Yi feel fear. The Power of Fallen God. Snake Fruit, Yamata no Orochi form, 10 times the speed, defense and strength of those who enhance the ability of the fruit. Words of Silence. In battle, you can gain stamina by plundering the opponent's stamina. Shadow Bite. Unleash the Hydra to attack the enemy. Barren Field. Releases special energy, which has the power to suppress devil fruit. Shinigami Descends. 9 snakes merge and transform into a snake god, and then descend from the sky, causing a severe impact on the enemy. Benedict couldn't help admiring Sima Yi's skills. It is worthy of being the fruit of the snake, the phantom beast species, and the form of Yamata no Orochi. This is the ability that one of the legendary evil demon gods should possess. It was eaten by the Kurozumi Orochi before, and it was a waste. Facing the aura released by Sima Yi, the passive ability of deterrence also immediately showed its effect. On the entire battlefield, except for Kaido and the 3 major kanbans, everyone else showed fear on their faces. Just this is a blow to the morale of the beast's pirates. Kazuki Oden looked at Sima Yi, who appeared and opened his mouth wide. Because he recognized it was the fruit power of Kurozumi Orochi. Not only him, but also Kaido and others recognized it. The 9-headed serpent that appeared was the fruit ability of Yamata no Orochi. Sure enough, they guessed right. You have the means to steal the ability of others' devil fruit, and you can be used. Kaido was above the void, staring at the huge Yamata no Orochi, then looked at Benedict, and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Benedict smiled slightly and said, "It doesn't seem like it's a secret anymore. Yes, this is my ability. I heard that you are committed to building the beast's pirates into an all-member pirate group of Zone. This demon fruit power should be a lot." "Exactly, I've taken a fancy to it." Kaido opened his mouth, and sprayed a mouthful of dragon breath towards Benedict, roaring, "You're courting death." However, Kaido's dragon breath did not hit Benedict. Instead, Sima Yi, who had just appeared on the stage, released the fruit ability. The 6 heads of the 9-headed serpent sprayed out dark purple energy, blocking all the dragon breath. "Do you like black? I can send you a perfect funeral." Sima Yi stared at Kaido with a pair of eagle-like eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and smiled. "Presumptuous. It's just that you just got the power of devil fruit, and you dare to provoke our governor like this. You want to die." Jack the Drow heard Sima Yi being so confident and cursing Kaido. For a moment, Jack couldn't stand it anymore. With a roar, it immediately transformed into a gigantic mammoth like a mountain, raised its foot, and charged towards Sima Yi. Sima Yi sneered. Then in the eyes of everyone, I saw the huge Yamata no Orochi moving at an extremely fast speed. The powerful impact of Jack the Drow slammed into the mountain directly, making a dull sound. At this time, Sima Yi had already launched an attack from the side. The Hydra opened its mouth and launched an energy attack towards Jack the Drow's stomach. 9 streaks of dark purple energy fell in unison. Boom! Jack the Drow was knocked out with a powerful force. Ha ha ha, such an attack is just to tickle lousy. My defense is very powerful. Jack shook his head, stood up, looked at Sima Yi again, and smiled disdainfully. The corners of Benedict's mouth curled up when he heard Jack's words. Defense. Very powerful. Ha ha, this is not being beaten by the society. Sure enough, after hearing Jack's words, the corners of Sima Yi's mouth curled up even more evilly. The Yaki serpent swished and swished fast, with a cold gleam in Drought's eyes, watching Sima Yi rushing towards him, raised his huge left foot, and was about to trample Sima Yi to death. But Sima Yi's nimble walking, and the body in the shape of Yamata no Orochi, entwined around Drought's body in an instant. Desolate Domain. Sima Yi activated the fruit ability. Originally, he didn't care about Sima Yi climbing onto his body, and when he planned to roll over and crush Sima Yi, he suddenly felt the power of devil fruit fading, and panicked immediately. Damn, what did you do to me? Why is my fruit ability fading? Come down for lousy. A-hole. Chapter 238. The Scary Ability. Jack the Drow's cry made Quinn and Jin feel puzzled. There are only a few things that can make the fruit's ability fade away. Sea stone, seawater, and sea salt. Sea stone, they didn't see it. Sea water, they did not see. As for Heian, this required a huge amount of weight, and the battle in front of him was even more invisible. They doubted what Jack said, thinking that it was just a lie that Jack couldn't beat Sima Yi. However, Quinn and Jin were stunned when they saw that Jack's size was obviously shrinking. Fruit power is really fading. At the same time, Sima Yi activated the fruit ability again, and commanded Hydra to attack Jack the Drow. 9 beams fell towards Jack the Drow, whose defense power had been greatly reduced. Along with the screams, there were 9 more wounds on Jack's body, and blood flowed out. But this is still not over. Sima Yi sneered wickedly, and then landed on Jack like a ghost, stretched out his hand, and put it on Jack's back. 1,000 snakes. A dark purple light curtain appeared on the ground with a very large diameter, reaching about 300 meters. Then, a purple snake crawled out of the light curtain like a torrent and rushed towards Jack's body. Wrist punch. Although Quinn didn't know how Sima Yi managed to make Jack the Drow's fruit power fade, but at this time, he had to take action to save the drought. Otherwise, if the fight continues like this, once Jack the Drow's fruit power really disappears, then Jack will undoubtedly die. Quinn in the form of a half-dragon, while running fast, covered armament hockey with his huge fist, and then launched a blow with extremely strong destructive power. Sima Yi glanced at Quinn out of the corner of his eye, his figure was like a loach, and quickly ran to the other side, and Quinn's punch was also directly missed. Fire. The fire embers flew down, and the huge wings released flames, cutting towards Sima Yi from the side. Sima Yi narrowed his eyes, looked at the opponent, and shifted the target of the skill-barren field. Yan Calamity Ashes, who was approaching Sima Yi, immediately felt the change in the fruit's ability. The closer he was to Sima Yi, the faster the fruit's ability faded. When they were still 5 meters away from Sima Yi, although Yan Calamity Jade was still flying, its fruit ability almost disappeared, and the momentum and coercion of flying down almost disappeared. At the same time, Sima Yi's 9 heads also gave up on Jack the Drow, and spewed out dark purple energy towards the fire embers. Kaido above the void saw such a scene. The huge dragon eyes flashed sharply, opened his mouth and spewed out the dragon's breath. The two energies collided together, and under the impact of the huge energy, the flame calamity took this opportunity to escape from the domain of the barren domain. Quinn took the opportunity to throw Jack the Drow into the distance. Boom! Jack the Drow hit a boulder and stopped. Cough cough cough. After vomiting several mouthfuls of blood one after another, Jack the Drow just stood up when he half-kneeled on the ground because of exhaustion. He can make my fruit ability disappear. There is a certain range. Being caught by him can also take away my physical strength. Jack the Drow said out of breath. These are two very important pieces of information, and they also made Quinn and Jin feel terrified. Such an enemy is very difficult to deal with. In particular, if one's physical strength is taken away, it is almost a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Kazuki Oden listened to Jack's words and looked at Sima Yi, feeling even more incredible. As the fruit ability of Kurozumi Orochi so powerful, it's not that Kazuki Oden hasn't played against Kurozumi Orochi. Although there were only 2 moves, he was rescued by Kaido who appeared. However, Kazuki Oden is pretty sure that Kurozumi Orochi's fruit ability doesn't have these special abilities. The ability of fruit is developed differently from person to person. Obviously, Kurozumi has ambitions, but he doesn't have enough strength. Hearing this, Benedict smiled from the sidelines. Kazuki Oden was slightly silent when he heard this, and then nodded. The fruit ability, what kind of power can be exerted in the end, depends on the degree of personal development. However, the ability to develop devil fruit varies from person to person. No matter how good the fruit is, it will be wasted if it meets a useless person. Benedict, what do you mean? Are you going to meddle in Wano-kuni's affairs? Kaido was a little upset when he saw that the 3 people on the big kanban teamed up to deal with Sima Yi alone, and they still seemed cautious. Same thing, Kaido glared at Benedict, growling unhappily. You Xuanwu Marine are now at war with the world government, aren't you afraid that our beast's pirates will also join in and attack your Xuanwu Marine? Benedict smiled. Shaking his head, he said with a smile to Kazuki Oden, should I go first? Or go together? This guy Kaido has rough skin and thick flesh, so it's not easy to kill. The point is, this guy gets stronger the more he fights. Kazuki Oden looked at Kaido in midair, holding a big sharp knife, and said, you hit her down, and I cut him. Benedict clenched his fist, made a clicking sound, and said, okay, then I'll beat him to the ground first. Seeing that Benedict and Kazuki Oden dared to ignore him like this, Kaido immediately ran away. Thunder 8 trigrams. Although Kaido in the blue dragon form did not use a mace, the huge dragon claws fell, which was also a powerful blow. Kazuki Oden held his sword towards the falling attack and slashed down. The powerful blow of the great swordsman easily broke Kaido's blow. And Benedict took advantage of this opportunity, bypassed the side, flew up, and was about to fly onto Kaido's back. How could Kaido make Benedict what he wanted? The huge body flipped in the air, the huge head turned back, and opened its mouth wide, about to swallow Benedict in one gulp. Benedict just glanced at it, then picked up the pace. Boom! Benedict punched the dragon with a powerful punch, only knocking Kaido to the ground. The falling Kaido, enduring the pain, opened his mouth and shot at Benedict with a dragon's breath. If someone who doesn't know how to fly in the sky might be shot by Kaido's dragon breath. However, Benedict can fly, and extremely fast. Easily dodging the dragon's breath, Benedict opened the 8 inner gates directly. Shocking door, open, to the peacock. It caught up with the falling Kaido very quickly, and then exploded. Kaido felt this breath, watched Benedict's action, and the memory of fighting Benedict for the first time echoed quickly in his mind. Really, fist with extremely fast speed, every punch falls, sparks with lightning. Kaido, who was still in the air, was hit hard. The screams resounded even more through the void. Chapter 239 Fire Family, Flame Calamity Embers. Kaido fell heavily to the ground, and the whole ground was sunken, forming a long ravine. Seeing this opportunity, Kazuki Oden charged with his sword, extremely fast. Before anyone arrived, Kazuki Oden's sword energy had already arrived to kill Kaido. Kaido screamed again. Kazuki Oden's swordsmanship may not be as good as Hawkeye's, but in terms of combat power and the use of Conqueror's Haki, Hawkeye can't match it. Kazuki Oden didn't care what kind of damage the blow just caused to Kaido, because he knew that a single blow couldn't kill Kaido at all. Kaido's strength and defense are not so easy to kill. So, Kazuki Oden rushed straight up and cut down again with his sword. Sword extinguishing star. Slashing with one sword, the sword energy of a 5-pointed star flew out, and joined together in an instant, erupting with even stronger power. Roar. Send the third generation, and led Naraku. Kaido turned into a dragon man form, holding a mace, and fell with one stick. As the thunder fell, Conqueror's Haki-covered mace and Kazuki Oden's attack was wiped out. Kazuki Oden made 2 jumps and opened the distance. Sure enough, this guy is definitely not that easy to kill. Hearing this, Benedict smiled and said, if Kaido was so easy to kill, I would have killed him in the first place. Kazuki Oden nodded. He didn't fight Kaido many times, but with limited fights, he had recognition again and again. The more you fight, the stronger you become. Kaido stepped out of the dust indifferently, looked at Kazuki Oden, and said indifferently, you ignorant people, you don't know the horror of Benedict at all. I don't even know my horror. Roll. Kaido made no effort to hide his disdain for Kazuki Oden. This PD off Kazuki Oden. Although he occasionally seems to complicate things because he doesn't want to deal with nothing, but it doesn't mean that he is really weak. Kaido, today, I will kill you. Kazuki Oden aimed his sword at Kaido, said coldly. Words, it's not about talking too much to make it sound nice. If it sounds good, it needs to be spoken with great strength. Kaido sneered, then ignored Kazuki Oden, but looked at Benedict and said solemnly, Benedict, do you really want to fight Lousy to the death? Benedict was suspended in midair. He laughed and said, I'm looking forward to your fruit ability. That's the end of the deathmatch. Kaido said indifferently, fight to the end. Benedict said firmly, kill. Kazuki Oden took the lead in launching the attack. Roll. The answer to Kazuki Oden was a word, and a mighty mace. Kazuki Oden parried with his sword, then struck again. Benedict indifferently opened 8 inner gates directly. Shock. Kaido sensed Benedict's terrifying aura, snorted coldly, and with powerful force, knocked Kazuki Oden into the air in an instant, and then fought with Benedict together. The other side, Sima Yi fought against the 3 old Kanbans alone, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. On the contrary, the physical strength of the 3 Kanbans was gradually consumed. In a protracted war, Sima Yi is not afraid of anyone. Damn it, why is this guy so pervert? Jack was out of breath, and Sima Yi was still alive and kicking, shouting unwillingly. Quinn and Jin looked at each other with horror in their eyes. Sima Yi's ability was too difficult, and made them feel helpless for a while. Because they can't beat it. Can't win either. Kazuki Oden took a look, his eyes flickering with coldness, and then roared and rushed towards the 3 billboards. You Kaido look down on me so much, then I will destroy the 3 big Kanban first, and cut off your left and right arms. The drought is the closest to Kazuki Oden, and it is currently the weakest one. Facing the rushing Kazuki Oden, although he just reacted when he was in front of him, he still became huge and raised his foot to block Kazuki Oden's attack. But in this way, the severe pain brought the drought back to its original shape again. Drought is now so physically draining that simply holding off a powerful blow from Kazuki Oden won't do. Sima Yi glanced at Kazuki Oden with a wicked smile on his face. It seemed a little darker. Jin flew in the air and escaped unharmed. Quinn directly entered the state of a half-dragon. Here comes another troublesome fellow. Without the governor's help, we have to be careful. Quinn reminded Yan Calamity Ember, who still had the strength to fight, and said in a deep voice. Yan Calamity Ember didn't speak, but he also knew the danger. Sima Yi is already very difficult to deal with, and with the addition of Kazuki Oden, who is not easy to mess with, their situation is getting more and more dangerous. Those guys are still too weak. Yan Calamity Jin took a look in the air, and was completely dizzy under the impact of Conqueror's Haki. The tone of his men with little combat power revealed a bit of dissatisfaction. Yeah, it's too weak. Quinn glanced at the somewhat embarrassed Jack, and said in a low voice, Jin, shouldn't your ability be released? Hearing the words, Flame Calamity Ember was a little silent. He is a special race, and also a very rare fire clan. Guessing. Don't worry about it. The fire clan lives on an isolated island full of flames and magma. The fire clan living there can't be said to live and work in peace and contentment, but they are also very harmonious. Even if there is a fight, it is only an internal struggle, and there are tens of thousands of people in the fire clan. However, the peace of the fire clan was broken by the battle hundreds of years ago, and they were involved in it, which eventually caused the fire clan to be on the verge of extinction. The only fire clan that did not die also gradually fell due to the outside environment. In the end, those who were still alive had to adapt for a long time and merge with the blood of the foreign race before they were able to breathe. Only in this way, the blood of the fire clan became less pure. The reason why the fire clan suffered such a blow was because the fire clan had innate abilities. That is the control of the flame, and the power of the blood is released, the whole person will enter a berserk state, and the overall physical fitness and strength will be strengthened. This is like the moon rabbit family of the fur race, who will transform into a moon lion form during the full moon and gain powerful power. But in terms of destructive power, the fire clan where the flame calamity resides is even more dangerous. If it is lifted, it will be 1,000 miles away, and they will all die. Yan Wanjun looked at the unconscious Lugenda in the distance, and other cadre members of the Beast's pirates hesitantly said. The governor is haunted by Benedict. If we don't have the power to protect ourselves, we will die. Fighting a protracted war, we do not have the advantage now. Quinn looked at Sima Yi with an evil look, and felt a chill in his heart, said. Yanju also looked at Sima Yi, sighed and said, try it, take as much as you can, I will try to take him out of this area. Upon hearing this, Quinn nodded and said, okay.